Young Zhang Heng accidentally obtained a spatial ring that could be used for farming. He had thought that from that moment on, he would live a life of luxury. Golden beds, beauties by his side. Yet, to his surprise, the space inside the ring was a primitive world, and his first task was to feed a group of primitive humans. Inside a cave, a small fire flickered. Several naked children huddled together, shivering. On a stone platform lay some shriveled fruits, and on the ground were a few crude stone axes. Chapter 1. The Primitive World. Hello, your package has arrived. Come downstairs and get it. Hearing this long-awaited voice from his phone, Zhang Ran jumped up from the sofa and hurried downstairs. He had been waiting for this package for 2 days. Quickly grabbing it, he tore it open to reveal the contents. A combat jacket, boots, headlamp, flashlight, backpack, serum. Just these items cost me 3,000 yuan, Zhang Ran said, both excited and a little regretful. These were bargain buys from an online store. Otherwise, his little over 10,000 yuan would not have been enough. After working for 2 years, he had only managed to save a bit over 10,000 yuan, and now that he had quit his job, he had no incoming money, so naturally he felt a little stingy. But the regret lasted only a moment before he cheerfully exclaimed, "Ha ha! With all this, I can now conquer a new world." If someone else heard him, they might think he was a delusional teenager. But Zhang Ran was being completely honest. It all started 5 days ago, when he accidentally swallowed a piece of low-quality amber he had bought. That's when he discovered he could travel to a new world. A primitive world. He had bought this cheap amber for just 20 yuan, having heard about it and wanting to play around. The piece looked nice enough, though he knew it was likely artificially synthesized. Yet, as he cleaned it and prepared to inspect it more closely, he slipped and fell, and the amber accidentally went straight into his mouth. Startled and unsure if it was poisonous, he panicked. As he clutched his throat, the world blurred, and he suddenly found himself in an unfamiliar place. Before him towered massive trees and wild, overgrown grasses. Strange wild animals roamed in the distance. The sky above was dominated by 2 glaring suns, leaving Zhang Ran completely dumbfounded. His sudden appearance seemed to startle some nearby animals. But upon seeing this 2-legged creature, they realized he posed no threat and cautiously approached out of curiosity. Zhang Ran, however, was more frightened than they were. Despite being herbivores, their sheer size made him wary of being touched. As he tried to retreat, he suddenly found himself back in his rented apartment. Once he had calmed down and processed what had happened, excitement surged through him. He realized he had likely stumbled upon a world different from Earth. After all, 2 blazing suns hung in the sky. From that moment on, he had no thought of returning to work. With a whole new world to explore, who needed a job? In the past 5 days, Zhang Ran had conducted some exploration. The area he appeared in seemed to lie at the junction of plains and hills. While he could not confirm whether Earth's geography applied here, it was the best guess he could make. No intelligent life had been spotted yet, but the animals here were extremely fierce. Zhang Ran removed his old clothes and put on the equipment he had bought. On his chest was a strip of white sandcloth, a mark left by a rabbit-like creature that had attacked him. He had underestimated the animal's ferocity at first. Fully equipped and gripping his machete, he said with determination, "Little bunny, let's see who wins." With that, he vanished from his room and reappeared inside a makeshift wooden shack. This crude shelter was the result of Zhang Ran's efforts over the past 5 days. A few randomly placed wooden beams covered with plastic sheeting he had brought from Earth, forming a simple hut. By his observations, 1 day here roughly equated to 2 Earth days. Crouching low, Zhang Ran stepped out. Wild animals grazed nearby, the wind bending the tall grass gently. Over the past few days, he had begun to recognize these creatures. They resembled Earth animals in some ways, but were significantly larger, roughly twice the size of their Earth counterparts. These herbivores appeared to tolerate Zhang Ran's presence, neither fleeing nor attacking. He assumed they did not see his small stature as a threat. Not every herbivore, however, was harmless. The rabbit-like creature that had injured him earlier served as a warning. Gripping his machete tightly, Zhang Ran moved cautiously, aware that any sudden snake or venomous creature could appear. Even though he carried serum, he had no idea if it would work here. These were not Earth creatures. As Zhang Ran tried to maneuver around the animals to explore further, a sudden, deafening sound came from above. Shriek! Instinctively, he looked up and saw a massive shadow diving toward him. "Holy!" he muttered under his breath. A gigantic hawk, or perhaps a raptor, was plummeting at incredible speed. In an instant it was roughly 50 meters above him, its wings stretching nearly 8 meters across. Chapter 2. A Fortunate Find. Zhang Ran immediately threw himself onto the ground, taking refuge amidst the grass, his eyes fixed intently on the hawk soaring above. Should the hawk display any inclination to attack him, he would promptly return to Earth. Fortunately, the hawk seemed oblivious to his presence. Or perhaps it had recognized him but deemed him unworthy of its attention, considering his meager stature in comparison to the other creatures. Before Zhang Ran's astonished gaze, a colossal creature, reminiscent of a buffalo, was seized by the enormous hawk. With its piercing eyes and sharp talons, the hawk swiftly rendered the buffalo's seemingly thick hide utterly defenseless. The expansive wings flapped vigorously, lifting the buffalo, which Zhang estimated weighed at least 1,000 kilograms, into the air. Within a mere 10 seconds, the giant hawk had ascended to approximately 50 meters, clutching the buffalo tightly. The buffalo, aware of its impending fate, struggled futilely. Yet it was all in vain. The hawk's claws were as unyielding as steel, impervious to any attempt at escape. With a thunderous crash, the buffalo plummeted to the ground, landing not far from Zhang Ran, causing him to flinch. Had it been him, he mused, the hawk would likely have dispatched him with a single swipe. The other animals that had previously surrounded the buffalo had already scattered at the sound of the hawk's cry. The giant hawk, seemingly insatiable, dove again, seizing another creature akin to a deer, which it cast down with a mighty throw. It was only after claiming 5 prey that the hawk ceased its hunt, carrying off a creature resembling a cheetah. Zhang Ran's gaze narrowed as he beheld this new beast, previously unnoticed. It appeared to have been preparing for its own hunt, only to fall victim to a larger predator. With a triumphant screech, the giant hawk departed, as if to flaunt its prowess. Once the hawk had vanished, Zhang Ran stood up, his vigilance heightened. Although he could retreat to Earth, a sudden attack might catch him unawares. To perish in this place would leave him with no peace. The intimidation exerted by the giant hawk had sent most of the surrounding animals fleeing. Zhang Ran's eyes flickered as he cautiously approached the carcasses of the creatures slain by the hawk. The earlier aura of menace had deterred any other predators, allowing him to observe for a considerable time without encountering other scavengers. The herbivores had long since fled, and it would likely take a day or two before they dared to return. Observing the buffalo, still twitching slightly, Zhang Ran sighed. Alas, what misfortune has befallen you, to be chosen from so many creatures. Such is the capriciousness of fate. After a moment of mock lamentation, he used his machete to deliver a swift end to the buffalo's suffering. Faced with this enormous beast, at least twice the size of an ordinary buffalo, Zhang Ran found himself at a loss regarding how to transport it. Bringing it back was impractical. He couldn't consume it all, and he was unsure of its nature, making it difficult to share. Most importantly, his refrigerator could not accommodate such a large quantity of meat. However, Zhang Ran quickly decided to gather the slain creatures together first. The giant hawk had claimed 5 animals in total, aside from the cheetah-like creature it had taken, for remained. Fortunately, these were smaller than the buffalo, with the heaviest weighing around 800 or 900 kilograms. After half an hour of effort, Zhang Ran managed to group the remaining 3 animals together. 2 buffalo, 1 adult and 1 juvenile, a creature resembling a deer, and another he could not identify. As he surveyed the 4 carcasses, his earlier frustration resurfaced. How was he to manage these animals? Bringing them back was already ruled out, and leaving them here would result in them spoiling within days. After much contemplation, Zhang Ran resolved to take only the best cuts of meat back with him. Yet, he couldn't discern which parts constituted the prime cuts, so he decided to return home and consult his computer. In his view, the shapes of these creatures were not significantly different from those on Earth, suggesting that the best cuts would be similar as well. Upon returning to his room, Zhang Ran felt a wave of darkness wash over him. He had drawn the curtains, wary of being seen upon entering this primitive world. However, he soon adapted, quickly booting up his computer to begin his research. After a brief period, he left the computer and re-entered the primitive world. He was now confident that, barring any errors, the deer would hold the highest value among the 4 creatures, though there was still one he could not identify. Approaching the deer, he examined it closely and was pleasantly surprised to find what he sought: antlers. He hadn't anticipated that such a large deer would actually be a juvenile, resembling either a spotted deer or a sika deer from Earth. Antlers have long been regarded as a highly prized medicinal material in China, known for their nourishing properties. They are reputed to enhance vitality and replenish essence, and the allure of their benefits is particularly irresistible to men. The most coveted parts, of course, are the antlers themselves, but other components such as antler glue, antler powder, and the deer's penis also possess significant medicinal value. Zhang Ran proceeded to butcher the deer, carefully removing the highly valuable parts for his return. Though he had never slaughtered livestock, he had observed the basic process during his childhood and was familiar with the essentials. Once he had prepared everything, Zhang Ran returned home to store the items in his refrigerator, nearly filling it to capacity. When he returned to the primitive world, he brought with him a leg of buffalo and a leg of deer, along with the buffalo's penis, completely filling the refrigerator. After such a long period of exertion, Zhang Ran felt hunger pangs, yet as he gazed upon the animals, he hesitated to eat. In his excitement earlier, he hadn't considered whether consuming these creatures might pose any risk to his health. After all, they were not Earth's species, and while they resembled familiar forms, he couldn't guarantee their safety for someone from Earth. Checking the time, he noted it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. After consuming a light snack, he sliced off some buffalo meat and proceeded to a meat testing facility, a private enterprise. After paying a little extra, he received the test results in no time. Mr. Zhang, where did you acquire this beef? The representative inquired curiously as they handed him the report. Is there a problem with the beef? Zhang Ran's heart tightened, and he hurriedly inquired. The staff member immediately waved his hand in explanation, saying, No, Mr. Zhang, please do not misunderstand. The quality of this beef is truly exceptional. It is rich in beneficial substances for the human body, such as glycine, vitamin B6, potassium, and protein. I have yet to encounter beef of such high quality. It must be quite expensive. Hearing the staff's clarification, Zhang Ran felt a sense of relief. As long as the wild beef posed no harm to Earth's creatures, he reasoned that everything else should be fine. With this reassurance, he felt much more at ease. Responding to the staff's inquiry with a smile, he said, It wasn't too costly. It was a gift from a friend, who mentioned it was wild. I was just concerned about potential viruses, so I brought it for testing. Chapter 3. The unworthy do not receive nourishment. Zhang Ran paid no heed to whether the staff believed him. He was convinced of his own words. He took the beef that the staff had handed him and turned to leave. Behind him, the staff was skeptical of Zhang Ran's claims, wondering if he truly understood the nutritional value of wild beef. He had never seen beef of such caliber before. In his mind, it was likely a quality reserved for the world's finest cuts. Regarding Zhang Ran's actions, he felt somewhat at a loss for words. One could only conclude that the wealthy were indeed cautious, or perhaps eccentric. The wealthy in question was certainly not Zhang Ran. In the staff's eyes, he was merely a runner. How could such matters warrant the presence of a millionaire? Upon returning home, Zhang Ran began to contemplate how to prepare the food. His mouth was already watering at the thought. He had never tasted venison before, and he only indulged in beef occasionally, as it was beyond his means to consume regularly. After a brief respite, he tidied up his modest 2-bedroom apartment, which he rented for 800 yuan, situated in a relatively upscale community. The reason for the low price became evident upon inspection. It was essentially a bare shell apartment, merely furnished with some basic furniture and appliances, rented out at the cost of an unfurnished unit. Nevertheless, even 800 yuan was considered low. Properties of this nature typically started at a minimum of 1200 yuan for sublets. However, this landlord preferred not to rent to subletters, and Zhang Ran was fortunate to find such an affordable place in an excellent location, despite the lack of any decor, which he did not mind. Having grown up in the countryside, he was not one to be overly particular. In his past, having a cement floor at home was already considered fortunate. Moreover, the landlord was quite reasonable, having set up utilities and provided some basic appliances, such as a refrigerator and a gas stove. It is noteworthy that many landlords renting out bare shell apartments do not offer such amenities, not only due to the costs associated with setting up utilities but also because once they are established, they are obligated to pay property fees, leaving no room for excuses to avoid payment. After tidying up the room a bit, Zhang Ran packed some seasonings and a lighter into a bag, then promptly ventured into the primal world. He had no intention of consuming the food stored in the refrigerator. Instead, he planned to have a barbecue in the wild. It was a fortunate time, as most wild creatures had been scared away by the giant eagles, leaving little danger. Zhang Ran spent about half an hour processing the venison, following tutorials he had found online. He gathered some dry branches and grass, quickly igniting a campfire beside his rudimentary wooden shelter. He intended to grill the leg of venison, and he had all the necessary seasonings as he was not particularly fussy. He simply enjoyed eating. As he listened to the sizzling sound of the meat and observed the golden brown color of the venison leg, the enticing aroma wafting through the air made his mouth water uncontrollably. Swallowing hard, he checked the incision he had made, testing the meat's texture with his knife and determining it was nearly ready. Without further delay, Zhang Ran extinguished the fire, packed up his belongings, and, holding the perfectly grilled and aromatic venison leg, he turned back toward his home. He had no intention of dining there. Outdoor cooking was merely a means to an end, There was no comparison to the comfort of dining at home. As he bit into the scorching meat, he could hardly contain himself, even as the heat burned his mouth. He was reluctant to spit it out. Delicious. My culinary skills are indeed commendable, Zhang Ran boasted to himself, attributing the success solely to his own prowess rather than the quality of the ingredients. The flavors were a delightful combination of spicy, fresh, and savory, with an indescribable essence. In that moment, Zhang Ran transformed into a glutton, disregarding his image as he indulged heartily. After about half an hour of feasting, he looked at the remaining substantial portion of the venison leg, patted his belly, and could only sigh, alas, I must wait for the next meal. He couldn't help but lick his lips. Had his stomach not been full, he would likely have continued gorging himself. It was simply too delectable. Suddenly, Zhang Ran felt a warm rush emanating from his nostrils. As he reached up to touch it, he was startled to find blood. Bright red blood. Panic surged within him. Could this wild venison be harmful to the human body? Yet, the wild beef had been confirmed to be harmless and even beneficial. Was there a difference between wild deer and wild cattle? But that shouldn't be the case. Both were wild animals coexisting in the same environment, so why the disparity? In that moment, Zhang Ran's mind became a chaotic whirlwind, flooded with anxiety. He began to entertain morbid thoughts. Would he die from this? What would become of his parents? Was he really destined to have a child bury him? Fortunately, Zhang Ran retained some clarity, sensing no weakness in his body, only a surge of warmth coursing through him, akin to a fire raging within. He quickly sprang to his feet, remembering to change his clothes, as his jacket had been stained with blood. Rushing out of his apartment, he sprinted toward the community entrance. It was nearly 6 o'clock, and the area was bustling with residents. Upon seeing Zhang Ran holding his nose, blood streaming down, they were taken aback. What happened to this young man? Has he been attacked? In that moment, Zhang Ran couldn't concern himself with how others perceived him. He was solely focused on reaching the hospital to ascertain whether he would be okay. He nearly collided with several children along the way, hastily shouting apologies as he dashed outside. Fortunately, the location of the community was quite convenient, with a steady flow of taxis. He managed to hop into a cab as soon as he exited. Please hurry to the hospital, Zhang Ran urged in a muffled voice. The driver was initially startled by the sight of Zhang Ran's bloodied face, but soon realized it was merely a nosebleed, which eased his concerns. He swiftly started the engine and sped toward the hospital. I must say, brother, that nosebleed looks quite serious, the driver remarked with curiosity. Zhang Ran shot him an exasperated glance and muttered, I'm well aware of that. Brother, what has happened to you? The driver, seeking to spark a conversation once more. Zhang Ran found himself at a loss, resorting to a muted response. I say, my friend, I truly cannot converse at the moment. How about we chat after I finish my examination? The driver chuckled awkwardly at his words, refraining from further inquiries, yet his curiosity was piqued. It was the first time he had encountered someone with such a severe nosebleed. 5 minutes later, they arrived at the hospital. An hour later, Zhang Ran emerged, his nosebleed having ceased, his face now wearing a relaxed expression. He was taken aback to learn that the cause of his nosebleed was actually due to an excess of nourishment. The doctor's first question had been about what he had consumed to reach such a state. Chapter 4. A commitment to exercise. Zhang Ran decided against taking a vehicle, opting instead for a leisurely stroll to invigorate his body. The doctor had adamantly advised him against consuming overly rich foods all at once, as his body could not withstand such a surge of nourishment. After a few steps, finding it somewhat lackluster, he began to jog. Now that his stomach felt at ease, running seemed just right. Initially, he maintained a slow pace, merely jogging, but gradually he felt no fatigue, unconsciously quickening his stride. It felt as though a warm current flowed within him, rendering him impervious to exhaustion. The more he ran, the more invigorated he felt, experiencing a growing sense of liberation. Unbeknownst to him, as he overtook a young man out for a night run, the latter appeared intrigued and hastened to keep up with him. However, as Zhang Ran accelerated, the young man found it increasingly difficult to match his pace. Observing Zhang Ran, seemingly unfazed, the young man gritted his teeth and pushed himself to accelerate further. Before long, Zhang Ran found himself back at the entrance of his residential complex, feeling an almost insatiable urge to continue. Brother, wait a moment. Just as he prepared to head back, he heard a breathless voice behind him. Instinctively, he turned, not expecting it to be directed at him. To his surprise, it indeed was. A young man, around 24 or 25, approximately 1.7 meters tall, clad in athletic attire and drenched in sweat, was rushing toward him, panting heavily. Are you looking for me? Zhang Ran inquired. Please let me catch my breath first, the young man replied, struggling for words. Zhang Ran, unperturbed, had been too engrossed in his run to notice the young man earlier. After about a minute, the young man finally regained his breath and introduced himself. Brother, nice to meet you. I'm Li Chong. Zhang Ran smiled in return. Hello, I'm Zhang Ran. After their introductions, Li Chong expressed admiration. Zhang Ran, your physical fitness is remarkable. You ran so quickly and for such a distance without appearing fatigued. Are you a long-distance runner? He noted Zhang Ran's slightly elevated breathing but was even more impressed by his endurance. Zhang Ran shook his head. Not really. I just enjoy exercising from time to time. He spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if he genuinely enjoyed physical activity, unlike the person he used to be, who would rather lounge in bed playing on his phone than venture downstairs for a meal. Li Chong, curious, asked, how do you usually train? I work out often, but I can't compare to you. What could Zhang Ran say in response? He wasn't truly passionate about fitness. He could only vaguely reply, I just play around, jog occasionally and visit the gym. He had indeed been to the gym, having impulsively purchased a one-year membership for 200 yuan with 2 colleagues, but had only attended 3 times in total. What time do you usually work out? It's much better to have a partner, Li Chong suggested. Zhang Ran pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. What about you? He was keen to exercise, aware of his own physical condition. Although he was unsure why he had been so vigorous earlier, he knew he was not on par with Li Chong. Moreover, Li Chong appeared to be a fitness enthusiast, undoubtedly possessing more knowledge about effective training than he did. Seeing Zhang Ran's agreement, Li Chong beamed. I usually work out in the evenings around this time. I used to train with friends, managing to maintain a routine of 5 times a week, but since I've been training alone, 3 times a week is considered good. Zhang Ran chuckled. Indeed, having someone to accompany you makes it less tedious. Do you live here too? Li Chong inquired with a smile. Zhang Ran nodded. You do as well? He noted Li Chong's use of the word too. Yes, that's wonderful. You must teach me how to train effectively. Your endurance is impressive. Li Chong responded eagerly. Zhang Ran laughed, of course. Let us help each other. He was unaware of the nuances of endurance training and chose to gloss over it for the moment. As they spoke, they made their way inside. Zhang Ran discerned that Li Chong was quite affable and warm in his demeanor. They exchanged WeChat information, establishing contact details, and arranged a time to work out together the following day before parting ways. Upon returning home, Zhang Ran gazed at the venison leg on the table, unable to suppress a swallow. Although it had cooled, the aroma still lingered in the air. He quickly opened the window to disperse the scent, placing the venison leg in the kitchen and shutting the door, fearing he might succumb to the temptation of consuming it. Unbeknownst to him, a family on the floor below was preparing to eat, and upon catching a whiff of the tantalizing aroma, they glanced at their own meal, instantly feeling a sense of disillusionment. Zhang Ran was now aware that the venison was a potent restorative. Consuming it further might be detrimental to his health. At the very least, he should wait until his current meal had been digested before partaking, and he also needed to step up his physical training. In fact, he had already developed this awareness days ago, but the excitement of discovering a new world had distracted him from it. Without a sound body, how could one explore new realms? Zhang Ran took a shower and found no inclination to play games. He felt wide awake and decided to re-enter the primordial world. On Earth, night had fallen, while it was afternoon in his current location, with 2 suns casting down their scorching rays. He ventured forth, aware that his exploration area was limited to a 10-mile radius, largely visible at a glance. He thought to seize this opportunity to explore further while the vicinity remained devoid of other beasts. However, he had not ventured far when he heard the distant roars of wild animals, akin to barking dogs and the growls of lions or tigers. His heart immediately filled with caution, preparing to return to Earth. After waiting a moment, realizing the sounds were still some distance away, curiosity compelled him to cautiously approach the source of the noise. After approximately 5 minutes of walking, he finally encountered the source of the sound. 3 creatures resembling dogs, alongside a beast akin to the legendary saber-toothed tiger, were locked in a standoff. It was evident that a fierce battle had already transpired. One wild dog appeared to have a broken leg, blood streaming from the wound, while the other 2 bore their own injuries. The saber-toothed tiger seemed to be in a poor state as well, one of its eyes seemingly gouged out, with blood continuously oozing from the socket. Despite their injuries, neither party showed any inclination to back down, both poised to strike at any moment in a bid to overpower the other. Upon noticing Zhang Ran's arrival, both sides glanced in his direction, startling him momentarily. However, their interest quickly waned, as if Zhang Ran posed no threat whatsoever. The truth was that they sensed no danger emanating from him, and thus dismissed him entirely. The most pressing threat remained their original adversary, rendering the bipedal figure at the periphery inconsequential. Zhang Ran had intended to retreat swiftly, but upon realizing that they harbored no intentions of attacking him, he quelled his urge to flee, although his vigilance remained undiminished. Chapter 5: The Threat of Death. Zhang Ran quietly tightened his grip on the machete, focusing his mind. Though he was not directly engaged in combat, he felt the palpable tension in the air. Suddenly, the saber-toothed tiger let out a thunderous roar, just as the three wild dogs lunged towards it with remarkable stealth, like phantoms in the night. The dogs exhibited a clear sense of teamwork, attacking from three different angles. The saber-toothed tiger, unperturbed, charged at one of the wild dogs, its fury now uncontrollable. How dare these dogs challenge its authority? With a resounding thud, the tiger swatted one dog aside, but immediately felt a sharp pain in its tail and flank. With another furious roar, it pivoted to pursue the remaining two dogs, which had already dispersed, avoiding a direct confrontation. Zhang Ran found himself struggling to keep up with the action. The speed of these beasts far exceeded that of the dogs he had witnessed back on Earth. At that moment, it was clear to Zhang Ran that the saber-toothed tiger held the advantage. Although the three wild dogs were swift and coordinated, their attacks lacked the lethality required to secure victory. One strike from the saber-toothed tiger could easily claim the life of a wild dog, evidenced by the one that had yet to rise after being flung away. Moreover, Zhang Ran observed that there were not merely three wild dogs in the fray. Several others lay motionless on the ground, some whimpering weakly, while others lay still, either severely injured or deceased. Only two dogs still possessed any fighting spirit, while the rest were either crippled or lifeless. Although Zhang Ran was somewhat taken aback by the wild dogs' determination to fight, it was undeniable that they teetered on the brink of defeat. The saber-toothed tiger, sensing imminent victory, grew more ferocious, its movements increasingly swift and aggressive. Zhang Ran noticed that the tiger's gaze seemed to shift towards him, its malice unmistakably evident. At that moment, one of the wild dogs, fleeing in Zhang Ran's direction, caught the tiger's attention. Though it did not manage to catch the dog, the tiger charged towards Zhang Ran with unrelenting speed. A shiver ran down Zhang Ran's spine. The ferocity of the saber-toothed tiger's advance left him momentarily weak in the knees. The disparity between his imagination and reality was staggering. He had initially believed he could hold his own against a fierce beast, or at the very least not be paralyzed with fear. Now, he realized he had overestimated his own capabilities. In the instant the saber-toothed tiger lunged at him, his mind went blank, as if he had turned to stone. Fortunately, Zhang Ran had mentally prepared himself. He bit his tongue to jolt his senses and, in a split second, hurled the machete towards the tiger. In that fleeting moment, he seemed to vanish, feeling a rush of wind as it surged past him. With a blood-curdling roar, the saber-toothed tiger went into a frenzy. One of its remaining eyes struck by Zhang Ran's machete, blood gushing forth as it howled in agony. The other two wild dogs, realizing the turn of events, began to encircle the tiger, seemingly intent on bringing it down. The wild dog that had been sent flying earlier had also regained its footing and joined the fray. Upon returning to his room, Zhang Ran felt his heart racing violently, as if it might leap from his chest. He struggled to maintain his balance, his legs trembling beneath him. He barely managed to reach the edge of his bed before collapsing onto it, the earlier scene still haunting him. Facing a ferocious beast required an extraordinary amount of courage. He could still feel the chilling wind that had swept over him, lingering in his nostrils like a ghost. For a moment, it had felt as though death loomed just before him. Time seemed to stretch on indefinitely before Zhang Ran's foggy mind began to clear, gradually restoring his thoughts. Glancing at the clock, he noted that it was already 8:30. He must have been home for half an hour. He surmised that the battle had concluded, for two wild dogs could not possibly endure for long. Unbeknownst to him, his seemingly careless throw had blinded the saber-toothed tiger in one eye. Yet, at that moment, Zhang Ran hesitated. The earlier encounter had left him profoundly shaken. Perhaps he should wait a little longer. After all, time was on his side. He reassured himself with this thought. After an additional half hour, Zhang Ran was certain that the battle had reached its conclusion. Gritting his teeth, he retrieved a kitchen knife from the kitchen. His sense of caution heightened to its peak. He repeatedly reminded himself to flee at the first sign of danger. As he stepped once more into the primal world, he immediately scanned his surroundings for any threats. To his relief, he detected no sign of danger. The saber-toothed tiger was nowhere to be found. Nevertheless, Zhang Ran crouched low, remaining still for 2 minutes to ensure that the coast was truly clear before cautiously advancing. Upon discovering the lifeless bodies of several wild dogs strewn across the ground, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed there was no longer any danger. Otherwise, the carcasses would not have remained undisturbed. Zhang Ran surveyed the area, beginning to piece together the cause of the conflict between the wild dogs and the saber-toothed tiger. Not far from here lay the spot where he had previously witnessed the beasts being brought together by the giant eagle. It was likely that the wild dogs and the saber-toothed tiger had fought over food, leading to their violent clash. Just then, Zhang Ran thought he heard a faint whimper not far off. He approached cautiously, walking for about 2 minutes before stumbling upon a shocking sight. There, not far away, lay the saber-toothed tiger on the ground, its breaths shallow and labored, clearly on the brink of death. Nearby lay the lifeless bodies of 2 wild dogs, evidently deceased. Zhang Ran speculated that these must be the last of their kind. He could scarcely fathom that these 2 wild dogs had managed to vanquish the once formidable saber-toothed tiger. Though it had resulted in mutual destruction, it was still a remarkable surprise for Zhang Ran. As he approached for a closer inspection, he seemed to uncover the cause. A gash marred one of the saber-toothed tiger's eyes. Aside from himself, no one else wielded a blade in this vicinity. Could it be that the casual strike he had unleashed had blinded the tiger in its remaining eye? Zhang Ran gradually confirmed his suspicion. It was only with the tiger's blindness that the 2 wild dogs could have triumphed over it. However, just as he prepared to examine further, he heard a whimpering sound once more. Zhang Ran paused, astonished. Was this mournful sound not emanating from the saber-toothed tiger? Following the sound, he discovered another wild dog, though its body bore grave injuries. Its hind legs were broken, and blood flowed profusely from its wounds, suggesting it had little time left. Nevertheless, it resolutely crawled toward a specific location, leaving a trail of blood upon the grass, undeterred by the searing pain that plagued its mind, as if that place held an undeniable purpose for it. Chapter 6, 2 Puppies. The wild dog continued to whimper, its injuries causing immense suffering, yet it pressed on towards its destination. Zhang Ran's curiosity was piqued. What could be drawing it forward when it appeared so close to death? Such grievous wounds, in this place or even on Earth, might not be treatable. Silently, Zhang Ran trailed behind, eager to discover what compelled the creature. After approximately half an hour, he observed the wild dog faltering, its crawling speed significantly reduced. At that moment, he seemed to hear another sound, a soft, high-pitched whimper. The wild dog also heard this sound. Its once exhausted body seemed to summon a renewed strength as it crawled towards the origin of the noise. Zhang Ran watched as the wild dog dug through a thicket, revealing a scene within. Inside were 2 grayish puppies, and at that moment, Zhang Ran found himself at a loss for words. Turning back, he beheld the long trail of blood. His emotions were profoundly conflicted. The 2 puppies, perhaps sensing their mother's scent, began to nudge forward. Zhang Ran suddenly noticed a tenderness in the wild dog's gaze, as if the pain had dissipated, leaving only the sight of her young. Unbeknownst to the puppies, who were still obliviously seeking nourishment, their mother lay gravely injured. The wild dog lay down, exposing her belly to her offspring, gazing lovingly as they nursed. Unable to contain himself, Zhang Ran stepped forward, but at that moment, the nearly lifeless wild dog bared its teeth at him, the softness in its eyes vanishing instantaneously, replaced by a fierce demeanor. Witnessing the wild dog, whose endurance was clearly waning, exerting its utmost effort to protect its young, Zhang Ran felt a sudden softness in his heart. He opened his hands and softly spoke. "I mean no harm. I only wish to help you. If you leave them, your children will surely perish. I can assist them in surviving." The wild dog could not comprehend Zhang Ran's words, yet it seemed to understand his non-threatening demeanor. Nevertheless, it remained vigilant, glaring at him with ferocity, as if to intimidate him into retreat. Zhang Ran wished to say more, but the wild dog's fierce glare slowly began to wane. It appeared to recognize its impending demise. No longer fixated on Zhang Ran, it cast a glance at its young, leaving behind a final glimpse of tenderness. Watching the wild dog slowly close its eyes, Zhang Ran stood in silence for a moment, speechless. Humans are complex and emotional beings. Zhang Ran understood that the wild dog was not merely the gentle creature he observed. Had it been in the wild, uninjured, it would likely have attacked him upon sight. Yet, witnessing this display of affection stirred something soft within him. It was an inexplicable tug at his heartstrings, knowing full well that this could merely be an instinctual response. Rationally, aggressive animals in this realm were his adversaries. The wild dog's demise meant one less foe for Zhang Ran. Yet he found no joy in this outcome. The two puppies, seemingly satiated, began to burrow beneath their mother's belly, seeking warmth as they prepared to sleep. Zhang Ren sighed and murmured, "What a fate to encounter me." With that, he approached the wild dog and gently took the two puppies from their mother's side. Upon being lifted, the puppies began to whimper incessantly, as if to threaten Zhang Ren, asserting their feisty nature. The two puppies bore a striking resemblance to young Chinese rural dogs. Their adorable appearance could melt the heart of anyone. The chubby little bodies wriggled in Zhang Ren's embrace, never resting. With no other option, he resolved to return home and settle them in, for there was still much spoils awaiting his attention, and he did not wish to haul the two little creatures along. Once back in his room, Zhang Ren retrieved two tattered cotton jackets to create a temporary nest for them. He placed the two puppies inside. Initially, they squirmed restlessly, unfamiliar with their surroundings. Although they could not see, they could certainly detect the lingering scent of their mother. Observing the flustered little ones, Zhang Ren chuckled as he placed some fur, taken from their mother, into the nest. Sensing their mother's scent, the two puppies ceased their fussing, curling up into little balls and began to rest. Zhang Ren, smiling at the sight of them, turned to re-enter the primitive world. Seeing the now motionless mother dog, he could only gather some wild grass to cover her body. This return to the previous location took only 10 minutes, a marked improvement in speed. At this point, the saber-toothed tiger had succumbed, and Zhang Ren reclaimed his machete, commencing his work. The saber-toothed tiger, akin to a tiger, was a creature of great value. Zhang Ren's first task was to detach the tiger's whip, a prized possession. In this short span of a little over a day, he had collected 3, the deer whip, the ox whip, and the tiger whip. After securing the tiger whip, Zhang Ren proceeded to extract the tiger's bones, teeth, fat, and gallbladder among other valuable parts. However, Zhang Ren was not a professional butcher, and so, in handling these items, some damage was inevitable. If this were to be seen by some knowledgeable individuals, they would undoubtedly berate Zhang Ren, feeling a profound sense of sympathy for him. After he had finished dealing with the saber-toothed tiger, Zhang Ren was utterly exhausted. As for the wild dogs, he had no intention of engaging with them any further. He was simply too fatigued. Moreover, given the presence of these animals, he found himself disinclined to move. However, when Zhang Ren returned home with his haul, he was startled to discover that the refrigerator was already crammed to the brim, leaving no room for anything more. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to remove the deer and cow legs, prioritizing the important items such as the tiger bones and tiger whip for storage. The rest could remain in the house for the time being, as he planned to purchase a larger refrigerator the following day. Glancing at the clock, he noted that it was already past 1 in the morning. After taking a shower, he lay down in bed and quickly fell into a deep slumber. He awoke naturally, stretching luxuriously, and sincerely reflected on how delightful it felt to sleep without the pressure of an early morning work schedule weighing on him. Chapter 7. Brewing Alcohol. After lingering in bed for a while, Zhang Ren finally rose when hunger struck. He had no intention of venturing into the primitive world today, as it was now nightfall, and he dared not roam about in the darkness, fearing for his safety. After freshening up, he sliced off some meat from the cow leg, intending to prepare a beef noodle dish. This time, he only dared to cut a small portion of beef, fully aware that his current physical condition could not handle an excessive intake of nutrients. Overindulgence would not be beneficial to his health. Once he finished his meal, Zhang Ren recalled his plan to buy a refrigerator the previous night. He tidied up and headed out. Initially, he had intended to make an online purchase, but considering the delivery time, he opted to buy from a physical store to avoid the risk of his meat spoiling. It was May, and the weather was still relatively mild, although the evenings were pleasantly cool. Leaving food out for an extended period could pose a problem. He decided to purchase a horizontal freezer, which offered ample storage space at a reasonable price. With a clear objective in mind, shopping became a swift endeavor for Zhang Ren. He was not one to enjoy meandering through shopping malls, preferring to compare prices at a few stores. He spent 2,300 yuan on a horizontal freezer with a capacity of 450 liters, a price that he deemed quite reasonable. The merchant was efficient as well. Upon completing his payment, they promptly dispatched a delivery team to his location. Zhang Ren returned home riding along with the delivery vehicle. The installation was swift, albeit a bit cumbersome to maneuver the appliance inside. Once the freezer was set up and powered on, Zhang Ren transferred the remaining meat into it. Suddenly, a peculiar odor wafted through the air. Zhang Ren couldn't help but wrinkle his nose. It seemed he had almost forgotten about the two little puppies. He slapped his forehead in realization. Exhausted from the previous night, He had collapsed into bed upon returning home and had completely overlooked them in the morning. The two pups had remained quiet until now, likely becoming vocal only when hunger struck. Zhang Ran gazed at the two little pups, feeling a twinge of concern about how to feed them. He had never been a dog owner. It was not that he disliked dogs, but rather, when he was a child, his family had a dog that was exceptionally intelligent and beloved. Tragically, it had been stolen by dog traffickers, leaving Zhang Ran heartbroken for a long time, harboring a deep-seated resentment toward those thieves. Consequently, his family had never owned another dog, as the loss had been too painful. Dogs, once raised for a time, truly become part of the family, especially those with such understanding natures. Now, with the intention of adopting these two little pups, Zhang Ran was moved by the actions of their mother and could not bear the thought of allowing two vibrant lives to perish. Observing the whimpering puppies, he sighed and lamented, "Alas, I must have owed you both something in a past life. In rural areas, dogs eat whatever their owners eat. But looking at these two unweaned pups, it seemed inappropriate to give them anything else." Zhang Ran resolved to go buy some puppy formula to feed them. Fortunately, being in a high-end neighborhood, a pet store was nearby. Upon seeing the exorbitant prices of the puppy formula, he was tempted to turn around and leave. It was outrageously expensive. He doubted he had ever consumed such pricey formula himself. He begrudgingly spent over 300 yuan on a small can of puppy formula, feeling a pang of regret as he walked back home, knowing this was the cheapest option available. He dared not even glance at the pricier alternatives for fear of further heartbreak. After preparing the formula, he placed it in front of the two little pups, dismissing the unpleasant odor that lingered. Initially, the pups seemed hesitant to drink, perhaps unimpressed by the offering. But as hunger took hold once again, they eagerly began to devour the formula. Once the two little ones were well taken care of, Zhang Ran settled down on the sofa and began to play with his phone. With nothing pressing on his agenda and unable to access the primitive world at this hour, he felt a sense of idleness creeping in. After a while of scrolling through his phone, he found it rather dull and pondered whether he should find something more engaging to do. Suddenly, he thought of the deer antlers and other items he had. How should he handle these? Sell them? Zhang Ran scratched his head in contemplation. These items must possess significant value, given their nutritional benefits, even without formal testing. However, he was at a loss as to how to explain their origins. If confronted by someone probing for details, he would struggle to respond. While deer antlers can now be farmed, their market price is not particularly high. To command a premium price, he would need to claim they were wild. This, however, raised another concern regarding legality. He was uncertain about the extent of wildlife protection laws in China and feared inadvertently exposing himself to legal trouble. As for the tiger bones and other similar items, those were out of the question, unless he wished to invite trouble upon himself. Perhaps I should investigate further on my own, Zhang Ran mused. Selling these items was not something he dared to consider at this moment. Instead, he resolved to concoct something himself. A brief online search revealed that the most suitable method for processing these items was to brew alcohol. After reviewing several tutorials online, he decided to proceed with brewing alcohol, as it seemed the least labor-intensive option. He remained cautious, knowing that any exposure could lead to serious consequences. He found an online store selling high-proof liquor and placed an order. He also looked up the recipes for brewing. These were not secrets, as they were readily available online. Of course, the recipes he found were quite generic. While they would yield some results, they might not be exceptional. Zhang Ran didn't require anything overly sophisticated, nor did he possess the skills for crafting medicinal concoctions. His primary focus was on how to properly prepare these items, leaving the efficacy as a secondary concern. He anticipated that even using the most common recipe for brewing, the results would undoubtedly be satisfactory, given the quality of the raw materials at his disposal. Merely the meat itself is remarkably nourishing, and contemplating these ingredients surely suggests even greater efficacy. Subsequently, he ventured out to procure some medicinal herbs, which, despite their esteemed nature, were surprisingly affordable. Take ginseng, for instance. It exudes an air of sophistication yet remains reasonably priced, albeit it is cultivated artificially and is of a notably young age. After acquiring these items, Zhang Ran prepared to await the delivery of high-quality liquor. Upon returning to his neighborhood, it was just noon, and he considered buying some vegetables to prepare a meal. Solely consuming meat would not suffice. A balance of protein and greens is essential. Not far from the community, there existed a market, and as Zhang Ran arrived, he spotted an acquaintance. Zhang Ran. Li Chong also recognized him and approached with a smile. "This is my girlfriend, Zhang Tian," he said, somewhat boastfully, introducing her to Zhang Ran. Li Chong had reason to boast. Zhang Tiantian was indeed as sweet as her name suggested, petite and charming. "Hello, I am Zhang Ran," he greeted her with a smile. Zhang Tiantian, possessing an extroverted nature, was unreserved as she remarked, "I heard about you from Xiao Chong last night." Zhang Ran jested. "He didn't speak ill of me, did he?" Although their conversation was brief, Zhang Ran found Li Chong to be quite amiable, allowing him to relax during their exchange. Zhang Tiantian giggled, saying, "Our Xiao Chong claims you're absolutely formidable." Zhang Ran responded, momentarily at a loss for words. "Haha, don't misunderstand. He meant to say you possess remarkable physical prowess," she continued, laughing. With her light-hearted jest breaking the ice, the atmosphere among the trio grew even more congenial. "Zhang Ran, are you shopping for vegetables alone?" Li Chong inquired curiously. Zhang Ran chose not to respond directly but instead directed his attention to Zhang Tiantian, asking, "Is your partner often in fights?" Zhang Tiantian instantly grasped his meaning, chuckling as she replied, "Haha, not too often, maybe a couple times a week." Li Chong appeared puzzled, wondering when he had become someone who frequently found himself in brawls. Noticing that Li Chong seemed poised to speak again, Zhang Ran interjected, "I don't have a girlfriend, so no one is accompanying me to buy vegetables. You needn't boast again." "Ha ha ha." Zhang Tiantian couldn't help but burst into laughter, finding her boyfriend's tendency to brag endearingly naive, which was precisely why she liked him. To Zhang Ran's surprise, Li Chong grinned with a sense of pride, evidently eager to flaunt his girlfriend once more. "Come on, let us hurry and buy some vegetables," Zhang Tiantian urged, tugging at her boyfriend's arm. Since they had crossed paths, Zhang Ran decided to join them, as it was merely a matter of purchasing vegetables. "What are you having for lunch?" Zhang Ran asked. "Lately we've been a bit strapped for cash, so we can only afford some meat," Li Chong replied. Indeed, Zhang Ran acknowledged, agreeing that vegetable prices were indeed steep. He purchased a selection of vegetables, as he had an ample supply of meat at home, with both of his refrigerators nearing capacity. To his astonishment, Zhang Tiantian proved to be quite the negotiator, skillfully bargaining with the market vendors and saving Zhang Ran 5 yuan on his vegetable purchase. "How about that? My wife knows how to manage finances," Li Chong began to boast again. Zhang Ran found himself somewhat exasperated with his friend's incessant bragging about his girlfriend. "Alright, Xiao Chong. It's not fair to bully him like this. We can save it for later," Zhang Tiantian chimed in, offering a teasing remark. Zhang Ran retorted, "Are you two finished? Is it amusing to pick on a single guy?" "It certainly is," Zhang Tiantian asserted boldly. Once they had completed their shopping, the trio made their way back, during which Zhang Tiantian expressed her discontent, stating, "The prices of vegetables are exorbitant these days. It's becoming unaffordable." Zhang Ran nodded in agreement. "Indeed, the current prices for vegetables are quite burdensome, especially coriander. It's shockingly expensive. What are we coriander enthusiasts to do?" Li Chong grimaced, "You're fortunate. You're alone. We're a couple and can hardly afford our daily vegetables." Zhang Ran felt a surge of irritation toward Li Chong. What was wrong with being single? Had he done anything to deserve scorn? He realized that Li Chong was simply a boastful partner and decided to ignore him. Upon returning to the community, just as Zhang Ran was about to head home, he suddenly heard Zhang Tiantian say, "Darling, I told you we should have bought a ground-floor apartment with a yard to plant some vegetables and fruits, but you insisted on the 8th floor. I was wrong. I should have listened to you. From now on, I'll heed your advice in all matters," Li Chong replied affectionately. Zhang Ran, upon hearing this exchange, felt the urge to leave quickly. He suddenly had an epiphany. While they had no land, he did vast expanses of it. He could easily become self-sufficient without the need to buy vegetables. He just wondered if Earth's produce could thrive in a primitive world. However, it wouldn't hurt to try, as it didn't require much effort. At noon, Zhang Ran prepared 2 simple dishes, stir-frying 2 plates of meat, one with beef and the other with venison. The flavors were exquisite, yet he refrained from using too much meat, as yesterday's experience was still vivid in his mind, and he dared not overindulge. After the meal, a warm sensation enveloped him, as if a soothing current coursed through his body, making him lethargic. He washed the dishes, tidied up the kitchen, and then prepared milk formula for his 2 puppies, feeding them until they were satisfied. The puppies had yet to open their eyes but seemed to be getting accustomed to Zhang Ran's presence, showing less resistance toward him. "Grow quickly so you can join your father in conquering the primitive world," Zhang Ran said, affectionately stroking the 2 puppies. "Woof woof, good puppies." After playfully amusing the tiny canines for a while, Zhang Ran decided not to delay any longer. If he wanted to do something, he should go ahead and do it. He promptly sought out a farm equipment rental company and rented a soil tiller, which Zhang Ran intended to use to carve out his territory in the primitive world. The machines were fully fueled, but fearing it might not suffice, he purchased an extra box of fuel to keep in the vehicle. He then drove out to the outskirts, casually renting a farm from a local family for a month. The village was modest, not overly crowded, and many families had moved to the city, leaving houses vacant. Renting was relatively easy and affordable. After securing the vehicle, Zhang Ran returned home, realizing it was still nighttime on the other side. He would have to wait until morning for the sun to rise there. Renting the farm equipment was merely a means to save time. He was uncertain when the rental company would open, and he only needed it for a day. A morning's work would suffice. On his way back, Zhang Ran also purchased a variety of vegetable seeds, acquiring a little of each type. He was unsure what the climate was like over there or what vegetables would thrive, and whether Earth's produce could survive. Regardless, it wouldn't hurt to experiment with every variety. After completing all his tasks, Zhang Ran returned home well past 5 o'clock, feeling a pang of hunger. However, before he could indulge in his meal, he needed to ensure that the two puppies were well fed. Once he had satisfied their appetites, he relished a hearty dinner. Following this, Zhang Ran descended the stairs for a half-hour of digestion, preparing to engage in physical exercise. Chapter 9, Pull UPS. Zhang Ran. You arrived quite early. I was just about to call you, Li Chong exclaimed, sprinting towards him clad in athletic wear. Zhang Ran replied with self-deprecating humor. A single man doesn't have much on his plate. To his surprise, Li Chong nodded in agreement, saying, You have a point. At that moment, Zhang Ran wished he could slap himself for his own glibness. Let's go, he said just as Zhang Tiantian rode up on her electric bike. With a hint of exasperation, Zhang Ran remarked, I'm merely going for a jog to exercise. There's no need for you two to torment this single dog. Zhang Tiantian chuckled. I'm just here to watch you both work out. And with a beauty like me by your side, don't you feel more motivated? Motivated? My foot. You're already someone else's wife, and I can only watch. Zhang Ran retorted, irritation creeping into his voice. Don't worry. My wife has many beautiful friends. I'll be sure to introduce you to one when I get the chance, Li Chong said with a grin. As soon as he uttered those words, a chill ran down his spine as he turned to see his girlfriend's piercing gaze. He quickly added, Of course, my wife is the most beautiful. If you're looking for someone even more stunning, that's simply impossible on this planet. Li Chong appeared unfazed, maintaining a cheerful demeanor while Zhang Tiantian clapped her hands in delight. Zhang Ran teased, Li Chong, your survival instincts are quite strong. The trio continued their light-hearted banter before commencing their workout. Today's regimen, arranged by Li Chong, involved a run to the sports field, approximately 5 kilometers, followed by exercises there. In the past, completing a 5-kilometer distance would have left Zhang Ran utterly exhausted, but now he finished the run feeling only a slight sheen of sweat, without any significant fatigue. His pace was not particularly fast. Li Chong, a regular exerciser, also found it manageable compared to his strenuous performance the day before. How about some time on the horizontal bar? Li Chong suggested. Sure, Zhang Ran agreed. Everyone has played on a horizontal bar at some point, but Zhang Ran could only manage a few pull-ups. He lacked the finesse for more complex maneuvers. In contrast, Li Chong showcased an array of impressive tricks on the bar, earning enthusiastic applause from Zhang Tiantian, who was capturing the moments on her phone. Come on, do another one. Zhang Tiantian cheered, her camera ready. Although it was evening, the area was well lit, providing ample visibility. While Li Chong dazzled with his stunts, Zhang Ran opted for straightforward pull-ups and some sit-ups on the parallel bars. Surprisingly, he found this simplicity rather enjoyable, as he felt an invigorating energy coursing through him, bolstering his resolve to enhance his physique. This sensation was exquisite, making his daily workout feel equivalent to what an ordinary person might achieve in a month or more. He became unwittingly enamored with this newfound routine. Zhang Ran, care for a little competition? Li Chong called out as Zhang Ran lost himself in his workout. Pausing, Zhang Ran replied with a smile, What kind of competition? Let us see who can do more pull-ups. I may not outrun you, but this is my forte, Li Chong proclaimed confidently. Having observed Zhang Ran's workout style, he believed it was rather amateurish and lacked professionalism, thus fueling his confidence. Feeling a tinge of reluctance from losing to Zhang Ran the previous night, he was eager to reclaim some pride, especially in front of his girlfriend. All right, Zhang Ran acquiesced, hopping off the parallel bars. Come on, I'll keep count. Zhang Tiantian chimed in excitedly. Zhang Ran, don't let my boyfriend beat you. He said you were quite strong yesterday, she added with a playful grin. We'll see about that, Zhang Ran thought, wary of the couple's tendency to indulge in playful banter. Begin. Zhang Tiantian declared as the referee. 1, 2, 3. For hurry up, honey. Zhang Ran has already done 50. You're only at 36. Zhang Tiantian cheered for Li Chong. It was no small feat for her to keep track of both their counts without a single error. Li Chong, undeterred by her encouragement, maintained his steady pace, saying, "No rush. I estimate he'll tire out in another 10 or 20. We're competing for numbers, not speed." 55, 56, 63, 64, 78. As Li Chong reached 60, he began to feel fatigued, noticing Zhang Ran still maintaining his initial rhythm. Resignedly, he decided to stop, letting go of the bar. "How many did I do?" he asked. 123, 124. Zhang Tiantian replied, counting out loud. "Damn it," Li Chong muttered under his breath, watching as Zhang Ran continued unfazed, his endurance seemingly limitless. 158, 159. By this point, a small crowd had gathered, initially oblivious to the competition until Zhang Tiantian reached a count of 100. As Zhang Ran's count surpassed 150, even more spectators were drawn in. With the crowd growing, the excitement escalated, and soon, voices rose in unison as they cheered. 193, 194, 199, 200. The number of onlookers had swelled to nearly 20, all captivated by the astonishing display. Completing 200 pull-ups was no trivial accomplishment. Only those with exceptional physical capabilities or techniques could achieve such a feat, yet it was evident to the spectators that Zhang Ran relied solely on brute strength, devoid of any discernible technique. Chapter 10, 500, 348, 349. Zhang Ran did not relent. He continued his exertions, feeling a tinge of fatigue yet simultaneously experiencing a profound sense of comfort, as if his body were fortifying itself with each passing moment. This sensation was delightful, compelling him to persist. Meanwhile, the voices of those around him grew increasingly boisterous, nearing the count of 400, a figure that would evoke embarrassment in a staggering 99.9% of the spectators within the stadium. At this moment, Li Chong was no exception. He felt a wave of shame for his earlier arrogance and indignation for competing against such a formidable individual. It was, in essence, a humiliating spectacle for himself. Casting a glance at Zhang Tiantian, who had abandoned her counting, content to let the throng assist, she seized her phone to capture the moment and share it on social media. "Everyone, look, I've caught a beast," she exclaimed, accompanied by a video of Zhang Ran completing 300 repetitions, bolstered by the enthusiastic cheers of the crowd, which indeed lent an air of grandeur to the scene. She then dispatched the video to her circle of friends with a cheeky note. "Ladies, I found a beast. Any of you feeling frisky? I can make introductions." Responses flooded in rapidly. "Yang yang yang. Drooling emoji? Hurry and get a front shot for me to see. Wow, it's rare to encounter such a robust man." "Exactly. Anyone who doesn't share a front photo is just playing games. Are you planning to switch careers to a madam, little temptress? Sweetheart, spill the beans on who this is. When did you meet him? Are you trying to ditch your little Chong?" Zhang Tiantian's videos showcased only side profiles or the back of Zhang Ran, never revealing his face. This was her principle. She would not share frontal images without consent, unless they were candid shots or strangers. The more familiar the individual, the less likely she would post their face. With unfamiliar faces, she felt less hesitation, as they would likely never cross paths again, thus requiring little consideration. Her friends understood her character well. Just glimpsing the side profile and back, they surmised that this was someone acquainted with Zhang Tiantian. She rolled her eyes dismissively and retorted, "A bunch of shameless hussies. What do you know? Our little Chong is truly exceptional, and if you want his contact info, shouldn't there be some show of interest?" As their banter continued, the count surged to 453, 458, 473, 482, 497. The cheers grew louder and more synchronized. Zhang Ran's face was flushed, and many spectators realized he was nearing his limit. Yet, the milestone of 500 loomed just a few repetitions away, causing a palpable tension among the crowd, as if they were performing pull-ups themselves, wishing to lend their strength to Zhang Ran. 498, 499. The final repetitions were a true test of endurance. Zhang Ran felt his arms grow weak and unresponsive. In reality, he had started feeling the strain at 400, and by 450 he was merely pushing through sheer will. At this moment, he felt that failing to reach 500 would be a regrettable defeat. So he gritted his teeth and commenced the last repetition. His arms trembled, beads of sweat cascading down, and it was evident to all that he was nearly spent. 500. Upon completing the final repetition, a wave of relief washed over him, but he could muster no more strength and collapsed onto the ground. Zhang ran. Li Chang rushed forward to assist him. "Here is some water." Zhang Tiantian promptly offered a bottle of mineral water. Zhang Ran uttered a grateful thank you, then eagerly twisted open the cap and drank deeply. The crowd erupted in cheers as he accomplished 500 repetitions, as if they themselves had achieved the feat. "Bro, you're incredible. Amazing. How do you train, brother? One wouldn't guess you were this strong." Many voices showered him with praise, their admiration evident as they regarded Zhang Ran with newfound respect. It was clear that these individuals, often seen exercising, had a straightforward demeanor, speaking candidly without the burden of familiarity. Zhang Ran understood that their openness stemmed from a lack of personal connection. They felt no need to tread lightly regarding feelings. "Thank you, just some random practice," Zhang Ran replied, catching his breath, smiling at the crowd. After exchanging a few light-hearted words, they began to disperse, returning to their routines. Yet the topic of Zhang Ran remained a source of lively conversation. 500 pull-ups. An impressive feat they all recognized, leaving them somewhat awestruck. Sitting on the ground, Zhang Ran felt as though his arms were no longer his own. He turned to Li Chang with a grin. "What do you think would happen if I staged a fall to get some sympathy from you?" Li Chang paused, then replied with a hint of exasperation. "You're thinking about that at a time like this? I'm truly amazed." Zhang Tiantian chimed in, exasperated. "You should focus on yourself first. Check if you've strained anything. My body is well aware of its limits. I'm fine, just a bit fatigued. I'll recover quickly." "Ha! You better brace yourself for some culinary challenges tomorrow," Zhang Tiantian teased. After a few more playful exchanges, they prepared to depart. For Zhang Ran was clearly unable to continue his workout, and Li Chang had lost his motivation as well, feeling somewhat deflated. They decided to walk home, avoiding running to ensure Zhang Ran's body could handle the strain. Upon returning home, Zhang Ran first checked on his two puppies, recoiling from the increasingly pungent odor permeating the space. The two pups had made their little nest a veritable mess, and the scent was overwhelming. Sensing that his arm strength was gradually returning, he scooped up the puppies and gently wiped them down with a warm towel. The little ones had become quite accustomed to his presence, remaining docile in his hands, which saved him considerable effort. However, he did not tidy their tattered bedding, only removing the excrement and rearranging it, planning to create a new cozy nook for them in a couple of days. After completing these tasks, he felt quite fatigued, so he took a refreshing shower and retired early for the night. Chapter 11. The Great Tilling Challenge. The following morning, Zhang Ran awoke early, pleasantly surprised to find only a mild soreness in his arms, far less discomfort than he had anticipated. Could this be the effect of the meat from the primal world? Or perhaps the influence of that mysterious amber? Zhang Ran pondered. He was well aware that under normal circumstances after such exertion, his arms would be nearly incapacitated. Yet now, he merely felt a faint ache that did not hinder him in the slightest. The mysterious amber may have vanished within his body, yet Zhang Ran was not convinced it had truly disappeared without a trace. After all, such an extraordinary phenomenon had occurred solely because of that enigmatic amber. However, after a moment's contemplation, he decided to refrain from further pondering. This matter was beyond his current understanding and knowledge, rendering any thoughts on it futile. After completing his morning routine, he ventured into the primal world and found that dawn had just broken, with two radiant suns slowly rising in the sky. Some of the wild animals that had previously roamed the area had returned, and the remnants of last night's carnage had vanished, leaving only a few dismembered remains. Zhang Ran felt a sense of relief, recognizing that his decision to avoid the area at night had been wise, for the dangers here at night were far greater than during the day. He sprinted in a particular direction for a while, and upon reaching his destination, he surveyed the surroundings with satisfaction. This elevated terrain was relatively flat, devoid of steep slopes. Moreover, he observed that wild animals frequented this area infrequently, with only a few occasionally grazing. It was not far from a water source, making it an excellent choice. Once he found the perfect spot, he planned to enclose it, transforming it into his own little vegetable garden. Having selected the site, he returned to his room to prepare some milk powder for the two yapping puppies. Looking at the two plump little creatures brought joy to Zhang Ran's heart. These puppies bore an uncanny resemblance to childhood Chinese rural dogs, exuding cuteness. Although he was uncertain how they would grow, their charming appearance was likely to endear them to many young women seeking cuddles and affection. After tending to the puppies, he prepared a meal for himself and, without delay, made his way to the suburban house he had rented. The walls of his chosen residence were notably high, ensuring that, unless someone was peering over them, the interior remained concealed from prying eyes. Furthermore, There were no nearby buildings, alleviating any concerns of being observed. Most importantly, the property featured a spacious garage that he suspected had once been used to house agricultural machinery, given its size. Upon entering the garage, he locked the door behind him and climbed aboard the farming machinery, entering the primal world. Contrary to its imposing size, the machine was surprisingly easy to operate. Zhang Ran had operated similar machinery before, during childhood summer visits to relatives who would take him to see their vehicles. The thunderous roar of the machine resonated through the primeval, untamed landscape, heralding the arrival of modernity. Bewildered by the sound and the sight of such a colossal contraption, the wild beasts scattered in fright. Seated in the driver's cabin, Zhang Ran, who had once felt trepidation at the sight of these creatures, now found himself unperturbed, perhaps due to the sense of security bestowed by modern machinery. Without dwelling on it further, he swiftly transitioned into work mode. Amidst the cacophony of the machine, the soil, accumulated over countless years, was turned for the first time, as the once thriving weeds were pulverized and buried, transforming into nourishment. The previously level ground was now a chaotic spectacle of flying clods, as the once firm earth began to soften rapidly. The distant animals, witnessing the land being effortlessly ravaged by this behemoth, were once again gripped by panic. In their eyes, it was a monstrous entity, each step accompanied by a thunderous roar, rendering the soil incapable of withstanding its onslaught. Some beasts lowered their heads to inspect their small hooves, disheartened by the tremors emanating from afar. At that moment, Zhang Ran was filled with exhilaration, operating the farming machinery as though piloting a mecha from a film, feeling invincible. He cleared approximately 20 acres of land, deeming it sufficient. Any more would be beyond his capacity to tend, though he had no intention of caring for it. After completing the clearing, Zhang Ran returned home. The animals, witnessing the sudden disappearance of the enormous machine, instinctively exhaled in relief. Though they were curious about the abrupt vanishing act, it was preferable to their previous state of unease. Back on Earth, Zhang Ran promptly returned the farming machine and reclaimed his deposit. He did not return to the small courtyard, which had merely served as a temporary refuge. By the time he arrived home, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Not wanting to waste any time, he consumed a quick meal before taking the seeds he had purchased and re-entering the primal world. He meticulously organized the seeds, then utilized some red string to divide the 20 acres into smaller plots. He planted the seeds without overly meticulous care, as he had ample space and was uncertain whether these crops would thrive. Even with this hasty planting, the endeavor consumed his entire afternoon. By the time he finished and returned to his room, it was already past 6 in the evening. Just as he stepped outside, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was Li Chong calling. Zhang Ran, are you still planning to work out tonight? Li Chong's voice carried a hint of schadenfreude. I told you not to overexert yourself yesterday. I bet you can hardly lift your arms today. However, Zhang Ran's response took him by surprise. Of course I'm going. Zhang Ran replied nonchalantly. Aren't you feeling sore? Li Chong asked, astonished, as he had expected Zhang Ran to forego exercising today. Not really, it's manageable. Zhang Ran dismissed the concern. Li Chong hesitated before saying, you should really avoid pushing yourself too hard. It wouldn't be good if you got injured. He attempted to persuade Zhang Ran further. I'll be down in a moment, Zhang Ran replied, disregarding his friend's concerns before hanging up. After changing into clean clothes and feeding the 2 puppies, Zhang Ran hurried downstairs, neglecting to eat. When Li Chong saw Zhang Ran bounding down as if nothing had happened, he fell into a stunned silence, internally cursing, what a beast. To him, Zhang Ran resembled a beast of burden, seemingly unfazed despite yesterday's exertions. Yet, amidst his silent reproach, he couldn't help but feel envious. Who wouldn't desire such formidable physical prowess? Chapter 12, Big Tiger, Little Tiger. Has your partner not come to keep you company today? Zhang Ran inquired with a smile. Why do you care about my wife? Li Chong immediately adopted a wary demeanor. Observing his reaction, Zhang Ran responded with exasperation. I'm merely concerned you might come over to flaunt your affection again. I haven't had dinner yet and don't wish to feast on your lovebird's antics. Their banter continued as they departed, and upon reaching the sports venue, they were greeted by familiar faces. These were individuals who had witnessed Zhang Ran's formidable prowess the previous day, harboring admiration and hoping to learn a few fitness techniques. Zhang Ran and Li Chong exchanged friendly nods with them, though it was mostly a matter of polite acknowledgement. Upon reaching the exercise equipment, Li Chong asked Zhang Ran, "What's your plan for today? Shall we aim for another 500? Zhang Ran waved his hand and said, "Forget it, doing 500 yesterday was a bit exhausting. Today I'll just do 100 to warm up." Li Chang replied, only you, Zhang Ran, could utter such words. Anyone else would have been scolded for showing off. But then again, Zhang Ran truly possesses such abilities. He is merely speaking the truth. He continued, to be honest, Zhang Ran, you don't have any special training techniques. Just tell me. Li Chang inquired quietly. Zhang Ran casually responded, it's innate. I don't have any techniques. What you see is just me practicing haphazardly. Li Chang was merely reluctant to let it go. He had observed Zhang Ran's situation and realized that he had no profound insights into physical training. It was all sheer brute force. However, during their workouts, others would occasionally join them, and they would often engage in friendly competitions. Such monotonous activities as exercising benefit greatly from a bit of competition, at least making the tedious process somewhat enjoyable. Initially, some invited Zhang Ran to join them, but soon they were astonished by his extraordinary stamina and refrained from competing with him. Yet, one individual, a sprinter, was unafraid of Zhang Ran. While his endurance was impressive, technique and explosiveness are crucial in sprinting. The stamina required for short-distance running is not excessive, and without technique it was only natural for Zhang Ran to be outperformed. However, he was unperturbed and eagerly learned running techniques from these individuals, thinking he might eventually put them to good use. This scenario continued for about 5 days, and after mastering techniques for exerting force, starting, and running, no one dared to compete with him any longer. It was simply too unfair. Zhang Ran maintained explosive speed without the slightest deceleration, making competition futile. Moreover, his reflexes seemed to have accelerated significantly, and his explosive power had become remarkably formidable, making any comparison impossible. Nonetheless, during this time, Zhang Ran had grown quite familiar with these individuals, and they could now share laughter together. During these days, Zhang Ran wasn't solely focused on physical training. He was also quite attentive to his 20 acres of land. Although he didn't meticulously tend to it, allowing much of it to grow freely, he still took the time to water it. Furthermore, Zhang Ran discovered that vegetables from Earth could flourish in this primitive world, and their growth rate was considerably faster than on Earth. He himself was unaware of how many seeds he had sown. Initially, he thought that even if these Earth vegetables could survive in the primitive world, they would encounter numerous challenges. After all, these plants have varying requirements regarding their growing environment. Temperature, humidity, and soil. Take leeks and carrots as examples. Leeks are typically sown around late March and require 2 layers of soil, along with some care in between, none of which Zhang Ran provided. He merely purchased some seedlings and planted them haphazardly. Carrots, on the other hand, are usually sown around mid-May, requiring a temperature of approximately 13 degrees on the day of sowing. Yet Zhang Ran disregarded these guidelines, simply preparing the seeds and scattering them carelessly. Having traversed this primitive world for over half a month, the temperature had consistently hovered around 17 to 18 degrees, with minimal temperature variation between morning, evening, and noon. Thus, Zhang Ran speculated that even if the vegetables managed to survive, many unsuitable for this climate would likely perish. However, whether due to the soil's extraordinary fertility or some other reason, virtually all the vegetables Zhang Ran had planted thrived impressively. For instance, leeks typically yield their first harvest in about 30 to 40 days, yet even in Earth time only about 10 days had passed, and these leeks were already on the verge of being ready for harvesting their first crop. Moreover, upon inspecting them, Zhang Ran found no common pests or diseases, such as leek maggots or gray mold. It seemed as though such afflictions did not exist in this world, or that they were unable to survive here. The other vegetables also mirrored the leeks in this regard, requiring no pesticides, and pests were virtually non-existent. Currently, that patch of land was a lush green expanse, with all the vegetables thriving abundantly. Not only were the vegetables flourishing, but the highly potent liquor Zhang Ran had purchased also arrived. Following methods he found online, he soaked deer antlers, bull whips, and tiger bones in the liquor and buried it in the primitive world. Zhang Ran, are your big tiger and little tiger truly intelligent? Are they really just local dogs? Zhang Tiantian gazed at the 2 little dogs with eyes full of adoration. Over these days, the 2 puppies had gradually grown. Although still small, they exhibited a hint of fierceness, having become plump and somewhat adorable under Zhang Ran's care. Because their parents had displayed remarkable bravery against saber-toothed tigers, Zhang Ran named them Big Tiger and Little Tiger, although he would never admit to being inept at naming. Zhang Tiantian's affection for Big Tiger and Little Tiger was not unfounded. The 2 puppies were incredibly perceptive. They possessed the wild instincts of primitive world animals while also demonstrating obedience instilled by Zhang Ran from their upbringing on Earth. A couple of days ago, while Zhang Ran and Li Chang were working out, Zhang Tiantian took the 2 puppies for a stroll. That evening, amidst a crowd, she was pickpocketed without initially realizing it. However, The two puppies sensed the theft and immediately chased after the thief, barking furiously. At first, the thief dismissed the two little puppies, attempting to kick them away to scare them off. However, the puppies showed no fear and engaged in a fierce struggle, reminiscent of their parents battling a saber-toothed tiger. When Zhang Ran and Li Chang arrived, they were initially puzzled by the commotion, but Zhang Ran was confident that Big Tiger and Little Tiger would not act without reason. Over the past few days, their displays of intelligence and obedience had convinced Zhang Ran of their capabilities. Hence, he speculated that something must have been stolen. When Zhang Tiantian checked her belongings, she discovered her phone was missing. There was no need for a search. Li Chang made a phone call, and the thief was promptly revealed. Due to this incident, Zhang Tiantian cherished Big Tiger and Little Tiger immensely, nearly wanting to hold them every day, which made Li Chang exceedingly envious. Chapter 13. A Free Meal. Zhang Ran gazed at Big Tiger and Little Tiger, who were guarding him like loyal sentinels, a smile gracing his face. He patted the heads of the two puppies, who transformed from vigilant guardians to playful companions, wagging their tails adorably. After tying his shoelaces, Zhang Ran rose and chuckled. Of course, they are local dogs. How could there be any doubt? Could you ask your relatives to send me another one? I would love to have a dog like them. I can pay for it. Zhang Tiantian looked at Zhang Ran with hopeful eyes. Zhang Ran replied helplessly, there are truly none left. All the pups from his dog have been taken by others. He had answered this question countless times. Where could he possibly find another dog like that for her? Moreover, even if she manages to find them, Zhang Tiantian may not be able to afford their sustenance. From the outset, the two puppies were accustomed to milk powder. All other food sources were derived from the primal world, with certain meats from Earth that the two little creatures outright refused to consume. Much like the snacks Zhang Tiantian brought over these past few days, the two pups merely sniffed at them before disdainfully turning their little heads away, displaying a haughty demeanor that made Zhang Tiantian's heart flutter with affection. How adorable! Unable to resist, she reached out to pet the two little ones. However, these proud little creatures were rather selective, allowing only Zhang Ran to touch them, with Zhang Tiantian and Li Chang being among the few who had managed to earn their trust for a brief pat. Let us head back, Zhang Ran chuckled, observing the two little ones as they attempted to evade him. Upon hearing his words, the two pups joyfully scampered ahead, leading the way. Their stamina and speed were astonishingly superior to that of typical newborn puppies. While they were still somewhat slow, their endurance far surpassed that of their earthly counterparts. Upon returning home, Zhang Ran commenced preparations for dinner, having grown accustomed to cooking after his daily workouts. The meat he had brought back some time ago was nearly depleted, yet he was not lacking in protein now. During his free moments, he had taken to hunting two wild animals, which had initially posed a challenge, but had become manageable with practice. A platter of venison, a bowl of vegetables, and a pot of bone broth were on the menu. Zhang Ran's appetite had also increased significantly, now able to consume approximately 3 times his previous amount. With the vegetables from his garden maturing, he found himself no longer needing to purchase ingredients from outside, achieving self-sufficiency with flavors far superior to those available commercially. De Hu and Xiao, who trailed closely beside Zhang Ran, their little bellies grumbling as they circled excitedly, drawn by the enticing aromas. Once the meal was prepared and plated, just as he was about to dig in, a knock echoed at the door. Opening it, he discovered it was the landlord. Instantly, Zhang Ran recalled that it was time to pay rent. I'm sorry, Lu Jie. I've been so busy these past few days that I completely forgot. I'll transfer the money to you right now, he replied, a hint of remorse in his tone. He had been so engrossed in exploring the new world that he lost track of the rent. Lu Jie smiled, dismissing his concerns. No worries. I just came to check in. If you're short on cash, you can delay a few days. She was quite satisfied with Zhang Ran as a tenant. He was always punctual with payments and had never caused them any trouble. Thank you, Lu Jie. I'll send it over immediately. Zhang Ran expressed his gratitude and promptly took out his phone to transfer 3 months' rent. 800 a month, totaling 2,400. After completing the transaction, he suddenly realized his savings were dwindling to 3 digits. His funds had always been modest, and with recent purchases and no income coming in, he felt the pinch. Xiao Zhang, may I come in for a moment? Lu Jie inquired with a smile. Of course, Zhang Ran replied. This had been agreed upon before renting. The landlord would periodically check the property to ensure tenants were not damaging the structure. Such diligence was not uncommon, and Zhang Ran had no objections. As they entered, Lu Jie's daughter sniffled and exclaimed, "It smells so good, Mommy. I'm hungry." The little girl, who had just started 4th grade, was not exceptionally beautiful, but she was undeniably cute and quite polite, greeting Zhang Ran with a cheerful hello, "Uncle Zhang." Although Zhang Ran found the term amusing, he appreciated the girl's courtesy. Lu Jie also caught a whiff of the delightful aroma and remarked, "Xiao Zhang, I didn't realize you were such a skilled cook." Although they hadn't yet begun eating, the enticing scent assured her of the meal's quality. "I just dabble a bit. Lu Jie, have you eaten? Why not stay and join us?" Zhang Ran offered graciously. Lu Jie opened her mouth to politely decline, knowing this was likely just a courtesy. But before she could speak, her daughter, Lu Ziyu, interjected. "Uncle, we haven't eaten yet." Her big, eager eyes were fixed on Zhang Ran, conveying her obvious desire. Lu Jie, caught off guard by her daughter's boldness, felt slightly embarrassed. "Xiao Zhang, no need to be polite. We'll just go home and cook," Lu Jie said shyly. She and her husband shared the surname Lu, and she had come to check on the property while her husband was on his way home from work. Seeing the hopeful glimmer in Lu Ziyu's eyes, Zhang Ran smiled and insisted, "Lu Jie, I truly mean it. It would be great to have Lu Gu join us for a meal. It saves you from cooking again." "Yes, mommy. Your cooking isn't very tasty." Lu Ziyu chimed in, unabashedly revealing her mother's culinary shortcomings in front of others. Lu Jie shot her daughter a stern look, but was also unable to resist the delicious aromas wafting through the air, her stomach growling with hunger. "Then I suppose we'll impose on you," Lu Jie conceded bashfully after a couple of attempts to decline. "Haha, it's no trouble at all. It's just a matter of adding a couple more bowls and chopsticks," Zhang Ran replied with a chuckle as he moved a plastic stool closer. He was well equipped with utensils, having previously hosted colleagues who often came by to enjoy meals. As he spoke, Lu Jie's phone rang, and after a brief conversation, a knock resounded at the door. "Lu Gu is here. Please come in," Zhang Ran greeted warmly. To be honest, he was quite grateful to this family. Their rent was relatively affordable, and they provided nearly all the necessary amenities. Though the place was unfurnished, such a price was hard to find elsewhere. Moreover, during his search for a rental, he had faced competition, and even though they were subletting, Lu Jie and her husband had never once suggested raising the rent. Chapter 14, Tiger Whip Wine. "Xiao Zhang, I'm truly sorry for the intrusion," Lu Jun apologized as soon as he arrived. "It's no trouble. Consider it my way of thanking you and your wife for your kindness during this time," Zhang Ran replied cheerfully. "Lu Ziyu, what are you doing?" Lu Jie scolded as she caught her daughter tormenting the two puppies. Lu Ziyu blinked her big eyes innocently and replied, "I'm just playing with the puppies, mommy. Look how cute they are." At that moment, the two puppies had already begun devouring their food, having been given 2 large bones by Zhang Ran, and were too preoccupied to pay attention to the little girl. After being admonished by her mother, Lu Ziyu sulkily took a seat at the table, but the enticing aroma of the meal made her mouth water again. Zhang Ran set the bowls and chopsticks in place and smiled. "Lu Gu, would you like to have a drink?" Lu Jun, upon hearing Zhang Ran's words, felt a flicker of temptation. He too was an aficionado of fine spirits, yet had been under the watchful eye of his wife, resulting in infrequent indulgences. Lu Jie, noticing the expression on her husband's face, was well aware of his thoughts. However, given the presence of others, she hesitated to undermine his dignity. "Just a little," Lu Jie remarked, casting him a sidelong glance. Lu Jun, his spirits lifted, responded with a beaming smile, "Thank you, my dear wife." Zhang Ran entered the room, returning with a jar of wine, Tiger Whip wine, ready for consumption. He had sampled a modest quantity earlier, merely 2 taels. It wasn't that he couldn't drink. While his tolerance wasn't particularly high, he could handle a gin of baijiu. The crucial factor was the unexpected potency of this particular brew. After downing 2 taels, he soon felt its effects. He nearly succumbed to the urge to wash his hair, having reached the barbershop's entrance. But upon seeing the rather unattractive barber inside and lacking the funds for a better establishment, he opted instead for a jog to expend his energy. "How aromatic! Is this the raw brew?" Lu Jun exclaimed, his eyes sparkling at the enticing fragrance. Indeed, Lu Gu was a true connoisseur of fine wines. Zhang Ran said little more. The wine itself was not particularly expensive, but after being infused with Tiger Whip and buried in the primordial world for a while, its flavor had matured into a rich bouquet, devoid of any low-quality essence. He poured Lu Jun a glass, approximately 2 taels, before halting his own pour at half a glass. Any more would compel him to wash his hair for real. Observing Lu Jun's slightly regretful demeanor, Zhang Ran understood his yearning for more of this delightful elixir, especially with such an enticing aroma. With a wink, Zhang Ran gestured for Lu Jun to take a closer look at the jar. Initially puzzled by Zhang Ran's intent, Lu Jun's eyes brightened upon glancing inside. "What is this?" he inquired hesitantly. Leaning in, Zhang Ran whispered conspiratorially, "Tiger Whip, wild Tiger Whip." At this revelation, Lu Jun's gaze toward the wine intensified. He had previously tasted tiger whip wine, albeit not the wild variety, and had found it quite effective. He refrained from asking Zhang Ran about the origins of this wild tiger whip, as he had a sense of discretion. Chuckling to himself at the sight of the wine, Lu Jun broke into a foolish grin. "What are you two whispering about?" Lu Jie interjected, followed by praise for Zhang Ran's culinary skills. She had yet to sample the meat, having only tasted the vegetables, which were simply exquisite. She had never experienced such delicious greens before. They were ordinary vegetables, yet their freshness left a lingering taste that was delightful. Delicious. Uncle's cooking is truly superior, far better than Mom's, Lu Ziyu chimed in, showering Zhang Ran with compliments while simultaneously belittling her mother's culinary prowess. At that moment, Lu Ziyu was happily gnawing on a bone. Upon hearing her daughter's disparagement, Lu Jie shot her a disapproving glance and replied nonchalantly, "Well then, from now on, your father shall be your chef." Instantly, Lu Ziyu's expression shifted, and even the bone she had been chewing was abandoned as she exclaimed in a panic, "Mom, are you plotting my demise?" Before Lu Jie could respond, Lu Jun's expression darkened. What a wayward child she was. "Brother Lu, let's raise our glasses." Zhang Ran cheerfully lifted his wine glass. "Cheers." Lu Jun, having long been tempted, dismissed his daughter's words and eagerly took a sip from his glass. The flavor was rich and full-bodied, a sensation he relished. "Brother, this wine isn't inexpensive, is it?" he inquired, omitting any mention of the tiger whip, focusing solely on the wine itself. He felt it rivaled even those priced in the thousands. And it certainly was not a mere blend. The wine's aroma was fully realized. Zhang Ran smiled and replied, "Not much at all." He himself was uncertain why it had transformed so. What had once been a mere few dozen yuan per jean had now become something extraordinary, leaving him to vaguely brush the matter aside. Lu Jun showed no inclination to delve deeper, merely making casual conversation. "Xiao Zhang, where did you procure these vegetables?" Lu Jie asked curiously after some time. She had discerned that the quality of these vegetables was exceptional, far exceeding the meager fare typically found. "I grew them myself. I rented a plot of land in the suburbs and have been experimenting," Zhang Ran explained, unable to provide a more detailed account of their origins. "I recall that you studied agriculture at university, correct? What was your major?" Lu Jie inquired with interest. One of her reasons for selecting Zhang Ran as a tenant was indeed his status as a university student. "I majored in seed science and engineering," Zhang Ran replied. He had not initially intended to pursue this field, but due to unsatisfactory examination results, he had to settle for a different path. "Have you developed these new varieties yourself?" Lu Jun now expressed curiosity, having recognized that the vegetables tasted distinctly different from those he was accustomed to. Zhang Ran pondered briefly before responding, "I suppose so." "That is remarkable. If you refine your technique, I believe these will be quite popular in the market," Lu Jie praised, her admiration evident. The flavor of the vegetables was indeed exceptional, and she entertained the thought of purchasing some to take home for cooking. At Lu Jie's words, Zhang Ran felt a surge of inspiration. He had been contemplating ways to generate income, as anyone in this society would aspire to earn more and live better. However, despite possessing a new world, he had yet to devise a profitable scheme. Chapter 15. Thoughts and Analyses. Currently, Zhang Ran had not ventured far into the primordial world and was unsure whether it harbored advanced beings akin to humans or even superior entities. However, thus far, he had not encountered anything disconcerting. While the wild beasts were undeniably fierce, they remained within a tolerable threshold for him. Zhang Ran had considered how to exploit this primitive realm for profit. To that end, he even scoured the internet for insights and perused various novels in search of inspiration. Yet, in recent days he had failed to uncover any promising avenues for wealth. He had not discovered precious metals such as gold or silver, which were highly valued on Earth, thus closing off that route to riches. Now, Zhang Ran realized that the most prevalent and easily found resources in the primordial world were wild animals and towering trees. However, after careful contemplation, he abandoned this notion. Zhang Ran was acutely aware that he had no knowledge of which animals might be protected by law. The list of protected species was extensive, and a moment's negligence could lead to dire consequences. Especially with the creatures of this primordial world, it is conceivable that a mere bison could be mistaken for a protected species in some nation, leading to its capture. Even if he were to sell such items, it would have to be done clandestinely, as he could not explain their origins, thus severely limiting his potential profits. The risks entailed in such endeavors would hardly be justifiable. The same applies to plants. Although many precious species are currently in high demand and command exorbitant prices, Zhang Ran lacks the knowledge to identify these plants. Regarding trees, the situation is even more stringent. The government has imposed strict regulations on logging. A slight overage might go unnoticed, but surpassing a threshold would certainly draw attention, and he would again struggle to clarify their origins. As for rare woods, such as agarwood or dragonwood, he would not recognize them even if they were presented before him, let alone seek them out. Therefore, despite the vastness of this new world, Zhang Heng finds himself unable to discover any lucrative opportunities for the time being. He has not been overly anxious lately, as his mind is consumed with exploration. However, as his savings approach 3 digits, he is compelled to contemplate the issue more seriously. Lu Jie's earlier remarks have sparked some insights. Indeed, these vegetables must be healthful, devoid of any pesticides, and possess exceptional aesthetic appeal and nutritional value. As for the matter of new varieties, Zhang Heng is not particularly concerned, as numerous new cultivars are produced annually, though most are unsuitable for large-scale production and lack economic viability. Sister Lu, do you think my vegetables will sell well? Zhang Heng inquired. While he is aware of their palatability, he understands that deliciousness does not necessarily equate to profitability. If he intends to sell these vegetables legitimately, he must establish a cultivation base on Earth. However, will they still be as delectable when grown there? Like others, he doubts they will fetch a good price. Yet, Zhang Heng is currently only considering modest earnings, planning to accumulate some funds before pondering further ventures. Lu Jie reflected before responding, they will undoubtedly sell well. Such flavors are sure to attract buyers. However, you will need to set your own prices. A price that is too low will not suffice. Although I am not privy to the specifics, I suspect that a lower price might not even recover your costs. Conversely, if the price is set too high, the demand will dwindle as these are everyday staples. If the price escalates, it may become unaffordable for the average consumer. Lu Jie offered Zhang Heng some analysis before asking, "What is your yield like?" "The yield is not particularly high. I have yet to compile the specific figures," Zhang Heng replied thoughtfully. Lu Jie pondered further. "What about the nutritional value of your vegetables? If they are highly nutritious, a higher price could still attract many buyers, especially as people increasingly prioritize health. The nutritional value of what we consume now is undoubtedly superior to ordinary produce, and there are no pesticides whatsoever, entirely organic. However, I am uncertain whether this will hold true when scaled up, as such costs are quite high, making mass production challenging, and something will inevitably be sacrificed." At that moment, Lu Jun interjected, "It would be prudent to obtain a health certification for your vegetables. This would significantly benefit sales, as many consumers seek such assurances. If possible, have each variety tested and label their nutritional content, using a common vegetable for comparison. This will enhance your vegetable's reputation, and with a strong brand, you can command higher prices." Both Lu Jun and Lu Jie have experience in marketing, although Lu Jie transitioned to being a homemaker after having a child, only now considering re-entering the workforce as her child grows. The two continued to provide Zhang Heng with valuable insights. Despite their limited knowledge of vegetable pricing, cultivation, and distribution, they adeptly analyzed from a marketing perspective. Their advice proved immensely beneficial to Zhang Heng, illuminating many straightforward concepts that might have otherwise gone unnoticed. Lu Jun and Lu Jie thoroughly dissected the situation for Zhang Heng, guiding him on how to achieve favorable pricing and build a brand. While they discussed these matters, Lu Ziyu had already begun to play with 2 small puppies. Although the vegetables were delicious, Lu Ziyu's small appetite meant she did not consume much. "Lu Ziyu, quiet down. Are you looking for trouble?" Lu Jie admonished, glaring at Lu Ziyu, who was racing around the room in pursuit of the puppies. Lu Ziyu retreated slightly, murmuring, "They just want to play with me." The 2 puppies, De Hu and Xiao Hu, were not willing to take the blame. They preferred to play among themselves, with this little one trying to catch them. After a brief discussion, Lu Jun and Lu Jie prepared to take their leave. Before departing, Zhang Heng quietly advised Lu Jun, "Brother Lu, it would be best to take Ziyu to stay at a relative's or a good friend's house tonight." Lu Jun was somewhat puzzled, but Zhang Heng offered no further explanation, believing Lu Jun would soon understand. Indeed, as Lu Jie drove halfway, Lu Jun sensed something amiss and insisted on taking Lu Ziyu to stay at her grandmother's for the night. Initially resistant, Lu Jie soon recognized the rationale behind Lu Jun's insistence. Having the child at home would be quite awkward. Chapter 16. The Effects of Tiger Whip Wine. After Lu Jun's family departed, Zhang Heng tidied up the remnants and entered the primordial world. Lu Jie consumed very little meat, primarily subsisting on vegetables, while Lu Jun, likely due to having drunk, also ate sparingly. As for Lu Ziyu, her small stomach meant she naturally ate little. Therefore, Zhang Heng was not concerned that they would suffer from overnutrition, as he had experienced at the outset. Gazing at the vibrant green vegetables, Zhang Heng pondered how to profit. Earning a modest income would certainly be feasible. After all, these were merely vegetables in limited quantities, and no one would question their origins. However, to scale up, he would need a cultivation base on Earth and ensure the quality of the vegetables. Otherwise, establishing a brand would be impossible. The foremost issue to address is the matter of seeds and seedlings. The exquisite taste and uniqueness of these vegetables stem primarily from their growth in this primordial world. However, when cultivated on Earth, they would undoubtedly lack such exceptional qualities. Thus, the seeds must be nurtured in the primordial world first, after which he could explore their viability for cultivation on Earth. If successful, large-scale production would pose no problem. Zhang Heng knew how to cultivate seeds, but the process would require considerable time, and given the current circumstances, this was not something that could be accomplished in just a day or two. He is utterly alone, without even a single assistant, which inevitably leads to a significant expenditure of time. However, Zhang Heng does not seem overly concerned. Should the cultivation of the seeds prove successful, then his efforts during this period would not be in vain, and he could subsequently devise a method to address the challenges of large-scale planting. Conversely, if the seed cultivation fails, there would be little room for further contemplation. At present, the primary concern remains finances, for the cultivation of seeds necessitates modern equipment in order to enhance both speed and efficiency. With his current savings nearing 3 digits, it is evident that such purchases are beyond his means. He contemplates whether he should set up a stall to sell these vegetables and accumulate some funds. Woof! Hu and Xiao who follow Zhang ran inside, and upon entering, they begin to frolic exuberantly. Compared to the environment on Earth, they seem to thrive here, reveling in their newfound freedom. Zhang Ran first takes a moment to survey his territory with Hu and Xiao who before embarking on an exploration. He had originally intended to purchase a mountain motorcycle, but the constraints of poverty have thwarted him, leaving him unable to venture far. Suddenly, Hu and Xiao who leap forward, one after the other, emitting threatening growls towards a particular direction. Zhang Ran stands still, gripping the machete tightly, for he has never allowed his guard to falter here. Over the past few days, he has not only engaged in physical training but has also practiced some basic knife techniques. While calling them techniques may seem amusing, consisting merely of chopping motions, they have bolstered his confidence considerably, and the machete feels more comfortable in his grasp. At that moment, from the area encircled by Hu and Xiao Hu, a gray object suddenly darts out, startling Zhang Ran. Woof! Hu and Xiao Hu, filled with excitement, immediately pounce on the creature, one charging forward while the other flanks it, leaving no opportunity for escape, their coordination impeccable. Zhang Ran recognizes the creature as a gray rabbit. Despite Xiao Hu's cute appearance, it is merely a facade. At this moment, both dogs exhibit a fierce demeanor, baring their fangs. As the gray hare bursts forth, Hu springs into action. The hare, audacious, does not flee in panic but charges directly at Hu. With a thud, they collide. Hu, still small in stature, lacks the brute force to overpower the hare, yet his agility allows him to maneuver slightly and deliver a bite. The hare, in pain, cries out, but Hu is knocked down in the process. Just then, Xiao Hu leaps from behind, sinking its teeth into the hare's neck. Through their effective teamwork, despite the hare's ferocity, it ultimately succumbs to their jaws. Woof woof! The two pups exuberantly circle the fallen hare, occasionally running over to Zhang Ran, seemingly seeking praise. Zhang Ran chuckles and crouches down to pat their heads, exclaiming, "Well done! Later I shall prepare a spicy rabbit dish for you." Woof woof! Observing the two plump pups wagging their tails vigorously, their earlier ferocity has vanished, replaced by an adorable and obedient demeanor. With the hare in hand, Zhang Ran continues his exploration, though it feels more like a leisurely stroll. He has traversed this area countless times and yearns to explore elsewhere, yet with so many vegetables here, it has become his base. Lacking a vehicle, a mountain motorcycle would suffice, but relying solely on his legs feels too limiting. After wandering around, Zhang Ran loses interest and returns to the vegetable base. Fortunately, no wild creatures have disrupted the area, perhaps deterred by the farming machinery from that day, leaving it relatively intact. As he roams the vegetable base, he contemplates possible locations for seed cultivation. In his mind, he begins to strategize. If the seeds cultivated here can be planted on Earth with satisfactory results, then many of his ideas could gradually come to fruition. Zhang Ran has also erected some makeshift fences, albeit crude and ineffective against wild animals. Their impact is still deemed satisfactory. After returning home with the two pups, he takes a bath and heads to bed. His venture into the primitive world served as both a physical workout and an outlet for the restless energy within him. By the time he returns home, that restlessness has considerably diminished. He sleeps soundly, while Lu Jun and Lu Jie have not experienced a peaceful night. At midnight, Lu Jie, panting heavily, inquires, "Did you take your medicine today?" "No, but Zhang Ran's medicinal wine is exceptionally effective," Lu Jun responds, brimming with enthusiasm. This has been the most exhilarating night of his life, a true testament to his masculinity. "Medicinal wine?" Lu Jie asks, puzzled. "It's the wine we drank. I'll tell you, it's infused with wild tiger bones." Lu Jun replies with a sly grin. Lu Jie playfully retorts, "No wonder you two looked so lecherous back then. How dare you call your husband lecherous? Just wait until I teach you a lesson. Do you still have the energy for that?" No more. Chapter 17. Selling wine. The next morning, Zhang Ran wakes up early, having shed the habit of lingering in bed. It seems that since he began exercising and engaging in daily tasks, particularly those pertaining to his own endeavors, he has grown less inclined to laze about. Zhang Ran first ventures into the primitive world to gather some vegetables before processing the hair to prepare a spicy rabbit dish. Eating such greasy fare in the morning seems to be something only Zhang Ran would do, yet his digestive system is remarkably resilient. Once he completes the dish, he places some cooked rabbit and deer meat before De Hu and Xiao Hu, who eagerly devour it. Zhang Ran observes that the intelligence of creatures in the primitive world appears to be generally superior to that of animals on Earth. While they cannot compare to humans, they far surpass many ordinary animals found on Earth. For instance, De Hu and Xiao Hu only require 1 or 2 demonstrations before they grasp new concepts without further difficulty. Yet, such considerations are not Zhang Ran's primary focus at this moment. He is solely preoccupied with finding ways to earn money. His financial situation has become dire, and if he continues on this path, he will soon struggle to pay for utilities. He plans to visit the agricultural market after breakfast to explore the possibility of setting up a stall to sell vegetables and earn some income. Just as Zhang Ran finishes his meal, a knock sounds at the door. "Lu Gu, so early!" Zhang Ran exclaims, surprised to see the beaming Lu Jun outside. "Aha, my brother, I hope I'm not disturbing your rest." Lu Jun replies with a broad smile, carrying some gifts. "Not at all, I've been up for a while." "Please come in," Zhang Ran invites. "Just a few small gifts, don't mind them," Lu Jun says, setting down the items he carries. Zhang Ran was taken aback to discover that these items were indeed meant for him. However, he felt compelled to express a modicum of politeness. "Brother Lu, your presence alone is a gift. There's no need for you to bring anything else." Lu Jun chuckled and replied, "Haha, I came today specifically to express my gratitude to my younger brother." In an instant, Zhang Ran grasped Lu Jun's intention, and with a playful wink remarked, "So, Brother Lu, what do you think? The results are quite impressive, aren't they?" Lu Jun responded with a mischievous grin. "To be honest, the effects surpass even that of Viagra." Zhang Ran's gaze towards Lu Jun shifted dramatically. "Wow, I hadn't realized you were already resorting to Viagra at such a young age." Noticing Zhang Ran's scrutiny, Lu Jun became aware of his indiscretion and awkwardly chuckled. "Well, I may have indulged a bit too much in my youth." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ran felt a sudden pang of melancholy. "I wish I could indulge as well, sigh. If it weren't for his incessantly depleting bank account, he would have long since visited a luxurious barbershop. Had the barbers in those ordinary establishments not been so unappealing, he wouldn't have resorted to cutting his own hair." Lu Jun, sensing Zhang Ran's mood, comfortingly patted his shoulder and said, "Brother, you'll have your share of beautiful women and BMWs." After exchanging a few light-hearted jokes, Lu Jun finally revealed the purpose of his visit. "Ahem, brother, do you still have that tiger whip liquor?" Lu Jun inquired eagerly. Zhang Ran instantly understood that Lu Jun had come with the intention of purchasing some. After pondering for a moment, he responded, "This is the only jar of tiger whip liquor I have left." Lu Jun's expression dimmed slightly, but then brightened again as Zhang Ran continued. "However, I do have some other varieties, such as deer whip liquor, deer antler liquor, and tiger bone liquor, each with a jar available." Zhang Ran's candidness stemmed from his financial constraints, and since Lu Jun intended to consume the liquor himself, he figured there would be little risk involved. Before Lu Jun could speak, Zhang Ran interjected, "Brother Lu, I understand your intentions. While these items are indeed wild, I would prefer you not to inquire too deeply about their origins. It serves no purpose. Rest assured, there will be no issues. My hometown is right next to the mountains." Zhang Ran effectively silenced Lu Jun's questions. A look of realization crossed Lu Jun's face. He had already suspected as much, especially since tigers are currently a protected species. With Zhang Ran asserting they were wild, it was highly probable. Nevertheless, Lu Jun did not worry about any repercussions, as he could tell Zhang Ran was financially struggling. Had he been affluent, he certainly wouldn't be living in such modest accommodations. Moreover, from Zhang Ran's earlier remarks, Lu Jun surmised that these animals were likely hunted by Zhang Ran's family, perhaps even unintentionally or as a first-time endeavor. Otherwise, such valuable items would not have ended up in Zhang Ran's hands. They were worth a fortune on the black market, and it was unlikely that they would have fallen into Zhang Ran's possession if they were part of a regular trade. With a broad smile, Lu Jun inquired, "I understand, but I would like to know if you are selling this tiger whip liquor?" His sole interest lay in acquiring the tiger whip liquor. As for the other varieties Zhang Ran mentioned, he felt little inclination. Firstly, he feared that Zhang Ran might be setting a trap, luring him in with fine liquor only to sell him inferior products. Secondly, having experienced the effects of the tiger whip liquor firsthand, he was confident in its potency. Zhang Ran replied, "Since I have already shared so much, I indeed have an intent to sell. May I inquire how much you are willing to offer, Brother Lu?" In a businesslike manner, Zhang Ran was not inclined to sell the tiger whip liquor at a pittance. If it were deer antler liquor or deer whip liquor, he could afford to slightly lower the price, as he could now hunt wild deer. However, saber-toothed tigers were beyond his current capabilities. In recent days, he had encountered some saber-toothed tigers, but witnessing their ferocity had made him realize that it was best not to entertain thoughts of hunting them. Upon hearing Zhang Ran's words, Lu Jun's expression brightened. Selling was indeed a good thing, but he pondered for a moment before proposing, "Brother, how about this? You give me a sample of the liquor, and I will have it tested. I need to understand its specific effects. Although I have experienced it, I cannot accurately determine its value without a proper analysis. Once the test results are in, we can discuss its nutritional value and agree on a price." His hesitation stemmed from a concern that Zhang Ran might deceive him, as well as a worry about potential hazards associated with the tiger whip liquor. Although he had yet to experience any adverse effects, the experience from the previous night had been so extraordinary that it felt almost dreamlike. Zhang Ran smiled and replied, "Of course, but I must mention that this tiger whip has only been steeped for less than a month, so its full effects have yet to manifest." Lu Jun quickly responded, "I understand. I assure you, I won't let you down, Brother Zhang." After finalizing their agreement, Zhang Ran went inside to retrieve the jar of tiger whip liquor, while Lu Jun gazed at it with fervent anticipation. Seeing Zhang Ran's nonchalant demeanor made him somewhat apprehensive. "Brother, be careful," he cautioned. Observing Lu Jun's nervousness, Zhang Ran couldn't help but chuckle. Yet he also realized that Lu Jun must have been exceptionally pleased with the previous night's experience. Otherwise, he wouldn't be acting this way. Chapter 18. A windfall. As Zhang Ran and Lu Jun stepped outside, their faces were illuminated with smiles, and Lu Jun appeared particularly exhilarated. Glancing at the test results in his hand, Lu Jun exclaimed, "Brother, I'll take it for $100,000. $100,000. Lu Jun was resolute this time. Despite having some money, with a monthly salary of around 60 to 70,000, his savings were somewhat meager. The money he had saved over the years had gone towards purchasing a house, originally intended for when Lu Ziyu graduated from elementary school. Currently, they resided in a property compensated for through demolition, having received compensation for 3 units. Lu Jun personally occupied 2 of them, which were connected. The elderly members of the family did not live with them, as they had their own home. Lu Jun's wife had never worked and had been a homemaker for many years, and household expenses were considerable. Their savings amounted to just under 1 million. So spending 100,000 on a jar of liquor indicated that he was genuinely tempted. Zhang Ran had not anticipated Lu Jun would offer such a high price. He had initially thought a few thousand or even 10,000 would be a good deal, yet here Lu Jun was offering 100,000. Zhang Ran decided not to negotiate further, simply stating, "All right, 100,000 it is." Having settled on a price, neither party lingered. Lu Jun was eager and promptly transferred the funds via his mobile phone. Upon receiving the notification, Zhang Ran smiled at Lu Jun and said, "Brother Lu, from this moment on, this jar of tiger whip liquor is yours." "Haha, I must thank you for your generosity, brother." Although Lu Jun had just spent 1/10 of his savings, he was extraordinarily pleased. This liquor was a treasure in his eyes. He believed that a product with such effects would be valued even higher in the eyes of those in need, making it a worthwhile investment. However, Lu Jun had no intention of reselling it. For him, spending 100,000 on such potent liquor was a small price to pay. Not to mention, he still had some funds left, and even without them, he couldn't bear to part with it. Especially given what the previous individuals had said, such liquor could promote health, making it a non-consumable item. This was also one of the reasons he had willingly raised the price. This is not akin to Viagra or Indian herbal oil. Rather, it is a one-time remedy that can be detrimental to one's health. Such tiger whip wine can significantly enhance one's physical well-being, and it can be said that even after consuming it, certain bodily functions may improve considerably compared to before. Observing the anxious Lu Jun, Zhang Ran did not allow him to accompany him back but instead took a taxi home alone. At that moment he felt a surge of excitement. 100,000 yuan may seem insignificant to many, perhaps even just enough for a lavish meal. However, to him it represented a substantial fortune, as he had never possessed such a sum before. The most he had ever saved was a little over 10,000 yuan, painstakingly accumulated through frugality. Both parties were exceedingly satisfied with this transaction. Zhang Ran initially contemplated purchasing some new clothes as a reward for himself, but then reconsidered, realizing he was in urgent need of funds and should refrain from frivolous spending. He resolved that once his plans materialized, he would not need to be so cautious. To put it plainly, he was still too impoverished. While Zhang Ran was lost in thought, Lu Jun quickly returned home. Upon arriving, he found his wife seated on the couch, seemingly deep in contemplation. "Honey, I'm back," Lu Jun exclaimed excitedly. Hearing her husband's voice, Lu Jie rose with a smile, asking, "What's with the sudden expenditure of 100,000 yuan?" She had received a notification on her phone. She did not suspect her husband of any wrongdoing. After all these years, their relationship had remained strong. She also refrained from pondering matters alone, as overthinking often leads to misfortune. Lu Jun did not conceal anything, carefully placing the wine jar he was holding down and stating, "I spent 100,000 yuan on this treasure. Is this the wine from Shaozhong?" Lu Jie recognized it as well. Lu Jun nodded in affirmation and presented her with the test results, saying, "Rest assured, your husband wasn't deceived." Lu Jie, having experienced the effects of this wine herself, felt a twinge of regret over the expenditure, but also believed her husband's purchase was worthwhile. They both gazed at the tiger whip wine, smiles of happiness gracing their faces. Zhang Ran disembarked from the taxi, intending to calm his emotions and contemplate his next steps. Initially, he had considered renting a stall at the farmer's market to sell vegetables, but with a sudden influx of 100,000 yuan, his plans began to shift. Selling vegetables at the market was no longer appealing. Instead, he pondered whether to invest in some seed cultivation machines and rent a plot of land in the suburbs to test the waters. However, just as he was deep in thought, he was momentarily taken aback. "Store for rent. Interested parties contact 138XXXXXXXX." Upon seeing this rental notice, an idea sprang to mind. Perhaps he could rent a shop here to sell vegetables. This would provide a steady income while allowing him to sell the surplus produce from his original plot of land. After all, he could not consume all the vegetables himself. Selling them seemed the wisest choice. With this thought, Zhang Ran felt increasingly invigorated. It appeared that such an option was indeed the best. After some consideration, Zhang Ran purchased a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, opting for a reasonably priced one at 50 yuan. Although he smoked occasionally, he did not indulge excessively. Typically, one pack would last him a week. After buying the cigarettes, he did not leave immediately but opened the pack, offering one to the shopkeeper while lighting one for himself. "Brother, is this shop yours?" Zhang Ran inquired as he handed over the cigarette. The shopkeeper, a man in his 40s, accepted the cigarette with a smile and lit it up. "No, if I had the money to buy this shop, I wouldn't be working here," the shopkeeper replied, exhaling a cloud of smoke. It was evident he was a seasoned smoker. "How much is the rent per month?" Zhang Ran asked again. This time, the shopkeeper did not answer directly but instead asked, "Are you looking to open a shop around here?" Zhang Ran smiled and candidly admitted, "I do have such intentions and wanted to inquire about the rental prices in this area. The rent isn't too steep. For a shop of my size, it's 3,000 a month." The shopkeeper pointed to his smoke shop. Zhang Ran assessed the shop. It was rather small, only about 20 square meters. If he were to open a vegetable supermarket, he would need at least 60 to 70 square meters, which would likely result in a monthly rent of 7 or 8,000. This exceeded his budget. However, he was not deterred by the initial figures. Zhang Ran inquired further, "Brother, how much would the shop third from the left on your side cost to rent?" "The rent for that one is 5,000 a month," the shopkeeper replied without hesitation. Zhang Ran was somewhat taken aback. "How do you know that so well?" The shopkeeper chuckled. "That shop was previously a clothing store, closed down recently, which is why it's available for rent." After taking a deep drag of his cigarette, he exhaled a smoke ring and continued, "The owner was decent. Although the lease isn't up yet, they returned the deposit. If you decide to rent it, the interior is still in good condition and should be usable. By the way, what do you plan to do with it?" Zhang Ran responded, "I intend to open a vegetable supermarket." The shopkeeper, upon hearing this, seemed momentarily speechless. "I say, brother, are you new here? Have you not done any research before considering this? What's the matter? There's a farmer's market nearby where everyone goes to buy vegetables. Who would come here instead? Besides, if you rent this place, your prices will have to be high to cover costs, making it even less appealing to customers. The shopkeeper adopted an educational tone. Zhang Ran smiled and replied, the vegetables I sell aren't your ordinary varieties. They won't be the same as those found in the market, so naturally, the prices will be higher. Ha, young man, it's not that I'm doubting you, but isn't what you're referring to just health vegetables? I understand that, but not many people believe in that anymore. Every vendor claims to sell homegrown produce. Selling vegetables using that strategy is increasingly challenging. The shopkeeper seemed to revel in imparting his wisdom. Zhang Ran simply smiled, not wishing to counter his words. People like the shopkeeper were common, and he bore no ill intentions. He was merely seizing an opportunity to showcase his knowledge. Zhang Ran, too, shared that mentality. After working for about a year and mentoring a newcomer, he felt similarly, for he was merely slightly more familiar with the job. However, the satisfaction of educating others was indeed gratifying. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with the shopkeeper, Zhang Ren offered him another cigarette, thanked him, and departed. He did not take the shopkeeper's words to heart, instead continuing to inquire about other shops to gather more information. The general consensus mirrored what the cigarette shop owner had conveyed. With a clear understanding in mind, Zhang Ran returned home. He currently possessed a sum of 100,000 yuan. According to the shop owner's words, the rent was 5,000 per month, payable every 6 months, alongside a 2-month deposit totaling 40,000. The advantage lay in the simplicity of the renovations required. Although the space had previously been used for selling clothing, it only necessitated minor modifications for his purposes. Adding a few shelves and a checkout counter should be manageable within 20,000. Thus, he would be left with 40,000, which would cover the costs of his seed research. This amount was neither excessive nor insufficient. After all, he was not engaging in high-tech research. He was merely cultivating some seeds. Reflecting on these matters, Zhang Ran returned to his room. Big Tiger and Little Tiger seemed to sense their owner's contemplative mood and refrained from their usual playful antics, opting instead to entertain themselves. Once in his room, Zhang Ran began searching online for the items he needed, checking prices while calculating his savings. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead in realization. A vehicle. How would he transport the vegetables without one? Indeed, a vehicle was essential. He couldn't possibly carry the vegetables from his home daily. It was imperative to have a means of transport, preferably his own. Hiring someone would be inconvenient, especially since the vegetables he intended to sell were not from Earth but from the primitive world. He needed to extract these vegetables to a secluded area. He had already identified a remote farmhouse in the suburbs where he was renting. The location was discreet, and in rural areas, transporting vegetables would raise no suspicions. However, should anyone come by with a hint of curiosity and inquire, the ruse would be exposed. Yet, he found himself lacking the funds to purchase a vehicle. With this thought, Zhang Ran began to search online for the prices of second-hand small trucks. He was taken aback by the affordability. Prices ranging from 7 to 8,000, with the most expensive reaching 10,000, made him question whether he was misreading the figures. He selected one and initiated a call, but after 15 minutes, he hung up, feeling disheartened. He understood what was happening. In that brief span, he had called at least 7 or 8 times, yet each response indicated that the vehicle had already been sold. Such coincidences seemed implausible, and he recalled some remarks from a friend in real estate. This was a ruse, luring potential buyers into calling, only to inform them that the vehicle was no longer available, with the expectation of calling back in a few days to see if they were still interested. This tactic was designed to attract genuine buyers. Initially skeptical of such claims, Zhang Ran now recognized their truth. It was all a clever ploy. Should he consider purchasing a new vehicle? He pondered. Although he was reluctant to spend too much on a car at present, he could opt for an installment plan. He was confident he would earn money, thus alleviating any concerns about taking out a loan. After another search for small truck prices, he gained clarity. Affordable options hovered around 50,000. If that were the case, it was indeed feasible to acquire a second-hand vehicle for 1 or 2,000. With this realization, the notion of buying a new car dissipated. After all, he was still in a precarious financial situation. Even as a down payment for a new vehicle, a total of 60,000 would require an 18,000 deposit. Zhang Ran began jotting down calculations on paper. Initially, he felt that 100,000 was a substantial amount, but now he realized how quickly money could be spent. According to his earlier thoughts, after accounting for the shop rental, he would have 40,000 remaining. If he spent another 20,000 on a vehicle, he would be left with only 20,000 to invest in seed cultivation equipment. However, as he continued pondering, a headache began to set in. Frustrated, he decided to act. He would proceed with his plans and worry about the finances later, knowing that selling the produce would eventually bring in revenue. Let's just get it done, he said to himself, scratching his head. With a firm decision, he resolved to rent the shop first and handle the renovations accordingly. If necessary, he could delay purchasing the equipment for seed cultivation until after he sold the vegetables from the primitive world. By then, he would have the funds available, and acquiring the machinery would no longer pose a significant concern. Feeling a pang of hunger, Zhang Ran glanced at the clock and realized it was already noon, exclaiming how swiftly time had flown. Chapter 20. Preparing to buy a vehicle. Now that a decision had been made, Zhang Ran no longer lingered in indecision. He was determined to act. After lunch, he took Big Tiger and Little Tiger, his two small companions, out with him. The two little creatures were not fond of being confined to their somewhat cramped home. Their wild instincts remained intact, merely subdued under Zhang Ran's guidance in this world. He could not bear to leave them alone in the primitive world, so he always took them along unless there was an urgent matter. Upon exiting, Zhang Ran headed directly to the shop he intended to rent and dialed the number posted outside. The phone rang twice before being answered. "Hello?" came a languid voice, as if the person on the other end had just awakened. Zhang Ran replied, "I see you have a shop available for rent, so I called to inquire if you have time to discuss it." There was a pause, and after a moment of silence, Zhang Ran repeated his question before the voice returned. "Which shop are you referring to?" Zhang Ran clarified, "The one in Daijinjuan." "Oh, I know it. 5,000 a month. Paid every 6 months. No structural changes allowed. If you accept these terms, we can proceed. I won't entertain any negotiations," the woman responded impatiently. Zhang Ran had done his research and was well aware of the conditions. "I accept all these terms. When would you have time for a detailed discussion?" he inquired. He could sense her impatience and figured that attempting to haggle would likely result in her hanging up. In truth, he had initially considered negotiating, but given her demeanor, he thought better of it. Moreover, the price was reasonable and comparatively inexpensive, especially since similar shops in the vicinity were renting for 6,000 or 7,000, albeit in slightly better locations. "Accepted? Fine, wait for me at the shop. I'll be there shortly," she said before abruptly ending the call. Zhang Ran put away his phone, preparing to wait for the shop owner. Just as he found a place to sit, his phone rang again, revealing that it was the shop owner calling. "Hello?" Zhang Ran answered, puzzled as to why she was calling again. The woman's voice came through. "I wanted to let you know that I might take an hour or two to arrive." "All right, I understand. Just call me when you get here," Zhang Ran replied, accepting the news. At least she was considerate enough to inform him in advance rather than making him wait for 2 hours only to announce her delay. Zhang Ran pondered for a moment. He realized he could not merely wait idly. He decided to visit the second-hand car market first. Hailing a taxi, he addressed the driver. "Excuse me, sir. I have 2 small puppies with me. Would that be all right?" He was concerned that some drivers might not appreciate having pet passengers, and he preferred to avoid any awkwardness, so he brought it up beforehand. The driver glanced back and replied, "That's fine, but they must not relieve themselves in the car. If they do, you'll need to cover the cleaning costs." "Understood." Zhang Ran refrained from saying more. "Dahu, Xiaohu, hop in," he called to his 2 playful puppies. Upon hearing their owner's voice, the 2 little pups displayed remarkable obedience, though Zhang Ran found himself somewhat at a loss as he lifted each one into the vehicle. He had perhaps overestimated their abilities. While they were eager to jump up, their short little legs proved insufficient for the task. After informing the driver of his destination, Zhang Ran began to browse his phone, casually reminding Dahu and Xiaohu to remain still. "I must say, brother, your dogs are quite remarkable," the driver remarked after some time. Since Zhang Ran had entered the car, the driver frequently stole glances in the rearview mirror, anxious that the puppies might make a mess or damage the seats. However, ever since Zhang Ran had made his initial comment, the 2 pups sat earnestly in their seats, showing no signs of restlessness. In response to the driver's compliment, Zhang Ran merely smiled and replied, "They're doing all right." "All right? That's an understatement. I have a Siberian husky, and I swear, that dog drives me to the brink of madness. If it weren't for my wife, I would have cooked it long ago," the driver exclaimed, his face a picture of indignation, though Zhang Ran could tell it was all an act. The driver likely held a fondness for his own husky. "Brother, what breed are your dogs?" "They are quite lovely," the driver inquired again, genuinely amazed by the obedience exhibited by Dahu and Xiaohu. Zhang Ran responded, "They are mixed breed dogs, known scientifically as Chinese rural dogs." "Mixed breed? I would never have guessed, the driver replied in surprise. Mixed breed dogs are actually more in tune with human nature. It's just that they tend to be less aesthetically pleasing as they grow, and lacking any so-called noble lineage. They are often overlooked as pets, Zhang Ren offered succinctly. However, he did not wish to delve too deeply into the topic. It seemed trivial. In rural areas, mixed breed dogs were quite popular, but in urban settings, they faced a different fate. After a brief conversation with the driver, they arrived at the second-hand car market. Once out of the car with De Hu and Xiao Hu, Zhang Ran retrieved 2 leashes from his backpack and secured them to the pups. He did not wish to confine the 2 little creatures, yet he feared they might dash off the moment he turned his back. Given their diminutive size, someone could easily scoop them up, especially in a bustling environment where they might also be stepped on. Although Zhang Ran was not particularly knowledgeable about cars, he understood the basics such as comparing prices across different vendors. After wandering around for an hour, he had inquired about the prices of various second-hand vans and decided to enter a shop where the staff was exceptionally welcoming and the pricing seemed reasonable. A lower price did not necessarily equate to quality. It was possible that a vehicle could break down after just a few days. At this establishment, the proprietor provided detailed information regarding pricing without any unnecessary embellishments, merely discussing the essentials. Under the proprietor's guidance, Zhang Ran selected a vehicle. However, nearly an hour and a half had elapsed by this point. Thus, he was not in a rush to finalize the purchase and told the proprietor that he would return later that afternoon if he decided to proceed with this particular vehicle. When Zhang Ran returned to the entrance of his residential complex, he had yet to receive a phone call. Approximately 2.5 hours later, Porsche pulled up in front of the shop. 2 young and attractive women emerged from the car, and upon witnessing one of them unlock the door and enter, Zhang Ran understood that the rightful owner had arrived. Chapter 21. Renting a shop. Upon entering, Zhang Ran was greeted by the sight of 2 elegantly made-up young women. One of them smiled and said, "Hello, I am the one who called earlier regarding the shop rental." Both women were striking. One had wavy hair, while the other had long, straight black hair. The latter approached him and asked, "What do you intend to do with this shop?" "I must make it clear that I do not rent to those engaging in dubious businesses." Zhang Ran replied, "I plan to open a vegetable supermarket." "Very well. I have already discussed the terms with you over the phone. If you agree, we can sign the contract now. I have the property deed with me for you to review," the girl said, handing him a copy of the deed. Zhang Ran examined it closely. Though he could not discern its authenticity, he felt it prudent to at least feign diligence. The girl with wavy hair was scanning the surroundings and then smiled at her companion, saying, "Wan, this is your source of living expenses for the next 2 years." Shuahuawan rolled her eyes and replied, "Indeed, ever since I entered university, my father informed me that he would no longer provide me with money, urging me to be self-sufficient. Hence, he has given me 10 shops as my living expenses, teaching me the values of frugality." "Ha, you're just joking. Your father must have secretly given you money over the years. Do you think the rent from these 10 shops is sufficient for your needs?" Huashuang countered skeptically. Zhang Ran, standing nearby, was at a loss for words. Is this what it means to be from a wealthy family? Is self-sufficiency interpreted in this manner? Yet he chose not to dwell on it further. After ensuring the property deed matched the shop's details, he said, "I have no objections here. Shall we sign the contract now?" "Excellent. I appreciate your straightforwardness. By the way, here is the contract. My father had a lawyer draft it. If everything seems in order, please sign," Shuahuawan said, pulling a contract from her bag. Zhang Ran was no longer inclined to engage in lengthy discussions. He accepted the contract and began to read it carefully, refusing to sign based on the mere word of a beautiful woman. No matter how attractive they were not his. After a thorough examination, he found the contract's clauses to be few, but fundamentally sound. "Shall I transfer the funds to you now, or would you prefer cash?" Zhang Ran inquired, confirming there were no issues. "Please transfer it. Cash is too cumbersome." They exchanged WeChat information, and Zhang Ran promptly transferred the funds. Huashuang glanced at the contract, smiling as she remarked, "Zhang Ran, right? Let me tell you, you've struck gold. Just think. For 4,000 yuan, you've added our goddess Shua on WeChat, something many would covet but cannot achieve." Zhang Ran chuckled lightly. "Indeed, I truly have struck gold." Shuahuawan shot her friend an annoyed glance and turned to Zhang Ran, saying, "Now that everything is settled, the utilities are detailed in the contract. Should any issues arise in the future, feel free to call me." Zhang Ran replied, "Understood." With that, the arrangements were concluded, and Shuahuawan and Huashuang departed. Zhang Ran gazed at the shop, momentarily dazed. Was his venture truly about to commence from this very place? In the afternoon, Zhang Ran ventured to the second-hand car market to purchase a small truck, where the process proved remarkably convenient. He spent 20,000 yuan on a pre-owned small truck, which appeared to be in quite decent condition, having only been used for 3 years. The small truck was parked right in front of the shop, which boasted 2 parking spaces. After tidying up the shop, Zhang Ran glanced at the time and prepared to head back. No sooner had he entered the neighborhood than he heard Li Chang's voice. "Zhang Ran, so early? Why haven't you changed your clothes?" Li Chang inquired. "Dehu Xiaohu, my precious darlings." Zhang Tiantian had been exercising with them almost every day lately, all for the sake of Dehu and Xiaohu. Upon seeing Zhang Tiantian, Xiaohu immediately scurried away, as this woman was truly formidable. Zhang Ran slapped his forehead and replied, "I've just finished a busy day and haven't returned home yet. I think I'll skip today." Li Chang remarked, "You look like you've been through a lot. What have you been up to? Have you rested enough to start working again?" Li Chang was aware that Zhang Ran had quit his job, and he assumed Zhang Ran was preparing to re-enter the workforce. "Well, I've opened my own shop right at the entrance of our neighborhood," Zhang Ran said. Zhang Tiantian's interest piqued immediately. "Where? What are you planning to do? Take us to have a look." Observing his girlfriend's enthusiasm, Li Chang nodded in agreement. Seeing their eagerness, Zhang Ran decided to turn back, walking and saying, "I've rented a shop to open a vegetable supermarket. Dehu Xiaohu, come here." As he spoke, he beckoned to Dehu and Xiaohu. Upon hearing Zhang Ran's call, Xiaohu scampered over excitedly. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Tiantian scooped up Xiaohu, while Dehu, sensing the impending danger, nimbly dodged aside, casting a sympathetic glance at Xiaohu, who was being playfully manhandled by Zhang Tiantian. Li Chang, slightly exasperated by Zhang Ran's revelation, remarked, "Zhang Ran, have you lost your mind? Are you not aware of the nearby farmer's market? I know we've been there to buy vegetables before." Zhang Ran chuckled. "Knowing that, why would you open a vegetable supermarket? With a market nearby, who would buy vegetables from you? Their prices are lower, the variety is vast, and the produce is fresh. You have no competitive edge whatsoever." Li Chang questioned, genuinely puzzled by Zhang Ran's decision. Such facts were evident to anyone, and he truly could not comprehend Zhang Ran's reasoning. Even with money, it shouldn't be squandered like this. Meanwhile, Zhang Tiantian, while playfully tussling with Xiaohu, chimed in, "Yes, my dear Chang is right. Zhang Ran, you ought to reconsider." Zhang Ran, with a cheerful demeanor, responded, "I've thought this through. The vegetables I sell are not ordinary. They are health vegetables, new varieties with significantly better nutritional value and flavor compared to regular vegetables. What could be so special about vegetables? Over the years, I've eaten my fair share of homegrown, inorganic, and health vegetables, and I've never noticed any difference," Zhang Tiantian retorted. Li Chang, also trying to persuade Zhang Ran, added, "Though we haven't known each other long, we consider you a friend." Zhang Ran understood their good intentions and replied, "It seems you still lack confidence in me. How about this? Why don't you come over to my place later and taste the vegetables I sell?" Observing Zhang Ran's confident demeanor, Li Chang chose to refrain from further arguments, deciding to wait until he could sample the produce before making any judgments. "This place is quite spacious, and you don't even need to renovate it. Pretty good. How much is the rent?" Zhang Tiantian wandered around the shop and inquired. 5,000. "The price is quite reasonable," Zhang Ran replied. As the couple, Li Chang and Zhang Tiantian, inspected Zhang Ran's shop, they decided to accompany him back to his home, with Li Chang opting not to exercise. Naturally, without Zhang Ran going to the gym, Dehu and Xiaohu wouldn't follow either. With Dehu and Xiaohu staying behind, Zhang Tiantian also lost her motivation to go out, leaving Li Chang alone, disinclined to move. Upon entering Zhang Ran's home, Zhang Tiantian remarked upon the bare walls, "Zhang Ran, I didn't realize you were so frugal." Zhang Ran smiled and replied, "When you have no money, you have no choice but to be frugal." Zhang Tiantian and Li Chang showed no signs of disdain, finding a place to sit. Zhang Tiantian began to play with Dehu and Xiaohu, while Li Chang engaged in conversation with Zhang Ran. Zhang Ran took out a large, oval, black-skinned watermelon from the refrigerator and said, "There's not much here, so let us start with some watermelon." After slicing the watermelon, he presented it to the two of them. "Is this watermelon good this early in the season?" Zhang Tiantian asked, casually grabbing a piece to taste. "I grew it myself. It's from the new variety of vegetables I mentioned. Try it and see how it tastes," Zhang Ran said. As Li Chang took a piece of watermelon, he joked, "Are you trying to get us to test for poison?" Just as he finished speaking, Zhang Tiantian, who had already taken a bite, exclaimed, "Wow, what's wrong?" Li Chang jumped slightly. "Is it not good?" Upon hearing Li Chang's question, Zhang Tiantian rolled her eyes and said, This watermelon is terrible. You shouldn't eat any. While she spoke, she finished the piece in her hand, her face displaying sheer enjoyment. Li Chang, used to her antics, immediately recognized the ruse and quickly devoured his piece of watermelon. Wow, it's so sweet and juicy, Li Chang exclaimed, savoring the delightful flavor that burst forth. The sweetness of the watermelon and the delightful texture made each bite a juicy explosion. After just one bite, Li Chang couldn't contain himself and finished the watermelon in a few swift bites. Don't eat too much. We're having dinner later, Zhang Ran admonished, resembling a concerned mother. At the same time, he felt increasingly confident about his forthcoming shop opening. Even if he couldn't produce seeds with just a couple of stores, he should never have to worry about food for the rest of his life. The two casually murmured, ignoring Zhang Ran's warning, and instead, they hastened to consume more. Li Chang, have you gained some skills? Let go. Zhang Tiantian scolded sharply. Zhang Tiantian, I used to give you face, but now. Now what? Now I'm still giving you face. I plan to give you face for a lifetime, Li Chang said, his bravado deflating in the face of Zhang Tiantian's fierce demeanor, adopting a flattering tone. At least you know your place. Under Zhang Tiantian's commanding presence, Li Chang ultimately chose to relinquish the last piece of watermelon. I'm so full, Zhang Tiantian declared after finishing the last piece, reclining in her chair and letting out a satisfied burp. At that moment, Zhang Ran had just finished preparing the vegetables and deer and beef, and noticing their state, he remarked, I wonder how you're going to manage dinner after this. Zhang Tiantian waved her hand dismissively. I won't eat anymore. After such delicious watermelon, who needs any dishes? If only I could have such tasty watermelon all the time. My weight loss plan wouldn't have stalled for so long. Li Chang smirked to himself, thinking that regardless of how delicious it was, with her willpower, she would never lose weight. However, he only dared to murmur in his heart, while outwardly he graciously proclaimed, my wife doesn't need to lose weight. She is the most beautiful. Upon witnessing Li Chang's unwavering support, Zhang Tiantian rewarded him with a sweet kiss. I interjected, you too, this is my home. Could you perhaps leave a shred of dignity for this single dog? Zhang Ran's head poked out from the kitchen. Continue with your cooking. By the way, do you still have that watermelon? I forgot to take a picture earlier, and I would like to snap one. Suddenly, Zhang Tiantian exclaimed. How can young people not take pictures before meals nowadays? That would be akin to wasting a meal. Yes, there's still half left in the fridge. Help yourself. Zhang Ran replied without turning around. Zhang Tiantian opened the refrigerator and was taken aback. Zhang Ran. No wonder your stamina is so impressive. You consume so much meat daily. She observed that 70% of the fridge was filled with meat, with the remainder consisting of vegetables and fruits. However, she quickly regained her composure and retrieved the remaining half of the watermelon that Zhang Ran had cut, striking a beautiful pose for Li Chang to photograph. Once the photo was taken, it was, of course, embellished before being shared on her social media. Today, I enjoyed a watermelon grown by a friend. It's the best watermelon I've ever had. Highly recommended. Not long after posting, responses began to flood in. Xiao Tiantian, just how miserly is Li Chang with your meals? Watermelons today are hardly delectable. Why not leave him and join me instead? Sweetheart, don't stick with that old lecher. Come be with me. My bed is cold without you. Most of the replies came from her close friends, and she engaged in lively conversation with them on social media. I assure you, this watermelon is genuinely delicious. In a couple of days when my friend opens their store you can come buy some. I am not deceiving you. TCH, are you advertising for your friend? Tell us, is it a handsome guy or a beautiful girl? If their looks are decent, I wouldn't mind buying one or two. If you don't believe me, just wait. You'll regret it later. As they chatted, Li Chang approached the kitchen doorway and called out to the busy Zhang Ran. Zhang Ran, you might as well consider selling watermelons. I can see this one would definitely sell well. Reflecting on the taste he had just experienced, he truly believed the watermelon was remarkable, sweet, but not cloying, a natural sweetness that felt refreshing. Lost in thought, he almost drooled at the memory. Had Zhang Ran not been busy preparing dinner, he would have indulged in another slice. Regardless, he resolved to save some appetite to afford Zhang Ran a modicum of respect. Without lifting his head, Zhang Ran replied, you'll soon get a taste of the vegetables. All right, Li Chang responded. His initial intention to counsel Zhang Ran had shifted. With such a watermelon, even if the vegetables sold poorly, the watermelon would surely generate some profit. Soon, Zhang Ran brought out the prepared dishes, and both Zhang Tiantian and Li Chang were momentarily stunned. Wow, it smells incredible. Gulp. Darling, I still want to eat, but I feel too full. What should I do? She lamented. Just from the aroma, both Li Chang and Zhang Tiantian found themselves overwhelmed. The scent was simply too commanding. In that moment, they both regretted having consumed so much watermelon earlier, as their stomachs felt stuffed. Gazing at the fragrant dishes, they could not help but salivate. Honey, why didn't you stop me earlier? Now I can't eat anymore. It's all your fault. Zhang Tiantian began to blame Li Chong. Li Chong, looking innocent, replied, if I had stopped you, we'd be testing the hospital's internet speed by now. I warned you to eat less, but you insisted on gorging. Zhang Ran chimed in with a teasing tone. Suddenly, Zhang Tiantian turned her ire towards Zhang Ran. Are you secretly hoping we wouldn't eat, deliberately letting us indulge in watermelon first? Having said that, she began to answer herself, well, I can tell you that your scheme has failed. Even if I have to burst, I will eat more. Seeing Zhang Tiantian's determined expression, Zhang Ran couldn't help but chuckle. No worries. Eat as much as you wish. With that, Zhang Ran encouraged them to taste the dishes. Hot and delicious. Zhang Tiantian was the first to succumb to temptation. The flavor is exquisite. Li Chong couldn't help but praise. After a few compliments, they both fell silent, diving into their meal with gusto. They felt this was the most delectable meal they had ever experienced. The meat was succulent, the texture superb, while the vegetables were fresh and delightful. I can't eat anymore. Zhang Tiantian soon cried out, clutching her stomach. What could be worse than having delicious food in front of you yet being unable to eat? Shortly thereafter, Li Chong too could eat no more, watching Zhang Ran devour the fragrant dishes with envy shining in his eyes. In that moment, Zhang Ran was blissfully unconcerned about them, as he had worked hard that afternoon and was ravenous. Oh no, I forgot to take a picture, Zhang Tiantian suddenly exclaimed. Li Chong, observing his wife's distressed demeanor, consoled her. Don't worry, darling. Zhang Ran's dishes don't even look appealing. Taking a picture would only make it worse. Hearing this, Zhang Ran rolled his eyes while continuing to eat. It seemed this fellow forgot others once he was full. Zhang Tiantian considered this and soon let go of her annoyance. Zhang Ran, how much are you planning to sell these dishes for? Li Chong inquired. Zhang Ran, now satiated, set his utensils aside and wiped his mouth. What price do you think is appropriate? Li Chong pondered for a moment. What about the cost of these vegetables? They must be quite high given how delicious they are. Zhang Ran furrowed his brow, falling silent as if deep in thought. After a moment he finally spoke. The cost is indeed not low. He was unsure how to articulate it. If he claimed the cost was not high, it would be misleading, but he was also reluctant to sell cheaply, feeling somewhat resentful at the thought. However, he could not specify why it was high, so he kept it vague. I don't know your exact costs, but based on this flavor, selling them at several times the price of ordinary vegetables should be feasible. Ultimately, it's up to you to decide. Li Chong offered his opinion. At that moment, Zhang Tiantian also put down her phone and remarked, I too believe that a higher price would certainly attract buyers. Look at how many are selling under the guise of organic vegetables at such inflated prices. Yours taste even better, so a slight increase wouldn't matter, but you'll need to obtain certification for your organic vegetables. Otherwise, selling at a high price could prove challenging. Zhang Ran pondered for a moment and remarked, there is no rush for that. I would prefer to first ascertain whether large-scale cultivation is feasible. If so, I shall then pursue the certification for organic vegetables. However, if large-scale cultivation proves impractical, I shall simply operate this one store without overextending myself. This was his most genuine sentiment. Should the cultivation of seeds succeed, then large-scale farming would undoubtedly follow, at which point all matters concerning organic certification and nutritional value documentation would certainly be addressed. Conversely, if the seed cultivation were to fail, he would settle for merely running this single store, confident that it would thrive on word of mouth alone, rendering all other considerations irrelevant. Well, who would have thought you'd take on the persona of Boss Zhang, or rather President Zhang? Zhang Tiantian teased. Zhang Ran immediately assumed a proud demeanor and retorted, of course. How can a sparrow comprehend the ambitions of a swan? Ha! You get offended at being called fat? Zhang Tiantian laughed, playfully chiding him. The trio continued their conversation for quite some time, enjoying their post-meal banter, during which they all offered their insights regarding Zhang Ran's store. Zhang Tiantian even made a phone call to a relative to inquire about certain aspects and potential challenges commonly faced when opening a shop. It could be said that this meal had fully paid for itself, and Li Chong and Zhang Tiantian were truly generous. Just as Li Chong and his wife were preparing to leave, there came a sudden knock at the door. Lu Gu, Lu Jie, Xiao Ziyu, Zhang Ran exclaimed, somewhat surprised at their arrival. Lu Jun, wearing an apologetic expression, said, sorry to disturb you at such a late hour, brother. No worries, please come in. Zhang Ran gestured for them to enter. Upon seeing Li Chang and Zhang Tiantian, Lu Jun and Lu Jie felt even more embarrassed. Xiao Zhang, you have guests. Should we come back later? Lu Jie suggested. Zhang Ran smiled and replied, no need. They are all friends. By the way, Lu Gu, did you come here for something in particular? He sensed that this family of three had their reasons for visiting. Well, we were wondering if we could purchase some of the vegetables you've grown. The ones we bought today seem vastly inferior, and the little one at home is throwing a fit about not wanting to eat, Lu Jie admitted bashfully. Lu Xiu, about to speak, pursed her lips but suddenly fell silent upon catching her mother's fierce glare. Sigh, adults are so hard to please, Lu Xiu thought to herself. Li Chang and Zhang Tiantian were somewhat surprised that Lu Jun and his family had come to buy vegetables. However, it made sense, they surely desired to enjoy such delicious produce daily. Upon hearing Lu Jie's request, Zhang Ran instantly smiled and said, no need to buy. I have plenty. Let me get you some. He swiftly gathered a bag of vegetables and also carried over a large watermelon. Lu Gu, this watermelon is also from my farm. Do give it a try when you get home. Chapter 24. The watermelon heist. As Lu Jun accepted the vegetables and fruit from Zhang Ran, he inquired, how are preparations going for your vegetable sales? When do you plan to start? He was eager for Zhang Ran to open the vegetable market so he wouldn't have to come here daily to purchase produce. Zhang Ran chuckled. The shop has been rented. It's right at the entrance of this community. Just a couple more days and we'll be ready for business. Lu Jun beamed with delight, saying, that's wonderful. Please let us know when you open. We'll definitely come to celebrate your grand opening. That would be much appreciated. Lu Gu. After seeing Lu Jun and his family off, Zhang Ran found himself with an unexpected 200 yuan in hand, as Lu Jun insisted on paying, leaving the money behind before departing. Who would have guessed you'd already have customers? Li Chang remarked. Aren't you both my customers too? If you don't come, I'll just show up at your door. Zhang Ran joked. You're engaging in coercive sales. Li Chang laughed. Li Chang and Zhang Tiantian soon left Zhang Ran's home, carrying a large watermelon with them. Initially, they had intended to pay, but Zhang Ran had insisted otherwise, declaring that he wouldn't provide them with anything if they insisted on payment. Xiao Chang, when Zhang Ran's store opens, should you take a leave or should I? Zhang Tiantian inquired. Given Zhang Ran's warmth, they had come to regard him as a friend, and naturally, they intended to be present for his opening. Let us all go together. It'll be a day off for everyone, Li Chang suggested. That works. It's possible he'll open on a weekend, Zhang Tiantian replied. Upon returning home, Zhang Tiantian excitedly took out the watermelon to photograph it. We're enjoying someone else's produce tonight. I feel a bit guilty about it. After posting on social media, she contentedly headed to take a shower, preparing for bed. However, just as she reached the bathroom door, she called out, hubby, put the watermelon away and don't you dare sneak a bite. If I catch you, there will be consequences. After receiving Li Chang's acknowledgement, Zhang Tiantian felt reassured and proceeded to shower. After her bath, Zhang Tiantian settled onto the sofa to watch some television. Noting that it was still early, just past 8 o'clock, too early to sleep. Yet, she hadn't watched for long when a knock echoed from the door. Hubby, go answer the door, Zhang Tiantian exclaimed, reluctant to leave the pivotal scene she was watching. Li Chang, frustrated, replied, I just finished showering and haven't even changed yet. You go open it. Fine. Zhang Tiantian hurriedly got up to see who could be visiting at such a late hour. As she opened the door, darkness suddenly enveloped her eyes, and just as she was about to scream, a familiar voice whispered, this is a robbery. Don't shout, otherwise, I shall ruin your beautiful face. Though the voice was deliberately lowered and gruff, Zhang Tiantian immediately recognized who it was. Oh dear, I'm so scared, she feigned, shivering theatrically. Honey, who is it? Li Chang, hearing the commotion, rushed out. Upon recognizing the intruder, he could only shake his head in disbelief. What are you doing here so late? Your little Tiantian just messaged me wanting to break up with you and run away with me. So I've come to take her away, the visitor said, releasing her from his grip. Zhao Xiaoqin, you can give up on that idea. My wife would never leave with you, Li Chang asserted, adopting a defiant stance. Forget it. I won't stir up trouble between you two. I just happened to be passing by and thought it had been a while since I saw Tiantian, so I came to check in, Zhao Xiaoqin explained. Come in quickly, Zhang Tiantian urged, pulling Zhao Xiaoqin into the house. Zhao Xiaoqin made herself at home, heading straight for the refrigerator. I'm exhausted. I haven't eaten yet. What do you have to eat? She said, opening the fridge and grabbing some snacks. I must say, why is your fridge so clean? Did a mouse steal everything? Zhao Xiaoqin complained, munching on the treats. Zhang Tian, nestled in Li Chang's embrace, replied, "Having something to eat is already good. You should be grateful." As Zhang Tian casually remarked, she explained, "Today, we are dining at a friend's house, so I didn't prepare any dishes. I must tell you, the food there is truly delectable, especially the watermelon. Its flavor is simply exquisite." As she spoke, she mimicked the act of drooling. Zhao Xiaoqin, however, scoffed dismissively. How delicious could it possibly be? Go ahead and keep boasting. Upon glancing at the edge of the dining table, she noticed a large watermelon resting there. "You're not referring to this watermelon, are you?" Hearing her words, Zhang Tian realized that the watermelon had indeed been left outside, and quickly waved her hands in denial. "No way, it's impossible. We bought that from outside." Initially indifferent, Zhao Xiaoqin began to harbor doubts upon witnessing Zhang Tian's reaction. "Li Chang, hurry and cut that watermelon for me. I must see just how good it is." She was well aware of Zhang Tian's tendency to be evasive. Zhang Tian shot a glare at Li Chang. "I asked you to put it away earlier." Li Chang felt quite helpless. He had been preoccupied with other matters and hadn't properly stored it away, intending to do so later, thinking it would only take a moment. However, he hadn't anticipated Zhao Xiaoqin's arrival. With the guest requesting to taste it, there was nothing Li Chang could do but obediently slice the watermelon. Once Li Chang had cut the watermelon, Zhao Xiaoqin suddenly inhaled deeply and exclaimed, "It smells delightful. Of course, why would I deceive you?" Zhang Tian acknowledged that the watermelon was no longer going to be kept a secret. "Hurry up. I want to taste it." Zhao Xiaoqin tossed aside her snacks. From a distance, she could already discern the watermelon's refreshing sweetness, a flavor that struck her heart and caused her salivary glands to spring into action. It had been ages since she had encountered such a sweet aroma. In fact, the watermelons from her childhood didn't possess such a refreshing fragrance. Nowadays, one could hardly detect such sweetness even when bringing a watermelon close to one's nose. When the watermelon was finally presented before her, Zhao Xiaoqin reached out eagerly, seizing a piece and biting into it. This is truly delightful." With each bite, the watermelon's sweetness intensified, and an abundance of juice flooded her mouth. Zhang Tian quickly joined in, despite having already eaten her fill. The irresistible scent of the watermelon was too hard to resist. Even Li Chang succumbed to temptation, indulging heartily in the fruit. For a moment, the trio fell silent, wholly absorbed in devouring the watermelon. After finishing off half of it, they all sighed contentedly and sprawled out on the bed. "Xiao Tian, I now believe your words. This watermelon is indeed exceptional," Zhao Xiaoqin remarked, patting her rounded belly. Zhang Tian mirrored her gesture. "When have I ever deceived you? By the way, do they sell this watermelon? I must buy some. After tasting this, I doubt I could enjoy any others." "Yes, but you'll have to wait a few days. The shop isn't open yet. Once it opens, I'll let you know." "Sounds good." "You wretched woman. How dare you steal my watermelon?" Zhao Xiaoqin turned at the sound of an angry shout from behind, clutching her half of the watermelon with a triumphant grin. Chapter 25. Hiring Staff. Zhang Ren experienced a dreamless night, awakening naturally. Stretching contentedly and gazing at the sun now risen in the sky, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Yet another beautiful day." Rising, brushing his teeth, washing his face, and preparing breakfast all occurred in swift succession. Accompanied by 2 small bodyguards, Zhang Ren stepped out, aware that he had numerous tasks ahead. Purchasing shelves, recruiting staff, applying for a business license and acquiring a signboard, among others. He had concluded that while he could manage everything alone, it would be a significant waste of time. Hiring a staff member to oversee the shop would be much more efficient. Especially after the midday and evening rush hours, foot traffic dwindled considerably. Yet he couldn't leave the shop unattended. He couldn't very well operate for just a few hours. After printing a job advertisement at a print shop, he affixed it to the storefront before departing. He then proceeded to the market, where he spent over 3,000 on shelves and purchased some flower pots to decorate the store. Following this, he sought out a company to assist with obtaining a business license, paying 2,500 to expedite the process. Typically, a standard business license costs between 500 and 1,000. However, Zhang Ran was unconcerned about the expense, opting to pay a little extra for urgent processing. He also arranged for a food hygiene permit and any other necessary documentation. He had settled on the name for his company, Original Vegetable Food Company, Limited. While most vegetable supermarkets operate as sole proprietorships, Zhang Ran found the hassle unnecessary. Establishing a company was more straightforward, and the tax implications weren't significantly different. More importantly, he had considerable confidence in seed cultivation, prompting him to secure a business license to avoid complications in the future. After customizing a sign, purchasing a cash register, cameras, computers, and furniture, it was already afternoon. Big Tiger and Little Tiger had hardly eaten anything at noon, struggling to adapt to outside food. Zhang Ran, too, found it unpalatable, so he returned home to prepare a proper meal. Just as he was about to relax after enjoying his meal and tidy up the shelves, an unexpected phone call came in. Noticing the unfamiliar number, Zhang Ran answered. Hello? Hello, is this the place hiring staff? A timid female voice responded, lacking confidence. Zhang Ran was taken aback, not anticipating such a swift application. Yes, where are you? I'm at the door where you posted the job ad, came the reply. I'll be right down. Please wait a moment for us to meet, he replied, eager to stretch his legs. Big Tiger and Little Tiger trailed closely behind him, never leaving his side. Upon exiting the community gate, Zhang Ran spotted two figures, one tall and one small, standing at his shop's entrance. Hello? You must be the one who called to apply? He approached and inquired. As he spoke, he scrutinized the individual before him. A woman in her late 20s or early 30s, of average appearance, dressed modestly, exuding an earthy demeanor. Beside her stood a small girl, approximately 4 or 5 years old, looking rather frail and displaying a timid expression. Hello. My name is Sun Mei, the woman introduced herself, her Mandarin reasonably fluent though tinged with a regional accent. Let's go inside and talk, Zhang Ran suggested, holding the door open and pulling out 3 stools for them to sit. Boss, I'm very capable and not afraid of hard work. I'm quite strong, Sun Mei asserted eagerly once seated. Zhang Ran regarded her thoughtfully, asking, do you have any relevant work experience? Never mind, let me first outline my needs. Zhang Ran paused for a moment, and under the somewhat anxious gaze of Sun Mei, remarked, I am planning to open a vegetable supermarket here. It shouldn't be too hectic most of the time. Your primary responsibilities will be handling the cash register and arranging the vegetables and fruits. After briefly outlining the requirements, he inquired, do you have any questions regarding this? Sun Mei quickly replied, Boss, I have no issues at all. I have experience with the cash register, and I can handle this. What did you do previously? Zhang Ran asked. I worked in a supermarket, Sun Mei answered. Why did you resign? They dismissed me, she explained, noticing Zhang Ran's brow furrow slightly, and hurriedly added, it wasn't due to negligence. My child was ill at the time, and I had to stay at home alone, worrying about her. I took her to work with me for a day, which led to my dismissal. Zhang Ran observed her, then glanced at the timid, slender girl beside her. Uncle, I am very well behaved. I won't disturb my mother's work. I can stay at home by myself. The little girl suddenly mustered the courage to say, looking at Zhang Ran earnestly. Sensing the tension in the mother-daughter duo, Zhang Ran stated, very well. The salary here is 2,500 a month. If that is acceptable, you can start working in 3 days. Upon hearing this, Sun Mei's face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, Thank you, boss. Thank you. Zhang Ran waved his hand dismissively, saying, No need to thank me. You work, and I pay, it's only natural. Boss, the place hasn't been tidied up yet, but I can handle it, Sun Mei responded, not knowing what else to say, as she stood up to begin her tasks. The little girl, observing her mother busying herself, also started to lend a hand. No need for that, Zhang Ran interjected, watching Sun Mei deftly engage in her work, momentarily at a loss for words. It was evident that Sun Mei was accustomed to hard work, her hands moving with remarkable agility, and even the little girl was similarly industrious, sweeping the floor with a semblance of expertise, despite her inability to move larger items. You can start today, your salary will be calculated from this day forward, Zhang Ran suddenly announced. Thank you, boss. Thank you, Sun Mei exclaimed with delight, and her diligence intensified, as if she feared Zhang Ran would be dissatisfied. Zhang Ran did not merely observe. He joined in the effort to tidy up the store. After 2 hours, as he surveyed the neatly arranged store, he felt a refreshing sense of renewal, the floor having been thoroughly cleaned by Xiao Hua. Zhang Ran knew that Xiao Hua was the little girl's name, and he was aware that Sun Mei was merely 24, the same age as him, having married shortly after graduating from junior high. As for why she was now alone, she did not elaborate, but Zhang Ran could discern that her story was likely not a pleasant one. Gurgle. Suddenly, Zhang Ran heard a rumbling from Xiao Hua's stomach, a clear indication of hunger. However, the little one, remarkably well-mannered, did not utter a word about being hungry, her obedient demeanor tugging at Zhang Ran's heartstrings. Bark. In contrast, Dehu and Xiao, who were far less reserved, letting out barks to signal their hunger. Chapter 26. Barbecue in front of the store. Boss, I will head home now, Sun Mei said as she surveyed the tidy store. Zhang Ran smiled and replied, "No rush. It's your first day, and I will treat you to a meal." "Boss, that's not necessary," Sun Mei responded awkwardly. Just as Zhang Ran was about to say something, he heard Li Chang's voice from outside. "Zhang Ran, we are here to help you." Almost immediately, Li Chang and Zhang Tiantian appeared at the store entrance. "Wow, Zhang Ran, I didn't realize you were this industrious," Zhang Tiantian teased, eyeing the organized store. "Ha, if I were to rely on you two for help, I wouldn't know what kind of a mess it would turn into," Zhang Ran retorted without reservation. "TCH, good intentions treated as donkey liver and lung," Zhang Tiantian scoffed. "You two aren't just here to mooch a meal, are you?" Zhang Ran suddenly questioned, skeptical of their seemingly altruistic intentions. Li Chang's expression shifted to one of embarrassment, while Zhang Tiantian boldly asserted, "We helped you out. Don't you think you should treat us to a meal as a reward?" Faced with Zhang Tiantian's brazen demeanor, Zhang Ren found himself at a loss for words. "Fine. I won't bicker with you. This is my newly hired employee, Sun Mei," Zhang Ran introduced briefly. "Hello, Sister Sunday. Hello, everyone. How shall we eat? Should we go to my house? Or perhaps we could eat right here at the store entrance by setting up a barbecue. The weather is just right," Zhang Ran proposed. He noticed that Sun Mei seemed somewhat uncomfortable, and it would likely be more awkward to go to his home, so dining here seemed preferable. Moreover, the weather was perfect, not too hot, not too cold. Zhang Ran's suggestion received enthusiastic support from Li Chang and Zhang Tiantian, who had portable charcoal grills and smokeless coal at home, unlike Zhang Ran's electric grill. Zhang Ran went home to fetch the ingredients and skewers, while Li Chang and the others returned to retrieve the barbecue grill. Soon, the grill was set up, and Sun Mei found tasks to occupy herself, becoming busy once again. Washing vegetables, slicing them, and skewering meat were all tasks she handled with great proficiency. And even Xiao Hua appeared to be quite adept, leaving Zhang Tiantian feeling somewhat ashamed. "Now you see the disparity, don't you? Even a child is more capable," Zhang Ran remarked, observing Zhang Tiantian's clumsiness. "And how much better are you?" Zhang Tiantian shot back. After spending time with Li Chang and Zhang Tiantian, Zhang Ran found their personalities quite compatible, and they spoke more freely with each other. With Sun Mei's addition, the meal progressed swiftly. The smokeless coal had already been prepared, and once the vegetables and meat were skewered, they began grilling. Zhang Ran had some experience with barbecuing, so he naturally took on the role of chef. Li Chang went to the nearby supermarket to bring back a case of beer, proclaiming that barbecue and beer were a perfect pair. Barbecuing in front of the store was not unusual. Many shops in the vicinity also grilled at their doorsteps. Typically, property management would not interfere as long as no disturbances arose. Furthermore, the use of smokeless coal meant that there would be minimal impact on passersby. However, the aroma was irresistible, and many pedestrians found themselves salivating at the scent of Zhang Ran's grilled meat. "You all eat. Don't wait for me," Zhang Ran said after finishing some skewers and noticing they had yet to start. "No need, just hurry up and finish. We'll wait for you," Li Chang replied. "Boss, how about I take over the grilling while you all eat?" Sun Mei immediately stood up and offered, as she had wanted to help grill earlier but had hesitated due to her lack of experience. Now that she observed Zhang Ran's technique and realized it wasn't too difficult, she was eager to assist. Lacking formal education, she knew that leaving a diligent impression on her boss was favorable. Zhang Ran waved his hand, saying, "No need, I can manage." He then picked up a skewer of grilled meat and handed it to the already famished Xiao Hua, saying, "Xiao Hua, you can eat first." Although Xiao Hua had been salivating for quite some time, she did not show any inclination to eat, her little face displaying a timid expression. Even when Zhang Ran offered her the skewer of meat, she did not accept it, instead turning her gaze towards her mother. Sun Mei quickly intervened, saying, "Boss, it's not necessary. She is not hungry yet. It's all right to wait a little longer." Without allowing for any argument, Zhang Ran pressed the skewer into Xiao Hua's hands, stating, "It's fine for us adults to go a little hungry, but we must ensure that children do not." Xiao Hua stared at the skewer forcibly thrust into her hands, clearly yearning for it, yet she refrained from taking a bite. The little girl's understanding nature evoked a sense of tenderness. Observing Zhang Ran, Sun Mei could only express her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, boss. Go ahead and eat." The latter part of her statement was directed at Xiao Hua, who, upon hearing her mother's approval, cautiously took a small bite. The moment she tasted it, her dark, glistening eyes lit up. She had never encountered anything so delectable. Zhang Ran, noting her reaction and glancing at Sun Mei, suggested, "Why don't you take over the grilling, Sun Mei?" He realized that if he were to do the grilling, they would hardly eat, and Xiao Hua would likely consume only that one skewer. Plus Sun Mei seemed rather uncomfortable. Grilling posed no significant challenge. It merely required a good sense of timing, something that should not be difficult for Sun Mei. Furthermore, Zhang Ran did not require exceptional culinary skills. The quality of the meat ensured that it would turn out well regardless of the method. All right, boss, Sun Mei replied cheerfully, feeling more relaxed amidst the bustle. Come, let us have a drink first. Zhang Ran took a swig directly from the bottle, bypassing any glasses. Li Chong and Zhang Tiantian followed suit, each with their own bottle. Zhang Ran, what kind of meat is this? It's absolutely delicious. Zhang Tiantian inquired after savoring a couple of bites. What does it matter what kind of meat it is, as long as it's not rat meat? Zhang Ran replied with a smirk. Humph. Fine, don't tell me, Zhang Tiantian retorted, merely asking out of curiosity before diving back into her meal. Xiaohua, don't be shy, eat as much as you like. Zhang Ran continually offered food to Xiaohua, though most of it was vegetables. It was not that he was stingy with the meat. Rather, he deemed the meat's nutrition too rich for Xiaohua's frail frame, believing she might not be able to handle it. It was better for her to consume more vegetables. Besides, these vegetables were no less delightful than meat. Didn't Zhang Tiantian continue to devour vegetables after having 2 skewers of meat? Each time Xiaohua finished a bite, she remained silent and refrained from reaching for more, prompting Zhang Ran to directly hand her additional food. He understood that mindset. During his first visit to a banquet in the city, he felt the same restraint despite being older at the time. Sun Mei, meanwhile, began to eat while grilling, shedding her initial awkwardness, as if the act of being busy alleviated her discomfort. Chapter 27. The Culprit. Little Tiantian. I'm here. Just as Zhang Ran and the others were relishing their meal, a voice suddenly called out, and they saw a figure rushing towards them. Zhang Tiantian recognized the voice instantly, recalling the events of the previous night. Zhao Xiaoqin, you insufferable brat, how dare you show your face here? She shouted angrily. The loss of that half-watermelon had troubled her all night. Zhao Xiaoqin, unfazed, replied, Little Tiantian, don't be so petty. It was just half a watermelon. I brought you a whole one after all. She gestured to the watermelon in her hand. Zhang Tiantian glanced at it disdainfully, retorting, who would want your kind of watermelon? And are you genuinely here to return it? I don't recall you being so generous. Suddenly, she remembered her recent social media post and added, I knew it. You're just here to mooch off our food. Haha, don't say it like that. I'm just here as a guest. Zhao Xiaoqin replied with a grin. Anyway, I want to argue with you. Let me introduce you. This is Zhang Ran. He.S. the one who gifted the watermelon. And he.S. treating us to this meal, Zhang Tiantian introduced. Zhao Xiaoqin confidently extended her fair hand, saying, Hello, I'm Zhao Xiaoqin. I hope you don't mind me joining for a meal. With such an affable girl, Zhang Ran found it hard to refuse. While her looks did play a part, it was primarily her open demeanor that was disarming. Zhang Ran smiled and shook her hand, saying, Of course I don't mind. Please have a seat. Fortunately, he had brought down several plastic stools earlier. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been enough seats. Once seated, Zhao Xiaoqin greeted Sun Mei and Xiaohua politely. Sun Mei responded somewhat awkwardly, while Xiaohua kept her head down, silent. Zhang Ran was aware of their situation. The more polite others were towards them, the more self-conscious they became. Thus, he diverted the conversation, saying, Come, try the vegetables I prepared. Zhao Xiaoqin graciously accepted a piece and took a bite. Her eyes immediately sparkled. This is surprisingly good. I've never had such delicious grilled leeks before. They're not overly spicy, just a hint of heat and a delightful fragrance. What variety of leeks are these? I developed them myself. They're a new variety, Zhang Ran casually replied. Zhao Xiaoqin looked at him in surprise, not expecting him to have created them himself, but she refrained from probing further, recognizing the potential commercial secret involved. Zhang Ran hadn't realized that Zhao Xiaoqin was quite the drinker, displaying a generous spirit. Come on, Zhang Ran, let us toast to our new acquaintance. Zhao Xiaoqin opened a new bottle of wine. Zhang Ran, recognizing that a beautiful girl had already downed her drink, felt it inappropriate to decline and raised his own bottle to drink. He was reasonably tolerant of alcohol, so a bit of beer was no trouble, though it did leave him feeling somewhat bloated. Focus on the food, not just the drinks, he interjected, noticing Zhao Xiaoqin was eager to continue chatting. Since Zhao Xiaoqin's arrival, Li Chong had spoken little, aware of her demeanor at the table and trying to minimize his presence. However, today Zhao Xiaoqin didn't bother him. The barbecue was too delicious to resist. Xiaohua, are you full? Zhang Ran asked, noticing her belly beginning to bulge. Xiaohua, unsure how to refuse, accepted whatever Zhang Ran or others offered her. He genuinely feared she might overeat. I'm full, Xiaohua replied softly. Observing her obedient demeanor, Zhang Ran couldn't help but ask, Xiaohua, would you like to come help me tomorrow along with your mother? Upon hearing this, Xiaohua's eyes brightened, and she nodded vigorously, saying, yes, Xiaohua is very capable. She didn't want to stay alone in that dark little room, but she feared her mother might be without work and cry alone. Being able to assist her mother was Xiaohua's favorite thing. But she also remembered that last time, her presence had caused her mother to lose her job and face the boss's ire, which made her mother cry, a sight Xiaohua had witnessed. Zhang Ran felt a pang of sympathy for this sensible little girl, yet he could only do so much. Sun Mei had also heard Zhang Ran's words and understood that he was helping her, expressing her gratitude repeatedly. Thank you, boss. Zhang Ran waved his hand dismissively, saying, it's nothing, you needn't thank me. I owe my thanks to Xiaohua for coming to lend a hand. As he spoke, he affectionately ruffled Xiaohua's hair, genuinely cherishing this sensible little girl. While they were enjoying their barbecue, a family emerged from the entrance of the community. Finally, we can savor a proper meal today, Wu Xian exclaimed with delight. However, her mother, wearing a displeased expression, retorted, are you implying that the dishes I prepared previously were not proper? Wu Xian clarified, it's not that your cooking is improper, Mom. It's just that the aroma wafting from the upstairs neighbors' cooking is so enticing. Every time we eat, we are greeted by that delightful fragrance, making my meals feel lackluster in comparison. Although she did not finish her sentence, her mother understood her point. While slightly miffed, she recognized the truth in her daughter's words. Just as they were engaged in conversation, a familiar aroma wafted through the air. Wu Xian twitched her nose and remarked, why does that smell so much like the fragrance coming from upstairs? Could it be that my sense of smell has failed me? After days of confirmation, she had come to realize that the alluring scent of the food originated from her own building. No, I can smell it too, Wu Ba said, equally surprised, wondering how such a delightful aroma could reach the entrance of the community. I must see who is responsible for this culinary delight, Wu Xian declared, striding towards the source of the scent. Her parents exchanged glances and followed suit, curious about the identity of the cook behind such tantalizing food. Soon, they pinpointed the location of the aroma, where a group of people was gathered around indulging in barbecue. Wu Xian approached Sun Mei, who was grilling, and curiously inquired, sister, your barbecue smells divine. Your culinary skills are exceptional. Although Zhang Ran lived directly above them, Wu Xian was unaware of the identity of her upstairs neighbors, and assumed Sun Mei was the one responsible for the fragrant cooking that disrupted their meals. Sun Mei glanced at Wu Xian and replied, this is my first attempt at barbecuing. It's not my skill but rather the quality of my boss's ingredients that makes it so good. She was aware of Zhang Ran's intentions for his food business and hoped to attract potential customers, believing her statement to be entirely truthful. May I have a taste? Wu Xian asked, unable to resist the allure of the enticing aroma that had captivated her over the past few days. Sun Mei hesitated, unsure of how to respond, as the food belonged to her boss, and she did not feel authorized to make such decisions. Chapter 28. Preparations. Zhang Ran, overhearing Wu Xian's request, smiled and said, of course, if you don't mind, feel free to take some. Sun Mei, hearing Zhang Ran's words, added with a smile, which would you prefer, meat or vegetables? Thank you, Wu Xian said, first expressing her gratitude to Zhang Ran before turning to Sun Mei. I'll have a vegetable, please. Thank you, sister. No need to thank me. It's my boss who is providing it, Sun Mei said, humbly deflecting the praise. Meanwhile, Wu Xian's parents were also struggling to contain their drool, but lacking their daughter's boldness. They remained on the sidelines, merely observing. Wu Xian, captivated by the vegetables before her and inhaling the fragrant aroma, could no longer contain herself and quickly took a bite. Delicious, Wu Xian exclaimed, her tongue tinged with the heat of the food. Dad, Mom, you must try this. She did not forget about her parents. After her parents took a bite, their eyes lit up as well. It was not only aromatic but tasted even better. Excuse me, may I ask where you purchased these vegetables? Wu Ma inquired, unable to restrain herself. Having been a homemaker for over 20 years, she was well aware of the difference between the flavor of seasonings and that of the vegetables themselves. Sun Mei recognized this could be a potential customer and promptly replied, these vegetables are grown by our boss, completely natural and non-toxic. Our store will open in a couple of days. If you enjoy them, feel free to come and purchase. Wu Ma believed Sun Mei's words, for the taste conveyed a refreshing essence that reminded her of the truly untainted vegetables from her childhood. Though these seemed even better. Where is your shop located? How will you price them? Wu Ma continued her inquiries. Right here. The pricing hasn't been discussed yet. Sun Mei indicated behind her. Alright. I will come by to check it out. As they were about to leave, Sun Mei handed them some skewers to sample the taste, both to fulfill Zhang Ran's agreement and to help promote the business. Wu Ma initially intended to decline but was unable to do so as her mouth watered at the sight. Thank you. Zhang Ran was oblivious to the fact that his employee had already secured a customer for him. De Hu and Xiao Hu quickly finished eating and were now frolicking with Xiao Hua. Curiously, De Hu and Xiao Hu, who were typically quite proud and reserved, even with Zhang Tian, who they had known for some time, surprisingly took a liking to the newly acquainted Xiao Hua and eagerly played with her. With De Hu and Xiao Hu providing companionship, Zhang Ran witnessed a smile blossom on Xiao Hua's face for the first time, radiating purity. Zhang Ran, why don't you consider opening a couple more stores? With your vegetables, they're bound to sell well. If you open one near my home, I wouldn't have to commute every day, Zhao Xiaoqin suggested. She had already been captivated by Zhang Ran's vegetables. In comparison to those she had previously eaten, these were truly exceptional. Zhang Ran replied with a smile, let us take it one step at a time. Besides, I currently cannot supply that much. Alright then, but let us add each other on WeChat. If I can't make it over, please save some for me, Zhao Xiaoqin proposed. Sure. Although Zhao Xiaoqin was uncertain about how well the vegetables would sell, she was confident that based on their taste, they would undoubtedly be a hit. Zhang Ran, is this meat venison? Zhao Xiaoqin suddenly asked. Zhang Ran was taken aback, you can tell? Yes, I've had some venison before, but yours is even better. Zhao Xiaoqin responded. Zhang Ran explained, it was sent from my home. It should be pure wild. No wonder it tastes so good, Zhao Xiaoqin realized, choosing not to pry further, as some matters were best left unexamined. Zhang Tian, overhearing their conversation, was momentarily stunned, realizing she was eating venison. Such a cute animal. So delicious. Before she could finish her thought, she couldn't help but take another bite. After they had eaten their fill, Zhang Ran cut a watermelon he had brought as a dessert. Xiao Hua was particularly fond of watermelon, as children naturally gravitate towards sweet treats. Even Zhang Tian and Zhao Xiaoqin, who had initially felt full, found themselves indulging once more. Girls tend to have a greater affinity for sweets than boys. By the end, there were only a few pieces of watermelon left, which the two girls decided to take half each to enjoy as a late-night snack. Upon returning home, Zhang Ran tidied up a bit. After a long day of bustling activity, he lay down on his bed and promptly fell asleep. Early the next morning, Zhang Ran awoke without indulging in excessive lingering in bed. After finishing breakfast, he embarked on a busy day ahead. Sun Mei, you're here so early? Upon arriving at the shop, Zhang Ran noticed Sun Mei waiting at the entrance with Xiao Hua. Good morning, Uncle Zhang. After spending time together the previous evening, Xiao Hua had grown a bit more familiar with Zhang Ran. Kneeling down, Zhang Ran gently tousled Xiao Hua's somewhat withered hair, asking, Good morning, Xiao Hua. Have you eaten? Yes, I have, Xiao Hua replied, nodding obediently. After exchanging pleasantries with them, Zhang Ran instructed, Please take a moment to familiarize yourselves with the situation. These are the labels for the vegetables. Place them in appropriate positions and input the prices into the computer. Sun Mei was already well-versed in these procedures, having learned them while working as a cashier at a supermarket, so there was no difficulty involved. With work to occupy her, Sun Mei noticeably relaxed and began to busy herself alongside Xiao Hua. However, when she saw the prices, she was taken aback. Zhang Ran chuckled, It's alright. Our prices may be a bit high, but the quality justifies the cost. But these prices are truly exorbitant. Who would be willing to buy? Sun Mei expressed her concerns. Despite their brief acquaintance, Zhang Ran's actions from the previous night had warmed her heart. He consistently considered her thoughts, instilling a sense of recognition in her, and she found herself instinctively thinking of how to support him. No worries, as long as the products are good, we need not fear a lack of buyers. Zhang Ran reassured her. Seeing his confidence, Sun Mei chose to remain silent and began her tasks diligently. Zhang Ran had purchased these items the previous day but had not unpacked them due to the late hour. As Sun Mei began writing the prices, Zhang Ran advised her to write them larger and more prominently, ensuring they would catch the eye instantly. He then asked Sun Mei to remain in the store while he stepped out to retrieve the business license and other related documents, mentioning that the sign would be delivered later for her to inspect. He also inquired about the certification for healthy vegetables, finding it somewhat absurd that it could be obtained for a fee, yet acknowledged that it was necessary to proceed with the formalities. Zhang Ran had his own plans. He intended to acquire these certifications, but he also aimed to analyze the nutritional value of his vegetables and compare them with ordinary ones. Chapter 29. Inquiring about information. These matters could not be resolved hastily. His priority was to establish the vegetable shop. Zhang Ran had come to realize that he had been somewhat naive, initially believing that 100,000 yuan would suffice for numerous tasks, having compiled an extensive list. However, after addressing various immediate concerns, his funds were nearly depleted. With just over 30,000 yuan remaining in his pocket, Zhang Ran first ventured to the suburbs to gather information. There were many individuals leasing land for vegetable greenhouses, and he intended to inquire about land prices. The locals were generally knowledgeable about these matters, and Zhang Ran approached them politely, offering cigarettes, which fostered open communication. After some exploration, he gleaned a rough understanding of the prices. Here, land was priced at 900 yuan per mu per year, a rate that seemed fixed with little room for negotiation. Subsequently, Zhang Ran sought out some individuals renting vegetable greenhouses to inquire about specific circumstances. "Hello, brothers." Zhang Ran greeted two men sitting in front of a greenhouse, smoking and chatting, as he approached with a smile. Offering them cigarettes, they accepted with grins. "May I ask how you two are called?" Zhang Ran inquired. Initially surprised, he noted that the two men appeared to be around his age. He had expected the workers here to be older individuals. To be honest, had he not come from the original world, he would never have taken on such hardships. Not for any other reason but the inability to endure the toil. "I'm Li Ning and this is Li Kai. Do you need something, brother?" Li Ning discerned that Zhang Ran was seeking assistance. It was only natural, after all, who would engage in friendly conversation without a reason. "Indeed. I have a matter I would like to consult you both about," Zhang Ran replied. "Feel free to speak your mind," Li Ning encouraged. "I am considering leasing a vegetable greenhouse in this vicinity, so I wanted to inquire about the situation here," Zhang Ran disclosed candidly. Although it seemed that they would be competitors, that was not the case in reality. Upon hearing this, Li Ning's eyes lit up momentarily, only to let out a sigh soon after. "Brother, I advise you to reconsider this venture." "Why is that?" Zhang Ran asked, puzzled. Li Ning responded, "I can tell you're not familiar with the circumstances. This is likely your first time delving into this field, isn't it?" "Yes. Let me be frank. The current vegetable market is not doing well. My brother and I have worked hard this year, and we've only made about 100,000 yuan. Shared between the two of us, mind you. Do you think this is sustainable?" Li Ning appeared somewhat helpless. Zhang Ran furrowed his brow. "That shouldn't be the case. I see that vegetable prices in the market are quite high. Surely your vegetables should sell well?" "Well, they sell, but not at a decent price. The high prices in the market are set by the vegetable vendors, not us. Only in good years can we hope to earn a bit more. Otherwise, we barely break even," Li Kai interjected. The two brothers had only recently started their venture, and while they were not afraid of hard work, the lack of profits was disheartening. Zhang Ran understood their point. A good year for outsiders often translated to a bad year for them, as the market scarcity allowed for higher prices. "Thank you for the warning, brother." Zhang Ran expressed his gratitude, acknowledging their advice. Li Ning observed Zhang Ran, remarking, "You seem determined to press on regardless. How about you take a look at our greenhouse?" Following Li Ning's gesture, Zhang Ran glanced over but couldn't discern much. Responding with a smile, "It seems fine. Why? Are you looking to sell?" He had grasped Li Ning's implication. Nodding, Li Ning confirmed, "Indeed, we're considering it. We plan to sell off this last batch of vegetables before terminating the lease." "How many mu do you have under contract?" Zhang Ran inquired. 30 mu, Li Ning replied. "What price are you looking to sell for?" Zhang Ran asked. Seeing that Zhang Ran appeared genuinely interested, Li Ning's curiosity piqued. "We rented it at 900 yuan per mu. Constructing these greenhouses cost about 2,000 per mu. Our total investment for the 30 mu was around 90,000 yuan. If you are indeed interested, we can discuss the price further." Zhang Ran contemplated for a moment. Although his seed experiments had yet to commence, he intended to begin once the vegetable supermarket generated income. After all, he did not require additional funds for purchasing vegetables. These vegetables did not necessitate upfront capital, allowing him to sell them before cultivating seeds. Zhang Ran contemplated for a moment before speaking. "How about this? I find your vegetable greenhouse quite intriguing, yet I must also consider my options. Don't you still have one last batch of vegetables? This gives me the perfect opportunity to reflect further. What do you think?" Li Ning replied, "Of course, let us exchange numbers. If you make a decision later, just give me a call, and we can discuss it in detail." The two exchanged contact information, and then Zhang Ran departed, though he remained skeptical of Li Ning's words, taking the initiative to inquire about the specific prices from others. According to the information he gathered, Li Ning had indeed been truthful. The price for land here was fixed at 900 per acre. Regarding the construction of the greenhouse, the cost was approximately 2,000 per acre, resulting in a total investment of around 3,000 per acre. As for the subsequent expenses for fertilizers and seedlings, he was not entirely clear, but he did not concern himself with those details, as he envisioned he would not require them. As soon as Zhang Ran parked his car, he saw that De Hu and Xiao Hu rushed over from the store entrance. Due to the multitude of tasks today, he had left them inside to play with Xiao Hua. Zhang Ran squatted down to frolic with De Hu and Xiao Hu before standing up to inspect the store. The sign now displayed prominently above the entrance read, "Original Healthy Vegetable Supermarket." Gazing at the sign, Zhang Ran mused to himself, "My entrepreneurial journey begins now. Whether to remain stagnant with just a single store or to evolve into a true company will depend on the forthcoming experiments." However, he did not feel rushed. Even in the event of failure, he had established a foundation for himself. He believed that while achieving great wealth through the vegetables grown in the original world might present challenges, he would undoubtedly never suffer from hunger. At that moment, his spirit soared as he stood there, envisioning the future, an attitude shared by every entrepreneur at the outset. Yet Zhang Ran felt a sense of confidence, a confidence rooted in the original world. Chapter 30. Preparing for opening, the area surrounding the store had been meticulously cleaned, and the interior was neatly arranged, with each sign prominently displayed. "Welcome back, boss." Sun Mei approached Zhang Ran the moment she spotted him. Zhang Ran replied, "Let us call it a day for now. Please arrive early tomorrow morning. We'll begin stocking at 5 o'clock. Sun Mei did not press further, responding, "All right, boss." Watching her leave, Zhang Ran took a careful look around his store before heading home. He still needed to enter the original world to prepare the vegetables required for the next day. Otherwise, time might not suffice. That evening, Li Chong did not come to invite him for exercise, knowing Zhang Ran had been quite busy and that he needed to attend the opening ceremony the following day. In truth, Zhang Ran realized he had neglected to send invitations, not even extending a verbal invite. This oversight stemmed from his inexperience. He may have been aware of the necessity but felt too shy to act. In certain places, attending an opening ceremony often necessitated gifting red envelopes, and Zhang Ran felt uncomfortable asking others to provide one, especially as it would interfere with their work schedules. As for the firecrackers and floral arrangements needed for the next day, Zhang Ran had already prepared everything, conveniently available nearby. Zhang Ran busied himself in the fields while De Hu and Xiao Hu patrolled the surroundings, safeguarding their owner's security. The two little creatures were exceptionally perceptive. While they played joyfully on Earth, they adopted a calm demeanor upon arriving here, seemingly aware of the heightened dangers in this realm. After an unknown duration of toil, Zhang Ran surveyed the vegetables around him and felt it was time to cease his work. "De Hu, Xiao Hu, it's time to go home," Zhang Ran called out. Shortly thereafter, the two little ones dashed over, and Zhang Ran embraced them as they returned to Earth. They indulged in a hearty meal before Zhang Ran took a refreshing shower, played on his phone for a bit, and then retired for the night. It seemed that since Zhang Ran had begun his endeavors in the original world, he had rarely played with his phone. Unlike before, when he could easily lose himself in a video app for hours on end without fatigue. The following day, around 3 in the morning, Zhang Ran rose early. After completing his morning routine, he left without taking the time to eat. Originally, De Hu and Xiao Hu intended to accompany him, but Zhang Ran decided to leave them at home. He drove swiftly to the suburban rental house, parked the small truck in the large garage, secured the door, and then entered the original world to gather supplies. After half an hour of diligent work, Zhang Ran filled the small truck to the brim, covered it with a tarp, and drove back. Upon returning to the store, it was just past 5, and Sun Mei and Xiao Hua were already waiting there. "My apologies for being late," Zhang Ran said. It was still May, and the early morning air was rather chilly. Xiao Hua looked cold and hungry, likely having skipped breakfast. "No problem, boss. We just arrived," Sun Mei replied. Zhang Ran pulled out 100 yuan and handed it to Xiao Hua, saying, "Go buy something to eat, and remember to get big meat buns." This time, Xiao Hua did not hesitate, having grown more familiar over the past couple of days. She took the money and dashed off to the breakfast shop. While Zhang Ran spoke, Sun Mei had already begun preparing for the day's work. She lifted the tarp and admired the beautifully presented vegetables, silently praising their appearance before diving into her tasks. "Sun Mei, no need to rush. Have a bite to eat before you start working," Zhang Ran advised. Although only 2 days had passed, he was thoroughly impressed with Sun Mei as an employee. She spoke little, was honest, and most importantly, she was diligent. Zhang Ran had never seen her idle. She was always busy with tasks. "No worries, boss. I'm not hungry yet. I might as well get some work done," Sun Mei replied, continuing to transport vegetables into the store. By the time she returned from her first trip, Xiao Hua had already returned. "Uncle, here is your change," she said, first handing Zhang Ran the change from the breakfast purchase before presenting the buns and soybean milk. Zhang Ran had initially considered rewarding Xiaohua for her effort but decided against it. It wasn't due to stinginess. Rather, he recognized Sun Mei's amiable demeanor, her humility, and her strong sense of pride, and he did not wish to hurt her feelings. He accepted the money, praised Xiaohua for her efforts, and urged Sun Mei to eat something quickly. Zhang Ran understood that Sun Mei typically did not eat breakfast. He had learned this casually during his conversations with Xiaohua. However, given the workload that morning, not eating was not an option. Sun Mei had intended to voice her thoughts, but upon seeing Zhang Ran's expression, a clear indication that she should eat before continuing her tasks, she set aside her work and began to eat. They both finished their meals quickly and returned to their duties. At this point, Zhang Ran truly began to regard Sun Mei with newfound respect. She was matching his efforts in every way. It is evident that his current strength is incomparable to that of Sun Mei. However, her movements are remarkably swift, showing no sign of pause or rest, even for a fleeting second. Zhang Ran now feels somewhat embarrassed. With a monthly income exceeding 2,000 yuan, such a commendable work ethic is indeed a rarity. Not to mention the fact that even a salary of 5,000 yuan might not guarantee such dedication. Setting aside the issue of fatigue, this attitude alone is worth more than a mere 2,000. Zhang Ran contemplates giving Sun Mei a little extra when payday arrives, considering the amount carefully at that time. After approximately 20 minutes of diligent effort, the two manage to unload an entire truck's worth of goods. Yet, the time-consuming part is only just beginning. The vegetables Zhang Ran has are unwashed, making them visually appealing at first glance, but they still bear a considerable amount of dirt. The two commence the washing process again, though this time it is significantly easier. A simple rinse to remove the soil suffices. Xiaohua, having finished her meal, proactively comes over to assist. Despite her small stature, she is surprisingly adept at handling the tasks at hand. Next comes the arrangement, where Zhang Ran finds himself lacking in comparison to Sun Mei, and even falls short when compared to Xiaohua. Sun Mei arranges the items swiftly yet steadily, ensuring everything is neatly organized. After approximately 2 hours of bustling activity, they finally conclude their efforts around 7 o'clock. Zhang Ran has set the opening time for 10:30, at which point several housewives and elderly gentlemen and ladies are expected to emerge in search of ingredients for their midday meals. He returns home to tidy up and changes into a comfortable outfit, one he purchased just a couple of days prior specifically for this occasion. Although it is not a formal suit, it is still quite presentable. This outfit cost him over 2,000 yuan, making it the most expensive article of clothing he has ever acquired. Chapter 31. The Grand Opening. Upon his arrival, Zhang Ran notices that the flower baskets have been arranged outside, and firecrackers are at the ready. "Boss Zhang, is the grand opening upon us? Wishing you prosperity," greets the owner of the tobacco shop. He is taken aback by Zhang Ran's rapid preparations, which are indeed astonishingly swift. "Thank you, Boss Wang. Congratulations to you as well." Zhang Ran responds with a smile, handing over a cigarette he purchased from the tobacco shop. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhang Ran heads into the vegetable supermarket, where Sun Mei is already prepared for the day. "Brother Zhang," he hears a voice call out just moments after settling in. "Lu Gu, Lu Jie." Zhang Ran greets with a smile. Lu Jun presents a flower basket and a red envelope, which Zhang Ran accepts, though he promptly pushes the envelope back. "Lu Gu, your presence here is more than enough. I cannot accept this red envelope." Zhang Ran declines. Lu Jun chuckles, "Just take it. It's not a significant amount, merely a token for good fortune." After some polite back and forth, Zhang Ran, seeing Lu Jun's resolute demeanor, finally accepts it, adding, "Then Lu Gu, please take extra vegetables today. They are on the house." "Haha, I won't hold back then," Lu Jun replies with a grin. As Zhang Ran converses with Lu Jun outside, Lu Jie ventures inside to see if she can lend a hand. Both Lu Jun and Lu Jie feel a sense of gratitude towards Zhang Ran, as his jar of tiger whip wine has rekindled the joy of their youth. Although they spent a hefty sum of 100,000 yuan, they had initially felt a pang of regret. However, as the benefits became evident, any remorse dissipated entirely. In recent days, not only Lu Jun but even Lu Jie has indulged in the tiger whip wine, both feeling that some of their minor ailments have improved, and their daily energy levels have surged. Given the results, 100,000 yuan truly seems a small price to pay. Even sleep-related health supplements do not come cheap, and one could consume 500,000 yuan's worth of such products without achieving the same effects as Zhang Ran's tiger bone wine. "Zhang Ran, congratulations." Shortly thereafter, Li Chang arrives with Zhang Tiantian, along with an unexpected guest, Zhao Xiaoqin. Thank you, Zhang Ran responds promptly. Zhao Xiaoqin also extends her blessings and a red envelope, which Zhang Ran, this time, does not refuse, accepting it with a smile and saying, "Today, feel free to take any vegetables. They are complimentary." Haha, Zhang Ran. You said it, so I won't hold back. Li Chang laughs. No need to be modest. Zhang Ran gestures dismissively, adopting an air of generosity. Zhang Ran, do you have any watermelons for sale today? Zhao Xiaoqin inquires, her primary objective being the watermelons. Yes, although there aren't many, I have 10. Only 10? Well, I'll reserve one for now, Zhao Xiaoqin decides, initially hoping to buy more, but Zhang Ran's offer of free items makes her hesitant to take too much. She is mindful that refusing Zhang Ran's kindness and insisting on paying could embarrass him, yet she also feels awkward about taking more without offering anything in return. Observing these individuals, Zhang Ran feels a swell of gratitude. He hadn't invited anyone, merely planning to make a modest celebration with a few firecrackers to enjoy the moment himself. He certainly did not expect everyone to show up. Excuse me, who is Zhang Ran? Suddenly, someone approaches, cradling a basket of fresh flowers. Zhang Ran, somewhat puzzled, responds, "That would be me. Hello, this is a gift for you, wishing you prosperous business." The last part of the message remains unclear, whether it was the flower bearer or the speaker who conveyed it. Nevertheless, Zhang Ran graciously replies, "Thank you," while presenting a pack of cigarettes in return. He is quite taken aback that someone has sent him flowers. After all, he has no close relatives or friends in the area. Most of his acquaintances are merely distant classmates or colleagues from work. Upon opening the flower basket, he is further astonished to see the name Zhuohuawan. How could he have possibly anticipated that it was the landlord of the shop? How did she know about his grand opening today? Oh right, he had posted a message on his WeChat Moments. He had only shared a photo with a caption announcing the opening, leading many of his acquaintances to mistakenly believe it was a friend's shop opening, resulting in no phone calls of inquiry. Zhang Ran opens WeChat to express his gratitude to Zhuohuawan. As the clock strikes 10:30, Zhang Ran has positioned 2 sets of firecrackers, and although the city has begun to restrict firecracker use, many shops still favor this tradition for openings. Furthermore, as long as the display is not excessive, the authorities tend to overlook it. The auspicious moment has arrived. Li Chang announces loudly. Zhang Ran lights the firecrackers, and the resounding pops echo throughout the street, drawing the attention of passers-by. As he listens to the vibrant crackle of the firecrackers, Zhang Ran silently anticipates the future success of his shop. Come on in, take a look, and grab whatever you fancy before it runs out. Zhang Ran cheerfully calls out. Haha, Zhang Ran, you are quite confident. Considering your prices, it will indeed be a challenge to sell out quickly while your reputation is still building. Li Chang chuckles. Beside them, Zhang Tian couldn't help but cast a disapproving glance at him. Was it appropriate to say such things at someone's grand opening? Zhang Ran, however, remained unfazed, smiling as he invited everyone inside. A few elderly gentlemen and ladies were drawn in by the sound of firecrackers, their eyes landing on the signboard, and some of the ladies wandered in, merely curious rather than intent on making a purchase. After all, the bustling market was just a stone's throw away, boasting a plethora of choices at lower prices. They were simply there to take a look. Boss, is this a black market establishment? The moment the ladies entered, they were taken aback by the exorbitant prices. Each vegetable was priced at least 5 to 6 times higher than those outside, with some even exceeding 10 times the cost. Sun Mei hurriedly stepped forward to explain, "Aunties, our vegetables are all organic, grown with natural fertilizers, and not a drop of pesticide has been used. They are delicious and boast a higher nutritional value than ordinary vegetables." Although usually somewhat reserved, Sun Mei was able to speak freely in this instance. Upon hearing her explanation, the lady scoffed, "Who doesn't claim to sell organic produce these days? Do you really think we're foolish? Such high prices? You might as well sell to ghosts." The elderly women were unafraid and unabashed, speaking their minds without regard for anyone else, and it was a challenge to outshout them. Indeed, if there's no pesticide, how can they look so pristine? If they were truly pesticide-free, they wouldn't be so visually appealing. The group of ladies began to rally together. Sun Mei, growing anxious, insisted, "Aunties, you can't just say whatever you like. These vegetables are new varieties and absolutely free of any pesticides." New varieties? Everyone claims that, the ladies retorted, their frustration evident, possibly stemming from having been deceived by health products and financial schemes over the years. They were no longer inclined to leave, escalating into a loud argument, as if Sun Mei had personally swindled them out of their money. Hearing the commotion, Zhang Ran approached, initially indifferent to the elderly women, thinking they would merely take a quick look and leave. However, he was taken aback by how the situation had escalated. As Sun Mei saw him coming, she called out, "Boss!" This only served to ignite the ladies' ire further, redirecting their accusations toward Zhang Ran. "Young man, you look quite young. How could you possibly deceive people?" One woman boldly declared, branding him a fraud. "Exactly. Your prices are absurdly high. I've never seen anything like it." The crowd echoed her sentiments. Zhang Ran, who had initially maintained a cheerful demeanor, found his patience wearing thin. These ladies were crossing a line. He calmly replied, "When have I deceived you? Have you given me any money?" Though his words were simple, they carried weight, momentarily stumping the ladies. "While you may not have taken our money yet, isn't this price a form of deceit?" One elder countered. Zhang Ran responded, "Did I not display the prices clearly? A reasonable person would surely notice such conspicuous prices beforehand. What purpose would it serve if I didn't?" After his words, the uproar began to diminish as the ladies pondered his reasoning. Indeed, they had seen the large numbers at first glance. "But you can't charge such exorbitant rates," one lady muttered defiantly. Zhang Ran glanced at them and said, "Our prices are clearly marked, not a case of coercion or deceit. By that standard, we cannot be considered fraudulent." His arguments were sound, and while the ladies were somewhat unruly, they hadn't crossed into complete irrationality. Without waiting for their response, Zhang Ran continued, "As for the high prices, our vegetables are new varieties with exceptionally high nutritional value and excellent taste. Thus their cost is significantly higher than ordinary produce. This is also due to our recent opening. Otherwise, the prices would be even steeper." His rationale left the ladies momentarily speechless, and Sun Mei, who had been watching, felt a newfound admiration for her boss's eloquence. "I didn't realize Zhang Ran was such a skilled orator," Li Chang remarked in surprise. "He seems quite confident and well-prepared. Just look at how self-assured he is while speaking." Zhao Xiaoqin observed the situation with clarity. Lu Jun chimed in, "Indeed, Brother Zhang's vegetable prices are not exorbitant. These ladies are merely causing a scene." However, the ladies were far from ready to concede. They were used to being the undisputed champions of their neighborhood, and no one could outmatch them in a verbal spar. One woman seized upon Sun Mei's earlier claim, "You said these vegetables contain no pesticides. Do you stand by that?" "I find it hard to believe that such pristine vegetables are pesticide-free. I've grown my share of vegetables and know a thing or two. Don't try to fool us." The other ladies turned their gaze toward Zhang Ran, their eyes gleaming with encouragement for their outspoken companion. Zhang Ran replied, "I can assure you, I stand by my word. If any pesticide residue is found upon inspection, I will compensate you tenfold for whatever amount you paid." His declaration was firm, reflecting his confidence in the quality of his produce. "That's a bold claim," one elder retorted skeptically. "You speak beautifully, but we remain unconvinced." Zhang Ran, slightly exasperated, wondered how to counter her skepticism. "You just said you would honor your word, right?" Another lady chimed in, her eyes sparkling as if she had struck gold. "Absolutely. I guarantee it," Zhang Ran affirmed. "Then I shall purchase some today. If I discover any pesticide residue, you must fulfill your promise," the lady asserted swiftly. The other women understood her intent and their expressions brightened. Zhang Ran recognized their scheme but remained unfazed, his mind racing with an alternative plan. "My establishment is here to stay, having just opened. I have no intention of going anywhere. How about this? You can each take a sample of every vegetable for testing. If any of my earlier claims are proven false, even if the nutritional value is the same as ordinary produce, I will concede defeat. For each vegetable found lacking, I will compensate you with 1,000 yuan, and if I lose, I will also cover the testing fees. What do you think?" Zhang Ran proposed. He had initially intended to have the nutritional value of the vegetables tested, but had postponed it due to time constraints and lack of resources. Now, with the ladies eager to assist, he recognized this as the perfect opportunity. His proposal reignited their interest, and one lady exclaimed, "This is your promise. My son works at a testing agency, so rest assured, it will be legitimate." With a smile gracing his face, Zhang Ran felt an overwhelming sense of joy. After all, there were individuals assisting him in his endeavors, and it was entirely free of charge. How could one not be elated? The elderly women moved with remarkable speed, swiftly gathering vegetables and efficiently categorizing their findings. Observing them, Zhang Ran remarked, "I must remind everyone that slander is a criminal offense, punishable by imprisonment. Even if one avoids jail time, one's reputation will undoubtedly suffer." Do you think we would engage in such behavior? That's simply not who we are," one of the elderly women retorted with a huff. Watching the women hastily depart, Zhang Ran couldn't help but chuckle. "Zhang Ran, I never imagined you could be so devious. persuading a group of elderly women to do your bidding, Lu Jun said with a grin as he approached. He was aware of some of Zhang Ran's plans, including the idea for this inspection, and thus understood his intentions at this moment. Aha, Brother Lu, I assure you, I didn't deceive them. They volunteered to help of their own accord, Zhang Ran replied with a hearty laugh. Chapter 33, Grand Opening. The commotion caused by Zhang Ran and the elderly women had piqued the curiosity of some passersby regarding the prices at this vegetable supermarket. Upon entering, they were taken aback. Some acquaintances even approached the elderly women to inquire about the situation. However, not all had left, as two of them lingered to keep an eye on Zhang Ran. Nonetheless, due to the disruptions caused by the elderly women, coupled with the high prices, no sales had been made thus far, not counting Lu Jun and Li Chong, who had already been promised complimentary goods. Boss, we've arrived. Just as Sun Mei was beginning to feel anxious, a cheerful voice rang out, followed by the entrance of Wu Xian and her daughter. Welcome, welcome, Zhang Ran greeted with a smile. Hey boss, considering our earnestness, could you possibly offer us a discount? We've been eagerly awaiting the opening of your store, Wu Xian said with a grin. Since tasting the vegetables sold by Zhang Ran, they had increasingly recognized the disparity between these and ordinary vegetables. If you genuinely intend to make a purchase, I shall offer you a 30% discount as a special opening offer, Zhang Ran stated. A first sale special? You're not joking, are you? There are so many people here, Wu Xian pointed out, gesturing to the crowd within the store. They were all still in a phase of contemplation. Zhang Ran explained with a smile. Indeed, your prices certainly warrant some consideration, Wu Xian's mother remarked, her eyes widening at the prices displayed. Although they had prepared themselves before coming, they were still taken aback by the costs, which seemed exorbitant. Particularly, the watermelons were priced at 15 yuan per jean. Given their size, they would likely cost no less than 200 yuan. Zhang Ran shrugged and replied, There's no other way. If I priced them lower, I would be operating at a loss. No one is privy to the actual costs, so I can state whatever I wish. Wu Xian's mother nodded in agreement. While she felt the prices were steep, she also recognized their worth, as these vegetables were indeed exceptional. Prepared for their shopping, they did not hesitate like others, quickly selecting the necessary ingredients and proceeding to the checkout. Sun Mei skillfully weighed the items, affixed the labels, and promptly collected payment. 321. With the discount, it totals 2247. Sun Mei smiled at Wu Xian and her mother. Boss, would you truly not consider lowering the price a bit? I find your pricing rather overwhelming, Wu Xian's mother expressed. Despite purchasing enough for 2 days, the expense felt considerable for a family of 3. Just the vegetables alone amounted to over 300, averaging more than 160 per day, an amount not easily affordable for the average person. Zhang Ran, with a hint of resignation, spread his hands, saying, There's truly no way around it. Perhaps when we can cultivate on a larger scale, the prices might decrease slightly but not by much. Wu Xian's mother was merely voicing her thoughts. She believed that the pricing had been carefully considered by Zhang Ran. Originally, Lu Jun and the others had intended to congratulate Zhang Ran and purchase a few items before departing, but after witnessing the incident with the elderly women, they found themselves in no hurry to leave. As noon approached, the elderly women finally returned, their speed indicating they had indeed leveraged their connections. Otherwise, they would not have been so swift. Upon their return, those loitering at the entrance gathered around to inquire about the outcome. Zhang boss, are you not even a little anxious? Wu Xian asked from the sidelines. Having learned about the elderly women's activities, she had chosen to remain and observe rather than return home to help her mother prepare lunch. Zhang Ran chuckled and replied, What do I have to be anxious about? There's a saying, if you have nothing to hide, you need not fear a knock at the door. While they chatted, astonished murmurs arose from the crowd, with questions about the truth of the matter. Clearly, the results had exceeded the expectations of most. Soon enough, the elderly women approached, their expressions rather grim. So, what's the verdict? Do I owe you any compensation? Zhang Ran inquired cheerfully. One elderly woman replied, No need. It was our ignorance. Zhang Ran was somewhat taken aback by this decisive admission of defeat. Have all the tests been completed? He asked with anticipation. One elderly woman, gazing at Zhang Ran, seemed to have an epiphany and suspiciously queried, Are you plotting against us? Did you send us to help you for free? With her words, the other elderly women appeared to awaken to the realization, perhaps seeking psychological comfort. Over the years, they had been deceived by various health products and financial schemes, leading them to instinctively doubt exaggerated claims. This time was no exception, though they had misidentified the target and had been momentarily utilized by Zhang Ran. Their initial brusqueness had also contributed to Zhang Ran's decision to engage them. Zhang Ran, chuckling, replied, "You're overthinking it." An elderly woman huffed. "I could tell from your demeanor that you had ulterior motives. Rest assured, we only tested 2 or 3 items. We did not conduct a full examination." Despite their connections, they understood that they still needed to pay for what was due. Initially hoping for a significant profit, they were taken aback by the results of the first 2 tests, leading them to hesitate about spending more, which explained their swift return. Zhang Ran felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing her words, and his expression did not go unnoticed by the elderly women, who became increasingly convinced that Zhang Ran had been toying with them. They completely forgot their earlier impolite demeanor and labeled Zhang Ran as a fraud. However, despite their dissatisfaction with him, based on the quality of the 2 tested vegetables, they recognized that these were indeed quite exceptional. With the elderly increasingly prioritizing health, the requisite purchases would still need to be made. Zhang Ran discerned that the elderly ladies were displeased with him, and after clearing his throat, he proposed, "How about this? I shall offer you a discount of 20% for this occasion. What do you say?" He refrained from mentioning the cost of the inspections to them, as he deemed it a fitting punishment for their unreasonable demands. "At least you possess some conscience," one of the ladies huffed. Subsequently, they joined the fervor of the purchasing frenzy. While conversing with Zhang Ran, several individuals, having overheard their discussion, began to enter and buy the produce. They recognized the value of these vegetables, which were not only priced appropriately but also highly nutritious. Naturally, these elderly patrons, possessing disposable income and lacking significant needs, were willing to spend. Before long, the previously anxious Sun Mei became bustling with joy, weighing and labeling produce, while Zhang Ran handled the transactions. Even Xiao Hua lent a hand, occasionally providing plastic bags to the elderly and directing them to specific items. Chapter 34. Dining out. Half an hour swiftly elapsed, and the influx of customers dwindled. About a third of the stock had been sold. Although this figure may seem modest, it still bore the fruits of the elderly lady's unsolicited promotion. Otherwise, one could only speculate how much would have been sold. Many individuals, even under the influence of the lady's encouragement, merely came to observe and were subsequently deterred by the prices. It was likely that some among them believed these ladies were hired by Zhang Ran as shills. The profit margin here was considerable. Selling a third of the vegetables netted over 6,000, which could essentially be classified as pure profit. "Come, come. I shall treat everyone to a meal," Zhang Ran announced with a grand gesture. After the elderly ladies clarified matters, Lu Jun and the others had intended to leave, but Zhang Ran stopped them. He understood that since they had come to celebrate the opening, it would be impolite to let them depart without a proper send-off, and besides, he was well versed in the nuances of social etiquette. "My dear brother Zhang, a meal sounds splendid, but please, do not take us to some hotel for a mere facade. We want to savor the vegetables from your establishment," Lu Jun remarked with a grin. "Indeed, Zhang Ran, you mustn't be stingy," Zhang Tiantian chimed in supportively. Wu Xian, who had been quiet until now, added, "I wholeheartedly agree with Sister Tiantian." Hearing this, Zhang Ran found himself at a loss for words. He had merely intended to extend a casual invitation, unaware that Wu Xian would readily accept. It was not that he was unwilling to treat them. In fact, he appreciated Wu Xian's outgoing personality. "All right, then shall we dine at my home? But my table may not accommodate all of you," Zhang Ran said, scratching his head. "My place has ample space." "Come to my home," Li Chang suggested. "Yes, my residence is spacious as well. Let us all gather there," Zhang Tiantian concurred. With their agreement, Zhang Ran ceased to protest, stating, "Then you may take these watermelons as well. We shall enjoy them as dessert after the meal, and each of you can take one home since they won't sell today." The watermelons and tomatoes had not sold at all. The prices were simply too exorbitant. One watermelon was priced at nearly 200, while tomatoes were outrageously priced at 20 per pound, 5 times the market rate. 2 tomatoes equated to a pound, and indeed, few were willing to indulge. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tiantian and the other girls joyfully rushed to claim their share, unreservedly accepting the offer. Particularly Zhang Tiantian who, having spent considerable time with him, recognized that despite Zhang Ran's seemingly modest means, he was quite generous. Once they had taken the watermelons, they refrained from claiming the vegetables he had promised them, effectively exchanging one for the other. Seeing Wu Xian gazing at him expectantly, Zhang Ran relented. "You may take one as well." "Thank you, Brother Ran," Wu Xian replied sweetly. Zhang Ran turned to Sun Mei, instructing Sun Mei, "Please keep an eye on the store and order some takeout. It will be reimbursed." Xiao Hua can accompany us to dinner. He found himself increasingly fond of this little girl. He had never encountered such a diligent child, not only eager to assist but also remarkably considerate. Sun Mei quickly responded, "There's no need. Xiao Hua can stay with me. I wouldn't want to burden you, boss." Zhang Tian interjected, "Sister Sun, let Xiao Hua join us. It's perfectly fine." Who could resist such a well-behaved child as Xiao Hua? Seeing the consensus, Sun Mei ceased her objections, only advising Xiao Hua to be obedient and listen well. In truth, she did not wish for Xiao Hua to endure hardships alongside her, as dining with Zhang Ran and the others would certainly prove far more enjoyable. Xiao Hua, now feeling at ease with Zhang Ran, Zhang Tian, and Li Chong, did not decline. Zhang Ran returned home to fetch some meat. He had no desire to dine solely on vegetables. Although his produce was delicious, he was a carnivore at heart. Moreover, De Hu and Xiao Hu were also at home, quite hungry, and he needed to bring them along as well. Woof, woof, woof. De Hu and Xiao Hu joyfully surrounded Zhang Ran upon his return, their short legs bouncing in excitement. Zhang Ran knelt to pat their heads, chuckling, "All right, my dear pups, I know you are famished. Let us go. I will take you for a meal." Not only did he bring back some meat, but he also carried a jar of deer antler wine. Today was a momentous occasion, a celebration of his opening, and with few friends in this area, Lu Jun and Li Chong were certainly considered companions worth celebrating with. When Zhang Ran arrived with De Hu and Xiao Hu, carrying his bags, Lu Jun opened the door and his eyes lit up upon seeing the jar in Zhang Ran's grasp. "My dear brother Zhang, what is this?" Lu Jun inquired, his anticipation palpable. He had increasingly come to appreciate the benefits of the Tiger Whip wine, having consumed it for several days. Even after taking a break yesterday, he still felt quite vigorous. Zhang Ran replied with a grin, "This is deer antler wine. It nourishes and invigorates, suitable for both men and women." Lu Jun promptly took the jar from Zhang Ran's hands, saying, Allow me, I wouldn't want you to tire yourself." Given Lu Jun's eagerness, it was clear he was more concerned about the wine spilling than Zhang Ran's exertion. De Hu and Xiao Hu, upon arriving at Zhang Tian's home, were immediately swept up by the girl's enthusiastic voice, leaving them no time to react. Zhang Tian's delight grew as she beheld their adorably naive expressions. Zhang Ran need not concern himself with cooking, as the task was entrusted to Lu Jie. Zhang Ran's culinary skills were merely average. He relied heavily on the quality of his vegetables and meat. Lu Jie, however, was a seasoned homemaker with nearly a decade of experience, far surpassing Zhang Ran's capabilities. "Zhang Ran, this meat is truly exceptional," Lu Jie exclaimed as she prepared the meat in the kitchen. She could readily discern the quality, having sampled many fine cuts from the market, yet none compared to what she was currently handling. "If you like it, I'll bring some over for you in a couple of days," Zhang Ran called out. As they conversed, Lu Jie's phone rang, and Lu Jun answered it. "Ms. Lu, have you perhaps forgotten something?" Lu Jun did not even glance at the caller ID and answered the call directly, not realizing that a familiar voice resonated from the other end. Recognizing the voice, Lu Jun suddenly came to his senses and, upon checking his phone, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he chuckled awkwardly. "Well, dear daughter, your mother and I are out right now, so please feel free to get something to eat on your own." Zhang Ran and the others exchanged glances, speechless at Lu Jun's oversight in forgetting his own daughter. Zhang Ran silently lamented for Lu Ziyu, acknowledging that having such parents was indeed her fate. The couple was indulging in a delightful meal while neglecting their daughter entirely. At this moment, Lu Jun genuinely felt a twinge of awkwardness, especially under the peculiar gazes from Zhang Ran and the others. Lu Ziyu, sensing something amiss, queried suspiciously, "Are you two out enjoying a nice meal without me?" Her suspicion was not unfounded, as such occurrences had transpired more than once. Observing Lu Jun's flustered demeanor, Zhang Ran, suppressing a smile, suggested, "Why not Lu Gu? Go fetch her?" Lu Jun replied, "No need, let her come on her own. It's just a taxi ride." Lu Ziyu, overhearing their conversation, began to raise her voice on the phone, exclaiming, "I knew you both wanted to leave me behind and go off to enjoy a meal. Are you even my real father?" To her question, Lu Jun responded with a heavy heart, "Ziyu, after all these years, I have yet to tell you." "Yet to tell me? Just a few days ago you mentioned I was a gift from someone. My mother said I was a reward for topping up a phone bill last month. I distinctly remember you both claiming last year that I was found in a garbage heap." Lu Ziyu launched into a rapid-fire retort. "We are at the Daijing Garden. Call me when you arrive." Lu Jun hastily ended the call. Zhang Ran and the others, witnessing Lu Jun's awkwardness, refrained from teasing him and shifted their conversation to other topics. At Daijing Garden, Chun Ming returned home, feeling fatigued after an exhausting day at work that had only just concluded. All he longed for was to lie in bed and enjoy a restful sleep, especially with more work awaiting him that evening. "Darling, I'm home. No need to prepare dinner for me. I just want to sleep," Chun Ming wearily announced. His wife peeked out from the kitchen, and upon seeing her husband's weary state, tenderly replied, "Dear, dinner will be ready shortly. You should eat a little before resting, or it won't be good for your health." Although eating right before sleeping isn't ideal, it was still better than skipping a meal altogether. "I'm too exhausted to eat," Chun Ming insisted as he entered the bedroom and flopped onto the bed, too fatigued to move. However, just as he began to drift off, a rich aroma wafted through the air, captivating his senses and igniting his appetite. "What have you cooked today? It smells divine," Chun Ming exclaimed, dragging his weary body back into the kitchen. His wife, delighted to see him, replied, "Oh, it's nothing special, just some home-cooked dishes. Hurry up and eat." "Home-cooked? Why does it smell so wonderful?" Chun Ming asked, grabbing chopsticks. "It must be the quality of the ingredients. I bought them from the new vegetable supermarket at our community entrance, and they were 7 to 8 times more expensive than usual," she explained while serving him. "Delicious. Truly delightful," Chan Ming exclaimed after taking a bite, feeling rejuvenated despite his earlier fatigue. "Eat more if it's good," his wife encouraged with a smile. Chun Ming, savoring the meal, urged, "You should eat too. It's absolutely delicious." "All right, I'll join you," she said, and after taking a bite herself, she too was enchanted by the exquisite flavors of the vegetables. She recognized her culinary skills were not the source of this deliciousness. It was indeed the quality of the vegetables. As Chun Ming continued eating, a thought struck him, and he inquired, "Do we have any of those vegetables left?" "None left. They were too pricey, and I only bought a small amount to sample." "Why do you ask?" His wife's brow furrowed in confusion. "Well, I've been working overtime for a project, and the company president is coming over for dinner tonight. Since your cooking is exceptional, I thought it would be better to host him at home." He mentioned he would be bringing his wife and children, which would convey more sincerity, Chun Ming explained, having been preoccupied with the project. "I'll go buy some more vegetables," she said, preparing to head downstairs. "There's no rush. Let us finish our meal first. I must say, today's dishes are truly delightful," Chun Ming replied, his face reflecting satisfaction. Not only was Chun Ming content, but the woman who had been the loudest critic in Zhang Ran's shop also felt a sense of fulfillment. "What has gotten into you today, love? Your cooking seems to have improved dramatically," the husband remarked skeptically, well aware of his wife's usual culinary skills. "Are you implying my previous dishes were unappetizing?" the wife retorted, giving him a pointed look. "Grandma's cooking is the best," chimed in their little grandson. The grandmother turned her attention away from her husband, smiling at her grandson. How? Eat as much as you can. You're still growing, so it's important to fill your belly." "Yes, I want 3 big bowls today," How exclaimed, demonstrating his appetite with gestures. The grandmother beamed with joy at her grandson's enthusiasm. Nothing pleased her more than knowing her cooking was loved by him. She was aware of her grandson's situation. His family was financially stable, with both parents working hard and earning substantial salaries, so they had no monetary concerns. With only one grandson to dote upon, she showered him with affection, ensuring he received ample pocket money. Consequently, How had developed a taste for snacks, often eating little during mealtimes. Today's vegetable feast marked a delightful first for him. The grandmother, noticing how delicious the vegetables were, recalled the high nutritional value of the produce they had sampled. In her heart, she mused, "That cunning young man selling vegetables may have something worthwhile after all. It seems prudent to purchase more in the future." Initially, she felt a twinge of regret over the expense, but seeing her grandson relish the food, that concern swiftly vanished. His enjoyment was all that mattered. The grandmothers retained a less than favorable impression of Zhang Ran, having felt deceived, albeit they had instigated the situation themselves. They would not shoulder the blame, placing full responsibility on Zhang Ran. After all, in their view, their actions were entirely justified. If the prices were exorbitant, their immediate assumption was that it was a scam. On that particular afternoon, the entire Imperial Garden community was enveloped in a rich aroma of vegetables, emanating from the homes of its residents. Many families, who had not ventured out to purchase groceries, found themselves envious as they caught a whiff of the mouth-watering fragrance wafting through their windows, casting a shadow of disdain upon their own meals. This led to a flurry of disagreements erupting among several households. Chapter 36. Deer Antler Wine. At this moment, Zhang Ran remained blissfully unaware that the vegetables he was selling were inciting familial discord. He was stifling laughter. You truly are a couple. You've managed to forget your own daughter, he mused, at a loss for words. Lu Ziyu, his classmate, stood with her hands on her hips, glaring at her father with indignation. She was wise enough not to point an accusing finger at him, for fear of incurring a reprimand. It was evident to Zhang Ran that Lu Jun and Lu Jie, while doting on their daughter, maintained strict discipline. However, Lu Ziyu had spared no mercy in her 10-minute tirade, delivering a relentless stream of criticism without repetition. Lu Jun, acutely aware of his shortcomings, wore an embarrassed expression as he glanced at the amused Zhang Ran and his companions. Lu Ziyu seemed to recognize that her mother was not one to engage in reasoned debate. Thus she refrained from confronting her. Just as Lu Jun contemplated feigning anger to chastise Lu Ziyu, she quickly seized the moment, declaring, "Dad, I won't say much more. I want to get a new phone. Just tell me if you agree or not." All right, a new phone is no problem," Lu Jun acquiesced, eager to avoid further embarrassment. Of course, any purchase would require her mother's approval, a decision beyond his jurisdiction. Zhang Ran and Li Chong felt a tinge of disappointment, realizing that the spectacle was coming to an end. They found Lu Ziyu's admonishment of her father quite amusing. "Hey Zhang Ran, look at Big Tiger and Little Tiger," Wu Xian suddenly exclaimed. At that moment, Big Tiger and Little Tiger seemed to be in distress, anxiously pacing around. As Zhang Ran turned to observe, they immediately dashed over, whimpering incessantly at his feet. Zhang Tiantian and Zhao Shaoqin exchanged nervous glances, having been charmed by the two dogs, now fretting over their well-being. Initially perplexed, Zhang Ran soon comprehended their predicament as their actions became clear. They want to relieve themselves but can't find the right spot, he chuckled. Really? Big Tiger and Little Tiger are that clever? Zhao Shaoqin expressed her skepticism. As the first admirer, Zhang Tiantian promptly defended them, of course. Big Tiger and Little Tiger are the smartest. She led the duo to the bathroom, with Wu Xian and Zhao Shaoqin following suit. Leaving Zhang Ran bemused, what was so entertaining about dogs urinating? Though Zhang Tiantian's home lacked a canine toilet, Big Tiger and Little Tiger could no longer hold it. Under her guidance, they relieved themselves at the shower drain, and she quickly rinsed the area with cold water. Where did you get Big Tiger and Little Tiger? Zhao Shaoqin inquired eagerly as she emerged. They're so intelligent and obedient, and undeniably adorable. Her sentiments struck a chord, stirring feelings within her. A person who had never considered owning a dog. They're just local dogs, not a fancy breed, and I didn't buy them, Zhang Ran replied, choosing not to elaborate further, and Zhao Shaoqin refrained from pressing for more details. Just then, Zhang Ran's phone chimed with a WeChat notification. He casually opened it to find a message from Zhua Huawan. "No need to thank me. I gift all my tenants something when they open for business. Wishing you great success." Zhang Ran surmised that Zhua Huawan had just awakened. After expressing his gratitude once more, set his phone aside. At this point, a medley of enticing aromas filled the air. The fresh scent of vegetables intertwined with the savory fragrance of meat, tantalizing their taste buds and prompting an eager salivation. Come, it's time to eat," Lu Jie announced as she brought forth the dishes, and Zhang Ran hurriedly joined in to assist. He had even prepared a large bone for Big Tiger and Little Tiger, which was now ready, and the two little creatures eagerly began to gnaw at it. "Let us raise a toast," Zhang Ran declared, lifting his glass. "Indeed, this is fine wine from Zhang Laodi. We cannot refuse." Lu Jun, having long coveted the deer antler wine, wasted no time in indulging. Zhang Ran had previously tested the wine and knew its effects were no less potent than those of the tiger bone wine, yet it was far more gentle, avoiding overt symptoms and loss of control. "What fine wine is this? Did you brew it yourself?" Li Chong inquired curiously, observing the jar that did not resemble anything commercially available. Although he typically abstained from drinking, he was not opposed to it. "Deer antler wine, truly exceptional. It nourishes the yin and enhances vitality, promoting beauty," Zhang Ran extolled. "Just boasting, are you?" Zhang Tiantian scoffed. However, Lu Jie was intrigued. Had anyone else made such claims regarding beauty, she might simply have smiled, but she was well aware of the efficacy of Zhang Ran's tiger bone wine. Lu Jie, her eyes glinting with interest, asked, "Is this wine the same as the one your brother Jun bought?" Understanding her implication, Zhang Ran replied with a smile, "Exactly the same." "Then pour me some," Lu Jie insisted, filling her glass generously, nearly 2 ounces. Zhang Tiantian, Zhao Shaoqin, and Wu Xian, initially reluctant to drink, exchanged glances and soon chimed in, "We want some too." However, they each settled for a smaller serving of about an ounce. Cheers. Here's to Zhang Ran's prosperous opening. Lu Jun proclaimed loudly. Cheers. Zhang Ran and Lu Jun downed half their glasses, while the other girls and Li Chang took merely a sip. Wow, this is quite delightful, Zhang Tiantian exclaimed, noting the absence of overwhelming spiciness, replaced instead by a rich, mellow flavor of aged wine. Zhao Xiaoqin nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's quite impressive, rivaling even some vintage wines. Let us eat. Soon, everyone delved into a hearty feast, with Lu Jie's culinary skills far surpassing Zhang Ran's. Delicious. Absolutely delightful. Wu Xian, experiencing such flavors for the first time, couldn't stop praising the meal. This meat is exquisite, she remarked, but soon fell silent as the others were engrossed in their food, none engaging in conversation. Even the youngest, Lu Ziyu, shared a similar experience. Having previously sampled some of Zhang Ran's produce brought home by her parents, she had barely eaten any, as her parents had devoured it all. As the meal progressed, Zhang Ran and his friends gradually slowed their pace, beginning to savor the wine alongside the dishes. Though the traditional order was to drink before eating, how could they resist such delectable fare? Once satiated, they naturally turned to dessert, and a watermelon was presented amidst eager anticipation. So sweet, so delightful. This sentiment resonated among all, as they felt they could indulge in such watermelon for 100 years without growing weary of it. Chapter 37. The touching moment of Sun Mei. Comfortable, exhilarating. A group of individuals reclined upon Li Chang's sofa, each adopting the relaxed posture akin to Guyu, their feet resting on the coffee table, hands gently caressing their bellies, and expressions radiating sheer contentment. Even two little puppies found a cozy spot on the sofa to nestle into. A warm and comforting sensation enveloped me. Truly delightful. Zhao Xiaoqin couldn't help but exclaim. Zhang Ren chuckled, remarking, how could one not feel warm after a meal? Besides, the weather is quite mild at present. You see, Xiaoqin has suffered from a condition of coldness since childhood. Although it isn't severe, it has proven difficult to remedy, Zhang Tiantian interjected. Indeed, this warmth enveloping me feels akin to soaking in a hot spring, a sensation I haven't experienced in quite some time, Zhao Xiaoqin said, her face once again reflecting pure enjoyment. She dismissed any deeper thoughts, attributing her comfort to having eaten too much, particularly the abundance of meat. After a brief respite, Zhang Ran took the lead and left with Xiaohua. Mom! Xiaohua exclaimed, dashing over to Sun Mei. Sun Mei grasped Xiaohua's hand and turned to Zhang Ran, saying, Boss, I hope Xiaohua hasn't caused you any trouble. Zhang Ran replied, not at all. Xiaohua is so well behaved. How could she be a bother? By the way, have you eaten? Yes, I have, Sun Mei responded. How much? I'll reimburse you, Zhang Ran offered. He refrained from suggesting they settle it at the end of the month. Having discerned that Sun Mei's circumstances were likely challenging, and he was unsure if she had any spare cash, he thought it best to reimburse her for the meal immediately. Boss, that's unnecessary. It wasn't much, Sun Mei insisted, to offer reimbursement so readily. I must say, this is the first time I've encountered such a frugal employee, Zhang Ran remarked with a smile. Seeing Zhang Ran's insistence, Sun Mei felt a bit embarrassed and admitted, 7 yuan. What? Zhang Ran inquired, thinking he hadn't heard correctly. 7 yuan. How could it be so little? You needn't worry. Over the next couple of days, my visits will gradually decrease, and I will need your assistance here. Zhang Ran assumed Sun Mei was hesitant to claim more. It truly is just 7 yuan. I only ordered a serving of fried rice from the nearby shop, delivered by their owner, Sun Mei explained. Zhang Ran was taken aback by her thriftiness. He had already offered reimbursement, yet she had only consumed such a modest amount. After a moment's thought, he proposed, how about this? From now on, I'll cover your 3 meals, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, at a standard of 8 yuan for breakfast, 20 for lunch, and 15 for dinner, totaling 43. No, let's make it a flat 45 yuan for daily meal allowances. As he spoke, Zhang Ran retrieved 45 yuan from the cash register and handed it to Sun Mei. Sun Mei stared at the money in his hand, feeling somewhat at a loss. She had never encountered such a situation. Having arrived in the city with nothing and no one to rely on, the uncertainty and helplessness she felt almost consumed her fragile spirit. Yet, thoughts of her daughter, Xiaohua, propelled her to endure the hardships, embodying the resilience of motherhood. Initially, she had endured the disdainful glares, harsh words, and bullying in her early days of begging. As she gradually became familiar with the city, realizing that factory work did not require credentials or skills, she took a job there. However, she resigned after only 2 months when she returned to the dormitory one day to find her roommates bullying Xiaohua. In that moment, she could no longer contain her fury. She had been willing to wash her roommates' clothes, help them with their work, and serve their meals just to ensure Xiaohua could stay in the dorm. Yet they still mistreated her daughter. Had she not witnessed it, she might never have known. In that instant, she erupted, overpowering her roommates with her strength. Honed from years of laboring in the fields, they were no match for her, and Sun Mei's fierce demeanor frightened them. It was as if she had transformed into a bloodthirsty beast. The following day, she was dismissed from her job, losing a significant portion of her wages. Subsequently, she switched to working as a cashier in a supermarket. Initially, she contemplated emulating the veteran employees by taking home items that were not discounted. But she found herself unable to cross that moral threshold. After being dismissed from the supermarket, she was left uncertain of her next steps, unsure if she could provide for Xiaohua. Confusion and despair enveloped her until she met Zhang Ran. She initially approached the opportunity with a sense of trepidation. But to her surprise, Zhang Ran proved to be a genuinely kind-hearted boss. Although he seldom offered flattering words, Sun Mei was acutely aware of his actions, allowing her to bring her daughter to work, ensuring they had meals together, treating them to delicious food, and now providing meal allowances. These were things she had never dared to dream of before. Thank you, boss, Sun Mei said, quickly bowing her head as she expressed her gratitude. Mom, please don't cry, Xiaohua gently urged, tilting her little head upwards. I'm not crying, dear. Come here. Let's thank the boss, Sun Mei said, wiping her tears as she spoke to Xiaohua. Thank you, boss, Xiaohua chimed in, displaying her impeccable manners. Zhang Ran sighed and said, there's no need for such formality. As I mentioned before, I pay and you work. This is the result of your own hard work. Zhang Ran preferred to avoid overly sentimental moments, perhaps feeling somewhat ill at ease in such scenarios. Sun Mei nodded, wiping her tears before lifting her head and smiling brightly. In that moment, she resolved to work diligently, determined to honor Zhang Ran's generosity. Zhang Ran had initially intended to send Xiaohua home and tidy up before departing, but unexpectedly, around 2 in the afternoon, a few customers arrived to purchase vegetables. Young man, your vegetables are quite good, though a bit pricey. It would be better if they were cheaper, remarked an elderly woman. Zhang Ran smiled and replied, Ma'am, I assure you, my vegetables are not overpriced. You've sampled them and know their quality. Surely you have a sense of their worth. The elderly woman countered. How about giving me a 20% discount? Zhang Ran shook his head, saying, I'm afraid that's not possible. I'm hardly making a profit at this price. Let's stick to the original pricing, 10% off for the opening day. Zhang Ran was not naive. Since the elderly woman had come, it indicated that the price was acceptable to her, and she merely sought to gain a small advantage. In such a situation, how could he relent? Stingy, the elderly woman muttered, yet she still purchased her items without reservation. Today, her grandson had enjoyed a hearty serving of vegetables, bringing her great joy, as he had expressed a desire for more of the midday meal. After a brief rest, she hurried over to buy more. Chapter 38. The Chubby Boy Who Dislikes Vegetables. The elderly woman was not the only one drawn to the shop. Others, who were previously unaware of this humble vegetable store, began to flock in. This afternoon, the entire imperial garden was enveloped by a delightful aroma of vegetables, which left many individuals unable to enjoy their meals fully. Consequently, after lunch, some ventured out to inquire about the source of such enticing cooking. Although the number of buyers today was not particularly high, there were still quite a few, predominantly elderly gentlemen and ladies, who, with a bit of casual inquiry, quickly uncovered the truth. Upon discovering the source, it was only natural for them to come and make purchases. Moreover, the ladies shared their impressions of the food. While they found Zhang Ran himself somewhat lacking in charm, the dishes were undeniably excellent, prompting them to promote his offerings for free. As they all resided within the same community, and given the warm-hearted nature of many of these ladies, there were certainly a good number who took their words to heart. This situation left Zhang Ran unable to leave, as although Sun Mei could manage alone, her pace would be considerably slower. Since Zhang Ran was present, he remained busy as well. Boss, aren't your watermelons a bit overpriced? Could you possibly lower the price? One customer called out. Despite Zhang Tiantian and the others having 1 watermelon each, 2 of the largest ones still remained. At that moment, Zhang Ran was focused on tallying the accounts and, without looking up, replied, the price is set, and I assure you it is worth every penny. You may take 1 home, and if you find it unsatisfactory after tasting, I will refund you in full. Is that for real, boss? Are you trying to pull a fast one on us? Upon hearing Zhang Ran's words, many began to doubt whether he was sincere. Zhang Ran responded, what reason do I have to deceive you? My shop is right here. Would I risk losing over 200 bucks just to trick you? Since you've said so, I'll go ahead and buy one. Amidst the commotion, by 4 o'clock that afternoon, all the vegetables had been sold out, leaving behind only some unappealing ones that no one wanted. These vegetables had become disheveled due to being picked over repeatedly, as they had originally been quite presentable. Sun Mei, you and Xiao Hua should head back now. Consider it an early end to the workday, Zhang Ran said, stretching his arms. He had not anticipated such a smooth day of sales. Upon checking the revenue, he found it amounted to 23,000 yuan. For Zhang Ran, the revenue directly reflected his profit, and a net profit exceeding 20,000 in a single day would surely incite envy in others if they were to find out. Boss, I'll clean up the place, Sun Mei offered. Alright, once you finish cleaning you can close up and head home. We'll resume at the usual time tomorrow. Zhang Ran instructed. He took out the 50 and 100 yuan notes, setting aside some change for the next day. Given that nearly every customer spent at least 100, Zhang Ran had collected a significant amount of cash. Additionally, with many customers opting for WeChat and Alipay for payments, the remaining coins were even fewer. Boss, have you sold out? One individual approached the entrance to inquire. Zhang Ran smiled and replied, I'm sorry, but today's vegetables have all been sold. If you wish to make a purchase, please come back tomorrow. Alright then, the visitor said, leaving somewhat disappointed. Having arrived a bit late for the news, Zhang Ran departed the shop alongside De Hu and Xiao Hu, his heart brimming with joy. With over 20,000 earned in a single day, and under the same conditions tomorrow, he anticipated even greater sales. Aiming for 30,000 daily, he envisioned purchasing machinery for cultivating seeds within a matter of days. Zhang Ran held firm in his belief that anyone who tasted his vegetables would have nothing but praise, a conviction he firmly believed in. The residents of the Imperial Garden were predominantly affluent, and while a daily vegetable expenditure exceeding 100 yuan might seem steep, it was still within their means. Moreover, once his reputation was established, nearby residents would likely come to buy as well. While they might not be able to indulge daily, an occasional meal would still be feasible, indicating that Zhang Ran's shop needed to source even more vegetables. He contemplated whether to expand his cultivation scale, especially since the seeds were not yet ready for harvest, limiting his supply capabilities for the time being. Meanwhile, Chun Ming enjoyed a restful nap, savoring the sweetness of his sleep, though the abrupt awakening by the alarm clock was slightly disconcerting. Checking the time, he felt drowsy but forced himself to rise, as there were important matters awaiting him that evening. Dear, Chun Ming entered the kitchen, observing his wife meticulously washing and preparing vegetables. He embraced her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. Don't be silly. Did you sleep well? His wife asked softly. Yes, I just missed you a bit, Chun Ming replied. You're quite the charmer. By the way, aren't you supposed to be hosting that executive for dinner? His wife teased. Chan Ming kissed her gently before preparing for work, heading to the airport to await the arrival of the executive. Mr. Wang, Chun Ming greeted the incoming guest. After exchanging pleasantries, Chun Ming led the visitor to his home. Upon hearing that dinner would be hosted at Chun Ming's residence, Mr. Wang and his companions offered only slight objections before gladly accepting. They held this collaboration in high regard. Please, come in. Chun Ming opened the door, gesturing for them to enter. How delightful. Manager Chun's wife is indeed an excellent cook, Mr. Wang's wife remarked, captivated by the delicious aroma wafting through the living room. Chun Ming's wife emerged from the kitchen, smiling, welcome. Thank you, Xian, call for the others, Mr. Wang's wife instructed her son. The child, a chubby little boy, pouted and mumbled, hello, auntie, in a lackluster tone. Initially excited by the enticing sense of the dishes, he soon lost interest upon realizing that most of them were vegetables. How can you be so inconsiderate, my child? Mrs. Wang frowned, preparing to scold her son, but was promptly stopped by Chun Ming's wife. They're just kids. It's no problem. Please take a seat, she reassured. Once everyone was seated, after a couple of drinks, Chun Ming invited them to dine. Xian, why aren't you eating? Do you not like the food? Chun Ming inquired, noticing the little boy poking at his bowl without actually eating. Uncle, don't you have any meat? The boy said weakly. Mr. Wang interjected, Xian, don't be troublesome. Try these vegetables. They're delicious. Having sampled a dish himself, Mr. Wang was genuinely impressed by the taste. Despite not feeling disrespected by the predominance of vegetables, he hadn't anticipated that the dishes would not only smell wonderful but also taste even better. I refuse to eat vegetables. You're all tricking me. Vegetables are disgusting. I only want meat. The boy suddenly erupted. Mr. Wang's expression darkened, ready to reprimand his son, but Chun Ming spoke up first. Xian, how about you try just one bite? If it's not good, I'll go out and buy you some meat right away, alright? I'm truly sorry. My child has been spoiled by the elders at home, Mrs. Wang apologized. The couple, typically engrossed in their busy lives, had entrusted the care of their child to the grandparents, who indulged the little one without reservation. Over the course of 2 to 3 years, this dynamic had evolved significantly. Initially, the parents had not realized the extent of the situation until they observed their son's weight gain and his utter refusal to consume vegetables. They could hardly blame the grandparents. Instead, they had to devise their own solutions. Fortunately, the current project was overseen by Mr. Wang, which would span several years. Thus, they decided to bring their child along, allowing them to reside in the city where the project would be signed, thereby taking the child away from the grandparents for some hands-on guidance. In a significant sacrifice, Mrs. Wang even resigned from her job, as their family's financial standing was secure, and the well-being of their child took precedence. Just a little, she stipulated. The chubby boy reluctantly agreed upon hearing that meat would soon be available. Rest assured. Uncle keeps his promises, Chun Ming assured him. He remained optimistic about the vegetables, knowing that if all else failed, procuring some meat would not be a hardship. The little boy gingerly picked up a piece of vegetable, treating it like poison, causing Mr. Wang to nearly intervene. However, the boy's eyes soon brightened. This is delicious, he exclaimed, pleasantly surprised by the taste of the vegetables. From that moment on, he independently began to eat more vegetables with great delight, much to Mrs. Wang's relief, as she had been concerned about her son's health due to his long-standing aversion to greens. Despite some health issues stemming from his poor diet, the little boy proved to be quite resilient. Mr. Wang and the others had once attempted to restrict his meat intake to compel him to eat vegetables, but he stubbornly endured 2 days without food, nearly causing a rift between the grandparents and Mr. Wang. Since then, they had refrained from such drastic measures, resorting instead to providing him with vitamins. Ying, your culinary skills are exceptional. Would you be willing to teach me? Mrs. Wang said, her eyes sparkling as she addressed Chun Ming's wife. Concerned about her son's health, she was eager to learn how to prepare the delectable dishes that Su Ying had made. Su Ying smiled and replied, this is not merely my culinary prowess. It is the vegetables that deserve the credit. If you savor them closely, you will find their inherent flavors exquisite. Moreover, I have heard that their nutritional value is several times greater than that of ordinary vegetables. Really? Where did you purchase them? Mrs. Wang inquired. At a new store just at the entrance of our community. I can take you there tomorrow, Su Ying offered. Excellent. The two women began discussing culinary endeavors, while Chun Ming and Mr. Wang exchanged knowing smiles, with Chun Ming feeling a sense of relief. Cheers. Cheers. Chapter 39. The Effects of Deer Antler Wine. At 3 in the morning, Zhang Ran prepared to wake, facing another day of work. However, today promised to be busier than the previous day. He had increased his order quantity by 50%, anticipating that the burgeoning demand would yield favorable results. After making 2 trips to transport all the vegetables, he realized that the small delivery truck's capacity was insufficient. Upon his second arrival at the original vegetable supermarket, he found that customers had already begun to gather, despite it being only 6 in the morning and the dawn just breaking. Unlike the previous day when patrons surged in, today was less hectic, allowing Sun Mei to manage on her own, with Xiao Hua occasionally lending a hand, making her workload considerably lighter. Not wanting to linger, Zhang Ran briefly surveyed the scene before heading home to shower and then feed the 2 dogs, De Hu and Xiao Hu. After a quick meal and a brief rest on the bed, he took the dogs for a walk. Having been preoccupied for the past few days, the 2 pups were eager to stretch their legs. Once inside the community, they excitedly dashed about, though they never ventured more than 50 meters from Zhang Ran. After a brief warm-up jog to exercise, Zhang Ran approached the store entrance, only to be greeted by a commotion inside. How could you do this? What are we supposed to eat? Yes, your actions are quite unreasonable. I was here first. Why should you deny me my purchase? Please, sir, could you consider buying just a couple less? Let the rest of us have a chance. Sun Mei's voice rang out. Zhang Ran quickly entered to find several elderly patrons surrounding a 30-year-old man, whom he recognized as the individual who had purchased watermelons the previous day. It appeared he intended to buy all the watermelons available today. Boss, Sun Mei exclaimed, her keen eyes spotting Zhang Ran. The others noticed his arrival, eager to gather around him, aware that he was the owner. Excuse me, everyone, I believe I understand the situation. Allow me to mediate, Zhang Ran announced. Turning to the 30-year-old man, he proposed, how about this? You can leave 2 watermelons, and if you wish to purchase more next time, just give me a heads up, and I will have them ready for you. The man was somewhat reluctant to engage further. The incessant chatter from the elderly women had become tiresome. Had it not been for the watermelon's exceptional taste, he would have preferred to avoid conflict altogether. The sweet flavor of yesterday's watermelon lingered in his memory, motivating him to buy more for friends and superiors. With Zhang Ran providing a way out, he readily accepted. Once the crowd dispersed, Zhang Ran inquired what just transpired. Yesterday, no one was interested in buying. Sun Mei explained, today, there weren't many customers. But that gentleman's immediate desire to purchase set off the commotion among the ladies. Although only a day had passed, the quality of Zhang Ran's vegetables had already garnered widespread recognition. This incident over the watermelons served as a testament to the burgeoning reputation of his produce. Zhang Ran paid little mind to the fuss. He had unwavering confidence in his vegetables. At that moment, his thoughts were solely focused on how to cultivate seeds. Producing ordinary seeds required minimal investment, relying on traditional methods. However, Zhang Ran resolved to approach the task scientifically, opting for large-scale experimentation that would be efficient and time-effective. Boss, today's vegetable sales are even better than yesterday. I fear we might run out, Sun Mei reported. Zhang Ran assessed the remaining stock and replied, let us see how sales progress by noon. If they are nearly sold out, I will go and restock. Understood, Sun Mei acknowledged. With the arrangements in place, Zhang Ran departed, intending to visit some seed equipment suppliers to acquire necessary tools. In the following week, he embarked on his experiments, while the business at the vegetable supermarket continued to flourish. Now, it is not only the residents of the Imperial Garden who come to purchase, but also some inhabitants from nearby communities who have heard the news and come to sample the offerings. After indulging in the initial tasting, most are captivated by the exquisite flavors of the vegetables, resulting in the vegetable supermarket selling 3 times more daily than on its first day. This translates to Zhang Ran earning as much as 60,000 yuan each day, which is nearly pure profit. If this trend continues, Zhang Ran's monthly income could soar to 1,800,000, approaching 2 million. Zhang Ran himself never anticipated that the sales of these vegetables would be so astonishing. Zhao Xiaoqin, you insufferable creature. What brings you here again? Zhang Tiantian said, rolling her eyes at the audacious Zhao Xiaoqin, who had come over uninvited. Since the opening of Zhang Ran's supermarket, Zhao Xiaoqin had been dropping by every few days, often just to mooch off meals. If it were merely for meals, it would be tolerable, but this person was unabashedly taking food and not showing the slightest courtesy. I just miss our little Tiantian, Zhao Xiaoqin exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Zhang Tiantian and planting a hearty kiss on her cheek. Enough already. You just want to enjoy our delicious food, don't you? Zhang Tiantian impatiently pushed her away. Zhao Xiaoqin feigned a sorrowful expression and dramatically began to cry. Zhang Tiantian, you heartless one. You can't even spare a moment to care for your dear sister. Woe is me. Zhang Tiantian gazed at Zhao Xiaoqin's faux tears in bewilderment and sighed. All right, just tell me what's wrong. Are you upset again? I've told you countless times. Your law firm is utterly inadequate. It's small and riddled with rules. I truly don't understand why you remain there. Zhang Tiantian was quite aware of the negative aspects of Zhao Xiaoqin's company, primarily due to Zhao Xiaoqin's frequent complaints about it in front of her friends. Today was no exception, as Zhao Xiaoqin had come to her friend to alleviate her frustrations. Forget it, let us not dwell on that. The usual arrangement? Zhang Tiantian suggested. The usual arrangement, Zhao Xiaoqin affirmed. Zhang Tiantian stood up to retrieve a bottle of red wine from the cupboard. Each time Zhao Xiaoqin came to vent, they would indulge in a little drinking, but as she reached for it, she suddenly spotted a wine jar. Isn't this the one Zhang Ran left behind the other day? Zhang Tiantian mused. The last time Zhang Ran had brought deer antler wine, he had left some behind, not bothering to take it with him, knowing he had more at home. Zhang Tiantian and Li Chang generally weren't fond of drinking, preferring red wine when they did, so they had momentarily forgotten about this jar. However, the sight of it reminded Zhang Tiantian of the taste of the deer antler wine, and she decided to take it. Isn't this Zhang Ran's wine? Zhao Xiaoqin recognized it as well. Perfect, there's still some left. Let us finish it off. The taste is quite decent, Zhang Tiantian remarked. Then let us drink. Zhao Xiaoqin eagerly accepted, as she had come to unwind today. Both Zhao Xiaoqin and Zhang Tiantian were not fond of noisy places like bars. They preferred to stay at home, enjoying a couple of drinks with friends to relieve stress. Isn't your little Chang back yet? Zhao Xiaoqin inquired. Not yet, he's working late today, said there's a bug in the program, Zhang Tiantian replied. I must say, your little Chang is quite a catch. Though not the most handsome, he is honest and not dull, and he treats you well, Zhao Shaoqin complimented. Though she often teased Li Chong, she genuinely thought well of him and was sincerely happy for her friend to have found such a partner. Haha, yes, all right. Zhang Tiantian said proudly. Please, a few compliments and you're over the moon. Come, let us drink. At your service, my lady. Thus, the two of them frolicked and sipped wine, venting some of the pent-up frustrations they had accumulated over time. After an indeterminate amount of time, both began to feel a little tipsy. This feels wonderful, I'm all warm and cozy. Zhao Shaoqin stretched languidly. By the way, is your cold constitution feeling any better? Zhang Tiantian asked with concern. Zhao Shaoqin paused, then shook her slightly dizzy head, her gaze fixated on the wine jar before her. What's wrong? Zhang Tiantian noticed her friend's odd demeanor. Zhao Shaoqin thoughtfully stroked her smooth, fair chin and said, now that you mention it, I recall that the last time I drank from this jar of wine, I felt warm all over for several days. However, I did notice some chill yesterday. It seems that this jar of wine might be the reason. Are you saying this wine helps with your cold constitution? Zhang Tiantian inquired. Perhaps. You shouldn't be mistaken, Zhao Shaoqin replied. Then hurry and ask Zhang Ran if he has any left. Let us buy some. Zhang Tiantian exclaimed excitedly. She was very concerned about her friend's cold issue and was delighted to know that there might be a remedy or something to manage it. Zhao Shaoqin initially felt a surge of excitement but then shook her head. This jar of wine probably isn't cheap. I recall Lu Jie mentioning it during dinner. She said Lu Gu spent 10,000 yuan on a jar of wine from Zhang Ran. Although it wasn't the specific type, it still cost a fortune. I don't have that much money right now. Don't worry, I'll lend you the money. It's no big deal. Zhang Tiantian waved her hand dismissively. Let us not, you're planning to marry Li Chong, and you'll need money for many things in the future. This is just a minor issue for me. I've gotten used to it over the years. I'll deal with it when I earn my own money. Zhao Shaoqin insisted, waving her hand. No need. Our wedding is still a ways off and… Really, it's unnecessary, Tiantian. I know you care about me, but right now, I'm uncertain about the effectiveness of this wine. If it only alleviates the issue temporarily, spending 10,000 yuan would feel like a loss, Zhao Shaoqin explained. Just promise me that if you need money, you'll let me know, Zhang Tiantian said. All right, but I'll be taking this remaining wine with me, Zhao Shaoqin declared. Take it all, I knew you were the one who truly cared for me. If not, why not ditch Li Chong and live with me instead? Zhao Shaoqin teased once more. Get lost. You old hag. Chapter 40. Renting a new place after finishing his tasks, Zhang Ran surveyed the chaotic state of his apartment and slapped his forehead. Now that I'm so wealthy, why am I still living here? He was neither a monk nor did he enjoy self-imposed hardships. He had no desire to deprive himself when he could afford better living arrangements. With over 500,000 yuan in cash in his bank account, while he couldn't afford to buy a house, he could at least rent a nicer one. Resolving to take action, he took a shower, tidied up, and dressed before heading to a real estate agency. Hello, are you looking to rent or buy? Upon entering, a smiling agent greeted him. Rent? Zhang Ran replied. The agent's expression dimmed slightly upon hearing this, but their smile remained intact. Please have a seat. I'll get you a glass of water. Zhang Ran nodded and sat down. Shortly, a different person brought over the water. Good day, sir. May I ask your name? The newcomer was a young woman in her early 20s, and judging by her manner of speaking, she appeared to be quite new to this line of work. Zhang Ran took the cup of water and remarked, My surname is Zhang. Hello, Mr. Zhang. You can simply call me Xiao Fei, she replied with a smile. Zhang Ran raised an eyebrow, then joked, Are you trying to remind me of something? Mr. Zhang, you just, Xiao Fei responded, feeling more at ease. What kind of apartment are you looking for? What is your budget? Do you have a preferred location? Her questions came out in a rush, clearly indicating her novice status. Zhang Ran, unperturbed, replied, Somewhere near Dijing Yuan. The price is negotiable, but the decor should be of good quality. Upon hearing his requirements, Xiao Fei's face lit up with excitement. This sounded like a significant client, at least in her eyes. Please wait a moment. I will find some options for you, she said, swiftly moving to her computer to begin her search. Master, do you have any suitable listings? She inquired of the person who had initially attended to Zhang Ran. The individual, having learned that Zhang Ran was looking for something pricier, initially felt a twinge of regret, but then remembered that such a client often did not follow through, typically requesting better decor but ultimately unable to meet the price. Shun Ming pondered this and replied, I have a well-decorated unit available, with keys in hand. Take Mr. Zhang to view it while I continue my search. He gestured for Xiao Fei to come over, and they walked to the back where Shun Ming quietly advised her. Take this one for now. The price is 7,000 a month, payable annually, and it's non-negotiable. You can assess the situation yourself. However, I suspect he might not find this price acceptable. Show him this and I will help you look for other options. Xiao Fei beamed, all right, thank you, master. Watching her cheerful demeanor, Xin Ming shook his head in resignation, thinking to himself, you won't be so happy for long. He didn't mislead Xiao Fei. Once she left with Zhang Ran, he began searching for a few listings around 2000, drawing on his years of experience to conclude that clients like Zhang Ran often spoke sweetly yet settled for much lower prices in the end. Xiao Fei quickly led Zhang Ran to a residential complex, which was not too far from Dijing Yuan and relatively new. Gaining entry without difficulty due to the access card, she retrieved 2 shoe covers from her bag. Mr. Zhang, she said, handing him the covers. As he donned them and stepped into the property, his eyes immediately brightened at the sight of the decor. This is a duplex with European-style furnishings, recently renovated, and the owner hasn't lived here long, Xiao Fei stated. Though it was her first time seeing the place, her words flowed naturally. Here is the kitchen, designed in an open style, making cooking quite convenient. Look at this living room. It's exceptionally spacious, with a great view that allows ample sunlight to stream in. And this entry garden is perfect for enjoying tea and conversation with friends. As she spoke, she observed Zhang Ran's expression, noticing his satisfaction, which eased her own nerves. Let's head upstairs, Zhang Ran suggested. He was quite pleased with the downstairs layout, which included a kitchen, a living room, a large balcony, and even a gym. Upon reaching the upper level, his approval deepened as he took in the decor. The 2 bedrooms, including a master suite with a private bathroom, a study, and a game room, left him thoroughly impressed. Although he hadn't viewed many quality properties before, given his previous financial constraints, he genuinely appreciated this duplex. The extra space it offered compared to a flat was undeniable, and the decor was simply exquisite. Had it been situated in the city center, it would likely cost over 10,000. What do you think of this apartment? Xiao Fei asked eagerly, her heart racing as she anticipated the outcome. This could be her first successful deal, and the commission would be substantial. Zhang Ran nodded. How much is it? 7,000 a month, Xiao Fei blurted out, immediately regretting her words. Her mentor had taught her to quote a higher price initially to allow room for negotiation. Otherwise, closing the deal could prove challenging. As expected, Zhang Ran casually remarked, can it be a bit cheaper? This price seems a tad high. Xiao Fei quickly replied, Mr. Zhang, it is truly not expensive. This is the actual price and I haven't inflated it at all. You can verify with the landlord. In her haste, she had made a grave error, suggesting that he contact the landlord directly, an invitation for the client to bypass her altogether. Fortunately, Zhang Ran had no intention of doing so. He looked at Xiao Fei and said, how about this? You call the landlord on speakerphone and inquire if the price can be lowered. If it's as you say, I'll go ahead and rent it. Of course, I'll call right away, Xiao Fei exclaimed, her excitement palpable. She prepared to dial the landlord's number but cunningly saved it as a contact, ensuring Zhang Ran couldn't see it. Hello? Came a familiar voice from the other end of the line. Hello, landlord. This is Xiao Fei from Yufeng. I have a client interested in your property. Could we possibly discuss lowering the price? She asked cautiously. No, the price stands at 7,000. Rent it if you want. If not, then so be it. The landlord replied bluntly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ran understood that Xiao Fei had not misrepresented the situation and declared, all right, landlord, I'm currently in your property and ready to sign the contract. The landlord, upon hearing this, responded readily, fine, I'll be there in half an hour. Chapter 41. Acquaintances, Gratitude. Xiao Fei was taken aback by how smoothly everything had unfolded. Even after hanging up, she found it hard to believe the ease of the process. Mr. Zhang, shall we proceed with the contract? She inquired. Zhang Ran nodded, yes, let us sign it here in the apartment. All right, I'll have someone bring the contract over, Xiao Fei replied promptly. She then picked up her phone and made a call, which was answered almost immediately. Xiao Fei, head over to Jinxi Community right away. I found 2 apartments for you priced around 2003, and I've arranged everything. Xin Ming's voice came through the line. He had assumed Xiao Fei's deal was unlikely to materialize, so he hadn't anticipated listening to her details. However, Xiao Fei interjected, Master, the client is interested in the apartment and is about to sign the contract. I've already contacted the landlord and he is on his way. Could you bring the contract and receipt? What? Xin Ming's voice rose in surprise. The client is interested in the apartment and is about to sign the contract. Xiao Fei reiterated. After a long while, a voice finally came from that side, saying, all right, I'll be right over. At that moment, the regret that weighed heavily on Xin Ming's heart was indescribable. If it were merely a 1 or 2,000 yuan deal, he would have been indifferent. He could have considered it a gesture of goodwill for his apprentice's assistance over the past few days, especially since Fei Yi was quite an attractive individual. However, this was a 7,000 yuan property, with commissions exceeding 3,000, which made him feel a pang of heartache. This client had originally belonged to him, and he had even provided the property, but due to his own laziness and the assumption that Zhang Ran could not afford a high-priced rental, he had let this opportunity slip away. It had been ages since he had encountered such a straightforward client. Nevertheless, no amount of regret would change the situation. He had to proceed to deliver the contract to his apprentice, for he still needed to adhere to the rules. Zhang Ran wandered around the property, feeling that he should have been living here before he ever considered purchasing a home. He had never resided in such a splendid place, and his heart was filled with excitement. Before long, Shen Ming arrived, casually chatting with Zhang Ran, and soon the landlord also appeared. Upon seeing the landlord, Zhang Ran was taken aback. Miss Chua. It was indeed Zhuo Huawan, which explained why the voice had sounded somewhat familiar. Zhang Ran. Zhuo Huawan recognized Zhang Ran as well. As soon as Shen Ming noticed their familiarity, a sense of alertness arose within him. Haha, since the two of you know each other, that couldn't be better. Let's proceed to sign the contract, Shen Ming said, pulling out the contract and beginning to fill it out. Zhang Ran had no other thoughts. Although he understood Shen Ming's intentions, he couldn't be bothered to dwell on it. Miss Chua, thank you for the gift back then, Zhang Ran said with a smile. Zhuo Huawan waved her hand dismissively, saying, it's nothing. I always send a gift for every store opening. Before long, Shen Ming completed the contract and smiled, saying, gentlemen, please check if there are any issues. If everything is in order, you may sign. Zhang Ran had not studied these contracts, but he understood that the terms were primarily designed to bind tenants and landlords, leaving little restriction on the agent. However, he couldn't be bothered to fuss over the details. It seemed pointless. After a brief glance, he signed his name. Shall I transfer the rent to your WeChat? Zhang Ran inquired. Zhuo Huawan replied, that works. Originally it was to be paid annually, but since it is this way, you can pay for half a year up front, and then pay the rent together with your store. Alright. The two quickly finalized their agreement, and Zhang Ran also handed over the agency fee, which relieved Fei Yi greatly. Shen Ming, however, felt a twinge of regret. Clients like this were rare. He hardly encountered two such straightforward clients in a year, and he had let this one slip through his fingers. At that moment, he wished he could slap himself. After signing the contract, they remained for a while longer to resolve the utility issues. The agency was assisting with the running around since they had already paid such a hefty fee. It would be unreasonable to require the client to run errands as well. While they waited, the door was knocked upon once more. Hello, may I ask who you are looking for? Fei Yi asked, perplexed, as he gazed at a woman carrying a large watermelon. Sun Mei said, I'm looking for my boss. Earlier, upon discovering that the landlord was Zhuo Huawan, Zhang Ran had messaged Sun Mei to bring over a watermelon. Just as she spoke, she spotted Zhang Ran. Boss, I've brought what you asked for. Zhang Ran approached and said, thank you for your trouble. Sun Mei wiped her sweat and replied, no problem. It's what I should do. If there's nothing else, I'll head back now. After seeing off Sun Mei, Zhang Ran brought the watermelon into the house and said to Zhuo Huawan, Miss Chua, I have nothing else to express my gratitude. As you know, I am just a vegetable seller. Please accept this watermelon as a token of my appreciation. Zhuo Huawan looked at the large watermelon with amusement, momentarily at a loss for words. She had not anticipated such a gesture from Zhang Ran, but she did not refuse it, as it was a heartfelt offering. Then I won't be polite, Zhuo Huawan said. At that moment, Shen Ming also approached, handing over the completed utility paperwork and stating, ladies, the handover is complete. After the handover, Zhuo Huawan was about to leave, but she hesitated at the sight of the large watermelon. Despite Sun Mei carrying it with ease, it would be quite a challenge for Zhuo Huawan to manage. Zhang Ran had intended to assist, but Shen Ming, ever eager to please, said, landlord, allow me to help you carry it down. Zhuo Huawan's beauty and grace were exceptional, making Shen Ming's eagerness to assist quite natural. Observing Shen Ming's actions, Zhang Ran chuckled but remained silent. Zhuo Huawan tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and said, thank you. It's nothing, just a small task. Shen Ming replied as he began to lift the watermelon. Upon doing so, his expression shifted. The watermelon was heavier than he expected. Yet, with a beautiful woman beside him, he could only endure the strain. After seeing them off, Zhang Ran gazed at his newly rented home, feeling a wave of emotion. Had he truly moved into such a wonderful place? Yet he merely mused momentarily, for there was much to be done. He had to transfer his belongings from his previous residence, including the large appliances he had purchased. However, He decided to discard items like bedding, as a good home deserved quality bedding. Thus, he spent the entire afternoon shopping and moving, and it wasn't until around 8 in the evening that Zhang Ran finally finished arranging the house. Even the dog houses for De Hu and Xiao who had been upgraded, with a separate room in the gym downstairs. Once the house was in order, Zhang Ran prepared a lavish meal and invited Li Chong and the others over. These two fellows had become quite accustomed to visiting his home for meals since they had grown closer. Chapter 42. A flurry of activity. Upon returning home, Zhuo Huawan asked the security guard to assist in bringing the watermelon upstairs. Wang, my dear Wang, I've missed you so much. Upon entering, she was greeted by the dramatic wailing of her best friend. Zhuo Huawan, feeling somewhat exasperated, replied, "Why are you here again?" Ever since she had given the keys to Huashuang, Zhuo Huawan had not enjoyed a moment of peace. Huashuang feigned tears and said, "I've been dumped. You don't even comfort me." Zhuo Huawan tossed her bag onto the sofa and scoffed. "Come on. You're the one who does the dumping. Who would dare dump you, Hua the Enchantress? By the way, didn't you just start dating this guy half a month ago? It's over already?" Huashuang shrugged and replied, "Half a month is quite a while. Once the novelty wears off, it's natural to part ways." Zhuo Huawan, unsure of what to say regarding her friend's chaotic love life, could only respond helplessly, "You should take a break. Don't forget the pain after healing." "Tch, that's just my charm," Huashuang retorted dismissively. "Forget your troubles for now. Where shall we go tonight? What shall we eat?" Zhuo Huawan asked. Huashuang replied, "I don't want to go out for now. I just want to hide at your place for a few days." Zhuo Huawan has been feeling weary these days and remarked, "Very well then. Let us take a break today. Tomorrow I shall return to school for a visit. After all, not going back for too long is rather unseemly." "That sounds fine to me," I replied nonchalantly. "By the way, why have you brought back a watermelon?" Huashuang noticed the large watermelon at the entrance. "It was a gift from someone," Zhuo Huawan replied dismissively. Huashuang couldn't help but tease. "Who, pray tell, is so creative?" Knowing that the esteemed Miss Zhuo is not short of funds, they thought to present her with a watermelon. Zhuo Huawan clarified, "Stop your wild conjectures. It was a return gift from someone named Zhang Ran. Coincidentally, he rented a room today and decided to bring me a watermelon as a gesture of thanks." "SNT that fellow trying to pursue you?" Huashuang jested. "Stop guessing. I can tell he has no romantic intentions whatsoever." Zhuo Huawan has a knack for reading people accurately. Huashuang remarked, "At least he possesses some self-awareness." After muttering this, Huashuang added, "Just as well, for I am parched." Saying this, she sliced open the watermelon. The moment it was cut, a rich, sweet aroma wafted through the air, causing Huashuang's eyes to brighten. Unable to contain herself, she eagerly took a piece, and the sweet juice burst forth in her mouth. Delicious. After moving into his new home, Zhang Ran became busier. The vegetables at his grocery store were selling increasingly well, with daily revenues reaching 60,000 yuan, which constituted his pure profit. Notably, since Zhang Ran gifted Zhuo Huawan a watermelon, she and her close friend Huashuang have been coming to buy some nearly every day. Fortunately, the business has stabilized. Those who needed to know have learned, and customers have come to purchase their vegetables. During this period, Zhang Ran has focused entirely on seed cultivation. He was pleased to find that the seed experiments were highly successful, requiring minimal effort to complete. Furthermore, he conducted tests on several varieties of rapidly maturing seeds in batches, and he was quite satisfied with the results. These seeds, cultivated in the primitive world, can thrive on Earth and grow well. However, the planting density differs. The soil quality on Earth is notably inferior compared to that of the primitive world, meaning land that could originally support 5 seedlings now can sustain only 1. Of course, this is merely a rough estimate from Zhang Ran's preliminary experiments, and accurate results require meticulous testing. The time and manpower needed for such endeavors cannot be completed by one person in a short span. Fortunately, the seeds cultivated in the primitive world seem to contain significantly more nutrients. The vegetables produced may taste slightly inferior, but the nutritional value is almost equivalent. Though somewhat diminished, it is hardly noticeable without careful comparison. Moreover, Zhang Ran has only conducted preliminary experiments and has yet to explore many aspects, such as fertilizer, soil quality, temperature, and so forth. These factors remain untested, and he does not intend to tackle them alone. He plans to begin recruiting staff. Now that it has been confirmed that the seeds cultivated in the primitive world can be planted on Earth with satisfactory results, he intends to expand his business and no longer engage in small-scale operations. Zhang Ran is preparing to recruit researchers, as he currently possesses 1,600,000 yuan in cash. He cannot afford high-end talent, as they would likely overlook his modest company, so he plans to recruit outstanding graduates from universities. This month's revenue has reached 1,810,000 yuan, which translates to a profit of 1,810,000 yuan, though only he is aware of this, as his accounts reflect a profit of just 500,000 yuan, which is still considerable. He spent 120,000 yuan on a car, something he had long desired, for what man does not fancy a vehicle? Nevertheless, he managed to exercise restraint, refraining from purchasing an extravagant car. He understands that he will require significant funds moving forward, so a reasonable vehicle suffices. He also sent some money home, being transparent about his earnings, merely omitting the extent of his profits. Initially, his family expressed some skepticism, but Zhang Ran provided sufficient evidence, so they did not inquire further. In addition to recruiting researchers, he also needs to hire laborers to assist with planting in the vegetable greenhouses, as he lacks the time to manage these tasks personally. There is yet another matter demanding his attention: the seed factory. Given the need for large-scale cultivation, a considerable quantity of seeds is required. Thus, he will need a seed factory to operate for him, and he must also modify certain areas within to accommodate the soil and water sources from the primitive world. Thus, Zhang Ran finds himself inundated with tasks, and this is merely what he has considered thus far. Should he become truly busy, the responsibilities will undoubtedly multiply. With the increase in cultivation area, vegetable yields have risen, necessitating a corresponding expansion of his store. Choosing a location for the store also requires careful deliberation. After all, as his vegetables are sold at a premium, placing them in ordinary neighborhoods may not attract many buyers. Conversely, renting in upscale neighborhoods raises concerns regarding income and expenditure, as not every high-end community has rental rates as affordable as those in remote areas. Monthly rents can reach 10 to 20,000 yuan, thus necessitating a careful evaluation of financial matters. Despite currently possessing 1,600,000 yuan in cash, merely renting a few stores may not suffice. Rental agreements vary, some requiring annual payments while others demand semi-annual payments. Most commonly, annual payments are expected. This significantly increases expenses, especially if he hires additional personnel to manage these shops, which adds to payroll costs. As for the seed factory, Zhang Ran has reflected for some time and finds himself increasingly overwhelmed by the multitude of tasks at hand. Chapter 43. The Past of Sun Mei. As June arrives, temperatures gradually rise. Yesterday, Zhang Ran made another trip to the suburbs, renting 30 acres of greenhouses from Li Ning and renewing the contract with the landlord. Unlike Li Ning, he signed a 5-year contract outright. Upon inspecting the greenhouses, Zhang Ran found no issues and proceeded to sign the contract. However, he lacked the inclination to tidy up the greenhouses. Initially, he had considered hiring Li Ning and his associates, as they left a very favorable impression on him. They had even urged him against entering this line of work and were candid about many matters. However, Li Ning and his team were not interested in working for someone else. Through their discussions, Zhang Ran discerned that they harbored ambitions beyond mere employment. Though they were engaged in vegetable cultivation, this did not diminish their aspirations. Li Ning and his crew wished to forge their own path through hard work, unwilling to settle for a fixed salary, regardless of the toil involved. Zhang Ran could only extend his blessings to them. As Li Ning and the others prepared to venture into another city to establish a bakery and embark on a new entrepreneurial journey, Zhang Ran vividly recalled the expressions on their faces at that time, brimming with hope and boundless vitality. In the afternoon, Zhang Ran withdrew 10,000 yuan in cash from the bank, as today marked a month since Sun Mei started working. Initially, it was agreed that she would receive 2,500 yuan, but Zhang Ran ultimately decided to grant her a sum of 10,000. He felt it would be inappropriate to offer any less. Throughout the month, he had observed Sun Mei's work ethic closely, taking note of her dedication. Every day, regardless of the hour, she was always present when he arrived to replenish stock. On one occasion, unable to sleep, Zhang Ran arrived half an hour early with the delivery, only to find that Sun Mei was already there. During her time at the store, she never exhibited even a hint of slackness. Her demeanor was consistently vibrant and energetic, never once showing signs of apathy. It is worth noting that this was merely a vegetable supermarket, a small establishment at that. Zhang Ran had never encountered such a dedicated employee before. Her diligence stemmed not only from a lack of laziness but also from her willingness to go above and beyond. No matter when Zhang Ran entered the store, it was always impeccably clean, with no disarray in sight. Whenever there were moments of lull, Sun Mei would seize the opportunity to tidy up, ensuring the shop was spotless, even the floors gleaming. Moreover, her hands and feet were remarkably clean. Given the daily revenue of the vegetable supermarket, and considering Zhang Ran's frequent absence from the store, it would have been exceedingly easy for Sun Mei to engage in any unscrupulous behavior. However, through surveillance footage and meticulous tracking of vegetable quantities, Zhang Ran had never noticed even a single penny missing. Additionally, Sun Mei would assist in selling vegetables that were less visually appealing, offering discounts on items that had been overlooked, yet she had never taken even a single leaf of vegetable from the store. Even when Zhang Ran offered her some to take home, she never took anything unless it was directly handed to her. Furthermore, her demeanor towards customers was exemplary. During this period, there were numerous occasions when people accused Zhang Ran of running a shady business, yet no matter the circumstances, Sun Mei always greeted them with a smile and never engaged in disputes. Any arguments that arose stemmed solely from Zhang Ran's temperament, which struggled to tolerate such remarks. Such an employee, without even considering the profits she could generate for Zhang Ran, was invaluable in terms of her attitude alone. Indeed, a salary of 2,500 yuan would hardly suffice to hire another employee as diligent and uncomplaining as she was. Zhang Ran was not one to be stingy. His business was thriving, and he deemed it worthwhile to reward her with 7,500 yuan. Of course, part of this decision was also influenced by Zhang Ran's sympathy for Sun Mei, as well as for Xiaohua. This thoughtful child not only tugged at Zhang Ran's heartstrings, but also garnered the affection of the elderly ladies in the neighborhood. He had been labeled a heartless vampire by them more than once, all due to Xiaohua's sweet and considerate nature. Moreover, a portion of that 7,500 yuan was for Xiaohua, who had frequently lent a helping hand over the past month. During this time, Zhang Ran had also learned more about Sun Mei's circumstances. She hailed from a mountain village and had married a man from a neighboring village shortly after graduating from middle school. However, after giving birth to Xiaohua, her in-laws' attitude towards her changed drastically, as the preference for sons over daughters was quite pronounced in her locality. Once Xiaohua turned 4, the treatment became unbearable for Sun Mei. Within 3 years, she had not given birth to another child, let alone a boy, and her in-laws began to treat her as if she were less than human. Sun Mei's family had only intervened twice regarding this matter, and even when she returned home, she would be sent back within a couple of days. Initially, Sun Mei had been able to endure for the sake of Xiaohua, but then an even more intolerable situation arose when her husband brought another woman home. At that point, Sun Mei had reached her breaking point, yet upon seeing Xiaohua's innocence, she once again forced herself to endure. She thought that things could not possibly worsen, but reality dealt her a heavy blow. The woman her husband had brought home soon gave birth to a boy, relegating Sun Mei to the status of a servant. Although her situation had previously been akin to that of a servant, this new development was far more severe. Sun Mei could endure many things for the sake of Xiaohua, but when she witnessed the new wife mistreating her daughter while her mother-in-law cheered on, she could no longer bear it. She could tolerate her in-laws' disdain, her husband's coldness, and even his infidelity, but as a mother, the abuse of her child was simply unacceptable. In that moment, clarity washed over Sun Mei, and that very night, she left with Xiaohua, choosing not to return to her own family, knowing they too would not welcome her back and that returning with Xiaohua might invite their disdain. Zhang Ran could only express sympathy for Sun Mei's plight. Xiaohua, look what uncle has brought you, Zhang Ran said as he got out of the car, retrieving a toy bear from the trunk. Xiaohua, who had been playing with De Hu and Xiaohu, immediately lit up with desire upon seeing the toy bear in Zhang Ran's hands. Zhang Ran handed the bear to her, saying, "Here, this is a gift from uncle." He feared that Sun Mei might not allow Xiaohua to take it, so he handed it directly to her. Indeed, upon receiving the toy bear, Xiaohua's first instinct was to look at her mother. Sun Mei, understanding Zhang Ran's character, replied to Xiaohua's gaze, "Take it, thank you, boss." "Thank you, uncle." Xiaohua's voice was filled with joy. This was her first gift and the best one she had ever received. Zhang Ran chuckled as he ruffled Xiaohua's little head, saying, "No need to thank me. I should be thanking Xiaohua for all her help." Chapter 44, Encountering a Robbery. Woof woof woof. De Hu and Xiaohu, seeing that Xiaohua had received a gift, immediately protested, circling around Zhang Ran and barking as if to say, "What about our gift?" Zhang Ran, looking at the two with exasperation, replied, "You want a gift too? Wait until tomorrow. I'll take you to the pet store, and you can choose whatever you like." Whether or not they understood him, De Hu and Xiaohu began wagging their tails excitedly. "How was business today?" Zhang Ran inquired. Sun Mei's face brightened as she responded, "Boss, business has been great these past 2 days. I feel we could stock more and our closing time has been a bit early. I think we could extend it." Zhang Ran chuckled. How rare for an employee to want overtime. "By the way, here's your salary." He pulled out a stack of cash from his pocket. "Boss, this amount doesn't seem right," Sun Mei said, looking at Zhang Ran with confusion instead of taking the money. Zhang Ran assured her, "This is indeed your salary." 2,500 was the agreed amount, plus a bonus of 7,500, totaling 10,000 yuan. Sun Mei first looked at Zhang Ran in astonishment. Then with a hint of trepidation said, "Boss, I cannot accept this. It is too much." Zhang Ran replied, "It is not excessive. This money is rightfully yours. To be honest, I have never encountered such a diligent employee as you, and a portion of this also belongs to Xiaohua." "Boss?" Sun Mei wished to express more, but Zhang Ran interrupted her, saying that will suffice. Take this opportunity to find a suitable kindergarten for Xiaohua. Upon hearing this, Sun Mei felt a lump in her throat, realizing that Zhang Ran was extending a helping hand to both her and her daughter. Thank you, boss." She expressed her gratitude repeatedly. Zhang Ran reassured her, "There is no need for thanks. Truly, this is what you deserve. When you work so hard at the factory, your salary will reflect that effort. It is entirely a reward for your diligence." Despite Zhang Ran's insistence, Sun Mei continued to express her thanks. Unbeknownst to them, as Zhang Ran handed the money to Sun Mei, 3 young figures passed by and witnessed the scene. Having nearly sold out the day's vegetables, Zhang Ran prepared to leave, advising Sun Mei to return home early. Once home, he began cooking, as not only he but also De Hu and Xiao who had hearty appetites, consuming a significant amount of food daily. While he relished his meal, Sun Mei finished tidying up the shop and sold the last of the vegetables. Though Zhang Ran had suggested she leave early, she hesitated, reluctant to part with the remaining produce, and only departed after everything was sold. Holding Xiaohua's small hand, Sun Mei felt an immense joy, humming a cheerful tune. She had begun to contemplate when to enroll Xiaohua in kindergarten. Previously, such an aspiration was unattainable due to financial constraints, but now, with the newfound sum of 10,000 yuan, she could afford a year's tuition for Xiaohua by budgeting wisely. Many ordinary kindergartens charged around 5,000 to 6,000 yuan per year, a reasonable expense. Observing her mother's elation, Xiaohua also beamed with happiness, clutching the toy bear Zhang Ran had gifted her, and echoed her mother's melody. However, the 2 blissful mother and daughter remained unaware of the 3 figures trailing behind them. Although Sun Mei lived in a somewhat distant and secluded area, requiring over an hour's walk daily, she had never taken a taxi. After approximately 40 minutes, Sun Mei and Xiaohua entered a dimly lit alley. Sensing the darkness, Sun Mei instinctively quickened her pace, a habit she adopted whenever approaching this spot. Yet, this time circumstances took a turn for the worse. Hearing hurried footsteps behind her, Sun Mei's heart raced with anxiety, but before she could ponder further, the 3 figures swiftly closed in on them. "Stop!" Sun Mei froze at the sight of 3 masked youths wielding spring knives, a chill running down her spine. What do you want?" she stammered, clutching Xiaohua tightly and covering her eyes. "We're in a bit of a financial bind, so we need some cash," one of the young men stated in a muffled tone, yet his demeanor was audacious. Sun Mei's body trembled with fear as she replied, I have no money. Please, sirs, spare us. Do we look like we can afford it? Stop pretending. I saw one of you speak, only to be interrupted." Another interjected rudely. "Shut up." The first one snapped before turning back to Sun Mei. "Hurry up and hand it over. We don't want to resort to violence." At that moment, despair engulfed Sun Mei. She never imagined she would encounter robbers. That money was meant for Xiaohua's education. She could not possibly part with it. "Please, I beg you, let us be. That is for my child's schooling, our very livelihood," she cried out. "Stop with the nonsense. I don't care about your money. I'll say this one last time. Hand it over or don't blame me for being rude. You might end up hurt," he threatened. Sun Mei's tears did not elicit sympathy. Instead, their intent to rob intensified. They were anxious, aware that although the alley was dark and secluded, someone might come along at any moment. Their initial hesitation to attack stemmed from a fear of causing serious harm or a fatality, as they had heard that such incidents often led to swift justice. As they spoke, they began to seize Sun Mei's belongings, the knife flashing menacingly before her and near Xiaohua's face. In that moment, Sun Mei's will to fight back dissipated. Xiaohua was still there. "Hand it over," one of them commanded, seemingly aware of where the money was concealed, reaching into Sun Mei's embrace to retrieve it. The trio's eyes gleamed with delight at the sight of the cash. "Don't you dare call the police, or else." His threat was cut short. "What are you doing?" 2 burly men appeared nearby and sprinted towards the scene. "Run!" one shouted. Upon seizing the money, the 3 immediately fled, and at that moment, Sun Mei yelled, "Help! We're being robbed!" Hearing her cry, the 2 men quickened their pace. as they were not far from the incident and soon caught up with the three assailants. Chapter 45. Counterclaim. Zhang Ran emerged from the primitive world, carrying a wild rabbit, with De Hu and Xiao Hu trailing behind. Growing increasingly formidable, De Hu and Xiao Hu no longer required Zhang Ran's assistance to tackle such prey. The two little ones worked together with remarkable skill, and few rabbits could escape their pursuit. After preparing the rabbit and placing it in the refrigerator, Zhang Ran intended to take a break, shower, and then retire for the night. Just as he picked up his phone, he noticed several missed calls from unfamiliar numbers. Initially, he considered ignoring them, but then thought that telemarketers wouldn't call at this hour. After some contemplation, he decided to return the call. Hello? The call connected swiftly. Is this Zhang Ran? I'm from the Huayuan Street Police Station. Your employee Sun Mei has been robbed. Do you have time to come down? The contents of the call left Zhang Ran astounded. Officer, what happened? Is the child all right? Is she hurt? What about Sun Mei? His immediate concern was for Xiao Hua. The officer reassured him. They are unharmed but clearly shaken. Two brave citizens came to their aid. Will you be able to come down? Typically, in such situations, police would contact family members. But since Sun Mei had no relatives nearby, they reached out to Zhang Ran, her employer. Without further ado, Zhang Ran sprang into action, stating, I'll be there right away. Turning to the wandering big and small tigers, he said, You stay at home and guard the house while I step out for a moment. With that, he left directly, descended the stairs, got into his car, and swiftly headed towards the police station. The station was not too far from his residence. Within 15 minutes, he arrived. After parking, he hurried to the reception hall. Hello, I am Zhang Ran. One of my employees, Sun Mei, has just been robbed. He quickly informed the police officer on duty. I understand. Please follow me, the officer replied. Zhang Ran followed the policeman and soon found Sun Mei, who appeared somewhat flustered and trembling, clearly still shaken by the ordeal, while Xiao Hua quietly nestled in her mother's embrace. During the robbery, Sun Mei had covered Xiao Hua's eyes, so although Xiao Hua sensed something was amiss, she had not seen the incident and thus was not too frightened. Boss, Sun Mei said nervously upon seeing Zhang Ran, not anticipating that she would cause him trouble. Zhang Ran glanced at Sun Mei and then at Xiao Hua, letting out a sigh of relief. I am just glad you are okay. After offering some words of comfort to both Sun Mei and Xiao Hua, he turned to the policeman and inquired, Officer, what exactly transpired? The officer explained, The situation is as follows. Your employee, Sun Mei, was followed and subsequently robbed while returning home last night. Fortunately, two brave individuals intervened and saved them, though both of those individuals were injured. Zhang Ran's concern immediately surged as he asked, How serious are their injuries? Which hospital are they in? Noticing Zhang Ran's anxious demeanor, the officer couldn't help but feel a degree of admiration for him. He had witnessed many similar situations where employers turned a blind eye when their employees were harmed. Unlike those indifferent supervisors, Zhang Ran's prompt response and genuine concern for the Good Samaritans were commendable. Their injuries are not severe. Both sustained stab wounds to the abdomen. The doctors have assessed that they are not in critical condition, but they will require some time to recuperate, the officer informed him. After saying this, he added, seemingly unable to contain himself, I overheard some comments from their superiors suggesting they might be dismissed. Zhang Ran immediately responded, Officer, rest assured, I will cover their medical expenses, and if they are indeed terminated, I happen to be in need of additional staff. Zhang Ran's attitude increasingly pleased the officer, who patted Zhang Ran on the shoulder and introduced himself. I am Tang Pengfei. Nice to meet you. Hello, Officer Tang. Just as Officer Tang was about to allow Zhang Ran and Sun Mei to leave, his phone rang. Sun Mei's statement had been completed, and she was free to go. Zhang Ran approached Sun Mei and said, I will take you both home. Do not worry. This incident falls under company matters. He had learned from the officer that he bore part of the responsibility for the incident, as had he opted for a bank transfer instead of cash, these events might not have transpired. He had thought that giving cash would have a more substantial impact and motivate Sun Mei to work harder. But he never anticipated such an outcome. Just as Zhang Ran prepared to escort Sun Mei away, he suddenly heard Officer Tang curse in anger. Noticing Officer Tang's displeasure and sensing it was related to Sun Mei's situation, he paused. Once Officer Tang ended the call, Zhang Ran asked, Officer Tang, is there a problem? Officer Tang's face revealed a flash of anger, followed by a sigh. Alas, the families of those three individuals planned to sue the two who acted heroically. Zhang Ran, taken aback by Officer Tang's words, exclaimed incredulously, Officer Tang, you must be joking. Are they really going to countersue the Good Samaritans? Such occurrences were things he had only read about in the news, and he never expected to encounter one firsthand. Seeing Officer Tang's furious expression made Zhang Ran's heart sink as he said, "Officer Tang, please do not tell me they can actually file a suit? This is absurd." His voice involuntarily rose in volume. Nearby officers overheard and approached, their faces also reflecting anger, though they refrained from speaking. Officer Tang sighed, "I understand your frustration, but this is the law, everyone has their rights." Zhang Ran, on the verge of an outburst, swallowed his anger, took a deep breath, and asked, "Which hospital are they in? I need to see who is so audacious." Officer Tang cautioned, "Please do not do anything reckless. This situation is already complicated, and you do not want to add to the chaos." Zhang Ran replied, "Rest assured, I will not jeopardize myself for those scoundrels." After clarifying the location, Zhang Ran drove Sun Mei and Xiao Hua away. "I will take you home to rest," Zhang Ran said. "No, I want to accompany you. This trouble is of my making, and I cannot hide from it." Though Sun Mei felt some fear, her resolve was firm. Observing her determination, Zhang Ran chose not to press further and took them both to the hospital. Chapter 46. Zhang Ran's responsibility. Upon arriving at the hospital, Zhang Ran inquired and quickly learned the whereabouts of the injured. 2 officers were nearby maintaining order, as a crowd had already gathered, shouting and clamoring. Zhang Ran approached and noticed 2 women standing helplessly at the side, while the rowdy crowd directed their ire towards them. "Officers, they injured my son. He is in the emergency room, and I will sue them. We must hold them accountable," one woman cried. "Yes, this matter will not end here." Watching the aggressive crowd, an outsider might mistakenly believe they were the victims. The police had reached their limit and shouted, "Silence. Your son was committing robbery. Do you think you have a right to complain? With an attitude like yours, your son's sentence will only be worsened." The officer's outburst momentarily stunned them, and one middle-aged man responded, "Officer, do not intimidate us. Whether our son was robbing is still up for debate, and even if he was, they should not have beaten him like this." Just then Zhang Ran approached. "Officer, I am the employer of the victim and have come to check on the 2 brave individuals," Zhang Ran stated to the officer. He deliberately avoided looking at the suspects' families, fearing he might lose control and lash out. Even though this incident was not his fault, witnessing such injustice ignited his anger. Any person with a conscience would feel the same. "It's all your fault, you little harlot." The relatives of the suspects shouted upon spotting Sun Mei, instantly preparing to charge at her. The police officer bellowed immediately, "Dare to make a move, and do you think I am merely a decoration?" At that moment, the officer was seething with anger. Faced with such circumstances, their wrath intensified. Yet, their understanding and respect for the law compelled them to adhere to regulations. The police's fury quelled the aggression of those individuals. Observing that the crowd had finally settled down, the officer turned to Zhang Ran and inquired, "You must be Zhang Ran, correct? Tang Pengfei informed me that these 2 are the wives of the brave men who intervened, and their husbands are currently in the hospital." The officer had just received a call apprising him of Zhang Ran's situation, which naturally fostered a sense of goodwill towards him. Zhang Ran nodded and approached the 2 women, expressing, "I extend my gratitude to your husbands for their courageous actions. I wish to convey my thanks on behalf of my employees." "No need for thanks," they instinctively replied upon hearing Zhang Ran's words. Noticing their disheveled attire and somewhat dazed expressions, Zhang Ran reassured them, "Rest assured, since this incident arose from my employees' actions, I will see it through to the end. Whether it be medical expenses or legal fees, I will bear the burden entirely. I will not allow the heroes to suffer both bloodshed and tears." Zhang Ran's words were resolute, and the 2 women could not help but reveal their excitement and gratitude. Faced with the intimidating group earlier, they had been at a loss, particularly since their husbands had sustained injuries, leading to considerable expenses already incurred. The prospect of a lawsuit and potential compensation had been overwhelming, leaving them fearful that their families would face imprisonment. Zhang Ran's assurances provided them with warmth and, perhaps, a sense of reassurance. At the very least, the situation was not as dire as they had imagined. Thank you," the 2 women repeatedly expressed their gratitude. Zhang Ran replied, "It is I who should be thanking you." Just as they conversed, Zhang Ran's words caught the attention of one of the women, who immediately exclaimed, "You intend to cover their expenses? My son will require at least 300,000 in compensation. No, 50,000. If you cannot provide it, I—" "Shut your mouth." Zhang Ran abruptly turned and barked, his fierce gaze unmistakable. During his time in the primal world, he had taken many lives. Even if they were merely beasts, he had accumulated a certain aura of ferocity. The intensity of his glare left the woman speechless. Even the 2 police officers were momentarily taken aback. They did not see Zhang Ran's eyes, but they could feel the formidable presence he exuded. Zhang Ran retrieved 50,000 yuan from his pocket and handed it to the two women, stating, "Take this 50,000 for now. If it proves insufficient, I have more. You need not worry about the financial aspect." This was the amount he had withdrawn from an ATM on his way. No, we cannot accept this." They quickly declined. Meanwhile, the individuals nearby looked enviously at the 50,000 yuan in Zhang Ran's hands. Yet they were too intimidated by his earlier glare to say anything further. Observing their flustered demeanor, Zhang Ran suggested, "Shall we go inside to check on your husbands?" "Of course, please, come in," the two women eagerly urged. They stood up promptly, and as Zhang Ran and his companions entered the hospital room, another police officer stood guard. On the hospital beds lay two men in their 30s, their faces etched with anger and a hint of concern. They had overheard Zhang Ran's earlier words, and a wave of warmth surged through them. At the very least, their efforts had not gone unrecognized. The officer addressed the two women. "I told you not to go out, yet you insisted, and now you've faced the consequences." One of the women replied, "We did nothing wrong. We are not afraid. Yes, we are in the right. They are the ones at fault." Hearing their words, Zhang Ren felt a stirring in his heart, accompanied by a sigh. "Gentlemen, I apologize for not bringing any fruits or gifts." As no shops were open at night, Zhang Ran addressed the men in the beds. "No need for such courtesy," they replied quickly. "I am Zhang Ran. May I know how to address you?" Zhang Ran inquired with a smile as he took a seat. "I am Zheng Hai, and this is Chao Gao. You can call us Old Zheng and Old Chao." Zheng Hai introduced himself. "Then I shall address you as Brother Zheng and Brother Chao." Zhang Ran responded. Meanwhile, Sun Mei, standing alongside Xiao Hua, looked at Zheng Hai and Chao Gao with eyes filled with gratitude and guilt. Had it not been for her, Zheng Hai and Chao Gao would not have been injured, nor would they have been entangled with these ruffians. Concurrently, her appreciation for Zhang Ran deepened. His actions inspired a sense of loyalty akin to that of a soldier willing to die for a comrade. Although Zhang Ran was not quite a confidant, his gestures undoubtedly provided Sun Mei with a final bastion of support. After they introduced themselves, Zhang Ran directly stated, "Brother Zheng, Brother Chao, first and foremost, I wish to thank you for your bravery. I am sincerely grateful." As Zhang Ran spoke, Sun Mei and Xiao Hua bowed deeply to Zheng Hai and Chao Gao. Chapter 47. The Arrival of the Lawyer. "What are you doing? There is no need for such gestures. It is our duty." Zheng Hai and Chao Gao protested upon seeing Sun Mei bow. However, their injuries prevented them from rising, and the moment they attempted to move, sharp pain shot through their abdomens. "Brother Zheng, Brother Chao, please do not move." Their wives rushed to their sides. Once Zheng Hai and Chao Gao had settled back onto their beds, Zhang Ran continued, "I assure you that we will take full responsibility for this incident. Brother Zheng, you need not worry, it's just a lawsuit. I refuse to believe that, with the facts laid bare, they can conjure any further trouble." Zhang Ran's words warmed the hearts of Zheng Hai and Chao Gao. "Mr. Zhang," Chao Gao began, but Zhang Ran interjected, "There is no need for formality. Simply call me Zhang Ran." "Very well then, Zhang Ran, thank you for visiting us. However, we are unafraid. We have done nothing wrong. They were the ones who committed robbery, and they expect to be in the right." Chao Gao responded defiantly. The police officer, unable to remain silent any longer, interjected. He, too, sympathized with Zheng Hai and Chao Gao but understood the law's constraints. "Ahem, gentlemen, I do not mean to add to your distress. While your act of bravery is indisputable, your response may have been a bit excessive, and there is a possibility that—" The officer hesitated, perhaps reluctant to continue. His words instantly unsettled Zheng Hai and Chao Gao. They had been comforting themselves with the notion that they were heroes, but now, facing the police's remarks, they felt lost. Could it be that their courageous actions were truly misguided? Zhang Ran, feeling his anger rise, exclaimed, "Is it a crime to act bravely? Does the law not permit acts of valor?" The officer, witnessing his fury, remained calm, merely offering a wry smile. "Regardless of your feelings, the law is the law." His tone was candid, yet underscored with resignation. Zhang Ran's anger intensified. He understood that the officer spoke the truth. Zhang Ran gazed at the flustered Zheng and Chao along with their wives, then turned his attention to the guilt-ridden Sun Mei. He stated, "Fear not. Even the police are not the ultimate authorities on the law. We have lawyers at our disposal. I shall hire one, regardless of the cost. If one proves insufficient, I will engage 10. If 10 fail, I shall procure 100. I refuse to be deterred." Hearing Zhang Ran's fervent declaration, the police officer felt a sense of helplessness. Is it truly wise to utter such words in my presence? Yet he remained silent, For Zhang Ran spoke a veritable truth. Lawyers possess a far deeper understanding of the law than the police. Zhang and Chao remained quiet. Yet their wives seemed to surge with newfound hope. Gazing at Zhang Ran with eager anticipation. Observing their expressions, Zhang Ran contemplated and declared, "I will contact a lawyer immediately." He recalled that Zhao Xiaoqin was a lawyer, and though it was quite late, the circumstances warranted disturbing her. To his surprise, the phone connected after merely 2 rings. "Hello? Zhang Ran, what prompts your call at this hour?" Zhao Xiaoqin replied with a laugh, and he could hear her sipping water. Zhang Ran, forgoing pleasantries, responded directly, "There is a case I need your assistance with. Will you take it?" "What kind of case?" "I am always willing to take on a case." Zhao Xiaoqin expressed her interest. Having recently graduated, she had yet to truly lead a case, and Zhang Ran's words piqued her curiosity. He recounted the situation briefly before inquiring, "What do you think? Can it be resolved?" Instead of answering, Zhao Xiaoqin asked anxiously, "Is Sister Sun and Xiao Hua unharmed?" "They are quite well," he reassured her. "That is a relief. Those scoundrels have the audacity to press charges." Zhao Xiaoqin exhaled in relief, then vented her frustration. After allowing her to vent, Zhang Ran interjected, "Before you delve into cursing them, can you ascertain whether this case is winnable?" Zhao Xiaoqin pondered. "I am not specialized in this area of law. My focus is primarily on commercial law. However, our firm has experts in this field, and one is currently working late. I will bring her along, and we can discuss the specifics at the hospital." "Very well, I shall await your arrival," Zhang Ran concluded before hanging up. He stowed his phone away and informed the group, "The lawyer is en route. Let us bide our time here." His words provided a semblance of comfort to those in the room, and Zhang and Chao wore expressions of embarrassment. Just moments ago, they had claimed Zhang Ran's involvement was unnecessary, yet here they were, reliant on his assistance. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Ran engaged them in conversation, seeking to understand their situation. Zhang and Chao were veterans, having served together as comrades in arms. After their discharge, they found themselves lacking any particular skills and struggled to make a living in the city. 2 years prior, they had fortuitously crossed paths and decided to live together with their families, providing mutual support and care. They even found employment at the same company, performing manual labor. Though they were soldiers, they were not special forces. Years of service had dulled their skills. Confronted by 3 robbers, they relied mostly on their fervor. In the ensuing struggle, both sustained injuries, managing to seriously wound one of the assailants, while the other 2 fared only slightly better. Sun Mei had called the police as they pursued the criminals, and law enforcement arrived swiftly, given the severity of the robbery. Upon reaching the scene, they found several individuals bleeding profusely, one lying motionless on the ground. While they conversed, Zhao Xiaoqin and her colleague arrived. "Zhang Ran, this is my colleague Zhou Yuehua, an expert in criminal cases," Zhao Ziokin introduced. Zhang Ran extended his hand. "Greetings, Lawyer Zhou." He took a moment to assess Zhou Yuehua, a woman in her 30s exuding competence. Despite the late hour, she appeared vibrant and alert, clearly a professional powerhouse. Zhou Yuehua reciprocated the handshake. "Hello. I am already acquainted with the general details of the case, but I will need you to provide further specifics." Nodding, Zhang Ran began to explain, but was interrupted by Zhou Yuehua, who turned to the police officer in the room and said, "Officer, I need to speak with my clients privately. Would you kindly step outside?" Although her tone was courteous, it held a firmness that brooked no opposition. The officer, understanding the gravity of the situation and sympathetic towards Zhang and Chao, nodded and exited. Outside, the others anxiously inquired about the situation. Having been informed by Zhou Yuehua that she was a lawyer, tension rippled through them, yet the officer paid little mind to their concerns. If not for the necessity of the case, he would have preferred to leave altogether. Chapter 48. Strategies for Response. In the hospital room, once the officer departed, Zhou Yuehua began her thorough inquiry into the situation. Zhang and Chao, now acutely aware of the seriousness of their predicament, spoke candidly and without reservation. Zhou Yuehua asked with meticulous attention, ensuring that every detail was recounted by Zhang Hai and Chao Gao. Zhang Ran observed Zhou Yuehua and quietly asked Zhao Xiaoqin, "How would you rate Zhou Yuehua's capabilities at your firm?" Despite being pleased with her efficiency, he couldn't help but inquire. Zhao Xiaoqin replied, "Sister Zhou is our firm's foremost expert on criminal cases, so you needn't worry on that front." "That is reassuring. I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour." Zhang Ran expressed his regret. Earlier, he had noted the anxious expressions on Zhang Hai and Chao Gao's faces, prompting him to call Zhao Xiaoqin for assistance to alleviate their concerns. Simultaneously, Zhang Ran aimed to demonstrate to those outside his resolve, signaling that this matter would not be resolved lightly. Zhao Ziokan chuckled. Not at all. I've been working late anyway. This is a perfect opportunity to take a break, and I can do so quite openly. As they chatted, Zhou Yuehua concluded her inquiries. Once finished, Zhang Ran eagerly asked, Lawyer Zhou, what is the situation? We acted in good faith. Is there truly any fault on our part? Zhou Yuehua's expression remained unchanged, though it grew slightly more serious as she replied. While acting in good faith is commendable, the law does recognize a concept known as excessive self-defense. Their circumstances could indeed be construed as excessive self-defense. Should the assailant's injuries be deemed severe, they could face criminal charges. Her words instilled a sense of unease among Zhang Ran and the others, prompting him to frown and ask, Is there truly no room for redress? Zhou Yuehua responded, Of course there is. Otherwise, why would you have sought my counsel? Her assurance brought a wave of relief, particularly to Zhang Hai and Xiao Gao along with their wives. Her words acted as a potent morale booster, revitalizing their spirits. Zhou Yuehua continued, I have gathered the necessary information. Now it is your turn. Zhang Ran, taken aback, pointed to himself and stammered. Me? Zhao Shaoqin gently nudged him, saying, You still haven't mentioned whether you wish to hire Sister Zhou. Only then did Zhang Ran come to his senses, promptly responding, Of course. How much do I need to pay? I can get it for you right now. Zhou Yuehua waved her hand, saying, Since you are a friend of Shaoqin's, there's no need to rush. You can come to our office tomorrow. For now, let me explain the situation. Upon hearing her words, everyone turned their gaze towards her, eager for her insights. Zhou Yuehua continued, The current circumstances are quite clear. The crux of the matter lies in assessing the condition of the robber's injuries. Is there any threat to his life? Has he succumbed to his injuries? If he survives, we can apply for a medical assessment of his injuries. As long as the findings are in our favor, then neither Zhang Hai nor Xiao Gao will bear any responsibility. She placed significant emphasis on the medical assessment, and Zhang Ran began to comprehend her implication, softly muttering, Is it a third-party injury assessment? Could it be manipulated? Zhou Yuehua glanced at him, refraining from a direct answer, and continued, Now let me outline these two scenarios separately. Although she did not directly address Zhang Ran's comment, he grasped her meaning. The first scenario naturally involves the injury assessment absolving you of responsibility, which requires no further elaboration. The second scenario entails you bearing responsibility for the injuries or even a fatality. Regarding this, I have two suggestions. First, let's see if we can locate the surveillance footage from that time. Provided everything you stated is true, there might still be room for negotiation in the court's ruling. Second, we can leverage social media to stir public opinion. We would certainly position ourselves at a vantage point in the court of public opinion. If the outcry is significant enough, the court will have to take it into consideration. Zhou Yuehua spoke eloquently, showcasing her expertise. Once she finished, observing the somewhat bewildered expressions of the crowd, she added, Lastly, there is one more approach, obtaining the forgiveness of the robber and his family. In that case, the sentencing may be lenient, considering their act of bravery. Upon hearing this final statement, Zhang Ran's heart suddenly boiled with indignation. How absurd. If we must beg for the robber's forgiveness in the end, what kind of situation is this? The others also felt deeply unsettled. The scenario rendered them momentarily speechless. Zhou Yuehua, however, maintained a calm demeanor, as if she had encountered such situations countless times before. Instances where a thief, due to panic, was accidentally killed while being apprehended, leading to the apprehender becoming the defendant. Cases where a former husband, intoxicated, barged into a home intending harm but was subsequently killed by the current husband, resulting in a conviction. Such occurrences were all too common in her legal circles. She had long since grown accustomed to them. At that moment, shouts were heard from outside the door, prompting Zhang Ran and the others to step out to ascertain the situation. They saw someone being pushed forward, and police officers had already begun conversing with the doctors. Zhang Ran stood aside, recognizing this was the severely injured robber. However, he thought he saw a flicker of joy in the police officer's eyes, though it felt almost like an illusion. Once the doctor wheeled the robber into the intensive care unit, Zhang Ran approached to inquire about the situation, with Zhou Yuehua following closely behind. Officer, how is the situation? The officer's expression softened as he replied, The condition is stable. He has escaped life-threatening danger, and his injuries are primarily due to excessive blood loss, as the doctor mentioned that there shouldn't be any lasting physical effects. His tone was remarkably casual, and in that moment, he understood that the situation had decidedly shifted in favor of Zhang Hai and his associates. Zhou Yuehua's eyes briefly sparkled with delight upon hearing the news. Although Zhang Ran did not fully grasp the implications, he understood that it would likely not impact the future adversely, suggesting that the injury assessment might not reveal significant harm, which would be highly advantageous for Zhang Hai and his companions. Zhang Ran quietly inquired further from Zhou Yuehua and received an affirmative response, causing a surge of joy within him. At that moment, the voices of the robber's family echoed from the other side. "Doctor, are you mistaken? My son has been taken into the emergency room. How could he possibly have only minor injuries? Are you one of them? I will expose you. Yes, I will expose you, you heartless doctor. You've definitely taken bribes." The doctor, now thoroughly exasperated by their incessant accusations, shouted, "Are you even the family of the patient? Are you hoping for him to die? For him to be severely injured?" With that, the doctor turned on his heel and walked away, feeling nauseated by their faces. Chapter 49. Disgusting People. At this point, the family members fell silent, their gazes flickering. Their earlier remarks were merely expressions of frustration, but for some, they reflected their true thoughts. Particularly for the families of the other two robbers, it was clear that their relatives were undoubtedly only lightly injured, a fact that required no assessment to ascertain. However, if the individual in the emergency room were to die, it would unequivocally benefit their sons. They could leverage this to coerce Sun Mei into signing a letter of understanding, and perhaps even extort some money from her, along with a reduced sentence for their sons. Regardless, their sons were certain to face imprisonment, and if they could exploit this situation to extract some financial gain while simultaneously lessening their sons' sentences, it would be a boon for them. As for the life or death of that family, they felt indifferent, given their lack of familiarity. Even if they were acquaintances, so what? Such were the sentiments of the families of the other two robbers, and perhaps they were not alone in this. Zhang Ran looked at these individuals and suddenly declared loudly, "Officer, I must implore you to be particularly vigilant tonight." "It's our duty," the police officer remarked, puzzled by his loudness. "But you should also exercise caution. Some individuals may resort to desperate measures, potentially leading to the demise of someone who has already survived." Zhang Ran deliberately raised his voice. The moment his words left his lips, the faces of those nearby changed dramatically, a middle-aged woman immediately erupting in a tirade. However, upon meeting Zhang Ran's steely gaze, she recalled the intensity of his earlier look, shivering involuntarily and retracting her intended insults. Zhang Ran felt exceptionally pleased at this moment, as did the wives of Zheng Hai and Chao Gao, who had also realized that this time, there should be no issues. The police officer, listening to Zhang Ran, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, recognizing that Zhang Ran was simply trying to vex those individuals. Yet he too felt a growing annoyance towards them. Responding with a smile, "Rest assured, we will ensure the suspect's safety." Zhang Ran turned to Zhou Yuehua, saying, "Lawyer Zhou, I will rely on you for the upcoming matters. I am entrusting this case entirely to you, hoping that the sentencing of the robbers reflects the fairness and severity of the law." Zhou Yuehua replied, "You can rest easy. I specialize in this area, and the charges against them are serious. I will keep a close watch." Those individuals, hearing Zhang Ran's words, felt a sudden wave of panic wash over them, realizing that the situation had completely turned against them. Initially, they had envisioned seizing this opportunity to extort money while aiding their son in securing a reduced sentence, but now the unfolding events had entirely surpassed their expectations. At this moment, Zhang Ran's mood had considerably improved. After exchanging a few words with the crowd, he decided to take his leave, as his presence was no longer required here. Zhao Xiaoqin also escorted Sun Mei and Xiao Hua back. At that moment, Xiao Hua could no longer resist her drowsiness and fell asleep early. Upon returning home, Zhang Ran found it difficult to drift off to sleep. The events of the evening had left him feeling quite irritable and infuriated. Although the outcome appeared satisfactory at first glance, the reality of the situation was disheartening. Why? After acting courageously, did it culminate in such a dismal state? Had it merely been a robbery without the subsequent complications, Zhang Ran might have felt some concern for Sun Mei but would not have been as agitated. However, the audacity of the robbers' families was infuriating, provoking his anger. Many of these incidents he had only witnessed or heard about in the news, without ever truly experiencing such outrage. In the past, Zhang Ran had encountered similar scenarios on the news, yet his anger would dissipate merely minutes later. But now it was different. He had witnessed it firsthand and was personally involved. The more he contemplated it, the angrier he became. De Hu and Xiao, who seemed to sense their master's fury, exhibiting an unusual calmness, though their eyes appeared to flash with a hint of bloodlust. At that moment, Zhang Ran was resolute in his decision to ensure that those responsible faced appropriate consequences. Of course, he would not resort to illegal means. Having been raised in a society governed by law, he maintained his principles. However, Zhang Ran now considered himself a modestly affluent individual, with cash in hand and the prospect of greater wealth in the future. Thus he intended to employ the law to impart the necessary lessons to them. Lying in bed, he pondered many thoughts before gradually succumbing to slumber. At 3 in the morning, he awoke as usual, noting that he had only managed a few hours of sleep. Nonetheless, there were still tasks to be attended to. Rising, he washed up, had breakfast, and prepared to transport goods. When Zhang Ran arrived, Sun Mei was predictably there as well. He addressed her saying, "Today, I grant you a day off. Please take some time to rest while I oversee things here." Sun Mei's complexion appeared somewhat pale, and her evident fatigue suggested she had not slept throughout the night. She replied, "Thank you, boss, but it's unnecessary. I am not tired." As she spoke, she began to move vegetables, behaving as she usually would. Zhang Ran did not press further but added, "How about this? Wait until the afternoon to move out of your current rental and into my previous place. The landlord is Sister Lu. Although the rent is slightly higher at 800 yuan, it's still reasonable." Sun Mei was aware that Zhang Ran had changed residences, and hearing his proposal stirred her interest. Even without this incident, she had wished to change her living situation. "Thank you, boss," she replied, not declining his offer. Zhang Ran continued, "No need for thanks. I won't be living there anymore, and it will put Sister Lu at ease having you there." He reassured her, "Moreover, you need not worry about Brother Zhang and Brother Chao. This matter will certainly reach a resolution, and I, as your employer, will take full responsibility." Zhang Ran could see that Sun Mei remained apprehensive about the unfolding events. If Zhang Hai and Chao Gao were to end up imprisoned due to this incident, Sun Mei would likely carry that guilt for a lifetime. After offering her some comfort, Zhang Ran refrained from saying more and commenced his normal routine, all the while contemplating the situation. Once he had finished his tasks, Zhang Ran returned home to prepare a pot of rabbit soup, wild rabbit from the primitive world, a nourishing dish beneficial for Zhang and Chao's injuries. When he delivered the food, he found that the unruly relatives of the criminals had already departed, perhaps realizing that their protests would bear no fruit before the injuries had been assessed. Zhang Ran's stance had become quite evident. Even if they pursued legal action, they would not prevail. Chapter 50, Zhang Ran's malicious intent. "Brother Zhang, Brother Chao," Zhang Ran said as he arrived at the hospital with the prepared soup. Upon seeing him, Zhang Hai's wife quickly rose, exclaiming, "Mr. Zhang, you are too kind. Please have a seat." The families of Zhang and Chao were filled with gratitude towards Zhang Ran. Although the incident originated from the act of saving one of Zhang Ran's employees, his subsequent actions had been nothing short of commendable. They were not naive individuals untouched by the storms of society. They understood that what Zhang Ran had done was something that the vast majority would not have the courage to undertake. They had heard of instances where saviors were scolded by the families of those they rescued, merely for unintentionally causing some injury. Who would they turn to for justice in such cases? Thus, their appreciation for Zhang Ran only deepened. "Thank you, sister-in-law," Zhang Ran expressed his gratitude. After sitting down, he inquired, "How are you both feeling now? What did the examination reveal?" Zhang Hai replied loudly, "We're fine. Just a few minor wounds. We were supposed to be discharged today. They're just making a fuss over nothing." Chao Gao nodded in agreement. Zhang Ran's demeanor prompted them not to squander his generosity, as they felt they had little to complain about. "That's good to hear," Zhang Ran smiled, "but you should remain hospitalized for now. It's essential to ensure you recover fully before rushing things." Just then, Zhou Yuehua entered the room. "Lawyer Zhou, you've arrived." Zhang Ran greeted her with a smile. From her appearance, it was evident that she too had not rested the previous night. "Mr. Zhang, I've communicated with the police department, and the assessment of injuries has commenced. The evaluations for Mr. Zhang and Mr. Chao have been completed, revealing only minor injuries. Should there be no surprises, the injuries sustained by the robbers will also be classified as minor," Zhou Yuehua reported, delving straight into the case details. Zhang Ran remarked, "This outcome is very favorable for us." Zhou Yuehua nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, the current situation is quite advantageous. Once the robbers' injuries are officially assessed, Mr. Zhang and Mr. Chao will face no repercussions. The next step will be to seek compensation." Zhang Hai and Chao Gao listened intently, though they were unfamiliar with the legal intricacies, so they remained silent. Zhang Ran's eyes lit up at this point, asking, "Does this compensation cover medical expenses?" Zhou Yuehua confirmed, "Yes, but it is limited to that." Zhang Ran chuckled, "That's excellent. Sister-in-law, could you kindly fetch the doctor?" I have some questions I'd like to discuss. Understanding his implication. Zhou Yuehua's weary eyes sparkled with amusement as she shared his thoughts. When the doctor arrived, Zhang Ran stated directly, "Doctor, we wish to utilize the best medications and treatments available, ensuring that no residual effects remain." The doctor looked puzzled, responding, "It's merely an external injury. No internal organs were harmed. What residual effects could possibly arise?" Zhang Ran replied, "I don't care. Doesn't your hospital offer beauty injections or something similar? With such a large scar, how can it possibly look good? Moreover, are there any imported anti-inflammatory medications available? Are they expensive? Here, we aim to procure only the finest and most costly options." At this moment, the doctor appeared utterly bewildered, questioning the absurdity of the situation. Setting aside the fact that the wounds had already been sutured, what could possibly compel two grown men to seek cosmetic injections? Is it not a mark of distinction for a man to bear a few scars? Furthermore, it was evident that these two individuals were not wealthy scions, but rather ordinary folk, likely accustomed to laboring in the fields. Is this gentleman jesting with me? The doctor, now slightly irked, sensed that Zhang Ran was mocking him. Zhang Ran quickly interjected, "Dr. Chun, please do not be alarmed. I trust you've heard about the events from last night?" Dr. Chun, perplexed, replied, "What events? I've been busy in the emergency department all night." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ran understood immediately and proceeded to recount the occurrences of the previous night, emphasizing the reprehensible behavior of the robbers' relatives. In conclusion, Zhang Ran stated, "Had they not been so unreasonable, I would not have taken such actions. After all, it is their son or brother who has erred, and being adults, there was no need for further involvement. However, their despicable conduct last night left me no choice. If I do not retaliate, I shall feel an unbearable weight in my heart." Zhang Ran was unequivocal. This was indeed an act of vengeance. Naturally, he had no fear, for legally speaking, no matter his remarks, they would not influence the verdict. The doctor, now taken aback, inquired, "Is everything you say true?" Zhang Ran affirmed, "Absolutely. It transpired within your hospital. Your nurses and some doctors are aware of it. A simple inquiry should suffice." He added reassuringly, "Rest assured, regardless of the circumstances, I will cover the medical expenses, ensuring the hospital faces no difficulties." After listening, the doctor nodded and promptly departed, evidently to gather more information. During the exchange between Zhang Ran and the doctor, the others remained silent, and the expressions on Zhang and Chao's faces grew somewhat uneasy. Noticing their countenance, Zhang Ran smiled and reassured them, "Do not worry. I merely wish to unsettle them a bit." Zhou Yuehua remarked, "Mr. Zhang, your actions may indeed serve a purpose, but you must understand that Mr. Zhang and his companions have only sustained minor injuries. Thus, any compensation received will likely be minimal. Moreover, as you have observed, even if the court awards damages, they may not fulfill their obligations. If the amount is insignificant, it may be manageable. However, should it be substantial, they might refuse to pay altogether." As a seasoned lawyer, Zhou Yuehua had encountered numerous individuals of this nature. Winning a case was one thing, yet securing compensation from the defendant was often another matter entirely. She feared that Zhang Ran's well-intentioned interference might inadvertently complicate matters, potentially inflating the compensation amount and causing resentment towards him from Zhang and his companions. Such scenarios were all too familiar to her. Acts of kindness often met with ingratitude in this world. In Zhou Yuehua's eyes, such occurrences were a daily reality. Consequently, she found herself admiring Zhang Ran's series of actions, developing a sense of appreciation for his character. Not in a romantic sense, but in recognition of his integrity. She contemplated how she might assist further. Zhang Ran, with a cheerful demeanor, declared, "In truth, I am not concerned about the amount they may compensate. I shall provide the funds to Zhang and the others up front. Should they reimburse me? Splendid. That would settle the matter. However, if they refuse, I shall ensure they find themselves on the government's defaulter list, which I believe will be far more distressing for them." Chapter 51. Recruiting Employees. The intent behind Zhang Ran's words was clear. Regardless of the cost, he was unwilling to allow those individuals to escape unscathed. If they repaid the money, it would surely weigh heavily on their conscience. If they neglected to do so, it would be even more satisfying. Not everyone desires to be publicly listed as a high-spending prohibitor by the government, nor to be barred from certain modes of transportation. Zhang Hai quickly interjected, "Zhang Ran, there is no need for such measures. Our injuries are not severe, and we are quite capable of working already. You need not concern yourself with us. We are immensely grateful for everything you have done. If we can recover the compensation, let it serve as Ms. Zhou's attorney fees. We recognize your benevolence, But we are not ungrateful. Indeed, old Zheng speaks for us all, Chao Gao added. Observing her husband's sentiments, Zhang Hai's wife nodded in agreement, though a hint of reluctance flickered in her eyes before it dissipated, yielding to acceptance. Zhang Ran, noticing their fervent expressions, chuckled and reassured them. Gentlemen, there is no need to rush. We shall take our time with this matter. There is no urgency. Just as Zhang Hai was about to speak, his phone rang. Hello? Manager Zhang Hai responded quietly. Zhang Hai, why haven't you and Chao Gao reported to work yet? Came the irritable voice from the other end. Zhang Hai was taken aback, then replied, Manager, didn't the police inform you? Before he could finish, the voice grew more impatient. I understand you acted heroically, but do you expect the company to reward you for it? Why were you idle and engaging in such heroics? And what of your responsibilities to the company during off hours? If you seek compensation from the company, you might as well forget it. Also, do you still want this job? Consider today an absence. Your wages will be docked for 3 days. The barrage of reprimands left Zhang Hai stunned, and not just him. Everyone in the room was taken aback. Zhang Hai's outdated phone, though a smartphone, amplified the manager's voice in the stillness of the hospital room, as if someone stood before them speaking. Zhang Ran's heart sank. Though he had gathered some information from Officer Tang, he had not anticipated the company's harsh treatment of Zhang Hai and Chao Gao. Zhang Hai had initially intended to argue, but the call abruptly ended. Both Zhang Hai and Chao Gao were left in a daze, uncertain of how to proceed. While they could certainly find work again, such labor-intensive jobs were not hard to come by, they still felt disheartened. Compared to Zhang Ran, their sense of injustice weighed heavily upon them. Observing how Zhang Ran handled the situation with his employees and contrasting it with their own employer's response, their spirits plummeted. Zhang Ran regarded Zhang Hai thoughtfully and then turned to Zhou Yuehua, asking, Lawyer Zhou, how do you typically handle such situations? Zhou Yuehua furrowed her brow in contemplation and replied, I am not an expert in this area, but I possess some knowledge. Individuals like Mr. Zhang can indeed file a lawsuit against them, as this is a blatant violation of labor laws. Now, with the clearly defined law known as the Regulations for the Reward and Protection of Bystanders, it is indisputable that Mr. Zhang and his companions acted heroically, thereby ensuring they are entitled to legal protection. Although my understanding of the specific legalities may be limited, I am aware that it is impermissible to dismiss employees who have acted in such a commendable manner, nor can their bonuses and wages during their hospitalization due to injuries sustained in the line of duty be withheld. This is explicitly stated in the law. Thus, if a lawsuit were to ensue, such a case would essentially be a guaranteed victory. To expedite the resolution of such a matter, leveraging public opinion would be the most effective strategy, as both the government and the company would be compelled to address the issue promptly under public scrutiny. Zhang Ran nodded in acknowledgement, then turned to Zhang Hai and Chao Gao, saying, Brothers Zhang and Chao, I will refrain from elaborating further. I happen to be in need of personnel for my vegetable greenhouse, which is not particularly technical work, although it may indeed be somewhat laborious. If you are not averse to hard work, once you have recovered from your injuries, you are welcome to join my team. This is my promise to you. Noticing Zhang Hai and Chao Gao preparing to speak, Zhang Ran gestured for them to hold their thoughts and continued. You need not worry about your circumstances. You can rest assured here. Your wages will certainly not be diminished. According to the law, they would not dare to withhold your salaries and bonuses. Should they attempt to do so, we would be prepared to take legal action. Boss Zhang, we are willing to work under your guidance. We do not fear hard work. Zhang Hai immediately responded after Zhang Ran finished speaking. Chao Gao echoed this sentiment, eager to work for Zhang Ran. Setting aside the attractive wages offered, the respectful attitude Zhang Ran displays towards his employees is reason enough for them to be eager to work beneath him. Chao Gao further added, Boss, we are ready to start working as soon as possible. Zhang Ran waved his hand dismissively and inquired, By the way, do the two sisters-in-law have jobs? Currently, although he only has 30 acres of greenhouses, 2 workers suffice, but he certainly anticipates the need for expansion and would prefer to recruit additional staff. Over the past few days, he has come to understand the natures of Zhang Hai and Chao Gao, and he is quite trusting of them. Upon hearing Zhang Ran's question, Zhang Hai's wife lit up, exclaiming, Not yet. We are only doing some odd jobs. Before Zhang Hai could say anything, Zhang Ran interjected. Very well. If the two sisters-in-law are available, they can join their brothers at work. I assure you, the wages will not be lower than what you currently earn, and the company will provide housing subsidies for accommodations in the suburbs. Thank you, boss. Zhang Hai's wife expressed her gratitude promptly. Zhang Ran understood Zhang Hai's intent. He did not wish to impose on Zhang Ran, yet at this moment, Zhang Ran genuinely lacked employees and was not acting out of obligation. After chatting for a while longer, Zhang Ran took his leave, while Zhou Yuehua also decided to return home to rest and gather information regarding the wage dispute. Upon returning home, Zhang Ran prepared some food for De Hu and Xiao Hu before taking them downstairs. Upon arriving at the shop, he found Li Chang, Zhang Tiantian, Lu Jie, and Lu Jun already present. At that moment, there were not many customers, so they gathered around Sun Mei, who was the focus of their concern. Chapter 52. Lu Jie's thoughts as Zhang Ran entered. He inquired, "What brings you all here?" Li Chang replied, "We heard that Sister Sun had an incident, so we came to check on her. You should have informed us about such a significant occurrence." Although they had spent considerable time together, they had never inquired about Sun Mei's true age. Given that she appeared older and was accompanied by Xiao Hua, both Zhang Tiantian and Li Chang referred to her as Sister Sunday. In truth, if age were to be accurately considered, Sun Mei might not even be older than Li Chang and the others, though Zhang Ran could only speculate, as he was unaware of their actual ages. Zhang Ran remarked, "It's my fault. I did not want to disturb you at work." Sun Mei's eyes were slightly red, suggestive of recent tears, though it was evident that her distress was not due to grievances. After all, what hardships had she not endured over the years? Clearly, her tears stemmed from being touched. Perhaps for the first time in her life, someone genuinely cared for her. Since she matured and became aware of her surroundings, her family, while not excessively harsh, had never shown her profound concern. After marrying, she felt even less cared for or worried about. The presence of Li Chang and the others ignited a warmth in her heart, leaving her at a loss for words. Even though she understood that their visit was likely due to Zhang Ran's influence or concern for Xiao Hua, she was nonetheless filled with gratitude deep within. After Zhang Ran took a seat, they began to ask about the specifics of the situation, though Sun Mei was somewhat uncertain regarding the details. Lu Jie inquired, "What did those individuals say? What is the status of the injuries?" All eyes turned to Zhang Ran. Zhang Ran responded, "The situation appears to be quite clear. Zhang Hai and Xiao Gao, the two individuals who acted heroically, sustained minor injuries. Among the robbers, 2 do not require any assessment, while 1 was admitted to the emergency room. Although his condition looks serious, it is likely only a minor injury, albeit with a more complex assessment process that has yet to yield results." Upon hearing Zhang Ran's clear recounting of events, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It was then that Li Chang could no longer contain his frustration. "Damn it! How can there still be such people in this world? Truly, they are a reflection of the upbringing that produced such sons." Li Chang rarely used profanity, and in the time Zhang Ran had known him, he had never heard him utter a single curse word, which underscored his outrage at the situation. "Exactly. And the worst part is that we cannot hold them accountable for their crimes. It's akin to being victims of deception," Zhang Tiantian exclaimed angrily. Zhang Ran chuckled and replied, "While we may not be able to penalize the families of those responsible, we can certainly intensify the charges against the robbers, and we can also turn the tables on them. They wish to harass us, so let us see who can outdo whom." "What do you mean?" Lu Jun and the others' eyes lit up with interest. Zhang Ran then shared his plans, particularly regarding the medical expenses for Zhang and Xiao, and the group listened intently, excitement illuminating their faces. They quickly grasped that Zhang Ran was keen on spending to make life difficult for those troublesome relatives. Furthermore, with a little maneuvering, it could be framed as the robbers' non-cooperation, potentially resulting in aggravated sentencing. As they continued their discussion, the number of shoppers dwindled as noon approached. Zhang Ran clapped his hands and declared, "All right, the time is getting late. Let us go eat. Since my new home has ample space, we can head over there. Let us go, let us go. By the way, Zhang Ran, do you still have that meat?" Li Chang asked with a cheerful grin, brimming with anticipation. Zhang Ran replied in exasperation, "Is that the only reason you came?" However, he added, "Rest assured, there is enough. I just hope you can handle it. Then I will assure you that I can definitely finish it." Li Chang confidently patted his belly. Zhang Ran observed Sun Mei still engaged in cleaning and remarked, "Sun Mei, why don't you join us today? We can close the shop for now." Sun Mei quickly replied, "No need, boss. You all go eat. I will keep an eye on the store. At this hour, even if customers were to come, they would not be many. Come on. Let us have dinner and then return," Zhang Ran insisted. Li Chang and Zhang Tiantian joined in encouraging Sun Mei, who eventually relented. Upon arriving at Zhang Ran's residence, Sister Lu immediately entered the kitchen, assuming the role of head chef. As soon as she stepped inside, Zhang Ran suddenly inquired, "Brother Lu, has Ziyu been forgotten again?" He recalled a similar incident at Li Chang's home, where the couple indulged in fine dining while neglecting their daughter. Lu Jun's expression stiffened. and he promptly reached for his phone. However, just as he picked it up, it rang. Lu Jun glanced at the caller ID, his face betraying a hint of embarrassment. The others, including Zhang Ran and Li Chong, found amusement in his reaction. Ahem. Darling, we are at Uncle Zhang Ran's house now. Please hurry over, Lu Jun said, attempting to act as if nothing was amiss. It was unclear what Lu Ziyu had said on the other end, but Lu Jun's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white. Zhang Ran and the others resumed their light-hearted teasing of Lu Jun. Zhang Ran. Come help me with these pieces of meat, Sister Lu called from the kitchen. Coming. Upon entering the kitchen, Zhang Ran noticed Sister Lu deftly handling the vegetables and said, I truly apologize. Every time I say I'm treating you, it always ends up with you doing the work. Sister Lu chuckled lightly. It's no trouble. I'm quite used to it. By the way, Zhang Ran, I need to discuss something with you. What is it? Zhang Ran asked. Didn't you mention wanting to expand? Are you still considering that? Sister Lu inquired. Of course, it's still on the agenda, and it should happen soon. I've already secured the location and completed the hiring of staff, including Zheng Hai and Chao Gao along with their wives, Zhang Ran replied. Upon hearing Zhang Ran's words, Sister Lu's eyes glimmered as she quietly said to him, But have you considered how to expand? I may not know much about other things, but I do have some understanding of marketing. Although this situation is somewhat frustrating, it might actually be a blessing in disguise for you. If leveraged well, your shop could expand rapidly, and the publicity could be achieved all at once without incurring significant expenses. Listening to Sister Lu, Zhang Ran fell into a contemplative silence, deep in thought. Sister Lu continued, if handled properly, this could save you at least a year's worth of time or potentially millions in advertising costs. Chapter 53, Zhang Ran's Thoughts. Zhang Ran softly said, So, Sister Lu, are you suggesting? Sister Lu, her eyes bright with enthusiasm, replied, From every perspective, we are in the right, and the more excessive their actions, the better it is for our situation. The crucial point is that everything you do aligns perfectly with public expectations. Once this incident is publicized, your reputation will soar. By engaging some marketing influencers to promote it, the topic will gain traction, providing you with the visibility you need for your future ventures, alleviating any concerns about attracting customers. The more she spoke, the more animated Sister Lu became. Previously, she, like her husband Lu Jun, had worked in marketing, but for the sake of Lu Ziyu, she had sacrificed her career to become a homemaker. Now that Lu Ziyu no longer required constant supervision, she felt a desire to re-enter the workforce. Hearing about Sun Mei's situation and Zhang Ran's efforts ignited this ambition within her. However, while Sister Lu grew increasingly excited, she noticed Zhang Ran's demeanor becoming more subdued, as if he were displeased. What's wrong? Sister Lu asked, puzzled. Although she had just begun to formulate this plan and had only briefly discussed it with her husband, she felt confident there were no issues. Zhang Ran took a deep breath and slowly began. First, I must express my gratitude to you, Sister Lu. I understand that your intentions are for my benefit, and you have considered my interests from the very beginning, so thank you. Sister Lu fell silent, sensing that Zhang Ran had more to say and that it diverged from her expectations. After organizing his thoughts, Zhang Ran continued, Actually, I comprehend your perspective, and the benefits of this course of action for me are substantial. However, I do have a different viewpoint which may come off as overly sentimental, but I feel compelled to express it, and I hope you won't take offense. Sister Lu nodded, urging him to continue. Zhang Ran's tone grew reflective. I hired a lawyer, Zhou Yuehua, for Zheng Hai and Chao Gao, who has repeatedly advised me to utilize public opinion for our advantage. Your suggestion aligns with her advice, both employing the power of public sentiment. Setting aside the rightness or wrongness of this approach, I want to discuss its societal impact. It is merely my personal reflection. Regarding the ethical implications, it is unequivocally the robbers' fault, and their families have only compounded the injustice, which is understandably infuriating. There are moments when I contemplate exposing these individuals to public scorn to alleviate my own frustration. Yet, I also recognize that many people are already overwhelmed by negative energy in today's society. I have encountered numerous individuals voicing similar sentiments about the state of the modern world, and I count myself among them. If this situation were to be publicized, it would only exacerbate the negative influence on society. My reluctance to promote this matter is not out of sympathy. I harbor no compassion for the robbers' families. I would not be averse to their misfortunes. However, I do not wish to exploit the public's empathy for profit. Perhaps this is overly sentimental on my part, but my conscience resists such actions. As the lawyer Zhou suggested, manipulating public sentiment to achieve one's aims is hardly different from exploiting the populace. Now, returning to the topic of expanding my business based on your insights, Sister Lu, I am confident that my shop will expand smoothly. As long as the supply chain is intact, this incident could lay a solid foundation for my presence in Jinling, rather than pursuing a gradual expansion. However, you are aware that my vegetables are priced quite high. While I personally believe they are worth it, not everyone shares that view. If I were to continue developing steadily, I would feel unthreatened, as my products are transparently priced, and I have not exploited anyone's sympathy or goodwill in my sales. Everything is based on mutual agreement. If I were to leverage the situation to expand the store, although it might yield significant short-term gains, in the long run, it would not be a prudent decision. Should I encounter competitors in the future, this situation could very well become a vulnerability, thus hindering future development. It bears resemblance to the notion of original sin. While it may seem somewhat exaggerated, it undoubtedly poses a latent risk. After all, in the initial stages of development, engaging in questionable practices has led to numerous individuals facing repercussions once the accounts were settled. Zhang Ran rambled on extensively, with some thoughts having occurred to him the night prior, while others emerged as he spoke. He did not conceal his sentiments, articulating his thoughts candidly. Sister Lu listened quietly. Initially, she may have regarded Zhang Ran's musings as somewhat pretentious. However, as the conversation progressed, her expression began to shift. While she dismissed Zhang Ran's concerns regarding societal negative impacts, considering that there were already plenty to contend with, his remarks about potential repercussions for future development prompted her to ponder deeply. Zhang Ran made a compelling argument. While adhering to her approach might greatly benefit his current progress, it cannot be denied, as he suggested, that if the company were to flourish, this could indeed become a liability. Such matters are glaringly evident, akin to exploiting the public sympathy for commercial gain. Furthermore, it is worth noting that Zhang Ran's produce is, indeed, rather pricey. Should anyone choose to exploit this fact from the onset, it could present complications. Just as Sister Lu believes, the masses tend to exhibit a herd mentality, especially online, where it transcends mere conformity into sheer blindness. They desire only to perceive what aligns with their expectations, seldom contemplating the authenticity of the situation. Moreover, Sister Lu discerned from Zhang Ran's words that he harbored ambitions beyond merely establishing a small company. His aspirations seemed rather grand. Although Zhang Ran did not articulate this explicitly, the implications were evidently discernible. Upon finishing his thoughts, noticing Sister Lu lost in contemplation, he sheepishly remarked, "Sister Lu, these are merely my musings. I hope I haven't troubled you." Chapter 54. Injury Assessment Report. Sister Lu, with a bemused expression, replied, "I didn't realize you harbored such grand ambitions." While she initially took Zhang Ran's earlier words lightly, she became increasingly attentive to his subsequent statements. As for his concerns about not contributing to societal negativity or adversely affecting Sun Mei and Xiao Hua, Sister Lu hardly gave them much thought. In her view, Zhang Ran was merely overthinking and excessively kind-hearted. However, these were not insurmountable issues. Rather, it was Zhang Ran's latter comments that warranted her careful consideration and scrutiny. Zhang Ran scratched the back of his head and said, "After all, this is business. Who wouldn't want to expand their enterprise? Given that I possess such a remarkable product, it's only natural to contemplate further." While Zhang Ran did not entirely agree with Sister Lu's perspective, he felt grateful for her insights. Her words affirmed that at the very least, she regarded him as a friend. Otherwise, why would she share such thoughts? Sister Lu smiled and said, "Very well. Since you have your own considerations, I shall refrain from saying more, as long as you are aware of your own path." Zhang Ran replied, "Regardless, I must express my gratitude to you, Sister Lu." "There's no need for such formality," she chuckled. After a brief conversation with Sister Lu, Zhang Ran was gently ushered out. Her invitation was not genuinely for assistance, but rather to discuss these matters with him. Upon seeing Zhang Ran emerge, Lu Jun seized the moment to quietly inquire, "So, what do you think? Have you considered what Sister Lu said?" He was aware of his wife's intentions for conversing with Zhang Ran, as they had previously discussed the feasibility of this matter in the car. The reason for not addressing it in the living room was, of course, the presence of Sun Mei and Xiao Hua, making it inappropriate to discuss in front of them. Zhang Ran merely smiled and replied, "I'll think it over." Lu Jun was momentarily taken aback but quickly realized that Zhang Ran seemed to disagree. He could not fathom why he would object, given that such an endeavor appeared to promise substantial profits. However, he refrained from probing further and simply nodded. Classmate Lu Ziyu also arrived, having become quite familiar with everyone, especially Xiao Hua, and immediately began to engage in playful antics with the younger ones. The meal was prepared swiftly, and Zhang Ran took out some medicinal wine, sipping while dining. At the table, the group avoided discussing the incident with the robbers, instead opting for lighter topics to prevent burdening Sun Mei and Xiao Hua. After the meal, Sun Mei promptly returned to open the store, while Zhang Ran set about organizing matters related to the vegetable greenhouse. With personnel already hired, he needed to ensure everything was properly arranged so that when Zhang Hai and the others arrived, they could commence work immediately. By the next day, the injury assessment report for the robbers had been finalized, and Zhang Ran hurried to the police station. The wives of Zhang and Xiao were also present, their expressions filled with joy. Upon seeing their faces, Zhang Ran grasped the situation. Tang Pengfei approached Zhang Ran with a smile, saying, "Zhang Ran, the report is out. It's classified as minor injuries." As he spoke, his countenance could not conceal his delight. He was pleased with this outcome, harboring a deep disdain for the robbers and even more so for the relentless complaints from their families. Now that the report had been issued, those relatives would find it difficult to raise a fuss. Zhang Ran replied with a smile, "Thank you, Officer Tang." "Oh, no need to thank me. That would only complicate matters for me later." Tang Pengfei chuckled, disregarding the disgruntled expressions of the robbers' families, who were also present at the station. They had already caused a scene before Zhang Ran's arrival, only to be reprimanded and left standing there with grim faces, ignored by everyone. At that moment Zhou Yuehua arrived, and upon learning the outcome, declared, "Since it's minor injuries, my client is completely fine." Tang Pengfei confirmed, "No issues. Shortly, our police station will present them with certificates of bravery, along with a reward of 500 yuan. While it's not a substantial sum, it is a token of our appreciation." Zhou Yuehua nodded and then produced a document, addressing Tang Pengfei. "This is our civil lawsuit. It contains our proposed compensation plan." After taking a glance, Tang Pengfei felt a headache coming on and remarked, "Isn't this a bit excessive?" Zhou Yuehua replied sternly, "This is entirely in accordance with the actual circumstances and is entirely reasonable and lawful." Tang Pengfei understood that engaging in futile arguments with these lawyers was pointless. He was no match for them and could only state, "I will submit this. As for how the court decides, that is beyond our concern." He was well aware that such situations typically involved criminal proceedings accompanied by civil lawsuits. However, as he observed the myriad of regulations and the meticulous details of monetary compensation, he felt a pang of sympathy for the families of the robbers. Yet, deep down there was a flicker of satisfaction. Having been in this line of work, he had encountered similar scenarios countless times, where the most obstinate individuals seemed to evade consequences, while those truly in the right found themselves in a predicament, stifled and silenced. Now, it was refreshing to see someone holding these individuals accountable, allowing them to face some repercussions, which brought Tang Pengfei a sense of relief. Zhang Ran, too, was disinclined to engage deeply with the relatives of the robbers, opting instead to exchange a few words with the police. Zhou Yuehua, on the other hand, went directly to converse with the officers. "Shall we step outside for a smoke?" Tang Pengfei suggested, gesturing towards the door. Zhang Ran accepted the cigarette he offered, and they both made their way outside. To be honest, in my years as a police officer, I have encountered situations like this more than once or twice. However, witnessing a boss with such a sense of responsibility like yours is truly a first for me. "I must express my admiration," Tang Pengfei said, taking a deep drag from his cigarette and giving Zhang Ran a thumbs up in appreciation. This was a heartfelt compliment. Everything Zhang Ran had done was commendable, deserving of respect and, more importantly, in alignment with his conscience, an undeniable truth. Zhang Ran chuckled modestly, "Officer Tang, you flatter me excessively. I am merely fulfilling my duty and doing what is right by my conscience." The ability to act in accordance with one's conscience is not something everyone can achieve, regardless of the circumstances. Nevertheless, you are my friend, Tang Pengfei, and if you ever need assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out, Tang Pengfei assured him. Chapter 55. Preparedness. Since Officer Tang holds me in such regard, I would be remiss to say more, Zhang Ran replied with a smile. Tang Pengfei patted Zhang Ran on the shoulder and said, "No need to call me Officer Tang. Simply refer to me as Tang Pengfei." Thus, they forged a bond of friendship, finding common ground in their personalities. Tang Pengfei had great faith in Zhang Ran's sense of responsibility regarding this matter, while Zhang Ran admired Tang Pengfei's genuine nature. Moreover, to speak in more pragmatic terms, having a friend like Tang Pengfei would certainly benefit Zhang Ran in his business endeavors. After all, being within the system meant that most of his acquaintances were also part of it, and any assistance required would undoubtedly save considerable effort. "Forgive me for asking a question that may be inappropriate," Tang Pengfei ventured. Zhang Ran replied, "Feel free to inquire." After a moment of hesitation, Tang Pengfei continued, "I must reiterate, your approach is unprecedented for me. While I have encountered individuals with better intentions before, they often merely offered compensation, eager to distance themselves from the situation. What are your true thoughts? Is it merely to ease your conscience? Zhang Ran paused, reflecting on the question before breaking into a smile. I once read a novel that contained a line I have never forgotten. What was it? Tang Pengfei's interest piqued. Zhang Ran's tone was somewhat whimsical yet remarkably resolute as he recited, "A chivalrous heart can withstand the trials of fire and ice. A promise made is worth more than life itself, yet one cannot partake in the wine of ingratitude." This might well be one of the reasons behind Zhang Ran's actions. Though he was no saint, he refused to engage in actions he deemed wrong. Similar to the suggestions made by Sister Lu and Zhou Yuehua, which involved manipulating public opinion to achieve their goals, while not illegal or morally reprehensible, left a sour taste in his mouth. Perhaps this was a reflection of his disdain as an ordinary person. Over the years, he had been deceived by various so-called influencers more than once. What he once believed to be right would flip in mere days, leaving him branded as an accomplice. Countless instances of such occurrences plagued the internet. Whether he participated or not, it made little difference. Yet, Zhang Ran remained resolute in his refusal to follow suit. His concern for Zheng and Chao was genuine. As he stated, a chivalrous heart can endure endless suffering, but it cannot bear ingratitude. In this era, where self-interest reigns supreme and apathy prevails, individuals like Zheng and Chao were becoming increasingly rare. Zhang Ran wished to shield them from experiencing society's malice again. His sole intention was to protect their goodwill. Upon hearing Zhang Ran's words, Tang Pengfei's gaze drifted, taken aback by Zhang Ran's unexpected sentiments. He had anticipated a more typical response, one that emphasized the inherent righteousness of his actions. However, Zhang Ran's answer resonated with him, aligning perfectly with his own sentiments and bringing him joy. After finishing his cigarette, Tang Pengfei declared, "You need not worry about the forthcoming matters. I will handle them and ensure that those deserving of legal punishment do not escape even the slightest consequence." This was a promise to Zhang Ran, to Zheng and Chao, and perhaps even to all who harbored goodwill. Zhang Ran accompanied the wives of Zheng and Chao to the hospital, where they received the good news that both men could be discharged. Zheng and Chao were elated and more grateful to Zhang Ran than ever. "Boss, we can start working right away. The doctor said we are fit for discharge," Zhang Hai announced. In truth, their injuries were not severe, and while the notion of immediately resuming work might be exaggerated, they were certainly capable of moving about. Chao Gao nodded in agreement, feeling that he could not remain idle. They had witnessed all that Zhang Ran had done, and naturally, they wished to express their gratitude. Observing their eagerness, Zhang Ran suggested, "How about this? Rest for a couple of days and assess your condition. If all goes well, report to me tomorrow. However, refrain from working initially. Let your wives take the lead while you focus on your recovery." How does that sound? The preparations for the suburban greenhouses had been completed, awaiting someone to begin planting. Since Zheng and Chao were not fit for heavy labor, their wives could take on the initial tasks, which were relatively mundane and did not require much physical strength. This arrangement would also help ease their minds, as they had effectively resigned from their previous jobs that morning, having already received termination notices. However, Zhang Ran had already enlisted Zhou Yuehua to begin addressing this issue. Although she was not well versed in legal matters, a bit of intimidation could go a long way. In most companies, a mere threat would suffice, and if they proved obstinate, further legal action could always be taken later. Upon hearing Zhang Ran's suggestion, Zhang Hai promptly nodded. "Understood. I will prepare right away." He attempted to get out of bed, but Zhang Ran stopped him. "Please hold on for a moment. Let us defer it to tomorrow. We shall consult the doctor then. If the doctor consents, you may come over. In the meantime, you should prepare your belongings today, so we can move directly to the suburbs tomorrow. I shall return now to make the necessary arrangements." At this juncture, their wives could no longer contain themselves and insisted on returning to prepare. Observing the situation, Zhang Ran realized he could not dissuade them and thus allowed them to proceed with their preparations, while he needed to find accommodation for them. Driving to the suburbs, he found an abundance of residential houses, making it relatively easy to secure a rental. After a brief inquiry, Zhang Ran managed to rent a modest dwelling, a traditional tile-roofed house with 3 rooms, 1 for habitation, 1 for storage, and 2 for miscellaneous items, complete with a cooking area and a spacious yard. Initially, he contemplated renting 2 rooms but ultimately decided that 1 would suffice for now, as they were all quite familiar with one another, allowing for mutual care. Once he had more time and expanded their planting area, he could rent additional units, but for the moment this was adequate. After securing the house, Zhang Ran did not bother with tidying up. He intended for them to organize their belongings upon arrival, as he was not inclined to do so himself. He also purchased all necessary farming tools, seeds, and seedlings, ensuring that everything was in readiness. Now everything was prepared, awaiting the arrival of Zhang Heng and Qiao Gao, at which point they could commence their work. Glancing at the gathered supplies stirred a sense of excitement within Zhang Ran. From this day forth, his future might very well transform. Chapter 56. Commencement and Appeals. This is your residence. Should you have any further needs, do not hesitate to inform me, Zhang Ran stated as he brought Zhang Hai, Qiao Gao, and 2 others to the rented house. Zhang Hai and Qiao Gao were now able to walk about. Their injuries were not severe and required only a bit of recuperation. They had received their wages from their former employer today, along with an additional 2 months' compensation. This was largely thanks to Zhou Yuehua, who had directly approached their company, brandishing her lawyer's credentials and presenting a prepared legal notice, asserting her intent to file a lawsuit against them. Being a small company, they were unaccustomed to such confrontations and were understandably intimidated. Zhou Yuehua articulated the legal stipulations with remarkable clarity and precision, her stern demeanor further intimidating them. Once they were sufficiently unsettled, the subsequent negotiations became considerably easier. Zhou Yuehua meticulously listed the compensation they owed, leaving them with no room for rebuttal. Ultimately, they had no choice but to part with the funds, and to preempt any further trouble from Zhang Hai and his associates, they even offered a little extra. Under Zhou Yuehua's persuasive influence, they also provided a portion for medical expenses. After receiving the money, Zhang Hai and his companions were eager to leave the hospital. The doctor had confirmed their recovery, and Zhang Ran did not impede their discharge. Thank you, boss. When do we begin our work? Zhang Hai inquired. Upon their arrival, Zhang Ran had already discussed the salary, which was set at 5,000 yuan per month per person, inclusive of meals and accommodation. Additionally, there would be quarterly bonuses, though the specifics of the bonuses were yet to be determined. Upon hearing the monthly salary, Zhang Hai and the others were unconcerned about the bonuses, as they were quite satisfied with this remuneration. Though they had previously earned 5,000 a month in their former roles, that work was not only exhausting but often came with undue stress. The most significant aspect was that now, their wives also earned 5,000, totaling a comfortable 10,000 for the household. With meals and lodging included, they were undoubtedly elated with such terms. Given their current situation, if they managed to save diligently, they could easily set aside over 9,000 yuan each month, accumulating at least 100,000 annually, not counting the bonuses Zhang Ran mentioned. Just contemplating this prospect brought them joy. Thus, upon arriving at their new home, Zhang Hai promptly asked when they would commence work. The others also turned their attention to Zhang Ran, eager to begin in earnest, feeling it was only fair to justify the generous compensation they were receiving. Noting their enthusiasm, Zhang Ran smiled and replied, "There is no rush. For now, I will take you to see the greenhouse, after which I will explain the planting process." "Rest assured, boss. We are quite familiar with agricultural work at home," Zhang Hai's wife interjected. Zhang Ran countered, "It is not the same. While your experience is valuable, our company's vegetables differ significantly from ordinary ones. I will elaborate on the specifics later." Zhang Hai quickly responded, "Understood, boss. We will make sure to learn diligently." The other 3 immediately echoed their commitment to attentive learning. However, Zhang Ran could discern a hint of skepticism in their demeanor. After all, individuals who had spent their lives engaged in farming might perceive vegetable planting as a straightforward endeavor. Zhang Ran cautioned, "I do not jest, nor do I underestimate your capabilities. To put it plainly, the prices of our vegetables are at least 5 times that of regular ones, and in some cases even tenfold. Consider the implications of such pricing. Our produce cannot be compared to that of ordinary markets." As soon as Zhang Ran finished speaking, the 4 of them were momentarily taken aback. 5 to 10 times the price? What did that even mean? They were not naive. Having lived in Jinling for at least 5 or 6 years, they were well acquainted with the local cost of living. The revelation of the exorbitant prices commanded by Zhang Ran's vegetables sent a tremor of realization through them. "Boss, Zhang Hai stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. They understood the implications. According to Zhang Ran, the vegetables they would cultivate would be sold directly, circumventing middlemen, thus yielding staggering profits. Seeing their astonishment, Zhang Ran patted their shoulders, reassuring them, "But you need not be anxious. The fundamental methods remain unchanged. It's merely the finer details that require your attention." Zhang Ran's primary aim was simply to instill a sense of seriousness in them, not to induce unnecessary caution. "I understand." Once Zhang Hai and the others had stowed their belongings, Zhang Ran began to lead them to the vegetable greenhouse, introducing them to the space and outlining the planting techniques. The methods Zhang Ran shared were those he had devised himself. While they were not the most efficient, He lacked the time for thorough research and could only learn through practice. Following Zhang Ran's discourse, Zhang Hai and the others began to take his instructions seriously, eager to jot down notes to avoid forgetting anything. Finally, Zhang Ran retrieved some seeds from the vehicle, instructing them to plant them while he would gradually bring more seeds in the coming days. He cautioned them to handle the seeds with care, as they were quite valuable. Once everything was set, Zhang Ran departed, returning to the shop. After parking the car, Dehu and Xiao who were already eager to get out. Woof woof woof. Zhang Ran's greatest delight was the moment he arrived at the shop's entrance, where Dehu and Xiao who would bark a few times, a sound he never grew weary of. However, today felt somewhat amiss. Dehu and Xiao who were incessantly barking towards the interior of the store, exhibiting a fervent desire to rush in. Zhang Ran hurried over and secured the dogs with a leash, keeping them firmly in hand. After all, they were now in the city, amidst a bustling crowd. Although Dehu and Xiao who were still relatively small, they possessed a somewhat fierce demeanor, and to avoid startling passers-by, Zhang Ran always leashed them in this area. Please, our child is only 20 years old. He cannot be ruined like this, he implored. Yes, have some compassion. Grant them an opportunity for redemption. They are merely children, and one impulsive act should not seal their fate. Upon entering the shop, Zhang Ran was met with a throng surrounding Sun Mei, who was being inundated with pleas for leniency, essentially urging her to show mercy. While it was evident that their son would inevitably face sentencing, which was a foregone conclusion, obtaining the victim's understanding could influence the court's decision regarding the severity of the punishment. Chapter 57. The Dog Bites. Sun Mei, encircled by these individuals, wore an increasingly distressed expression. Please leave this place. Do not disrupt our business, she commanded loudly. These people had been there for over half an hour, incessantly beseeching her for understanding, yet Sun Mei had no intention of signing any agreement of leniency. She had already witnessed their true colors in the hospital. Furthermore, they were blocking the entrance, impeding customers from entering and disrupting the shop's operations. Hearing Sun Mei's steadfast refusal to relent, one individual, visibly irate, exclaimed, "How can you be so heartless? Given their current state, can't you find it in yourself to forgive them?" Another chimed in, "Our son is already in such a dire situation. We don't even know the full extent of what has transpired. You can't possibly refuse to sign a letter of understanding. How can you lack any sense of morality? You're condemning our son." The tide turned quickly as these individuals, initially not of the most virtuous character, began to berate Sun Mei, shifting the blame entirely onto her, absolving their son of any wrongdoing. Sun Mei, hearing their outrageous accusations, felt her face flush with anger. Although she was aware of their despicable nature, the audacity of their words left her reeling. Just as she was steeling herself to respond in kind, a voice cut through the tension. "Oh, so it's our fault, then?" Zhang Ran's voice, calm yet laced with barely contained fury, resonated through the air. The crowd's demeanor shifted as they recognized Zhang Ran's presence. His piercing gaze instilled a sense of trepidation in them. "This does not concern you. Kindly refrain from meddling," one individual remarked. Zhang Ran smirked coldly. "Meddling? This is my shop, and you come here to create a disturbance. Yet you dare to accuse me of meddling? What audacity!" Faced with Zhang Ran's unflinching rebuke, the group grew increasingly agitated, yet none dared to retaliate. Such individuals often prey on the weak, and Zhang Ran's unwavering stance intimidated them. "Please, consider it an act of kindness and spare our son," a woman suddenly cried out, sensing that Zhang Ran was not easily intimidated and opting for a softer approach. Zhang Ran shot her a disdainful glance, replying, "Still young? They are in their 20s. Do they not know right from wrong? Spare them? How easily you suggest that. Spare them so they can rob again, or perhaps commit murder next. And you speak of kindness? This is nothing short of malevolence. Your sons are not worth lamenting. Furthermore, do not assume this matter is concluded. I had intended to hold you accountable, and now you've made it exceedingly easy for me. Your son must face criminal charges, and you shall not evade civil responsibility either. Let me make it abundantly clear. This situation is far from over. How can you be so callous?" one of them retorted. But Zhang Ran interjected forcefully, "I have given you ample opportunities. Do not test my patience. If you dare to disturb this peace again or utter another word, I will expose you for all to see. Let everyone witness your true nature. I assure you, I will follow through." Zhang Ran's words silenced them. Their faces flushed with anger, yet they dared not speak further. They had never doubted Zhang Ran's resolve. From the outset, he had displayed an unyielding demeanor. After delivering his ultimatum, Zhang Ran released the leash on Dehu and Xiaohu, The dogs, seemingly understanding their owner's intent, charged towards the group, barking ferociously, showing no signs of timidity. Woof, woof, woof. Despite their small stature and somewhat endearing appearance, De Hu and Xiao, who were quite formidable when provoked. The group, already rattled by Zhang Ran's earlier comments, now found themselves fleeing in terror as the dogs approached. One individual contemplated kicking at De Hu and Xiao Hu, but, upon seeing Zhang Ran's sardonic smile, thought better of it. Should Zhang Ran choose to leverage this moment to fully expose them, they would be in for a world of trouble. The group did not cease their flight until they were 100 meters away, and even then, they refrained from making a scene. They had been brazen towards Sun Mei, boldly uttering their accusations, but they were utterly cowed by Zhang Ran's presence. Those who thrive on bullying the weak often shrink away when confronted with strength. Faced with a formidable opponent, they would rather vanish than confront the threat. Zhang Ran, observing their retreating figures, turned to Sun Mei and said, "Do not pay these people any mind. Let matters proceed as they should. Should they dare approach again, do not hesitate to call the authorities and expose them. I am eager to see just how thick their skin truly is." While Zhang Ran was reluctant to stir public opinion to influence the case or benefit his business, he was far from devoid of indignation. He had resolved that if these individuals dared to disrupt the peace again, he would ensure they faced the consequences. Furthermore, in the forthcoming civil proceedings, he would encourage Sun Yuehua to act without restraint, exacting the maximum possible repercussions. If they refused to compensate, he would not hesitate to seek enforcement and place them on the blacklist of debtors. Sun Mei nodded in understanding, her heart simmering with anger, though her habitual submissiveness kept her emotions in check. Zhang Ran patted the little cat, Xiao Hua, perched on the cash register, and asked with a smile, "Are you scared, Xiao Hua?" Little Hua tilted her small head and said in a tender voice, "Little Hua is not afraid." Observing her feigned calmness, Zhang Ran felt a pang of sympathy and gently suggested, "Why don't you go play with Big Tiger and Little Tiger? Those bad people won't dare to come back." Uncle Zhang is the strongest," Little Hua replied, her eyes brimming with admiration for him. With those people gone, Zhang Ran's shop resumed its operations. Some customers approached to inquire about the situation, and Sun Mei briefly explained, instantly eliciting disdain for the earlier ruffians. Zhang Ran sat at the counter, lost in thought, not pondering those rascals as that was in the past, but contemplating the expansion of his shop. Chapter 58. Promoting Sun Mei. The vegetable greenhouse was now on the right track, and it was time to expand the shop. However, Zhang Ran had other considerations. Currently, he was the sole producer of seeds, which could only be described as a prototype, far from optimal. To genuinely scale up, he needed to continuously innovate products, increase yields, and diversify varieties. During this period, he had contemplated many ideas and even purchased several books for reference. While much of the content was trivial, there were nonetheless valuable suggestions. Establishing a company was not as straightforward as it seemed. It required not only quality products but also meticulous planning. The original vegetable company had a limited product range, making diversification imperative. Although Zhang Ran was knowledgeable in his field, his understanding was merely superficial. He had spent most of his university years in internet cafes or sleeping, leaving him with only a basic grasp of his specialty. To pursue greater development, he needed to recruit more professional personnel for research. If research was to be conducted, a dedicated research base was essential. Furthermore, to safeguard his technology from being stolen or counterfeited, careful arrangements were necessary. At the very least, he needed to create a site reminiscent of the original world, with soil and water sources that matched those conditions. This way, even if the technology were to be compromised, the unique environment of the original world would render replication on Earth exceedingly difficult, thus ensuring the technology's exclusivity. This was not mere overthinking on Zhang Ran's part. In modern society, the power of unique technology is profound. Holding such a trump card would place Zhang Ran in an invulnerable position. However, this endeavor would not only require substantial financial investment but also time to execute. As for the seed factory, it was not an immediate concern. His current greenhouse was still limited in size. As he mulled over various ideas, Zhang Ran took out paper and pen to sketch his thoughts, aiming to find clarity. The vegetables in the greenhouse had begun to grow, with maturation periods ranging from 1 to 2 months. Thus, the expansion of the shop needed to be prioritized. Zhang Ran had also considered seeking out agents, as this would allow him to maintain control over the source and facilitate rapid growth. However, this approach carried drawbacks, particularly in terms of pricing, which could easily jeopardize the integrity of the original vegetable brand. His ambition was to elevate the original vegetable brand, not merely to generate profit. Expanding the shop meant that the 30 acres of greenhouses might not suffice, necessitating further expansion. Once Zhang Hai and Chao Gao's health improved, he would immediately increase the number of greenhouses and expand the planting area. This was his foremost priority at this stage, while the recruitment of talent could be postponed. He did not have the financial capacity to establish a research base just yet. Capital was still a necessity. After a considerable time of writing and drawing, Zhang Ran tucked the paper into his pocket, observing the sparse customers in the shop. He called for Sun Mei. Boss, Sun Mei approached. Zhang Ran contemplated before saying, I plan to open several more shops, starting with at least 10. As soon as he uttered this, Sun Mei's face lit up with joy. That's wonderful news, boss. Our vegetables sell exceptionally well. Many customers travel quite a distance to buy them, and several have expressed interest in us opening shops in their areas. Sun Mei's genuine happiness for Zhang Ran was evident. She understood how well the original vegetables thrived in that locale. Since Zhang Ran wished to open more shops, it was clear that profitability was on the horizon. Zhang Ran smiled, recognizing that Sun Mei's attitude indicated his efforts had not been in vain. He could see her genuine delight for him. With more shops, management will become an issue. I don't have much time to oversee them all, so I wanted to know if you would be interested in managing them directly. Sun Mei was momentarily taken aback, her disbelief evident. After a long pause, she stammered, Boss, I can't do that. I lack education and experience. I'm just suited to being a sales clerk. She had never anticipated Zhang Ran would consider her for such a role, managing multiple shops, something she had never even contemplated. Yet, her heart raced with excitement. This was a testament to Zhang Ran's faith in her, and being recognized by him was the source of her exhilaration. Zhang Ran waved his hand dismissively. While education is important, it's not the sole factor. Experience is accumulated over time. Sun Mei hesitated. But I don't know how to manage. I only have a junior high school diploma. I can handle basic accounting, but management is beyond my understanding. Zhang Ran reassured her. Initially, there won't be too many shops, just a dozen or so. You can learn gradually without rushing, and the key issue will be managing the accounts. In the beginning, focus on that, and for other management aspects you can learn while you manage. Zhang Ran's decision to have Sun Mei oversee management was well considered. As she had mentioned, her educational background was limited, and her years spent in the countryside had rendered her somewhat illiterate. Nevertheless, Zhang Ran trusted her most at this juncture. The company's expansion was not vast, allowing time for Sun Mei to learn. If she ultimately struggled and lacked the aptitude, he would consider alternatives. At this stage, Sun Mei was the most suitable candidate. Zhang Ran could not continue to manage the shops indefinitely. He had numerous other responsibilities to attend to. Thus, he needed a trustworthy individual to assist with management. He had contemplated involving family members, but while he trusted them, he did not want to burden them with excessive work. His primary motivation for earning money was to provide a better life for his family. That had always been his goal. Now that he had some financial stability, why impose undue labor on them? Furthermore, his family lacked the requisite knowledge, similar to Sun Mei. After careful consideration, it became clear that Sun Mei was the most fitting choice. Managing a dozen or so shops was not insurmountable. Even if challenges arose, they would be manageable issues that could be resolved promptly. Upon witnessing Sun Mei's hesitance to decline, Zhang Ran remarked, Why not give it a try? If it truly proves unmanageable, I can always find someone else. Presently, I have no alternative candidates. While I could hire someone, my faith in newly recruited individuals is lacking. At this stage of our development, we cannot afford any fundamental errors. Chapter 59. A Visit to the Teacher. With Zhang Ran's words laid bare, Sun Mei found it difficult to voice further objections, silently vowing to fulfill Zhang Ran's expectations and not let her employer down. Observing Sun Mei's anxious demeanor, Zhang Ran chuckled. There's no need to be so tense. Take this opportunity to explore some literature and enrich your knowledge. All right, thank you, boss, Sun Mei replied with a nod. Truth be told, she was quite exhilarated by the prospect of a promotion. Who wouldn't be delighted? Initially, her apprehension stemmed from a fear of failure, which led her to attempt to sidestep the responsibility. After conversing with Sun Mei for a while longer, Zhang Ran briefly discussed management matters, advising her to engage in conversations with Lu Jun and Lu Jie whenever possible to seek their guidance. Zhang Ran meandered through the campus, burdened with bags, feeling a sense of nostalgia wash over him as he beheld the familiar surroundings. This was his alma mater, Jinling Agricultural University, where he had come to visit his former homeroom teacher, Zhang Qingfeng. Having resolved to recruit additional staff, it was essential to prepare in advance. While poaching talent seemed a viable option, Zhang Ran lacked the resources to pursue such a strategy. In his modest company, capable individuals would hardly consider him, while those of lesser capability were not to his liking. Thus, he turned his attention to his own university, which boasted a wealth of agricultural talent, with numerous masters and doctoral candidates each year. Having graduated only a year prior, Zhang Ran was still quite familiar with the campus. He made his way to the administrative building and located his former teacher's office. "Teacher, I have come to visit you," Zhang Ran greeted, approaching a middle-aged man in his 40s with a beaming smile. Zhang Qingfeng, engrossed in grading assignments, looked up and instantly recognized Zhang Ran, for he had only been away for a year. "Zhang Ran, what brings you here?" Zhang Qingfeng inquired with a grin. Zhang Ran had always been a student who blended into the background, neither a class leader nor a troublemaker, merely an inconspicuous presence in the classroom. Their relationship was cordial but not particularly close, unlike some students who shared a more familiar bond with their teachers. Nevertheless, Zhang Ran was still Zhang Qingfeng's student, and that connection held significance. The gifts Zhang Ran brought certainly delighted Zhang Qingfeng. "What do you mean you can't come see me? You have no idea how much I've missed you in this past year," Zhang Ran replied with a laugh. Zhang Qingfeng quipped, "A year apart, and you've become quite the smooth talker. It seems you've been faring well out there." As Zhang Ran set down his bags, he responded, "It's been manageable, just scraping by. These are my tokens of respect for you. Please don't be shy. The watermelon and tomatoes are my own creations. Do give them a taste." He produced a tomato while speaking. Not only was Zhang Qingfeng astonished, but the other teachers in the vicinity also looked on with surprise. The sight of a former student arriving with gifts was a source of pride for any teacher. Zhang Qingfeng jokingly pointed at the vibrant tomato, exclaiming, "You aren't suggesting I taste this as a poison test, are you? How could you say that, teacher? You've wounded my heart." Zhang Ren feigned despair, clutching his chest dramatically. Zhang Qingfeng rolled his eyes at him, retorting, "If you were a beautiful woman, such antics might be charming. As it stands, you're merely annoying me." Their playful banter rekindled a warmth in their relationship, making it seem even more amicable than when Zhang Ran was still under Zhang Qingfeng's tutelage. "Teachers, do take a sample and judge the quality of my newly developed variety." Zhang Ran cheerfully distributed tomatoes to each teacher present. "Aha! It seems old Zhang has a fine student. I'm going to bask in old Zhang's glory today." The teachers chuckled as they accepted the fruits. Although they were surprised by Zhang Ran's mention of a new product, they found it plausible. After all, they were engaged in research themselves, and the sheer number of new varieties produced each year was overwhelming, most of which were rather ordinary. Delicious. This tomato is truly exceptional," some teachers exclaimed, with others immediately digging in, captivated by the juicy, sweet tart flavor. Zhang Qingfeng was among the first to taste, discerning the remarkable flavor. "Zhang Ran, this is impressive. Did you really create such delightful tomatoes?" Zhang Qingfeng pondered, slightly bewildered by the transformation of his former student. He recalled Zhang Ran's school days, where he had been an average student, often trailing behind in class, a typical slacker. How was it possible that, in just over a year since graduation, he had developed such a remarkable product? Zhang Ran replied, "Of course. Would I deceive you? It was a fortunate accident that led to this creation. Otherwise, with my skills, it would have been quite a challenge." Hearing this, Zhang Qingfeng nodded thoughtfully. "Old Zhang, you have a remarkable student here. This is the first time I've tasted such delicious tomatoes. If they could be cultivated on a large scale, they would undoubtedly sell well," a teacher remarked, casually grabbing another tomato, clearly impressed by the flavor. "Humph, you should consider whose student this is," Zhang Qingfeng retorted. "You complain about being overweight. Yet if you were truly as talented, where are your achievements? My primary responsibility is to educate." "Well, if you can't produce, you can't produce. Don't try to deceive us," another teacher chimed in. "Do you still want to eat?" "All right, I concede." Zhang Ran observed the scene, feeling somewhat out of place, for typically teacher-student interactions were more serious, rarely exhibiting such camaraderie. However, this was only natural. After all, they were all human, and maintaining an authoritative demeanor before students was customary to instill respect. Yet, among colleagues, such formality was unnecessary. "This flavor seems oddly familiar. Let me think. Ah, classmate, is this what you call an ancient vegetable?" Suddenly interjected a female teacher. Chapter 60. Heartfelt Conversations. Zhang Ran was taken aback, surprised that someone else had tasted it. "I indeed established a vegetable supermarket named Original Vegetables." Zhang Ran responded affirmatively. "Teacher Qin, have you tried it?" one of the teachers curiously inquired. Teacher Qin nodded and remarked, "I have, but it is exceedingly expensive. Just for one tomato, costs at least 5 yuan. "Goodness, that's so pricey," exclaimed another teacher, clearly taken aback by the astonishing price. Teacher Qin sighed. Alas, who can argue with that? Yet, original vegetables truly is remarkable. The taste is exquisite, and the nutritional value is substantial. My daughter used to be quite indifferent towards vegetables, but now she adores them, though the cost is rather prohibitive. Zhang Ran, can't you consider lowering the prices a bit? Sensing the jest in Teacher Qin's tone, Zhang Ran replied, Teacher, my costs are quite high. I genuinely cannot afford to lower them. However, how about this? In due time, I will establish a membership system and provide you with a discount card. That sounds like a plan. Teacher Qin readily agreed, revealing her genuine fondness for original vegetables, which explained her swift acceptance. Zhang Qingfeng had been quietly listening from the side, feeling at a loss for words. Teacher Qin then began to share more about the supermarket with the other teachers, who were all astounded by the prices, which they regarded as outrageous. Noticing the time, Zhang Qingfeng turned to Zhang Ran and said, Let us go. Since we're here, I'll treat you to a meal. Zhang Ran chuckled. How can the teacher treat me? It must be I who treats you. Zhang Qingfeng smiled, choosing not to press further, as he sensed Zhang Ran had come with a specific request for assistance. Yet, he felt no displeasure. After all, Zhang Ran seeking his help meant he remembered him. Provided the request wasn't overly burdensome, Zhang Qingfeng was inclined to assist. Zhang Ran did not seek a fancy establishment, opting instead for a private room at a nearby restaurant. Teacher, please order whatever you like, don't hold back. To be honest, I've made a bit of money recently, Zhang Ran said. Zhang Qingfeng took the menu and replied, Then I shan't be modest. I've long been eyeing a few exquisite dishes here. If you're being polite, then you're treating me as an outsider, Zhang Ran remarked. Although Zhang Qingfeng claimed not to be modest, he ultimately ordered only 2 substantial dishes alongside a few more affordable options. Zhang Ran then added 2 additional grand dishes. Can you finish all this? We mustn't waste food, Zhang Qingfeng joked. Zhang Ran replied, I can eat much more than before. I assure you I'll finish it all. The two began discussing matters at the school, and when the food arrived, Zhang Ran poured a glass of wine for Zhang Qingfeng. After several rounds of toasting, Zhang Qingfeng finally asked, So, what is it that you need my help with? Zhang Ran was not surprised that Zhang Qingfeng had discerned his intentions. It would have been foolish not to. Indeed, I do have a matter I wish to request your assistance with. You see, I plan to expand my cultivation scale, but the vegetables I've researched are merely a fraction of what I need. I lack the extensive experience required for comprehensive research. Moreover, you are aware of my limitations. I've merely been fortunate to cultivate these vegetables, and relying solely on luck won't suffice. Zhang Qingfeng hadn't expected Zhang Ran to be so candid about his shortcomings. You possess a degree of self-awareness, he teased lightly, then continued, So, are you looking to hire some researchers? Zhang Ran nodded, affirming, Precisely. My skills are insufficient, and to grow, I need to find individuals with a higher level of expertise. Zhang Qingfeng pondered for a moment before responding. Have you considered recruiting from other companies? It's worth noting that even if I assist you in finding people from the school, they will likely be graduate students or, at best, doctoral candidates. Professors, however, are a different matter entirely. They won't be swayed to join an external venture, or else they would have left long ago. Zhang Ran acknowledged this. I understand. But my company is still in its infancy and lacks the resources to recruit established experts. I can only hire from within the school for now. Once the company grows, then I can contemplate attracting talent from outside. But currently, I simply do not have that capital. As for the professors, I wouldn't dare dream of approaching them. I wouldn't be able to accommodate them anyway. Zhang Ran spoke candidly. Zhang Qingfeng nodded, indicating his understanding, but then furrowed his brow and said, Zhang Ran, you are my student, so I shall speak plainly. Your vegetables are indeed excellent, but have you considered that to recruit research personnel, you must showcase your technology to provide them with direction? Are you not concerned about the potential leakage of your techniques? I have no qualms about being blunt. While the individuals you wish to hire may be from our school, some could very well be former students of mine. However, I must emphasize that under certain circumstances, do not expect these individuals to keep your secrets. Even if you register patents, there are ways to circumvent them. Therefore, I suggest you take some time to further your studies and retain the core technology in your hands. Once your company expands, you will possess the means to retain talent, significantly reducing complications. Zhang Qingfeng's words came from the heart, fully considering Zhang Ran's perspective. Zhang Ran was taken aback by Zhang Qingfeng's candidness and felt a swell of gratitude. Truth be told, their teacher-student relationship had not been particularly close, yet Zhang Qingfeng still offered such advice. Should Zhang Ran share these insights within the school, could very well offend some individuals. He raised his glass and downed the contents, then said, "Teacher, I know your intentions are for my benefit, and I appreciate it. I have indeed contemplated the issues you raised. Rest assured, regardless of what products they research, I guarantee that even if they are disclosed, they will not affect me. Let me put it this way, the most essential elements are solely in my possession, and even if others are aware, they cannot take them away." Zhang Ran spoke with remarkable confidence, leaving Zhang Qingfeng momentarily stunned. Shaking his head to regain focus, Zhang Qingfeng replied, "Very well, since you've considered these matters, I shall not press further. Just let me know what kind of talent you require, and I will see if I can assist you in finding it." Chapter 61. Methodical Progress. Zhang Ran contemplated for a moment before stating, "Primarily, I aim to recruit some graduate students. Of course, if there are interested doctoral candidates, that would be ideal. Ideally, I seek individuals with practical experience, not merely those who have studied from textbooks. Those who have worked alongside seasoned professors would be the best fit." Zhang Ran had considered this prior to his visit, as he needed individuals who could hit the ground running rather than requiring additional training. His reason for approaching Zhang Qingfeng at this early stage was to allow him ample time to assist in finding suitable candidates. Zhang Qingfeng attentively listened to Zhang Ran's requests and pondered before responding. The graduate students and doctoral candidates under the mentorship of Professors Zhang Guoming and Li Jian align well with your requirements. However, it appears that both professors are currently engaged in research projects funded by external companies. The timeline for the completion of these projects remains uncertain. Additionally, what is the salary package on your end? Regardless of the circumstances, compensation is of paramount importance. With a smile, Zhang Ran replied, "I am well aware of that. I would appreciate your assistance in managing the personnel. As for the remuneration, rest assured, it will be fair to them, provided they possess genuine capability. The internship salary is set at 10,000 per month. Should they successfully develop new products or enhance production, bonuses will be awarded, and salaries will see an increase. A monthly stipend of 10,000 is indeed substantial, especially considering they are all graduate and doctoral students. However, securing such a salary from the onset is no small feat, as many companies typically refrain from offering high salaries initially. Of course, if one truly possesses the requisite skills, the salary can rise rapidly. Those with exceptional talent often command astonishingly high wages." Hearing Zhang Ran's words, Zhang Qingfeng felt a twinge of envy. "You are indeed generous. Your words make me want to join as well," he chuckled. "If the teacher wishes to come, I would welcome him with open arms." Zhang Ran responded with a grin. Yet both men understood that this was merely jest. Even if Zhang Ran offered 20,000, Zhang Qingfeng would not accept. To put it plainly, Zhang Ran's current company could be regarded as a mere shell, lacking substance and potentially facing closure at any moment. Moreover, Zhang Qingfeng's salary is quite respectable, complemented by ample leisure time and bonuses, not to mention his social standing in this context. Zhang Ran and Zhang Qingfeng conversed for an extended period, parting ways only at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After escorting Zhang Qingfeng to the school, Zhang Ran departed, leaving his vehicle behind. Adhering to the principle of not drinking and driving, he planned to retrieve it the following day. At this juncture, Zhang Ran could only place his hopes in Zhang Qingfeng, for once he identifies suitable researchers, they could officially commence their investigations. In the interim, he requires substantial funding to establish his laboratory. Setting aside the equipment, even securing a location demands considerable expenditure. Zhang Ran envisions purchasing a seed factory, a spacious site conducive to laboratory construction. He aspires to create an environment reminiscent of a primordial world, allowing researchers to conduct their studies within it. This way, even if successful results materialize, no one could pilfer his technology, as the most critical elements would remain securely in his grasp. This conviction is one of the reasons behind Zhang Ran's confidence. Upon returning home, Zhang Ran first indulged in a brief respite before heading to the shop. De Hu and Xiao, who had been left in the store, as he was unable to take them to school. Bark, bark. Upon Zhang Ran's arrival, De Hu and Xiao who eagerly rushed over, circling him joyously with tails wagging exuberantly. "Boss." At that moment, there were no customers, and Sun Mei was engrossed in a book, deeply focused. Zhang Ran remarked, "If you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to ask Lu Jie and the others. They should possess some understanding of these matters." Sun Mei replied, "I understand, but there are numerous sections I find perplexing, and I'm unsure where to begin asking." "Then wait until you officially assume managerial duties. You can inquire as you manage," Zhang Ran suggested. "All right." Sun Mei nodded earnestly. Zhang Ran then recalled another matter and inquired, "By the way, have you found a kindergarten for Xiao Hua? I believe enrollment is likely open by now. Sun Mei responded, "Not yet. I am uncertain about which kindergarten to enroll her in." Zhang Ran contemplated and said, "Those who come here to buy vegetables reside nearby. When you have the chance, you might ask them, as they should be knowledgeable about local kindergartens." Zhang Ran was also unaware of the kindergarten situation, so he could only encourage Sun Mei to inquire herself. Xiao Hua was already of age to attend kindergarten, but prior circumstances had hindered this. Now that conditions have improved, Sun Mei naturally wishes for Xiao Hua to begin her education. With the 10,000 yuan provided by Zhang Ran, the first year's tuition should suffice. Sun Mei is not aiming to enroll Xiao Hua in an elite kindergarten. In the following days, Zhang Ran primarily remained at the greenhouse. Zhang Hai and Chao Gao had adequately recuperated and were ready to commence work. Zhang Ran also rented an additional 30 acres of greenhouse space to expand operations. During this period, he took the opportunity to transport some soil from the primordial world to improve the cultivation conditions here. Zhang Hai and Chao Gao worked diligently. Initially, Zhang Ran thought it would take several days to complete the planting in the 60 acres of vegetable greenhouses. To his surprise, they finished in just 5 days. Moreover, they were exceptionally attentive in their care. Regardless of Zhang Ran's treatment of them, the value of these vegetables alone compelled Zhang Hai and Chao Gao to remain vigilant. To them, these vegetables represented currency. Losing even one would be disheartening. Zhang Ran had also communicated that their bonuses would be directly tied to the yield of these vegetables. Higher production would naturally yield greater bonuses. Knowing that Zhang Ran was not a stingy employer, they redoubled their efforts. They strictly adhered to the prohibitions Zhang Ran laid out, especially the crucial rule against using pesticides, as Zhang Ran's brand is synonymous with healthy, organic vegetables. The use of pesticides would likely ruin his reputation. Furthermore, it remains uncertain whether these vegetable varieties possess resistance to certain diseases. Fortunately, during this time, Zhang Ran had not observed any ailments, and the growth was remarkably smooth. Observing the vegetables flourish day by day, Zhang Ran's spirits lifted correspondingly. Each one represented a financial gain. As time progressed, he began preparations for renting additional shop space to facilitate the forthcoming expansion. Chapter 62. Shun Ming's Regret. After completing his deliveries today, Zhang Ran returned home to freshen up and devoured breakfast alongside De Hu and Xiao Hu. Zhang Ran now felt an ever-increasing appetite, whether for breakfast or lunch. His hunger was formidable. Today, a considerable number of tasks awaited him. A couple of days prior, Zhang Ran had enlisted Fei Yi, who had previously assisted him in finding a residence, to seek out a shop, providing her with all the necessary conditions. Today, he planned to inquire about the progress. After breakfast, he arrived at the shop to find Sun Mei instructing the newly hired sales clerk. Zhang Ran had initiated the recruitment of a new sales assistant a few days ago, as Sun Mei was poised for a promotion and could not remain in her current role indefinitely. However, the search for the sales clerk had proven challenging. The current sales assistant is a female university student in her second year, transitioning to her third after the summer break. Thus she was only available for summer work. Zhang Ran had not intended to hire a temporary summer worker, but for reasons unknown, he had yet to find a suitable candidate during this period. Even if it involves going to a human resources agency, it is unlikely that they would cherish the task of finding even 1 or 2 salespersons for him. Thus, we must proceed as is. After all, the summer job lasts only 2 months, which is just enough time to secure a suitable store, renovate it, and subsequently recruit more staff to facilitate operations. Boss? Sun Mei and Zhou Guanxin greeted in unison. Zhou Guanxin gazed curiously at the youthful proprietor, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Initially, she merely sought a summer job to save some money in preparation for the upcoming launch of the new Apple iPhone in the autumn. However, upon her arrival, she was taken aback, almost believing she had walked into a black market. Although her understanding of vegetable prices was somewhat limited, she could still discern that the costs were simply staggering. To her, if prices were uniformly this high across the globe, it would indeed become unaffordable to purchase vegetables. Yet, the subsequent events astonished her even further. The business here thrived remarkably, especially in the mornings, where she witnessed elderly patrons scrambling as if they were competing for riches, nearly making her question whether she was still asleep. She had previously heard tales of elderly individuals flocking to supermarkets at dawn, but that was typically due to lower prices and fresher produce. The prices at this vegetable supermarket, however, were anything but economical. This experience also provided her with a newfound appreciation for the financial prowess of the elderly in Huaxia, a demographic renowned for their substantial cash reserves. Zhang Ren then inquired, "Zhou Guanxin, how do you feel after these past 2 days? Are you considering working here?" The 2 days merely served to familiarize Zhou Guanxin with the environment. Zhang Ran was aware that summer workers were notoriously unstable. He too had experienced this in the past, where one could come and go at will, offering no time for the company to adjust. Although Zhou Guanxin would only be working for 2 months, Zhang Ran wished to avoid any unexpected surprises. He granted her those 2 days to acclimatize to the work process and assess her comfort level, preventing any abrupt departures that might disrupt his plans. I've decided to work here, boss, but I want to make it clear that I will only be here for 2 months, Zhou Guanxin stated. Zhang Ran replied, that's acceptable. Your salary will be 4,000 yuan per month, without commission or bonuses, and there's no need to discuss social insurance or housing funds. Typically, such positions would offer between 2,500 to 3,500 yuan, but that would require contributions to social insurance and housing funds. Given that Zhou Guanxin was merely a summer employee, Zhang Ran opted to raise her salary to 4,000. Zhou Guanxin nodded in agreement. That sounds good. Since we've established this, I hope you can count on my commitment until the end. The workload won't increase. What you're doing now will be your future responsibilities. Zhang Ran advised. I understand. I might struggle a bit to wake up in the mornings, but 2 months of perseverance should be manageable, Zhou Guanxin replied, feeling relatively content with the job. Being a summer worker alleviated her concerns about potential wage deductions. Moreover, aside from busier mornings, afternoons and evenings would allow her leisure time to scroll through her phone and binge-watch shows. The only tiring aspect was helping with unloading in the mornings, but it was still bearable. Very well, I wish you a pleasant working experience, Zhang Ran said with a smile. Thank you, boss, Zhou Guanxin replied, her smile masking her internal thoughts. As long as the salary is fair and timely, my work will indeed be enjoyable. Zhang Ran seemed to sense her sentiments, reassuring her. Rest assured, your salary will be disbursed promptly. After speaking, he quickly checked the store and accounts before taking his leave. At Yufeng Real Estate, Fei Yi had been in a state of excitement for the past 2 days. Ever since receiving Zhang Ran's call, she had remained in a euphoric mood, never expecting to land such a significant deal. Renting a storefront was already considered a commendable assignment in the eyes of real estate agents, as the commission for such transactions tended to be substantial. Moreover, having previously assisted Zhang Ran in finding a rental property, she was aware of his generous nature and remarkable efficiency. Once he identified a property, he would negotiate the price and sign the contract without hesitation, unlike other clients who often dithered over negotiations. Although Fei Yi was relatively new to the industry, she understood these dynamics well. Clients like Zhang Ran were prime prospects, the kind every real estate agent yearned for. They were unafraid to negotiate prices and, unlike hesitant clients who would agree to a price only to hesitate further, they made the process seamless. Having recently been promoted, Fei Yi's commission had also increased, fueling her motivation over the past few days. With 10 storefronts, all located in high-demand areas with substantial consumer spending, securing just a few would yield an impressive salary for the month. Xun Ming observed Fei Yi buzzing around like a cheerful bee, his heart swelling with envy and frustration. Initially filled with regret, he now loathed himself for his earlier short-sightedness. While he had not been overtly elitist, he had been reluctant to pursue this deal, mistakenly believing that Zhang Ran could not afford an expensive rental property, thus underestimating the potential commission. It was worth noting that Zhang Ran had originally been his client, his rental search facilitated by him, which meant he had carelessly let slip a valuable opportunity. Now, Xun Ming was consumed by self-reproach, wishing he could slap himself for his poor judgment. Such situations would frustrate anyone. Initially, losing a few thousand yuan in commission was bearable, but now the stakes were much higher. If executed well, the potential earnings could easily reach 6 figures. Chapter 63. Renting Storefronts. Xun Ming lamented the loss of such a golden opportunity and felt an overwhelming desire to chastise himself. Additionally, he had to maintain a facade of cheerfulness, ensuring he did not appear too affected, feigning indifference. Unfortunately, with the situation being what it was, he could not approach Fei Yi about reclaiming this deal. Even if he mustered the courage, she would undoubtedly refuse. Moreover, that would only serve to exacerbate his humiliation. Sighing, he pondered who could be blamed for this predicament, only himself. Upon receiving a message from Zhang Ran that morning, Fei Yi was aware of his return and began contacting the landlords of the storefronts she had previously scouted, scheduling viewings. Fei Yi, how are your preparations coming along? Wang Lei inquired. With excitement lacing her voice, Fei Yi responded, everything is progressing splendidly, General Manager Wang. Wang Lei, Fei Yi's supervisor, was typically addressed as General Manager by the team, a playful nickname that had become habitual. Wang Lei nodded. Have you contacted the landlords I provided? Over the past few days, he had also been on the lookout for several properties. Under ordinary circumstances, he would not have intervened, but he was keen to ensure that a client as valuable as Zhang Ran did not slip away. Fei Yi replied, "I've contacted them all. Today, we will view 4 in the morning and 4 in the afternoon." Having received the desired answer, Wang Lei nodded and, alongside Fei Yi, awaited Zhang Ran's arrival. Meanwhile, Shun Ming's heart was increasingly filled with bitterness. "Mr. Wang, the client has arrived," Fei Yi exclaimed excitedly as he stood by the door, spotting Zhang Ran's car approaching. Wang Lei, putting away his phone, rose to his feet. "Hello, Brother Zhang. I am Fei Yi's team leader. You can simply call me Xiao Wang," Wang Lei said with a smile. Although he appeared to be older than Zhang Ran, this had seemingly become a customary practice within the sales industry. Zhang Ran chuckled lightly, offering no further comment, merely inquiring, "How many properties have you contacted? When can we view them?" "All arrangements are in place. We can head over right away," Wang Lei replied. "All right, let us go then." The trio, divided into 2 vehicles, initially intended for Fei Yi to join Wang Lei's car, but he was promptly dismissed. "Are you foolish? You would let the client ride alone? What if he gets lost?" Wang Lei admonished Fei Yi. Awakened by Wang Lei's rebuke, Fei Yi hurriedly climbed into Zhang Ran's vehicle. The first location was rather distant, situated in a prime area of the city center. The sequence of property viewings arranged by Wang Lei was not based on proximity, but rather according to the landlord's availability. Unfortunately, they had no keys and could only adhere to the landlord's schedule. Upon arrival and after parking the car, Wang Lei approached to introduce, "Brother Zhang. I need not elaborate on this location. As per your request, there are numerous nearby communities and many affluent residents as well. Take this Zhugang Garden, where the price per square meter starts at a minimum of 41,000, inhabited exclusively by the wealthy." He gestured toward another area. Zhang Ran was quite satisfied with the chosen location. Although a large supermarket was nearby, he was unconcerned, as he was not competing with such establishments. His focus remained on quality. "Brother Zhang, take a look at this shop. It features 3 openings and spans a total of 150 square meters, which should align well with your requirements." Wang Lei continued his presentation. Zhang Ran nodded. "The location seems adequate, and the size is about right. What is the annual rent here?" Wang Lei's eyes flickered momentarily. "This is something we will have to negotiate once the landlord arrives. As you know, even the quote I provide you is not definitive, as I am unaware of the landlord's expectations. I consider you a friend and will not mislead you. You can rest assured on that front, Brother Zhang." Zhang Ran regarded Wang Lei with a bemused smile. It seemed this fellow's catchphrase was, "I consider you a friend." Despite having conversed for merely 10 minutes, he had already uttered this phrase more than 10 times. Soon, the landlord arrived. A woman in her 40s, stylishly dressed with flowing red wavy hair. "Hello, landlord. I'm Fei Yi, the one who contacted you this morning. I'm here with a client to show the property." Fei Yi hurriedly stepped forward. Throughout the journey, she had felt like an invisible presence, as Wang Lei had not allowed her to speak, likely fearing she might say something amiss. Fei Yi paid this no mind. Wang Lei was her team leader, and they had no conflicting interests, only shared goals. The landlord nodded and glanced at Zhang Ran. "This property of mine measures 162 square meters, and as you know, the location is prime. The previous tenant moved out not long ago." As she spoke, she opened the shop door and began to present the property. Wang Lei and his team had only gathered information through phone calls and online research, certainly not as thorough as the landlord's knowledge, and they welcomed the opportunity to relax. Zhang Ran surveyed the surroundings. The location posed no issues, which he found satisfactory, and he had already gathered information about the nearby residents. Satisfied with the property, it was now time to discuss the price. "Landlord, what rental price do you have in mind for this property?" Zhang Ran directly inquired. The landlord paused, having hosted numerous clients for this shop, many of whom merely glanced and left, stating they would think it over and let the agents negotiate. She did not expect Zhang Ran to initiate price discussions so promptly. "The price is 18,000 per month. However, if you can pay for 2 years in advance, we might be able to negotiate," the landlord replied. Seeing that the price discussion had commenced, Wang Lei quickly interjected, "Brother Zhang, how do you feel about this shop? If you are genuinely interested, we can sit down and discuss it further." "Landlord, we certainly need to negotiate the price properly. If feasible, there's a shop nearby where we can sit down to talk," Zhang Ran affirmed. Zhang Ran's remarks instantly filled Fei Yi with joy. She knew him to be straightforward, but she had not anticipated such eagerness. Wang Lei, though more seasoned, maintained his composure. The landlord, encouraged by Zhang Ran's attitude, readily agreed. His demeanor indicated he was genuinely interested in renting the property rather than merely haggling over the price, which saved her time. Thus, facilitated by Wang Lei, the group soon made their way to a nearby reputable property office to engage in deeper negotiations. Chapter 64. Envy, Jealousy, and Hatred. Wang Lei's negotiation skills were indeed exceptional, albeit somewhat exasperating. He spoke incessantly throughout. When the price negotiation reached an impasse, he began to divert the conversation, dissipating the landlord's rising frustration. The cycle of back-and-forth negotiations continued for over an hour. Of course, Zhang Ran's displayed sincerity also played a significant role. He even produced cash, placing it before the landlord, indicating that upon reaching an agreement, he would pay immediately, eliminating any lingering doubts about his commitment. This further motivated Wang Lei, as Zhang Ran's demeanor suggested that once the deal was finalized, the commission would be promptly secured. Seated outside, Zhang Ran leisurely sipped tea while Fei Yi accompanied him, leaving the landlord and Wang Lei to negotiate inside, a strategic move to prevent any potential disputes over pricing from disrupting the atmosphere. The staff at the office were aware of the situation, their gazes toward Fei Yi filled with envy. Observing Zhang Ran's demeanor, they recognized his genuine intent. Such business dealings were ideal for them, as a successful negotiation would lead directly to a contract signing. Brother Zhang, the price can only go as low as 15,000. That is truly the landlord's bottom line. Perhaps you could consider adjusting your offer? Wang Lei approached Zhang Ran, stating. Zhang Ran handed him a cigarette with a smile. Manager Wang, could you assist me in negotiating further? I have no issue with paying 2 years in advance, but I would appreciate your efforts regarding the price. While 15,000 was indeed quite low, who wouldn't want a better deal? Zhang Ran harbored the same inclination for a bargain. Wang Lei, looking distressed, replied, Brother Zhang, I assure you I am doing my utmost, but this price has reached the landlord's limit. I genuinely regard you as a friend and have certainly pushed for the lowest possible rate. Zhang Ran chuckled, you should go and negotiate again. Observing Zhang Ran's demeanor, Wang Lei could only re-enter the discussion for a while longer. However, he emerged rather swiftly within merely 3 minutes. Brother Zhang, it truly is 15,000. The landlord is utterly unwilling to lower the price. This rate is indeed quite low, Wang Lei lamented, his expression still one of distress. Noticing Wang Lei's predicament, Zhang Ran contemplated for a moment and responded, all right then, let us proceed with this price and sign the contract. Ah! Wang Lei was momentarily taken aback by Zhang Ran's sudden willingness, but he quickly regained his composure. Fei Yi, swiftly fetch a contract, he called to the somewhat dazed Fei Yi nearby. Fei Yi, now alert, promptly rose to borrow a contract from the staff inside the establishment. Her heart raced with excitement. She had not anticipated securing another deal, and this transaction was particularly significant, promising a substantial commission. The contract signing went remarkably smoothly. Upon signing, the landlord received the payment and appeared quite pleased. Yet, after the signing, the landlord suddenly remarked, Xiao Wang, have you been using some sort of stimulant? Previously, someone offered this price and I did not rent it out. The landlord seemed to piece together the situation, recalling that just days ago, there had been another offer at this price which she had declined, only to rent it out today at the same rate. Wang Lei's incessant chatter was overwhelming, leaving her somewhat dazed. Wang Lei replied with a grin, Landlord, you jest. This price is already quite favorable. Consider it. Each month this property remains vacant is a month of wasted income. It would be wiser to rent it out swiftly. Enough of your nonsense. Your silver tongue is indeed worthy of a salesperson, the landlord replied, shaking her head in resignation. Nevertheless, she was still relatively satisfied, as Zhang Ran's prompt payment was a relief, making him a worry-free tenant. By the time the contract was finalized, it was already 10 o'clock, and Zhang Ran proceeded to another store. This time, the process was considerably smoother. Although the location was not as prime as the previous one, it was still quite comparable, and the pricing was more reasonable. Most importantly, Wang Lei's persuasive skills truly shone, leaving the landlord somewhat bewildered. By noon, Zhang Ran had signed the contract, paid the rent, and settled the agency fee. He had no desire to engage in any underhanded dealings. Wang Lei and the others had indeed put in effort, negotiating a favorable price without delay in payments. The agency fee amounted to 50,000 yuan, calculated as 2 months' rent for each store, which Zhang Ran promptly handed over in cash. As Zhang Ran needed to return for inventory in the afternoon, having received a call from Sun Mei that several items had sold out, he arranged with Wang Lei and the others to view properties later in the day, leaving the landlords to manage their own affairs. Since Zhang Ran had settled the payment, they naturally took on their respective responsibilities. Driving away, Zhang Ran left, while Wang Lei and Fei Yi returned to the store. Just as they alighted from the car, someone inquired, Wang Zong. How did it go? Did you secure a deal? Wang Lei replied with a smile, what do you think? How could I fail when I'm involved? Really? How much is the agency fee? Came the excited response. This much, Wang Lei gestured with a raised hand, eliciting further astonishment from those nearby. 50,000 yuan was no small sum. While sometimes the cost of purchasing a house could exceed this amount, the subsequent responsibilities of selling a property were far more numerous, making this deal a breeze. Moreover, not every property could command such high agency fees. Instantly, the staff in the store began to envy Fei Yi. This deal had seemingly fallen from the sky, requiring minimal effort on her part. She had merely sourced a few properties, while the rest of the work had been managed by Wang Lei, resulting in a relaxed earning of over 20,000 in commission. Fei Yi, it's your treat. Absolutely, it must be a treat. What do you want to eat for lunch? It's on me. Fei Yi, brimming with generosity, wore a radiant smile. In contrast, her mentor, Xin Ming, wore an increasingly bitter expression. At that moment, he resolved firmly never to slack off again. The other employees gathered around, captivated by Wang Lei recounting the signing process. When they learned that only 2 properties had been viewed in the morning, both of which had been signed, everyone expressed their envy anew. There was no denying that Zhang Ran was exceptionally straightforward. Once the price was settled, he paid immediately. What client would anyone not wish to encounter? Moreover, given the current situation, it seemed more business opportunities were on the horizon, indicating a substantial potential for additional agency fees. Some calculated the figures, their eyes lighting up with envy. This was indeed a source of both admiration and jealousy. Chapter 65. Management System. Zhang Ran delivered the goods and remarked to the still busy Sun Mei. Sun Mei, here is the shop I rented today. If you have time in the afternoon, take a look and familiarize yourself with the environment. Sun Mei nodded as she accepted the information. All right, by the way, boss, should we conduct a survey? Zhang Ran was momentarily taken aback. A survey? His confusion stemmed not from the method itself but from how Sun Mei had come up with the idea. Feeling slightly bashful, Sun Mei explained, it was Guan Xian's suggestion. She is a college student and knows a lot. I often seek her advice when I have the chance. Sun Jie is the clever one. I merely mentioned it in passing, Guan Xian chimed in quickly. Zhang Ran smiled warmly, it's no issue. In truth, conducting a survey may not yield significant results, as our vegetable prices here might deter those who haven't tasted them before. Nevertheless, it's commendable that you thought of such a strategy, showing great initiative. Naturally, he also praised Guan Xian, though it was evident that she was less concerned with such formalities. In the afternoon, Sun Mei visited the shop, tidying up while assessing the nearby surroundings. She had become clear about the positioning of fresh vegetables and understood who the potential customers were. She even made a trip to the market to observe which vegetables sold best, meticulously recording her findings. This was a lesson learned from Lu Jie. Understanding market positioning is crucial in marketing. Meanwhile, Zhang Ran continued his property search. By afternoon, Wang Lei and Fei Yi appeared more invigorated, as Zhang Ran had demonstrated his sincerity. To ensure they secured all of Zhang Ran's business, they invested considerable effort. Wang Lei suggested to Fei Yi that they enlist the help of others in finding properties, offering to share the agency fee with them later. Initially reluctant, Fei Yi recognized that she might not be able to handle everything herself. If the properties she found did not meet Zhang Ran's requirements, he might seek assistance from other agencies instead of continuing to work with them. Thus, she consented to Wang Lei's proposal, igniting a fervor within the entire store. They had witnessed the quality of a client like Zhang Ran. It was akin to meat served on a platter, dependent solely on their ability to seize the opportunity. Among them, Xin Ming was the most proactive, eager to recover some losses. However, in the afternoon, Zhang Ran left them somewhat disappointed. Over the course of the day, he visited 5 shops but only signed a contract with one. As he was about to leave, Zhang Ran turned to Wang Lei and said, Manager Wang, there's no need for me to see any more shops similar to the 4 we didn't sign today. It seems pointless. You know my working style, if the location is suitable and the price is right, I will sign. If we encounter situations like today, it's best not to waste each other's time. Wang Lei promptly replied, Don't worry, Brother Zhang. I consider you a friend. Perhaps today's preparations were lacking, but I assure you, this won't happen again tomorrow. Zhang Ran responded, I hope so. With that, he said no more and departed, feeling quite unsettled by the day's events. One issue was that the locations were unclear, taking over half an hour to find, and the shops were far from what was described, failing to meet his expectations. Another was the outrageous pricing. Did they really think he was a fool? As for the last 2 shops, there was little to say. After a brief glance, Had it not been for Wang Lei and Fei Yi pleading with him to wait for the landlord to avoid a wasted trip, he would have turned around and left. Upon returning home, Zhang Ran took a shower and decided to call Li Chong, Zhang Tiantian, and Lu Jun, inviting them over for a gathering. They had become quite good friends, often enjoying each other's company over drinks and conversation. Zhang Ran began preparing the ingredients, and it wasn't long before they arrived. I hear Boss Zhang is expanding again? Congratulations. Zhang Tiantian teased upon arrival. Zhang Ran chuckled and replied, then you should flatter me more to lift my spirits. As if you can handle it, Zhang Tiantian retorted with a smirk. Noticing the gift in Li Chong's hand, Zhang Ran couldn't help but exclaim, you all come over and still bring gifts? Li Chong answered, this isn't for you. For whom then? Zhang Ran inquired. Of course, it's for my precious little tigers. Zhang Tiantian replied. Zhang Ran sighed. You all bring them gifts but none for me? Isn't that a bit unfair? Haha. Does Boss Zhang even care about such trivialities? Li Chong laughed. While they were bantering, Lu Jun and his family arrived, with Lu Ziyu naturally in tow. She adored coming over, and when her parents had once hidden their plans from her, she had been upset for several days. There was no denying that Zhang Ran's cooking was truly delectable. It wasn't just the vegetables which could be bought elsewhere, but his meat was a rare delight that couldn't be found anywhere else. To Zhang Ran's surprise, Zhao Xiaoqin also showed up. What? Am I not welcome? She asked. Zhang Ran smiled and replied, of course you're welcome. It's an honor to have the illustrious Zhao here. Haha, with your silver tongue, how have you not managed to charm a girlfriend? Zhao Xiaoqin teased. Zhang Ran replied helplessly, it's because you women have all become too savvy. It's impossible to deceive you. As Lu Jie headed to the kitchen to start cooking, a routine she had adopted, Lu Jun asked, Zhang Ran, how's the search for your shops going? Planning to open a few more? Zhang Ran responded, I've already found 3 and plan to open 10 more. Lu Jun remarked, then you are already on your way to establishing a small company. Have you set up a management system? Zhang Ran hesitated, then smiled wryly, I actually forgot about that. He had not considered it amidst his busy days. After all, this was his first time running a company, and overlooking certain aspects was entirely normal. Lu Jun advised, don't underestimate the importance of a management system. Even if your company is small, a reasonable structure is crucial. Otherwise, cohesion will be hard to achieve, and development may become challenging. Zhang Ran understood that Lu Jun spoke from the heart. Since he had just realized the oversight, he knew it was time to rectify it. Brother Lu, do you have any good suggestions? Zhang Ran asked. He had little concept of managing a company. While he had worked before, he had merely adhered to existing systems without understanding their merits. Lu Jun, having held executive positions for several years, certainly had his insights. This highlighted the difference between managers and those being managed. Managers ponder the pros and cons of systems, while employees typically just focus on not violating rules, or at most, they might complain a little. Since Lu Jun had broached the topic, he had some considerations in mind. After a moment of thought, he said, now that your company is established, you need to fill certain personnel positions. Not to mention others, you must have finance, reception, sales, HR, and clerical staff. For a company like yours, quality inspection personnel are also necessary. When you only had one shop, you could manage it yourself, but as the company grows, you will lack the energy to oversee everything and will need to hire others. If you don't mind the hassle, you should also consider having after-sales staff to gauge customer satisfaction. Personnel configurations require regulations to manage them. It's hard to say which management system will suit you best. However, starting with some common systems is acceptable to get through the initial stages. Lu Jun candidly shared all his thoughts, and Zhang Ran listened attentively. Not only him, but even Li Chong and Zhang Tiantian were also engaged, taking in every word. Zhang Ran asked, how many personnel do you think would be appropriate, Brother Lu? Lu Jun replied, since your company is still small, take it slow. For the positions I mentioned earlier, having one person in each role is sufficient for the time being. The subsequent personnel will depend on your company's growth strategy. If you plan for rapid development, you must accelerate recruitment. If you aim for steady growth, then take your time. Zhang Ran stated, my plan is to ensure a solid foothold in Jinling by the end of this year before considering expansion. Lu Jun chuckled. Is that slow? Establishing a solid presence in Jinling within a year is already quite rapid. If you manage to capture the entirety of Jinling, considering your vegetable prices, hitting a revenue of over 10 billion is entirely possible. At that moment, Lu Jun paused, realizing he had not truly contemplated the implications of a 10 billion revenue. This year, the lowest revenue among the top 500 enterprises in Huaxia stands at 110 billion. Does this imply that if Zhang Ran were to establish a presence in 10 cities akin to Jinling, he could potentially secure a spot among Huaxia's 500? This notion is rather daunting, I senti it. Moreover, even achieving a revenue of 1 billion is an impressive feat, especially within a single year, and from an agricultural company. No less. Not only was Lu Jun left in astonishment, but Li Chong and Zhao Xiaoqin beside him were equally taken aback. Li Chong swallowed hard and inquired, Zhang Ran, could it really be that much? Zhang Ran was momentarily stunned as well, but soon began to mentally calculate based on the standards of the store in Daijinjuan. With nearly 2 million in monthly revenue, that equates to 24 million annually. Discounting certain influencing factors, achieving 20 million in a year seems attainable. For 10 stores, that would yield 200 million in revenue. Thus, to reach 1 billion in annual revenue, merely 50 stores would suffice. Opening 50 stores in Jinling should be relatively feasible. Of course, this is not a straightforward calculation. Disregarding other factors, each locale has its own purchasing power. Although Daijinjuan is somewhat remote, it is home to a significant number of affluent individuals, as it lacks school district properties and is not situated in the city center. Most residents here seek tranquility and comfort, which typically correlates with higher spending power, particularly among the elderly. Those who reside here either possess wealth themselves or have wealthy children. At their age, they are particularly attentive to health and wellness, often willing to spend on such matters. Just like the store Zhang Ran rented in the city center this morning, where real estate prices are exorbitant, the residents are ostensibly affluent. However, the reality is that not many of them have significant disposable income. Even considering the entire catchment area of that store, it may not surpass the demographic here in Daijinjuan. This is still within the city center. Shops in other areas may not perform as well. Nonetheless, as Zhang Ran contemplated, his heart raced with excitement. Such prospects are indeed tantalizing. Even if 50 stores do not meet the target, surely 60 or 70 could. Zhang Ran found it hard to believe that the vast expanse of Jinling could not accommodate 70 stores. Moreover, if it were indeed possible for fresh vegetables to gain acceptance among the people of Jinling, then the revenue would undoubtedly exceed 1 billion. While this figure reflects revenue rather than profit, it nonetheless exhilarated Zhang Ran. He understood that as the company expands, the profit margins on vegetables would significantly diminish. After all, he initially operated without capital. However, this also signifies the potential for greater earnings, and he firmly believes that his profits will be quite substantial. Zhang Ran. Li Chong waved his hand in front of him, rousing him from his reverie. Zhang Ran wiped the corner of his mouth, realizing he had not actually drooled. Zhang Tian smiled sweetly, having initially been shocked but quickly regaining her composure, acknowledging that this was merely a conjecture about their future. Zhang Ran, is it really that much? Li Chong pressed again, still seeking confirmation. Zhang Ran nodded and replied, if my company can truly penetrate the market in Jinling and the public embraces our vegetables, then reaching 1 billion is highly plausible, if not more. With Zhang Ran's affirmation, silence fell over the group. 1 billion, this was an astronomical figure for them. Yet for Zhang Ran, it seemed within reach, especially considering their awareness of the advantages of his vegetables. Given the flavor and nutritional value of fresh produce, expanding the company may not be as daunting as it seems. At that moment, a collective thought emerged in their minds. Zhang Ran is poised for a meteoric rise. Chapter 67. Company App. What is true and what is false? Sister Lu approached with a dish in hand, smiling as she inquired. Sister Lu, let me tell you. Zhang Tian eagerly recounted their previous conversation. Lu Jie was momentarily taken aback and then remarked, I've always believed in the potential of your company, but I never imagined the prospects could be so expansive. Previously, when Zhang Ran had only opened one store without large-scale cultivation, Lu Jie had not thought much of it. After all, it was merely a single establishment, and perhaps Zhang Ran's techniques were not suited for mass production. However, with Zhang Ran now beginning to expand, it indicated that his methods had proven successful, paving the way for rapid growth. Zhang Ran replied, Sister Lu, this is all just wishful thinking. Achieving such goals is incredibly challenging. Lu Jie disagreed, stating, in today's society it's all about technology. As long as the technology is sound, development isn't too difficult. Haha, I'll take that as a good omen, Zhang Ran responded. The meal was soon served, and the group conversed as they ate. Lu Jun resumed the discussion, saying, Zhang Ran, you need to rent a headquarters for the company to facilitate future management. Zhang Ran nodded, yes. I'll start looking in the next couple of days. By the way, Lu Gu, where should we recruit? How do we go about it? Having previously recruited directly from campus, Zhang Ran was not entirely clear on the specific hiring processes. Lu Jun advised, you're only looking to hire a few people now, so the best place would be the talent market. However, you can't just hire anyone. How about this? Let Lu Jie assist you with the recruitment. Although she hasn't worked in several years and was previously in marketing, she still has some knowledge in this area. Lu Jie turned her gaze toward them. Zhang Ran smiled. It would be excellent if Sister Lu could help me. We definitely need a marketing manager. Even though I don't have any employees yet. If you're interested, I would wholeheartedly welcome you. He understood Lu Jun and Lu Jie's intentions. They had previously hinted at such sentiments, though perhaps today they were more overt. Lu Jie had been out of the workforce for many years, and regardless, her skills would likely be somewhat rusty. Working in a large company might not suit her, but with Zhang Ran it would be ideal. They recognized the promising future of Zhang Ran's company. Joining now would not only make them pioneers but also allow them to reinvigorate their skills. Hearing Zhang Ran's words, Lu Jie laughed. Then I shall call you boss from now on. Ha ha! Sister Lu, you flatter me. Just call me Zhang Ran, he chuckled. Lu Jie simply smiled. Even though she hadn't worked for some time, it didn't mean she was entirely out of touch with the professional world. On the contrary, her marketing background made her even more knowledgeable in such matters. Initially, both Lu Jun and Lu Jie had considered investing in Zhang Ran's original company, but that interest had since waned. Previously, they had been optimistic about Zhang Ran's business and would have been pleased to hold even a small stake. However, if one were to speak up now, setting aside whether Zhang Ran is willing or not, once the words are uttered, it is likely that friendship would become untenable. After all, it is quite evident that this would entail taking advantage of the situation. Nevertheless, the current circumstances are not without merit. Zhang Ran's company possesses immense potential, and should it truly flourish, there may indeed be opportunities for equity rewards in the future. As this conversation unfolded, Lu Ziyu, who was nearby, interjected with discontent, saying, Mom, what about me once you go to work? Lu Jie cast her a sideways glance and replied nonchalantly, an additional 500 yuan in pocket money each month. Lu Ziyu's face instantly lit up with joy. Mom, you can rest assured and focus on your work. I can take care of myself. Zhang Ran felt a surge of happiness as well. He had never established a company before, and although he had recently acquired some knowledge, many aspects of business remained elusive to him. Now, with Lu Jie's involvement, many matters would undoubtedly become much easier to navigate. Li Chong, who had been listening to their exchange, pondered for a moment before suggesting, Zhang Ran, does your company need an app? Which company nowadays operates without its own app? You could easily develop one, allowing customers to place orders online without the need to physically visit, and then you could handle the delivery. Wouldn't that be splendid? Zhang Ran glanced at him and chuckled. What is this? SNT this outside your purview? Are you contemplating venturing out on your own? Zhang Ran was aware that Li Chong was a programmer, and creating an app would pose little challenge for him, yet he had no need to solicit work. Li Chong scratched his head awkwardly and replied, I just thought I might be able to earn a little extra on the side, seeing how enthusiastic you are about your plans. Zhang Ran understood. This fellow was eager to take on some freelance work. However, he was not overly concerned, saying, I actually share a similar idea, but it's not urgent at this moment, as we have only just begun. Even if we manage to open 10 more stores in the near future, it might still be too early. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Jie remarked, Li Chong's suggestion is quite valid. Although our scale is currently small, we can cultivate this from the outset. An app does not require a hefty investment, and it could enhance our operational efficiency while also expanding our business reach. Zhang Ran responded, but wouldn't this stretch us too thin? Once the app is developed, we will need to hire delivery personnel, and the numbers cannot be minimal. Since we're starting, we must ensure coverage across the entirety of Jinling. Moreover, I currently lack the necessary funds to proceed rapidly. We must take it one step at a time. Lu Jie smiled and replied, actually, it need not be so complicated. While your points are indeed valid, we can limit our delivery locations to areas served by our storefronts. This way, we won't incur excessive costs while still broadening our coverage and enhancing our company's visibility, allowing more individuals to become acquainted with our products. Lu Jie had evidently done her homework, and as soon as Li Chong voiced his thoughts, she was ready with her insights. Zhang Ran contemplated her suggestion and said, all right then, since you've put it forth so persuasively, let us proceed with the development. Li Chong, I entrust the creation of our company's app to you, but it must be visually appealing. If it falls short, I will hold you accountable. Li Chong beamed. Rest assured it will be impeccable. I will handle all aspects of design. Lu Jie and Li Chong promptly began to discuss the content of the app. Chapter 68. The initial establishment of the company. When Zhang Ran next visited the Yufeng storefront, he also brought good news for Fei Yi. Brother Zhang, are you saying you want to rent an office building? Fei Yi asked, her eyes wide with delight. The excitement from the previous 10 storefronts still lingered, and now another opportunity made her heart race. Some colleagues nearby had grown somewhat numb to the news. They were no longer envious or jealous, but rather wondering why such clients had not crossed their paths. Zhang Ran nodded. It need not be large. An office for 20 people will suffice. Great, I'll take care of it right away, Fei Yi replied with enthusiasm. However, she quickly delegated the task to a colleague, as she was currently too busy to manage these affairs herself. She still had not finished dealing with the store operations. Fortunately, Wang Lei had already coordinated with the colleagues, assuring that regardless of the outcome, the contracts would belong to her, and whoever found a suitable property would receive a share of the commission. This time, since the stores were all collaborating, the efficiency improved significantly, and the locations chosen were quite commendable. Zhang Ran's stance was clear. As long as the store was appropriate and the price reasonable, he would proceed with the rental, especially since the commissions offered were generous and straightforward. Lu Jie began to busily engage in her tasks. Although she merely held the title of marketing manager, the company was so small that no one else possessed the requisite knowledge, so she took charge of many initial matters. Sun Mei was now working alongside Lu Jie, absorbing valuable experience. At present, the company officially employed only 7 individuals, including Zhang Ran as the owner. Apart from Zhang Hai and 3 others who were technically employees, the rest were all in leadership roles. Even Zhang Hai and his colleagues, while labeled as employees, were ultimately managed by Zhang Ran. Sun Mei had been appointed as the sales manager, while Lu Jie was known as Lu Ying, the sales manager. Lu Jie, what should we do now? Sun Mei inquired. Lu Ying responded, we need to recruit personnel to establish the framework of the company. We must set up the structures for human resources, finance, sales, and so on. I will temporarily oversee several areas, including human resources, while you focus on recruiting for the sales department. These individuals will report to you, so it is best if you personally handle the recruitment. She added, however, I must emphasize that since our company is just starting out, it is crucial to avoid hiring individuals who are cunning or unreliable. You must be able to manage them effectively. Otherwise, it will be quite challenging. After a moment of reflection, Lu Ying continued, Sun Mei, I won't elaborate further, but this is a remarkable opportunity for you. You should be more aware than I of our company's future prospects, given your familiarity with the sales figures and product turnover. If you wish to turn your fortunes around, you must seize this chance. Losing it would indeed be a great pity. Lu Ying's words came from the heart, and she felt a certain sympathy for Sun Mei, particularly regarding the young girl, Xiao Hua. Everyone who knew her held a fondness for her. She was thoughtful and well-behaved, a model child compared to Lu Ying's own. Sun Mei nodded earnestly, saying, Thank you, Lu Jie. I understand. Sun Mei was acutely aware that this could be her only opportunity for a turnaround. Lacking both education and skills, failing to grasp this chance would condemn her to a life of hardship. Observing that Sun Mei was receptive, Lu Ying decided to say no more and smilingly added, Now, let me outline the tasks you will need to undertake going forward, along with some important considerations. The reason Lu Ying spoke to Sun Mei in such a manner was twofold. Firstly, she felt a sense of sympathy for Sun Mei, and secondly, she sought to foster a good relationship with her. After all, from this point onward, they would need to collaborate closely, and their respective positions necessitated mutual care and support. Particularly for Lu Ying, as she aspired to achieve certain objectives in the future, Sun Mei's backing would be indispensable. If Sun Mei were to covertly undermine her, it would undoubtedly cause distress. In recent days, Zhang Ran had been occupied with securing leases for 10 shops, successfully finalizing the agreements. The intermediary fees alone amounted to 200,000, while the total rent reached an astonishing 1,700,000. However, this was for a year's payment, with some leases extending over 2 years. On average, the monthly rent for each shop is approximately 13,000. Such substantial intermediary fees had certainly filled Fei Yi's coffers. He often expressed a desire to treat Zhang Ran to a meal, yet Zhang Ran, overwhelmed with daily responsibilities, had to politely decline. As July arrived, the weather began to heat up, and vegetables from Zhang Hai's region were nearing maturity. It was time to renovate the shops in preparation for the grand opening. Meanwhile, Lu Ying and her colleagues had been diligently establishing the company's structure. Upon Zhang Ran's arrival at the headquarters, he was immediately confronted by Lu Ying. President Zhang, you need to find a financial officer quickly. I applied for 100,000 in funds the day before yesterday, and I have yet to see it, Lu Ying lamented. Although Lu Ying had not personally recruited for the financial position, she was aware that while Zhang Ran had granted her authority, she was hesitant to take the initiative. Despite her recent hiatus from work, she still understood the nuances of the role. The financial sector is one that must remain under the direct supervision of the owner. It is not to be trifled with. Zhang Ran's trust in her was comforting, but as the company expands, Financial management would become increasingly critical. Any mismanagement could spell disaster for her. Moreover, if any financial discrepancies arose, she would inevitably share the consequences. It was evident even to someone as astute as Lu Ying. Zhang Ran recognized her concerns, and though Lu Ying had not recruited anyone, he refrained from commenting further. However, he genuinely had been quite busy and had no time to address the financial chaos currently prevailing, leaving him to manage it alone. In truth, Zhang Ran was uncertain about how to proceed. Should he recruit someone he knew? He did have acquaintances with financial expertise, but they were not family, and while there was a degree of trust, it was not absolute. Consequently, he remained undecided about whether to enlist a familiar face or hire a new. In response to Lu Ying's grievances, Zhang Ran could only say, "I'll make that call right away. I will arrange the financial matters in the next couple of days." Lu Ying, satisfied with his assurance, proceeded to report on her recent work. "I plan to promote our products online to prepare for our upcoming expansion. The 100,000 will be allocated for this purpose. Here is a marketing plan I have crafted during this time. Please have a look, President Zhang. If it meets your approval, I will commence the operations." As Zhang Ran perused Lu Ying's proposal, he couldn't help but admire her. Despite her extended absence from work, she had not lost her touch in her professional domain. Lu Ying meticulously outlined the forthcoming marketing strategies and promotional plans, detailing the execution process, discounts to be offered, and methods for increasing market share. After reviewing the document, Zhang Ran looked up and remarked, "Sister Lu, it seems somewhat beneath your talents to be with our modest company." Lu Ying chuckled. "Although our company is still small, I am confident in its rapid growth. I even fear that my own development may not keep pace with it." "I wholeheartedly agree. Sister Lu, if you require anything, do not hesitate to let me know," Zhang Ran replied. At that moment, the HR manager, Gong Nan, entered the room. "President Zhang, here are the employee forms for our company. Please take a look." Zhang Ran accepted the documents and began to review them. General Manager, Zhang Ran. HR Manager, Hu Tao. Marketing Manager, Lu Ying. Sales Manager, Sun Mei. Production Manager, Zhang Ran. Zhang Ran couldn't help but smile at the list. Nearly everyone held a managerial title, with only a few lacking such a designation. However, given the current limited workforce, it was an unavoidable situation. This arrangement could only temporarily sustain the company's operations. Once everything was on track and revenue increased, Zhang Ran planned to expand the team further. The technical department still needed to be established, which would require a significant number of personnel. Currently, it appeared that Sun Mei managed the largest team, with 31 individuals under her supervision, assuming 3 employees per shop. This count also included Zhou Guanxin from the Dijing Yuan store, which required only 1 person due to its smaller scale. Zhang Ran acknowledged Hu Tao's report with a nod, and Hu Tao left, feeling a tinge of regret for having joined a newly established company. However, the compensation was acceptable, and he intended to stay for a while. If no opportunities for growth arose, he would consider resigning. Yet, a flicker of hope remained within him, yearning for the company's expansion, as that would ultimately benefit him as well. Seated in contemplation, Zhang Ran pondered a pressing issue: the transportation logistics. Previously, with only 1 shop and products sourced directly from the original world, transportation was manageable. However, the situation had changed. Now, he needed to transport goods from the cultivation base, a task that would require a considerable workforce. Zhang Ran contemplated whether outsourcing the transportation might be a viable option. This thought arose from the reality that funds were dwindling. Despite not engaging in many activities recently, expenses had accumulated significantly. Fortunately, the Dijing Yuan store's daily profits had provided some relief, or he might have faced bankruptcy. Still, despite this consideration, he felt a reluctance to relinquish control. As a newcomer to the business, he wished to oversee everything personally. Zhang Ran summoned Lu Ying for her insights, as she was the only one in the company capable of offering valuable input on this matter. The others lacked sufficient knowledge of the situation. Although Lu Ying had shared some information with them recently, they had not yet fully grasped the intricacies involved. Lu Ying arrived promptly, and upon hearing Zhang Ran's query, she smiled wryly and replied, "President Zhang, we are a company now. You must understand this concept clearly." Zhang Ran, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "I know it's a company, but what's the matter?" Lu Ying, holding her forehead, replied, "Boss, what company does not take out loans? When a company encounters financial difficulties, the first course of action should invariably be to consider a loan. This mindset of yours must be corrected." At that moment, Zhang Ran realized this was a long-standing belief he had yet to change. He had always been averse to borrowing money, instinctively avoiding matters such as loans. However, as Lu Ying pointed out, now that he was running a company, loans were indeed necessary. Zhang Ran contemplated, given our circumstances, how much can we borrow from the bank? Lu Ying responded, I am not entirely certain, but acquiring 1 or 2 million should be quite straightforward. Zhang Ran clapped his hands, exclaiming, good, with 1 or 2 million, we should be able to establish a simple transportation line. Having made his decision, Zhang Ran no longer hesitated and instructed someone to communicate with the bank to ascertain the potential loan amount, with Lu Ying naturally being the one to handle this task. As he watched Lu Ying hurriedly depart, Zhang Ran recalled the matter of hiring for the finance department, resolving to ensure that recruitment was completed in the next few days. He approached Huatao and said, in the next couple of days please recruit some drivers, ideally between 5 to 10. You can manage this as you see fit. Huatao nodded in understanding. Zhang Ran then took out a piece of paper and began to jot down notes. The finance department was of utmost importance and required immediate attention. Once Huatao completed the recruitment, he would need to purchase a truck, which would entail an expenditure, albeit one that could begin with a down payment. Additionally, he would have to wait until the 10 stores opened to assess sales performance before contemplating how to expand the farming scale. He also recalled the pressing issue regarding the technology department, which was equally crucial. Without it, the product line of fresh vegetables would stagnate and lack innovation. An updated and diverse product range is undeniably vital for a company, and Zhang Ran placed significant emphasis on this aspect. Furthermore, there was the matter of store renovations, which he had a personal interest in as he intended to enlist his brother-in-law for the task. However, he needed to verify his availability. If his brother-in-law could come over, Zhang Ran would assign the job to him. If not, he would not wish to waste his time. Zhang Ran's brother-in-law ran a small renovation team, and Zhang Ran thought it more prudent to provide business to family rather than outsiders, as it also afforded him peace of mind. The key was that this work did not require extensive technical skill, and he trusted his brother-in-law would manage it adequately. After contemplating the tasks that needed to be addressed in the coming days, Zhang Ran spent half the day at the company before returning home. He had other matters to attend to, and it could be said that at this moment he and Lu Ying were the busiest individuals in the entire company. Chapter 70. The arrival of my brother-in-law that evening. Upon returning home, Zhang Ran played with De Hu and Xiao Hu for a while after dinner before picking up the phone to make a call. Sister, have you eaten? Was his standard greeting. Zhang Qian replied, I'm eating now. How have you been, Xiao Ran? Have you gained any weight? Zhang Ran had always been rather thin. No matter how much he ate, he never seemed to gain weight, standing at 183 meters tall and weighing at most 130 pounds. Therefore, his family would always inquire about this during their conversations. Zhang Ran chuckled and said, I've put on quite a bit of weight lately. My diet has been excellent, and I now weigh 150 pounds. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qian was immediately taken aback. 150? Don't tease me. Forget the call. Let us do a video chat. Without waiting for Zhang Ran's response, she hung up and sent a video request. Once Zhang Ran connected, he stood back as Zhang Qian requested, allowing her to see him. Indeed, he had gained weight, but she cautioned him, you must take care of your health. Don't spend all day in front of the computer. Satisfied with his appearance, she nodded approvingly. Suddenly, a small head popped into the frame, a mouth smeared with grease. Zhang Ran recognized his little niece and laughed. Kuexian, have you been listening to your mother? Zhu Kuexian earnestly nodded her head, saying, I've been good. Uncle, when are you coming back? I miss you. Ha! You must be missing the gifts from your uncle. Zhang Qian teased, playfully pushing her daughter's head aside. Not at all, Kuexian mumbled softly. Zhang Qian ignored her daughter's protest and continued chatting with Zhang Ran. Sister, how are our parents doing? Zhang Ran inquired. Zhang Qian, who had married someone from a nearby village, often visited her family. They're doing well, no need for you to worry. Just take good care of yourself while you're away, she reassured him. Continuing the conversation, Zhang Qian remarked, I heard you've started a company? Zhang Ran replied with a smile. Yes, I have indeed started a company. How's business? Haha. My little brother has actually opened a company. Let those people see. Humph. Zhang Qian chuckled to herself. Business is quite good, Zhang Ran replied. Haha, as long as business is good. By the way, do you need any funds for your company? I have a little here. If you're short, I can lend it to you. Zhang Qian offered, well aware of the challenges of running a business, especially during these times when success was hard to come by. Zhang Ran laughed. Sister, I truly don't need money. Business is thriving. After a while, he shifted the conversation to the matter at hand, asking, Sister, is brother-in-law busy these days? Zhang Qian responded, not particularly busy. Business has been tough lately, as you know. He only runs a small renovation team, and jobs are scarce. He has been thinking about whether to return home and start a small business. Perfect timing then, sister. Please ask brother-in-law to come to Jinling in the next couple of days. I've just opened 10 new stores that need renovation, Zhang Ran suggested. What? You've opened 10 more? Zhang Qian exclaimed, momentarily stunned, her voice rising. She had not anticipated that Zhang Ran had opened an additional 10 stores. After her surprise, she quickly asked, how did you manage to open 10 more? What exactly are you doing? I thought you were just running a small business. Zhang Ran had previously only mentioned to his family that he was operating a vegetable supermarket. Now, Zhang Qian felt her brother was involved in something beyond mere vegetable sales. I'm just running a vegetable supermarket, sister. Rest assured, I wouldn't dare engage in any illegal activities. You can trust that, he reassured her. That's good to hear. You must remember that you cannot engage in any illegal activities. Otherwise, I won't let you off easily, Zhang Qian cautioned again, her concern evident. Zhang Ran understood this was a reflection of his sister's care. I assure you, I'm not involved in anything unlawful. If you're still worried, let brother-in-law come over. He can see what I'm doing, he suggested. All right, I'll call him now to come over. Please make sure to pick him up, Zhang Qian said. At this moment, she indeed felt a twinge of unease regarding Zhang Ran. The news had left her heart in a state of confusion. Zhang Ran, feeling somewhat helpless, replied, all right, just have your brother-in-law call me later, and I will go pick him up. After chatting briefly with his sister and engaging in light conversation with his little niece, he finally ended the call. Shortly thereafter, his brother-in-law, Zhu Chengming, called to inform him that he was on his way and inquired about Zhang Ran's situation. Zhang Ran assured him, brother-in-law, just come over. It's nothing serious. I truly haven't done anything illegal. I only need you to help me with some renovations at the store. Let us discuss it in detail when you arrive. After hanging up, Zhang Ran managed to catch a few hours of sleep before Zhu Qingming's call came in. He got up, drove to the station, and found his brother-in-law waiting outside. Zhang Ran, Zhu Chengming greeted him with a smile, adding, you've really put on some weight. No, you've bulked up. Looks like you've been hitting the gym. Zhang Ran chuckled, well, when you eat well and sleep well, gaining weight is only natural. As they approached the car, Zhu Chengming expressed surprise, you've bought a car? Although it wasn't a luxury vehicle, it was evident that Zhang Ran was doing well for himself. Zhang Ran replied cheerfully, I need it for running around every day. I couldn't do without it. Now let us head back and grab something to eat. It was already past 1 in the morning, and the streets were nearly deserted. Upon arriving at Zhang Ran's residence, Zhu Chengming remarked in astonishment, you live in such a nice place? Don't tell me you bought this too? Zhang Ran clarified, actually, I'm renting this place. Just as I thought. By the way, where's the food? I'll go cook, Zhu Chengming said. Zhang Ran didn't contest this, knowing his brother-in-law wasn't particularly fond of cooking. So he acquiesced. Zhu Chengming was quite adept in the kitchen, and soon enough, a few fragrant dishes were ready. Have I improved so much? It smells divine. Zhu Chengming laughed. It's not your cooking skill. It's the quality of my ingredients, Zhang Ran retorted playfully. Zhu Chengming dismissed this, saying, is this what you're selling? No wonder your sister said you're making a fortune. These dishes must be a hot commodity. As they savored the meal, Zhu Chengming felt reassured. Initially, he had harbored concerns that Zhang Ran might have strayed onto a troubling path, but the delightful dishes alleviated his worries. Xiao Ran, are these vegetables a new variety? He inquired between bites. Zhang Ran replied, yes, they are new varieties that I developed myself. You developed them yourself? Zhu Chengming was taken aback but quickly added, it seems your university education was worth it. Cheers. Zhang Ran raised his glass and drank in affirmation. Brother-in-law, I have 10 stores that need renovations. If you have the time, I'd like to contract the work to you. Zhu Chengming had been urged to come by Zhang Qian, who was apprehensive about Zhang Ran's activities, so he hadn't contemplated the matter deeply during the journey. Now, considering Zhang Ran's request, he responded, sure, you just need to cover the wages of our workers, and I'll ensure everything is up to standard. He didn't want to profit from Zhang Ran, as he felt it would be inappropriate to charge family for assistance. Zhang Ran, however, insisted, brother-in-law, let us keep it straightforward. This isn't my personal money but the company's funds. It's best to view this as a business opportunity for you. As long as the work is done well, that's all that matters. He refrained from elaborating further, leaving Zhu Chengming somewhat puzzled about the details. Otherwise, Zhu Chengming might have questioned whether he would truly earn from this arrangement. Zhu Chengming, intrigued, asked, isn't the company yours? How is it not your money? Zhang Ran replied, it's a bit complicated to explain, but just know that these are the established protocols. Otherwise, I could have just hired any random renovation team. Zhu Chengming contemplated this and realized Zhang Ran wasn't one to take advantage of others. Since he had asked for his help, it was clear he wasn't trying to save money. Alright, I won't pry any further. Thank you in advance, Zhu Chengming said. Shall we drink to that? Zhang Ran proposed. They continued to drink until past 3 in the morning, after which Zhang Ran encouraged Zhu Chengming to get some rest while he needed to procure supplies. All their goods remained in the original world, making it impossible for him to delegate the task to anyone else. Moreover, besides Zhang Ran, no one had been to the vegetable greenhouse, so he wasn't worried about secrets being revealed. If necessary, he could easily concoct an excuse. At 5 in the morning, Zhang Ran delivered the goods to the store and noticed Sun Mei and Zhou Guanxin already inside. Sun Mei now resided at Dijing Yuan, allowing her to leave Xiao Hua at home without concern, and she didn't need to bring her along every day. When busy, she would leave Xiao Hua at the store for Zhou Guanxin to look after. Xiao Hua was exceptionally well-behaved, unlike most children, and Zhou Guanxin found joy in having her company without much effort. Sun Mei, why are you here so early? Zhang Ran asked. He had been telling her daily not to come in so early since she was now the manager, and there were others to handle things. Sun Mei smiled. I don't have much to do, so I thought I'd come help out. As they spoke, Sun Mei had already begun working, and Zhou Guanxin, who had been yawning, felt compelled to join in upon seeing her and the boss hard at work. After they finished tidying up, Zhang Ran returned to find Zhu Chengming awake. Brother-in-law, why didn't you sleep a bit longer? Zhang Ran inquired. I couldn't sleep. In unfamiliar surroundings it feels uneasy. By the way, what were you up to so early? Zhu Chengming asked. I went to fetch supplies. Shall we go out for a meal? Zhang Ran suggested. You, a big boss, are fetching supplies yourself? Zhu Chengming remarked. It's temporary. Things will settle down in a few days, Zhang Ran assured him. The two of them, along with their little ones, went out for a meal, and afterward, Zhang Ran introduced Zhu Chengming to Sun Mei, asking her to show him the store locations and discuss the renovations. Upon seeing the store locations, Zhu Chengming couldn't help but exclaim, how much does this cost for a month? Looking at the location, Zhu Chengming, even with limited knowledge, understood it was expensive. Sun Mei was aware that he was Zhang Ran's brother-in-law, and she did not conceal this fact. With a smile, she remarked 11 stores, with a monthly rent of approximately 140,000. How much? Zhu Chengming was momentarily taken aback. Although he was aware that Zhang Ran had found some success and earned a bit of money, he had not anticipated such a substantial sum. A monthly rent of 140,000 equates to nearly 5,000 yuan spent each morning upon waking. This is merely the rent. If one considers the salaries of employees and other expenses, the daily expenditure would likely exceed 10,000 yuan. Zhu Chengming, upon making this calculation, couldn't help but feel a sense of concern for Zhang Ran. However, he refrained from voicing his worries, understanding that since Zhang Ran had embarked on this venture, all he could do was hope for his success. Observing his astonishment, Sun Mei chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. She had yet to mention the vegetable greenhouse, the main store, and various other details. While they were inspecting the storefronts, Zhang Ran had arrived at the company. Sister Lu, have you been in touch with the bank? Zhang Ran inquired. Lu Ying replied, I reached out to an old classmate of mine who currently works at the bank. She reviewed our company's situation and indicated that a loan of 2 million would pose no issues, but acquiring additional funds might prove challenging. Zhang Ran responded, 2 million is sufficient. Once the stores are operational, we will generate income, and at that point we won't need to borrow money for expansion. Zhang Ran had already formulated a plan. As soon as there were new revenue streams, he would initiate expansion. However, this would depend on market conditions. If they were unfavorable, the pace of expansion would need to be tempered, whereas if they were favorable, he could expand promptly. Additionally, the matter of the seed farm should be prioritized. Zhang Qingfeng had already contacted some researchers on Zhang Ran's behalf, but they would only meet with him after completing their current study to finalize their decision regarding their involvement. Lu Ying suggested we can begin to promote ourselves a little, in preparation for the upcoming opening. Chapter 72. All is ready. Zhang Ran replied, Then I will rely on you, Sister Lu. Once this period passes, I will distribute bonuses to everyone. Lu Ying promptly reminded him, It is crucial to get the finances in order. Zhang Ran raised his hand in a gesture of surrender, saying, All right, I will go find the finance team immediately. Without delay, he set to work, contemplating that he should at least find one finance manager. If it didn't work out, he could always make a change. Zhang Ran contacted a headhunting firm, requesting assistance in locating a finance manager with an annual salary of 100,000. After inspecting the store, Zhu Chengming gained a clearer understanding of his brother-in-law Zhang Ran's current situation. Setting aside other considerations, just the presence of these 10 or so stores indicated that Zhang Ran had indeed made a considerable profit. He called Zhang Qian to inform her of the developments and to reassure her not to worry. Upon learning that Zhang Ran was genuinely engaged in legitimate business, Zhang Qian felt a wave of relief, coupled with joy and pride. I knew my younger brother was destined for greatness. Did you see? He has already earned so much in just over a year since graduating, Zhang Qian said proudly to Zhu Chengming. Zhu Chengming quickly affirmed, Yes, my dear wife. You are absolutely right. Enough of that. By the way, you need to handle the matters entrusted to you by Xiao Ran. Take good care of your team. They must not act recklessly. Xiao Ran has been quite generous with you all. It is imperative that everything is executed flawlessly, Zhang Qian reiterated earnestly. Understanding her husband's line of work, she was aware of the intricacies involved. Typically, everything would proceed smoothly, but a moment's negligence could lead to insurmountable issues. I understand. He is also my brother-in-law. I know what I am doing, Zhu Chengming reassured her. After concluding his call with Zhang Qian, Zhu Chengming contacted his renovation team. Dalu, bring your crew over. There's a job here, Zhu Chengming instructed over the phone. He had anticipated that Dalu would respond with enthusiasm, but to his surprise, the voice on the other end sounded hesitant. What's wrong, Dalu? Zhu Chengming inquired, furrowing his brow. Dalu sighed and candidly explained, Brother Ming, it's not that we don't want to go, but we are unfamiliar with the area, and there's no guarantee of payment. Earlier in the day, someone had reached out to them for work, and many were already tempted. Zhu Chengming was quite generous with his team, yet business had indeed been challenging lately. They were merely a small renovation crew, scraping by with meager earnings. Purchasing materials was not within their purview. However, they often found their wages unjustly deducted for various reasons. And when faced with such situations, they had little recourse. Recently, they had endured a particularly harsh incident that left them effectively working for free for an entire month, leading to mounting grievances among the team. Zhu Chengming was aware of this situation, and upon hearing Dalu's words, he promptly replied, Dalu, this job is for my brother-in-law. Payment will be guaranteed, and we will handle all material costs. Naturally, they would not profit from the material expenses, but he could assure them that payment would be made in full upon completion. Zhang Ran had entrusted this business to him, and Zhu Chengming was determined not to let it slip away. Moreover, he understood that Zhang Ran's 10 stores would soon become operational, necessitating swift completion. He did not wish to prolong the timeline. Dalu remained somewhat hesitant, as the current climate made it difficult to find work. Zhu Chengming, growing anxious, proposed, How about this? You can consider this job mine, and I will pay you directly. Does that work? His implication was that he would cover the costs upfront rather than waiting for payment to arrive first. This arrangement was feasible since his small renovation team consisted of locals and acquaintances. He could present himself as the boss or simply as a fellow worker. Upon hearing this, Dalu replied with a hint of reluctance, All right then, Brother Ming, since you say so, I will go over, but I can't guarantee how many others will join. I will call each of them, Zhu Chengming assured him. Subsequently, Zhu Chengming began making calls, but even with this effort only 8 people showed up. Including Zhu Chengming, they totaled 9. However, he thought to himself that with 2 weeks' time and their collective efforts, they could complete the work. Upon returning to the place where Zhang Ran was staying that evening, Zhu Chengming informed him, Xiao Ran, I have already assessed the site. My team will be ready to commence work tomorrow. Zhang Ran nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. I will leave the subsequent matters to you, brother-in-law. Please report the material costs to me at market price. Whatever you negotiate, you may keep for yourselves. Zhang Ran was not particularly knowledgeable about renovations, yet he understood that material prices often had inflated values, and specific costs were not always transparent. Even if Zhang Ran sought another renovation team, the price would likely be comparable, if not higher. Therefore, it was wiser to allow his brother-in-law to profit. Zhu Chengming hastily replied, No need. We only require a modest service fee. Zhang Ran waved his hand dismissively and said, This truly isn't necessary. As I mentioned earlier, this is a matter concerning the company, not a personal issue. If it were personal and you were to profit from me, I would have to inform my sister, hehe. With that, Zhang Ran let out a couple of mischievous chuckles. Zhu Chengming wished to say a few more words, but Zhang Ran cut him off, pulling out 100,000 yuan and handing it to him, stating, I haven't counted the exact amount yet, but consider this as an advance payment. Once it's depleted, you can ask me for more. Zhang Ran certainly had no intention of allowing Zhu Chengming to front any costs. Aware of the futility of resistance, Zhu Chengming accepted the money, assuring him, Rest assured, I will ensure the shop is completed in the shortest time possible, and the quality will be second to none. As for the renovations, Sun Mei has already discussed them with me during our shop visit. The renovation plans were concocted by Sun Mei, Lu Ying, Zhang Tiantian, and Zhao Xiaoqin, ensuring they are not only aesthetically pleasing but also of high quality and durability. Zhang Ran, trusting his brother-in-law, smiled and replied, I am indeed at ease, but we must expedite the process. I have almost prepared everything on my end and am merely waiting for the shop renovations to be completed. Everything is in place. We just lack that crucial impetus. In the coming days, I will procure the small delivery truck and hire staff. As for the vegetables, they should be ready for harvest by the time the renovations are finished. Currently, there are already shops in Daijinjuan selling these greenhouse vegetables. Chapter 73. Subtle Influence. Zhu Chengming arrived at the train station early in the morning to greet Lu and his companions. Minggu, upon seeing Zhu Chengming, Lu and his friends brightened visibly. Zhu Chengming declared, Let us head to our accommodation first, and then we will commence our work. They were staying inside the shop itself. It was summer, and although it was somewhat sweltering, they had grown accustomed to it, which spared them the cost of renting a place. Upon arriving and witnessing the bustling scene, the group was momentarily taken aback. Minggu, is this your sister's little brother? I heard he is still a university student? Lu remarked, somewhat dazed. Zhu Chengming, with a hint of pride, replied, Indeed, but he graduated over a year ago. Impressive. It seems your sister's little brother has truly made it. Yet, he hasn't forgotten about you, one of them chimed in. They were all from nearby villages, some of them having met Zhang Ran before. Perhaps Zhang Ran might even address them as uncles. After setting their belongings down, Zhu Chengming took out 100,000 yuan and somewhat boastfully stated, See this? It's from Xiao Ran for us to purchase materials. We are to pay market prices and whatever we save will be ours. This was one of the reasons Zhu Chengming was not considered a contractor. The amount he received was merely slightly more than what the others earned. For purchasing materials, he would take a portion, but the rest would be shared among the workers. However, opportunities like these were rare, and they typically only encountered small jobs with little financial gain. The sight of the cash in Zhu Chengming's hands made Lu and the others swallow hard, exclaiming, Your little brother has really struck it rich. The initial reason for their approach was largely due to their habitual work with Zhu Chengming, coupled with an inability to refuse, hence their presence. Now, seeing the money and hearing Zhu Chengming's words, their initial reluctance dissipated, replaced by excitement. Lu exclaimed, Haha, I told those other guys not to come, and now look. He refrained from uttering anything unpleasant, as they were all acquaintances, but his meaning was unmistakable. Observing their enthusiasm, Zhu Chengming smiled in satisfaction, saying, Trust me, everyone, this time you won't regret it. I know my brother-in-law well. He is quite generous. However, I must stress that we should earn what is rightfully ours, but never overreach. Otherwise, I won't let you off lightly. Minggu, rest assured, your brother-in-law is one of us, a fellow villager. If we misbehave, we might as well be cursed when we return home, came the assurances. Zhu Chengming's words were a warning against any thoughts of dishonesty or attempting to pass off substandard goods as quality. Most of the materials would be personally procured by him, yet he understood he couldn't manage everything alone and needed their assistance. Nevertheless, Zhu Chengming was confident that his companions would not resort to such tactics, especially with him overseeing the process. Deceiving him would not be an easy feat. Zhu Chengming continued, This project has a tight deadline. We have 10 shops to complete in half a month, and the quality must not falter. My brother-in-law has provided ample funds, so there are no objections. Let us repay this generosity by executing our tasks well. Do we all agree? Yes. In response to the financial incentive, they all shouted in unison. Let us go buy materials and get to work, Zhu Chengming urged. Absolutely. In recent times, a term has gradually emerged in the local websites of Jinling, original vegetables. This concept now conjures two predominant impressions. One is that they are expensive, and the other is that they are delicious. Although most individuals may not grasp the true extent of the cost or the exquisite taste, compared to the past, many in Jinling have begun to take notice. Some who have tasted original vegetables are advocating for them, though the authenticity of their claims remains uncertain. However, these discussions seem to have appeared quietly and subtly in public consciousness, without causing a significant stir or attracting much attention. As time passed and the name original vegetables became increasingly common, curiosity grew, prompting some to try them out to see for themselves. Consequently, the sales of vegetables at Daijinjuan have been steadily increasing daily, and those who have tasted original vegetables have generally expressed satisfaction. Of course, there are critics as well. After all, original vegetables can be rather costly. It's not that they are unaffordable, but rather that people hesitate to indulge frequently. Online, some have calculated that for a family of 3, eating original vegetables 3 times a day could cost between 3 to 4,000 yuan a month. Such prices surpass typical household food expenditures, yet to claim they are unaffordable would be misleading. However, some who have tried original vegetables pointed out that such calculations are rather skewed, as this price reflects daily consumption of original vegetables, albeit only the more affordable varieties. For those who enjoy cilantro, tomatoes, or even daily watermelon, this would indeed fall short. However, the clamor and commotion have only spread within a limited circle, failing to capture the attention of many. The silver lining is that most people have at least heard the name primitive vegetables. Zhang Dandan, observing Lu Ying approaching once more with her hand outstretched for money, remarked with a hint of exasperation. "Manager Lu, you seem to be requesting funds almost daily during this period. Just look at these invoices. They predominantly originate from your marketing department." Zhang Dandan, a financial manager recruited by Zhang Ran through a headhunter, is 30 years old, married with children, and considered quite composed, having rarely made significant mistakes. Lu Ying replied, "It's only us who need to spend money now. This is in preparation for the store's grand opening in a few days." Zhang Dandan merely stated her point, fully aware that these expenses were necessary. She felt it was essential to express her stance, ensuring others did not perceive her funds as readily accessible. Wang Zhixin is a food broadcaster from Jinling, who enjoys showcasing various culinary delights on her platform and has garnered a respectable following, earning a degree of fame in the Jinling area. Recently, someone approached her with an offer of 5,000 yuan for a program, a type of work she frequently undertakes, and after inquiring about the details, she agreed. Chapter 74, Culinary Broadcast. That afternoon, Wang Zhixin applied her makeup and prepared herself, heading to the address provided by the client. She felt a twinge of confusion regarding this assignment, as the client had instructed her to proceed as usual without any need for flattery. Just honesty was required. Naturally, she was also cautioned against uttering anything disparaging about the client. Moreover, she was expected to cook herself. While she occasionally enjoys preparing meals and has even done cooking broadcasts, she usually dines out. The individuals who typically hire her are restaurant and buffet owners, so being approached by a vegetable shop owner left her somewhat bewildered. Nevertheless, since payment was secured, Wang Zhixin decided not to overthink it and felt relieved that she was not obliged to speak insincerely. That was already a considerable advantage for her. Previously, she had accepted numerous assignments, though most required her to embellish the flavors beyond their true essence. While she refrained from excessive flattery, some exaggeration was deemed necessary. This time, however, the client encouraged her to avoid exaggeration, piquing her curiosity and anticipation. Upon arriving at her destination and spotting the shop sign, Primitive Vegetable Supermarket, Wang Zhixin tidied herself up and began her live broadcast. "Hello, everyone. Your Jinling food enthusiast is back with you. Today we are going to cook ourselves and showcase my culinary skills. I assure you, my cooking is exceptional. If I were to open a restaurant, there would be no need for those eateries anymore. Alas, I am simply too perfect." Wang Zhixin's cheerful voice instantly enlivened the live stream, which still attracted a decent audience. Haha, our food enthusiast is about to unveil her dark culinary creations again. "Foodie, do you want me to help you pre-prepare 20? The chat quickly became lively, bolstered by dedicated individuals enhancing the atmosphere, resulting in a sharp increase in viewership. Wang Zhixin, maintaining her smile while glancing at the comments, suddenly adopted a mysterious tone. "I wonder if anyone has heard of a recent enigmatic legend right here in Jinling. What legend? What trickery are you up to now? Please, don't tell me you're about to eat a ghost. You upstairs have a rather morbid taste." Wang Zhixin's mysterious demeanor sparked curiosity among many viewers. Ahem. Everyone, please don't misinterpret. The legend circulating in Jinling recently claims that there is a store selling vegetables at exorbitant prices. Yet they are exceptionally delicious. Today we shall taste them. How expensive can vegetables be? I'd rather eat a ghost. Exactly, we refuse to eat vegetables. We want ghosts. As she continued speaking, Wang Zhixin entered the store, which was relatively empty at that hour, around 3 in the afternoon, a time when foot traffic was sparse. Zhou Guanxin, who had been lounging at the cash register engrossed in her phone while watching a drama, quickly tucked her phone away and greeted with a smile, "Welcome." Zhou Guanxin was quite satisfied with her current job, as her workday involved only a few busy intervals, and despite the long hours, she enjoyed the leisure of playing on her phone during quieter moments. Even when she returned home, she would merely engage with her phone, so being able to play while at work made her feel quite content. However, upon noticing the newcomer holding a phone and speaking, she surmised that this individual must be a broadcaster. Immediately, her smile brightened, recalling the notification she received yesterday about a broadcaster's visit, urging her to showcase her best service attitude. Wang Zhixin courteously nodded and proceeded to select her products. Yet, upon seeing the prices of the vegetables, she was left momentarily speechless. Swallowing hard, she remarked, "These vegetables are indeed quite pricey." Were it not for the fact that this store was a client and the contract explicitly forbade her from disparaging them, she would have been tempted to exclaim that it was a scam. In that moment, she felt a pang of frustration, suspecting that this shop might be deliberately targeting individuals like her to exploit their popularity for profit. However, she decided to keep her thoughts to herself, firmly resolving that she would ultimately advise against people coming to purchase due to the exorbitant prices. As long as she refrained from speaking ill, it would suffice. The viewers in the live stream shared similar sentiments, astonished by the prices, many of them branding the store as a scam. Wang Zhixin, maintaining a degree of professionalism, managed a strained smile and stated, "Well, this isn't exactly a scam. Just look, the prices are clearly displayed, very prominent, and transparently marked. No deception here." While uttering these words, she felt a twinge of discomfort, yet she understood the necessity of saying them. After speaking, Wang Zhixin called over a staff member and inquired, "Why are your vegetables so expensive? They are significantly pricier than those outside." Zhou Guanchen smiled and replied, "That is because our vegetables are of special varieties, highly nutritious, and exceptionally delicious." Wang Zhixin's expression remained inscrutable, but internally she scoffed, questioning, "How can one truly discern the truth of your claims? Is nutrition something that can be tasted?" It seemed Zhou Guanchen had read her thoughts, as she pointed to 2 sheets of paper detailing various nutritional comparisons and stated, "This is a comparison of our vegetables' nutritional value against ordinary ones. You are welcome to verify it yourself, and if we are deceiving you, you can certainly report us to the authorities." Zhou Guanchen's smile was warm, and her polite demeanor, coupled with her pleasing appearance, made it difficult for anyone to harbor resentment. Many viewers in the live stream, seeing Zhou Guanchen's demeanor and looks, ceased their derogatory comments. After listening to her, Wang Zhixin examined the nutritional comparison charts closely, feeling a flicker of doubt rise within her. Could it be that they were not deceiving after all? However, at this moment, she felt it prudent not to voice any further skepticism, suppressing her doubts and smiling as she said, "I see." Zhou Guanchen responded with a smile, "Wishing you a pleasant shopping experience." After concluding her conversation, she approached the checkout counter, her small hands instinctively clenching in affirmation of her earlier performance. Wang Zhixin began selecting various vegetables while continuously inquiring with her online audience about their culinary preferences. She opted for a substantial quantity. As this occasion warranted more than a mere nibble, she intended to prepare a feast, especially given the numerous requests from her viewers. When she arrived at the register, despite being somewhat mentally prepared, she was still taken aback. "Hello, your total is 562 yuan and 3 jiao." Zhou Guanchen greeted her with a smile. Upon hearing Zhou Guanchen's quote, Wang Zhixin couldn't help but twitch her lips in surprise at the steep price. Clearly, she couldn't consume all these vegetables by herself. Although she was a food broadcaster, she was not a competitive eater. Hence, she had already resolved to hold a lottery for a few viewers from Jinling, considering it a gathering. Just as she finished her transaction and prepared to leave, a portly man walked in. "Is my watermelon ready?" the man called out as he entered, wiping the sweat from his brow. Zhou Guanchen replied, "It's ready. A total of 1,220 kilograms. Subtracting the previous 200 kilograms, your total comes to 12,000 yuan. Would you like to weigh it again on site?" The man waved his hand dismissively. "No need. I trust you. I've been a regular customer." As he spoke, he pulled out 12,000 yuan in cash without ever opting for mobile payments. Wang Zhixin gazed at the thick stack of cash and turned to Zhou Guanchen. "Are your watermelons really this expensive? 10 yuan per kilogram, what does that even mean?" Zhou Guanchen responded, "It's not that it's expensive. It's simply worth that price, value for money." Wang Zhixin pondered for a moment and said, "Then I would like a watermelon as well." With the weather sweltering and seeing the man buy so many, her curiosity was piqued. However, she felt a pang of regret when paying 220 yuan from her own pocket, as these expenses were not reimbursed. Moreover, Lu Ying hadn't instructed her to buy so much. It was entirely her own decision. By the time Wang Zhixin returned, it was already past 4 in the afternoon, and the number of viewers in her livestream was gradually increasing. She found a spot, and the few lottery winners had also arrived. Most of them were familiar faces. Wang Zhixin often enjoyed organizing offline events, and the Jinling fans had met her before. "So, this is what overpriced vegetables look like?" One person observed curiously. They appear quite appealing, but I wonder how they taste. Who knows? But how delicious can vegetables really be? I brought some seafood for later. Haha, I thought the same. I bought some meat. Let's feast on that later. The group, comfortable with one another, engaged in light banter. Wang Zhixin looked at everyone and cheerfully declared, "Now, it's time to showcase my culinary skills. Prepare to be dazzled. Foodie, are you plotting to ensnare me? Fear not, I shall simply succumb to your charms. Bring it on." Laughter erupted among the group. While they jested about Wang Zhixin, they were well aware of her cooking prowess. Though not extraordinary, it was certainly commendable. "Let me help you," a girl offered. "I will too." A few joined in, and they worked swiftly, completing the dishes in about half an hour. The exorbitantly priced vegetables indeed exuded an enticing aroma, and some had already caught a whiff of the delicious scents. I wonder how it tastes? Should I try a bite? Forget it. Let's wait until everyone arrives to eat together. Wang Zhixin and several girls brought forth plates of delectable dishes, their enticing aromas captivating the attention of those present. So fragrant. When the dishes were finally placed before them, they truly grasped the dominance of the enticing scent. "Wait a moment, I recall we bought quite a bit of celery. How come there's only this little left?" One person queried in confusion. Just as the words left their mouth, a girl sheepishly wiped her mouth, attempting to act as though nothing had happened. "Xiaolan, I told you not to hog a whole plate. Why didn't you listen?" Another girl admonished. Xiaolan, looking aggrieved, replied, "I just really love celery." Laughter erupted at Xiaolan's comical expression, and the atmosphere lightened even further. Wang Zhixin smiled at the scene. It was precisely this kind of ambience that made her enjoy hosting offline events. If the atmosphere were poor, she would have long ceased such endeavors. Perhaps it was her good fortune. She had heard of numerous instances where other streamers' offline events ended in chaos and discontent. Yet here, though not grand, the gathering was exceptionally harmonious and warm. "Hello everyone. This is a feast prepared by the culinary genius of Jinling. Do you see these folks? They have entirely surrendered to the culinary prowess of the Jinling chef." Wang Zhixin did not neglect her online audience, initially adopting a serious tone before erupting into exuberance, instantly elevating the mood. The others played along, feigning drooling expressions. However, a few seemed genuinely salivating, especially Xiaolan, who nearly let drool escape her lips. Slurp. Xiaolan inadvertently made a noise as she swallowed. "Haha. Foodie, hurry and dig in. Look at how you're tempting Xiaolan. Yes, if you entice her too much, I shall hold you accountable. Let's eat." Wang Zhixin commanded with a grand gesture. Upon hearing her enchanting voice, Xiaolan immediately began to feast. Delicious. The flavor is truly delightful. Please do not disturb my meal." The viewers in the livestream watched as the group eagerly competed for food, leaving them perplexed. Was it truly that delectable? They had witnessed offline events before, but none had been so exaggeratedly enthusiastic. Wang Zhixin was equally surprised. She hadn't anticipated the taste to be this remarkable. Aware of her own cooking skills, she knew she could never produce such exquisite dishes. The reason was clear: the ingredients were of high quality. Moreover, the meats and seafood brought by others were also being well received, with everyone relishing the vegetables. "This dish is genuinely excellent. I wholeheartedly recommend it. It seems the high price is justified." Wang Zhixin reminded herself of her responsibilities. If the food had been unappetizing, she would have disregarded it, but since it was indeed delicious and worth the price, she felt compelled to fulfill her obligations. However, once everyone began to indulge in the dessert of watermelon, their faces were alight with sheer enjoyment. The sweet, refreshing essence of the watermelon seemed to penetrate their very souls, causing their already swollen bellies to swell even further. Xiaolan, while lamenting her inability to eat any more, continued to devour the watermelon with fervor, as though failing to consume it would result in a grave loss. Chapter 76. Preparations for Promotion. "Xiaoran, what do you think? If there are any issues, we can revise," Zhu Chengming remarked to Zhang Ran, who was currently assessing the situation. Zhang Ran surveyed the surroundings and replied, "It's quite impressive. Everything meets the standards." "Thank you, brother-in-law." Zhu Chengming responded with a smile, "I should be the one thanking you. It is you who has taken care of me this time." The nearby Delu and others nodded in agreement, their spirits undoubtedly high at that moment. Zhang Ran truly had no complaints about them, particularly regarding Zhu Chengming. Not only had he entrusted such business to Zhu Chengming, but he had never made things difficult when it came to requesting funds for materials and reimbursements. In fact, Sun Mei had been overseeing the renovations of these shops, and she was quite satisfied with the results. After conversing with Zhu Chengming and the others for a while, Zhang Ran settled the final payment in full. "Brother-in-law, are you heading back now? Or do you plan to stay here for a while?" Zhang Ran inquired with a smile. During this period, Zhu Chengming had initially stayed at Zhang Ran's place, but for the most part, he had been residing in the shop undergoing renovations. Zhang Ran had invited him to stay over, but Zhu Chengming declined, stating it would waste time. "I think I'll head back. The work here is complete. I'll see if I can find some jobs back home," Zhu Chengming replied. Zhang Ran pondered for a moment and said, "That sounds reasonable. My shop here may expand rapidly, so if you don't find work back home, you can return. Who knows, the next expansion may come sooner than expected." Zhu Chengming was now somewhat aware of Zhang Ran's situation, particularly after hearing Sun Mei mention that Zhang Ran's shop had a daily revenue of over 30,000 yuan, which instilled genuine admiration for him. "That sounds great. Whenever you need me, just give me a call," Zhu Chengming said. After Zhu Chengming returned and conveyed Zhang Ran's sentiments to De Lu and the others, they all wore expressions of eager anticipation. "Brother Ming, why don't you consider working with Zhang Ran? Look at how he has built such a large company and earned so much money. You could easily find a job there, work a bit, and enjoy the comfort of an office," De Lu suggested. Zhu Chengming chuckled. "What would I do there? Just sit around? You could learn something. Don't you want to experience office life? It's certainly better than our current grueling existence," De Lu insisted. Zhu Chengming replied, "I would love to, but I also don't want to be a burden to Xiao Ran. If I went there, I wouldn't be able to contribute anything and would only cause trouble." Did Zhu Chengming not wish to work at Zhang Ran's company? Of course he did. Who in the countryside wouldn't desire a stable office job like those in the city with their 9-to-5 routines? Yet, Zhu Chengming understood the situation. His presence would only complicate things, and given how considerate Zhang Ran had been, he felt obligated not to add to his troubles. De Lu and the others sighed at Zhu Chengming's decision, yet they also breathed a sigh of relief. If Zhu Chengming had indeed taken up a position at Zhang Ran's, it might have meant they would miss out on opportunities like the ones Zhang Ran offered. After inspecting the shop, Zhang Ran returned to headquarters and sought out Sun Mei. "Sun Mei, do we have enough salespeople now?" Zhang Ran inquired. Sun Mei replied, "Yes, we have fully staffed each store with 3 salespeople as planned. Then please conduct some training for them over the next couple of days, particularly regarding pricing, so they are well informed. Additionally, you need to handle any customer inquiries with care," Zhang Ran instructed. "Understood," Sun Mei nodded. "In 3 days we will officially open for business," Zhang Ran announced. Sun Mei took a deep breath and affirmed, "Got it." At that moment, Zhang Ran was filled with exhilaration. Everything was truly set in place, and they were merely awaiting the grand opening in 3 days. This marked his genuine first step forward. The shop at Dijing Yuan had been a decision made hastily due to a lack of funds, without much contemplation. However, the circumstances were different now. He had meticulously planned for the future, and the success of this venture would hinge on this very moment. Zhang Ran then called Lu Ying over and asked, "Manager Lu, how are preparations for the promotion coming along?" Initially, Zhang Ran had referred to Lu Ying as Sister Lu, but after a few instances, she proactively requested he address her as Manager Lu to lend a sense of formality to their interactions. In truth, she had her reasons for not insisting on the change earlier. She wanted to cultivate an impression of familiarity with Zhang Ran in front of others to bolster her authority. These were mere tactical maneuvers in the realm of workplace dynamics. When Lu Ying felt the timing was right, she allowed Zhang Ran to modify his address. Lu Ying reported, after a period of gradual promotion, "Many people in Jinling are now familiar with the concept of our organic vegetables, or at least have heard the name. Additionally, I engaged a food influencer for promotion, which yielded excellent results. Many individuals are now inquiring about our organic vegetables. In the past few days, the sales at the Dijing Yuan store have surged, and now we are merely waiting for our upcoming store openings." Lu Ying was brimming with ambition. This was her first significant endeavor since her return, and she naturally hoped to set a positive precedent. Moreover, she genuinely believed in Zhang Ran's company. Everything else was secondary. In Lu Ying's view, the technology they possessed was irreplaceable. At the very least, such technology had not been heard of in the market until now. Their company held this unique advantage, and Lu Ying was confident that with proper management, the company's growth would far exceed everyone's expectations. By then, her name would also resonate alongside the company's. Zhang Ran said, "In the coming days, I will need to rely on Manager Lu even more. We need to make a significant impact with our promotion." Lu Ying assured him, "Rest assured, I am fully prepared." After this period of groundwork, the concept of organic vegetables has taken root. The upcoming promotion will not come across as abrupt, and customer acceptance will be heightened. This was also the rationale behind Lu Ying's chosen approach to promotion. Their vegetables, after all, were priced significantly higher than ordinary ones. A direct launch could potentially backfire. Additionally, their company lacked a reputation and sufficient funds for large-scale promotion, which would not inspire immediate trust. Therefore, the subtle, gradual promotion was designed to leave a vague impression in consumers' minds that organic vegetables taste good but come at a steep price. This way, when they officially began their promotion, consumer resistance would be minimized, as they would already be aware that organic vegetables indeed commanded a premium. Zhang Ran addressed Lu Ying. "All right. Since Manager Lu has made all the arrangements, I shall refrain from further comments." Chapter 77, Friends. In the following 2 days, the bustling city of Jinling saw a significant number of well-known influencers and prominent figures casually broaching the subject of organic vegetables. Meanwhile, Wang Jixin's livestream proved to be far more successful than Lu Ying had anticipated, largely due to the contributions of these individuals during the promotional efforts. Thanks to the groundwork laid previously, the impact of these promotions was remarkably effective, igniting curiosity among many. Additionally, those who had previously tasted organic vegetables lent considerable support to this promotional campaign, readily singing their praises when queried. Lu Ying also sought the assistance of various smaller publications for advertising purposes. However, due to budget constraints, she found herself limited in securing optimal promotional channels. Yet she had maximized the potential of these smaller outlets. Although organic vegetables had yet to become a trending topic, they had nonetheless begun to take root in the minds of the residents of Jinling, forming a clearer concept or, perhaps more aptly, a lasting impression. At this critical juncture, the entire company staff sprang into action, recognizing the importance of the moment. The Human Resources Department commenced collaboration with Sun Mei to conduct staff training, particularly emphasizing the nuances of pricing strategies. On the production side, Zhang Ran took the reins, while Zheng Hai and Xiao Gao were acutely aware of the urgency of the situation, dedicating their days to relentless preparation. As for Lu Ying's marketing team, they worked tirelessly around the clock, meticulously monitoring online developments related to organic vegetables. Every piece of information was scrutinized, ensuring that any unexpected occurrences could be managed promptly. Zhang Ren also reiterated the importance of logistics, employing a balanced approach of incentives and stern warnings to motivate the transportation team, creating an atmosphere of heightened tension. Despite the generous compensation and reasonable working hours, the team remained acutely aware of the stakes involved. Sun Mei, meanwhile, was tasked not only with overseeing staff training but also with managing the preparations for the store's grand opening. From coordinating the ribbon-cutting ceremony at various locations to procuring necessary supplies, her responsibilities were extensive and demanding. Throughout these days, Sun Mei scarcely found a moment to rest, yet she never once voiced her fatigue, always appearing vibrant and energetic. This steadfast dedication left a strong impression on the new employees, establishing her authority. This unexpected development was a revelation for Sun Mei, a girl from a rural background with minimal formal education, who had previously struggled with interpersonal dynamics and the cultivation of respect. Yet, through her unintentional yet impactful actions, she managed to assert her presence. Some employees even began to refer to her as the Iron Lady, a title that, in the professional realm, was born not of sarcasm but of admiration. Zhang Ran was equally occupied, first needing to explain his current employment to his parents. After Zhu Chengming returned home, Zhang Qian fully grasped what her younger brother was engaged in and realized the substantial income he was generating each month. Naturally, she felt immense pride, knowing that their parents would also take delight in this news. When their parents inquired, Zhang Ran found himself obliged to clarify matters. Once he settled his parents' concerns, he shifted his focus back to his own responsibilities. Zhang Ran spent most of his time at Zheng Hai's location, recognizing its critical importance. Any issues arising here would jeopardize subsequent operations. He had nearly finalized preparations, eagerly awaiting the grand opening the following day. That night, Zhang Ran felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain if his efforts would yield success. Although the store at Daijingyuan was thriving, generating daily revenues exceeding 30,000, he remained apprehensive about whether other locations could sustain such prices. While Jinling was undoubtedly one of the more prosperous cities in Huaxia, home to many affluent individuals, he could not guarantee that the majority would accept the elevated costs. Localized experiences could not be generalized. Although vegetable prices had risen steadily over the past 2 years, public perception remained cautious. The price of organic vegetables had surged 5 to 10-fold, which would certainly shock some consumers. Their acceptance was far from assured. Just as Zhang Ran wrestled with his unease, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find Li Chong, Zhang Tian, and Zhao Shaoqin waiting at his doorstep. "What brings you here?" he inquired, somewhat bewildered. Zhang Tian smirked. What, you're not happy to see us? Of course I am. Zhang Ran replied, stepping aside to let them in. Li Chang chimed in, we just thought you might be too tense, so we came to share a drink. Zhang Ran closed the door and remarked, if you just wanted to crash for some drinks, I'd have believed that. TCH, don't act so surprised, Li Chang retorted. The trio had brought along some food, so Zhang Ran was spared the trouble of cooking. However, the two little ones, De Hu and Xiao Hu, found themselves without a meal. No longer mere pups, they had grown significantly in the 3 months since their birth, resembling much older dogs in size. So, feeling anxious? Li Chang asked. Would you believe me if I said no? Zhang Ran replied. Nope. Then that's settled. Let's just drink a few rounds. Otherwise, I fear I won't sleep tonight. Zhang Ran had a peculiar quirk. He found it impossible to drink alone, but with company, he could indulge freely. Li Chang and his friends had come to support Zhang Ran through this challenging night, and they exchanged few words, simply enjoying each other's presence. Even Zhang Tian, who typically abstained from alcohol, picked up a glass to join him. The camaraderie among the group deepened, and their bonds grew stronger. Zhang Ran chose not to elaborate on certain matters, believing it unnecessary to vocalize everything. Some things were best kept to oneself. Like the previous conversation with Li Chang about developing an app. Did Zhang Ran not wish to bring someone like Li Chang into the company? Certainly he did, but he harbored reservations. Once in the company, their relationship would shift to a hierarchical one, and he was unsure if their friendship could withstand that change. Chapter 78. 10 stores opening simultaneously. In the early morning, Zhang Ran awoke early, and after completing his morning routine, he gazed into the mirror, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Zhang Ran first arrived at the headquarters, and by the time he got there, everyone else had already assembled. A palpable tension hung in the air. Today marked the opening of 10 stores, and their success or failure hinged upon the events of this very day. Should they succeed, a promising future awaited them. Conversely, failure would likely compel them to seek new opportunities, as it would signify that the original company held little prospect for growth. As for future developments, they were no longer within their purview. After all, most individuals tend to focus solely on immediate gains, seldom contemplating the long-term implications. Zhang Ran felt a twinge of nervousness himself, yet he masked it with a smile, greeting everyone with, "It seems you all arrived quite early. I shan't say much more. I appreciate everyone's hard work today." "Not at all, it is our duty," they replied. Zhang Ran suggested they proceed according to the discussions held over the past 2 days. The arrangements for the opening ceremony had also been deliberated within the company, with some proposing to stagger the times to allow Zhang Ran to visit each store. If they worked swiftly, they could feasibly cover all 10 shops within the morning. However, Zhang Ran rejected this notion, preferring to avoid unnecessary complications, and thus instructed each leader to oversee one store, thereby saving time and enabling simultaneous openings. The chosen time was set for 10 o'clock in the morning. After reiterating a few reminders, everyone departed to their respective locations. Zhang Ran made his way to one of the stores, specifically the largest one, which was the first he had rented. Upon arrival, he found that flowers had been arranged at the entrance, and 3 staff members stood ready, smiles gracing their faces. "Mr. Zhang," they greeted him promptly. Zhang Ran nodded and inquired, "How are the preparations coming along?" "Everything is ready. Please take a look," they replied. As he entered and surveyed the premises, he noted the neatly arranged, fresh vegetables, vibrant with a harmonious blend of reds and greens. The store exuded a subtle, pleasant aroma of produce, creating an exceptionally comfortable atmosphere. The sales staff, however, expressed some surprise at the prices of the vegetables. Are they really this expensive? Will anyone actually buy them? And are the things we've been taught these past few days even true? Yet, such concerns were not their responsibility. Their duty was simply to perform their roles well, leaving them with only a hint of uncertainty. The brand of original vegetables had also been prominently displayed, catching the attention of passers-by. Some individuals recognized the brand, as the recent promotions had not gone unnoticed. As the clock struck 10, the store officially opened. Curious patrons entered to inspect the offerings, and upon seeing the prices, some harbored doubts, deeming them exorbitant. Others, having heard of the brand, merely nodded in agreement internally, choosing not to voice their thoughts. Of course, there were those who questioned the pricing directly. "Why are your prices so high? This feels like a scam," a middle-aged woman exclaimed. Most of these inquiries came from older patrons, while younger customers, upon encountering the steep prices, simply turned away without further comment. The sales staff responded with a smile, "Ma'am, here is a comparison chart illustrating the nutritional value of our vegetables versus ordinary ones. Our produce far surpasses the nutritional value of standard vegetables. Moreover, the taste is exceptional. Once you try it, you will certainly become a fan. Who knows if you're just pulling our leg? The woman murmured skeptically. We can assure you of our quality. If you find that our nutritional claims are unsubstantiated upon testing, we will compensate you. The staff member maintained her cheerful demeanor. This, too, was a source of curiosity for them, as they had never encountered such a guarantee before. Zhang Ran observed the staff's handling of the situation with satisfaction, nodding in approval at their responses. Xiaolin, shall we purchase some to try? A young woman suggested to her friend. Her companion hesitated, glancing at the prices. These prices are rather steep. Perhaps we should just go to the market instead. The young woman replied, I've seen a streamer who bought from this store and praised the quality. Just look at these vegetables. They truly are impressive. Although a bit pricier, if we buy a smaller quantity it should suffice for a meal. If they turn out to be subpar, we would only be losing a small sum, just a few tens of yuan. Hearing this, her friend decided not to hesitate any longer, reasoning, indeed, it's just a matter of a few tens of yuan. Let's buy them. After deliberating, they began selecting vegetables, eventually spending around 70 yuan at checkout before leaving. This opening was considerably more successful than the first. Aided by the promotional efforts, although the prices were high, they remained within an affordable range for many, leading a significant number of people to express interest in trying the products. Zhang Ran spent half an hour at this store. While it was not yet peak hours, the sales had already surpassed 1,000 yuan. Following this, he visited other shops, finding the conditions satisfactory. Though not bustling, the atmosphere was a far cry from the initial days when no one was buying. Witnessing this, Zhang Ran felt a sense of relief wash over him. His greatest fear was that customers would recoil at the prices. Should that occur, it would pose a significant challenge. Fortunately, despite the elevated costs, people were not overly constrained financially. Items priced in the tens of yuan did not seem excessively burdensome. Mr. Zhang, Sun Mei greeted him as she approached. Today, she wore a smart blazer, and although she felt somewhat awkward in it, the overall effect was commendable. Being relatively young, she had spent most of her life in the countryside without ever having dressed up. But with the help of Zhang Tiantian and the others, her makeup presented her as a genuine office worker. How is business in the store? Zhang Ran inquired. Sun Mei, beaming with joy, replied, business is thriving. We've already sold over 3,000 yuan worth. Zhang Ran was taken aback. Having just visited the largest store, which had only managed a little over 1,000 yuan, he was curious as to why Sun Mei's location fared so much better. It had taken him merely 10 minutes to reach her store, indicating that it indeed was performing exceptionally well. He pondered whether there was some underlying difference. However, he refrained from asking and instead decided to observe the interactions within the store, soon grasping the nuances of the situation. Chapter 79. Wang Zhixin's Troubles. I heard that the vegetables from this store are genuinely good, with exceptionally high nutritional value, an elderly woman remarked mysteriously. Who told you that? You know my mother-in-law. She is well off and mentioned it to me last time. I've tried them and they are indeed delicious. Really? Are you absolutely certain? You wouldn't deceive me, would you? I assure you I wouldn't lie to you. I need to buy some and see for myself. If your mother-in-law says they're good, it must be true. Zhang Ran listened attentively from the side. Although he did not catch every detail, he grasped the essence of the conversation. As this group of middle-aged women departed, they disseminated the news, resulting in an increasing number of patrons arriving to purchase vegetables. These were familiar faces, naturally lending a high degree of credibility to the information shared. Thus, word spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. It was indeed surprising that business had been sluggish here. Observing the women buying vegetables, Zhang Ran contemplated whether he should offer them some money, as they were effectively advertising for him, and their impact was remarkably positive. Just as he was reflecting on this, a throng of young people suddenly surged in, startling him momentarily as he feared they might be troublemakers. However, he soon relaxed. Quickly, what do you wish to eat? Hurry and grab it. That eggplant we had last time was delightful, especially the garlic eggplant. Let's take more of that. Yes, and that spicy and sour cabbage was quite good too. Are there any carrots you fancy? If not, I shall take what I desire. Yes, I want to eat too. This group of individuals rushed in like bandits, hastily snatching up vegetables, leaving the older women momentarily stunned. Some were astonished that these youngsters could outpace them in acquiring produce. Hurry and buy. Let us show those people what. How dare they accuse us of deception? I am eager to see what they have to say later. Exactly. How could our food enthusiasts possibly be deceitful? And with Xiaolan also speaking up, who would dare claim she lies? Truly, they are blind to the truth. What do you mean by that? Am I a liar? Wang Zhixin retorted casually. Haha, I merely spoke in jest. Food enthusiasts, why not seek out the owner? We should certainly be able to negotiate a better price, considering we are essentially advertising for him. Indeed, this live stream attracted quite a viewership, not to mention those present here. This is all promotional for their vegetables. Should we not collect a little extra? Listening intently, Zhang Ran began to piece things together, though some aspects eluded him. He was aware that Lu Ying had sought out food streamers for promotion, yet the specifics remained unclear to him, especially as he had been exceedingly busy and lacked the time to watch live streams. Nevertheless, it seemed he could now surmise that these individuals before him were the ones involved. Observing their chatter, Zhang Ran felt compelled to step forward and said, "Greetings. I am the owner of the company." "You are the owner?" someone exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Ran smiled. "I doubt anyone would impersonate the owner within the establishment." Wang Zhixin regarded Zhang Ran, uncertain of who the proprietor of Original Vegetables was, recalling that the person who had contacted her previously was a woman. "Since you are the owner, would you kindly offer us a discount? On the opening day, a 10% reduction would be appreciated." Zhang Ran pointed to the sign hanging outside the door. Wang Zhixin did not intend for it to be taken literally but realized certain matters were best discussed privately. She gestured towards the door. "Owner, shall we step outside to converse?" "Please," Zhang Ran replied with a smile. Once outside, Wang Zhixin directly stated, "Owner, you should be aware of who I am, correct?" Zhang Ran shook his head. "I apologize. I genuinely do not know." To prevent any misunderstanding, he quickly added, "I have been extraordinarily busy lately, delegating promotional matters to the marketing department." Upon hearing this, Wang Zhixin understood and explained, "A few days ago, I conducted a live stream promoting your company's vegetables, which yielded quite favorable results. However, it also led to some complications." Zhang Ran's interest piqued. What complications? Wang Zhixin proceeded to divulge the details without reservation. The live stream had indeed been a tremendous success, particularly during their enthusiastic eating segments, which generated explosive engagement. Many viewers tune into food streams to witness the sheer delight of others savoring their meals, which in turn whets their own appetites. Consequently, the live stream not only promoted Original Vegetables but also attracted new followers. However, this success brought along some troubles, as there were accusations of her being disingenuous, of fabricating claims, and of receiving ill-gotten gains. Wang Zhixin had been a food streamer for some time, captivating an audience with her charming appearance and her passion for food. While she did accept promotional work, her evaluations were generally reflective of reality. She had not exaggerated for monetary gain, which solidified her fanbase. Yet this time, there were attempts to tarnish her reputation. Although their meal had indeed been delicious and visually appealing, detractors accused her of staging the experience and overstating the flavors of the food. It was well understood that food streamers receive compensation for promotional efforts, and while no one objected to that, exaggeration would inevitably lead to discontent. After all, the viewers of these food streams would be the ones ultimately disappointed if expectations were not met. Those who viewed the live stream might wish to sample the dishes the next time they encountered them, and travelers to Jinling would likely choose venues recommended by streamers, as it simplifies the process and ensures a chance to enjoy delectable cuisine. Wang Zhixin had no intention of admitting to accepting dishonest payments or exaggerating claims, thus she sought to provide proof. The time and place had already been arranged. They merely awaited the delivery of the vegetables. Initially, Wang Zhixin had planned to go directly to the shop at Dijing Yuan, but halfway there, she spotted this newly opened establishment and decided to make a purchase. She was aware that Original Vegetables was expanding, given the promotional efforts already in place. Wang Zhixin had not initially considered having Original Vegetables cover the costs, as this predicament was her own doing. Though it stemmed from Original Vegetables, the target of the criticism was her, not the company. However, upon seeing the prices of the vegetables, she felt a pang of regret. Despite the expense, she would have to proceed with the purchase, as failing to do so would jeopardize her career. At that moment, when Zhang Ran emerged, identifying himself as the owner, Wang Zhixin's interest was immediately piqued. She hoped for a discount, not expecting a freebie. Chapter 80. Sold out? After Wang Zhixin finished recounting her situation, she gazed at Zhang Ran with hopeful anticipation. Her intent was to elicit his sympathy in hopes of securing a lower price. Zhang Ran contemplated, how significant has this issue become? Wang Zhixin quickly grasped his meaning but felt somewhat disheartened as she replied, though I wish to say it has escalated significantly, the reality is it has not expanded much. I am merely a food streamer in Jinling, not the most renowned, so while the number of viewers may exceed those in my live stream, it remains limited. Zhang Ran proposed, let us consider this. The situation ultimately arose due to our actions, so I would like to present a proposal. What do you think? Go on, Wang Zhixin replied. her eyes fixed intently on Zhang Ran. Zhang Ran remarked, based on the average viewership of your live broadcasts, if it remains steady, we'll settle for half the account. If it doubles, it will be complimentary. What do you think? Wang Hickson immediately brightened, exclaiming, is that true? Indeed, Zhang Ran replied. If you doubt my words, you may take the goods first and we can reconcile the expenses once your matters are concluded. I am indifferent to the arrangement. He was unperturbed by the thought of Wang Hickson absconding. After all, she still had her live streaming to consider. Moreover, Zhang Ran contemplated simply gifting her the items as a form of promotional expenditure. However, he felt it necessary to provide Wang Zhixin with a modicum of pressure and motivation. Hence his words. Thank you, boss. Wang Zhixin beamed with joy. Initially, she had braced for a significant financial loss, yet unexpectedly, the tide had turned. Please take some vegetables over first. Should it prove insufficient, I will dispatch someone to deliver more, Zhang Ran instructed. All right, thank you, boss. If you succeed this time, then my gratitude will be owed to you, Wang Zhixin replied. Rest assured, boss, I have confidence in your vegetables, she added, striking a motivational pose. I certainly have faith in my vegetables. It is only your capabilities that I question, Zhang Ran jested. Wang Zhixin responded with a smile. After Zhang Ran had seen Wang Zhixin and her companions off, he observed the increasingly bustling shop and could not help but smile. Sun Mei, once you finish here, take a moment to explore other locations. Do not confine yourself to a single shop. All these stores are now under your supervision. You must ensure proper planning, Zhang Ran advised. Sun Mei nodded. Understood, Mr. Zhang. Presently, she felt an abundance of untapped energy, yet it was overshadowed by pressure. As a rural child with only a middle school education, she had never truly fought for her place in the city. She felt utterly inadequate. It was sheer luck that she had joined the company when Zhang Ran first opened his shop, leaving a good impression on him, which allowed her to ascend this rapidly. To Sun Mei, securing this position felt akin to a meteoric rise. Recently, she had contemplated resigning, fearing she might ruin her job. However, now she had resolved not to back down. Over time, Lu Ying and her colleagues frequently shared insights about work with Sun Mei, and she realized that if she continued to refuse opportunities and shy away from challenges, she would be doomed to a life of stagnation. Consequently, she now approached every task with earnest diligence, or one might say, fervent determination. Zhang Ran merely needed to communicate with her. While she may not understand everything now, he could instruct her and provide opportunities. Yet, once stability was achieved, if Sun Mei had not made progress or failed to manage the shop effectively, Zhang Ran would have no choice but to apologize. He had extended the opportunity. Whether she could seize it would depend on her own fortune. Just as Zhang Ran was preparing to drive to the next shop, a phone call from Lu Ying left him momentarily stunned. Mr. Zhang, the vegetable supply at the Lishui store is critically low and requires immediate replenishment. Lu Ying's voice conveyed urgency intertwined with excitement. Zhang Ran was taken aback, incredulously asking, what did you say? It's nearly sold out? He knew the Lishui store was among the lower performing of the 10 new establishments, yet it was astonishing to hear that it was on the verge of selling out. Notably, none of the top-performing stores had experienced such a situation. Lu Ying confirmed, yes. It's not just nearly sold out. Some vegetables have already been depleted. Zhang Ran quickly regained his composure, instructing, please hold on there for a moment. If it's absolutely necessary, procure some vegetables from the nearest Jingyu store. I will arrange for delivery immediately. Zhang Ran had always overseen production, hence Lu Ying contacted him without delay. However, he anticipated that such situations would improve once the company stabilized, as he had already devised a plan. His primary focus was on the production and development of seeds. As long as he maintained control over that, no one could challenge him. Due to the constraints of the original world, he was not prepared to delegate production responsibilities to others until he was ready. Zhang Ran swiftly reached out to Zhang Hai and the transportation team, urging them to expedite the delivery of vegetables to the Lishui store. He promptly turned his vehicle around, heading towards the Lishui store. Upon his arrival, he observed the store teeming with customers, primarily elderly patrons. Lu Ying and 3 staff members were busily attending to the demands, while the customers appeared to be jostling for something. Recognizing the situation, Zhang Ran promptly made another call to expedite the process. It seemed that the reality exceeded his expectations. However, he remained puzzled as to why the store was experiencing such a frenzied demand. While he understood the reasons behind the sales at the store Sun Mei had visited, the scene at Lishui felt more akin to a frantic rush than mere shopping. Despite the apparent competitiveness among the customers, thanks to Lu Ying and her team's coordination, no incidents had arisen. Observing the bustling atmosphere, Zhang Ran refrained from rushing inside, wishing to discern the underlying cause of this phenomenon. When he saw an elderly woman emerging, contentedly carrying a large bag of vegetables, he approached her. "Excuse me, madam, may I trouble you for a moment?" "No time, I need to get home to cook," she curtly declined. Zhang Ran was momentarily taken aback by her directness. "Ahem, madam, just 2 minutes, I merely wish to inquire." Yet before he could finish, the elderly woman, clearly impatient, retorted, "I told you I have no time. Why are you so persistent?" And with that, she departed. Zhang Ran could only sigh in resignation, realizing that perhaps his charm was insufficient. However, the subsequent elderly patrons were not as dismissive as the first. They allowed him to pose his questions. "Young man," one elderly woman said mysteriously, "don't be fooled by the price of these vegetables. They are indeed exceptional and can even cure ailments." Zhang Ran was momentarily stunned. Cure ailments? Who claims this? I was unaware. At that moment, he wondered if someone was playing a prank on him. Could such statements be made so casually? Cure ailments? What a joke. Noticing Zhang Ran's incredulous expression, the elderly woman grew earnest. "I assure you, I am not deceiving you. A good friend of mine has a daughter-in-law who has been unwell since giving birth. She has been plagued by various minor ailments, and the doctors have suggested vitamin and calcium deficiencies. Despite her family purchasing plenty of nutritional supplements, the effects were negligible. However, ever since she began consuming vegetables from here, her health has improved significantly. And let me tell you, the taste of these vegetables is truly delightful. Just a few days ago I was skeptical, but after visiting my friend and enjoying a meal, I can attest to their exceptional flavor and genuine benefits. In recent days, I have been making a long trek each day to a nearby store named Dijing Yuan to purchase groceries. However, I have now discovered that there is a similar establishment right at my doorstep, which has certainly made things considerably more convenient. I used to have a few minor ailments, but ever since I began consuming the vegetables from this shop, I have noticed a significant improvement in my well-being. You may have heard the adage, you get what you pay for, suggesting that expensive goods often justify their price. The words of the elderly lady completely bewildered Zhang Ran. He found himself questioning the situation. Why did this woman seem so much like a hired plant? However, Zhang Ran knew he had not employed anyone. Initially, Lu Ying had indeed contemplated hiring some actors, but he had declined her suggestion. Although Zhang Ran's vegetables were priced higher, he was committed to honesty and authenticity, aiming to gather genuine data to inform future strategies. The elderly lady, upon seeing Zhang Ran's bemusement, assumed he remained skeptical and remarked with a smirk, "Believe it or not, that's your choice. But I must advise you, young man, purchase some for your parents to try. It won't cost you much, perhaps just a few dozen yuan, at most a little over 100. With that, she departed without another word, leaving Zhang Ran momentarily stunned, caught between amusement and incredulity, as he watched her retreating figure. Shaking his head, he began to comprehend the reasons behind the shop's success. The formidable purchasing power of these elderly women, especially the affluent ones, was undeniable. Furthermore, he realized he had overlooked a crucial point. Wealthy elderly women do not necessarily reside in luxurious neighborhoods. In fact, older communities likely outnumber upscale ones. These women are nostalgic and have established bonds in such neighborhoods, making it unlikely that many would choose to move to high-end areas. While the surroundings may be pleasant, they often find them somewhat mundane. Moreover, these elderly women tend to prioritize health and wellness, making them the primary consumers of various health products over the years. Although many younger individuals also make purchases, the underlying demand often stems from the needs of the elderly. Thus, witnessing such a scene no longer surprised Zhang Ran. It was a factor he had previously failed to consider. Lu Ying approached and inquired, "Mr. Zhang, when can we expect the new stock to arrive?" "We're nearly sold out." Zhang Ran replied, "It will be here shortly." He then asked, "What are your thoughts on this situation, Manager Lu?" Zhang Ran understood that Lu Ying must already be aware of the reasons behind the current circumstances, hence her direct question. As anticipated, Lu Ying paused for a moment before responding, "We have miscalculated in the past, focusing solely on high-end neighborhoods. In reality, the true consumer potential lies within these older communities or those populated by seniors." Zhang Ran nodded in agreement. "I too have erred in my assumptions. Once we conclude our current business here, please conduct a thorough investigation to determine whether this trend is an anomaly or a widespread behavior." "Understood," Lu Ying affirmed. Just as they were conversing, the new shipment of vegetables arrived. However, due to the rushed timing, they had not been adequately prepared, leaving some of the produce still coated in soil. Surprisingly, Zhang Ran found that these unrefined vegetables seemed to sell even better. Although their appearance was somewhat lacking due to the lack of cleaning and arrangement, The elderly women preferred them, claiming that such vegetables were the freshest. Given their unclean state, Zhang Ran decided to lower the prices slightly, considering it a fair adjustment for the dirt's weight. After spending some time at the shop, Zhang Ran departed, determined to visit 10 stores to gain a clearer understanding of the situation. By noon, sales had indeed surged. Each store's average revenue approached approximately 20,000 yuan. Thus, within just one afternoon, the total sales across 10 stores reached 200,000 yuan. When Zhang Ran realized this figure, he was momentarily taken aback. 200,000. What an impressive sum. Although this revenue did not represent pure profit, after accounting for various expenses, costs, and employee salaries, the profit margins were still quite substantial. If this trend continued, maintaining a sales figure of 20,000 yuan in the evening, even without an increase, would still be commendable. However, Zhang Ran was aware that evening sales typically did not match the performance of the morning and afternoon. Nevertheless, as this was not a traditional market but rather a vegetable supermarket, the impact would not be as pronounced. If this pattern continued, the annual revenue for these 10 new stores could potentially reach 140 million yuan. This was merely from 10 stores. Should more be opened, the previously mentioned goal of 1 billion in revenue might not be a mere fantasy, but an achievable reality. Only Zhang Ran knew just how significant the profit margins could be. Considering the afternoon's revenue of 200,000 yuan, the minimum profit would be around 150,000. In just one afternoon, Zhang Ran had earned 150,000. By the time evening rolled around, Zhang Ran instructed the finance team to tally the accounts, and to his confirmation, the figures aligned with his expectations. Today's revenue for the 10 new stores totaled approximately 450,000, with the additional 5,000 attributed to Lu Ying's store, which had received 5 deliveries, each one increasing in quantity. Zhang Ran understood that this was merely the first day of operations. Many customers were likely just eager to sample something new, and future sales might not remain as high. Nonetheless, even with this in mind, the current results were already quite exhilarating. Chapter 82. Celebration and Bonuses. At that moment, in the headquarters of the original company, Zhang Ran addressed everyone, saying, "Today's revenue is 450,000. Such success is a testament to the hard work each of you has put in over the past few days. I won't say much more. There's a saying that goes, Don T talked to me about ideals. My ideal is to not work. So, let us be direct. Today, every member of the leadership team will receive a bonus of 1,000 yuan, while all employees will receive 500 yuan. Upon hearing Zhang Ran's words, the atmosphere erupted with joy. This was their first genuine day of work. The previous days had merely involved preparatory tasks, and now they were receiving bonuses? Although 1,000 yuan may not seem substantial, for many of them, it represented a significant sum, as most earned around 5 to 6,000. Zhang Ran's generosity stirred excitement within them. What could be more gratifying than working under a magnanimous employer? Observing the delighted expressions on their faces, Zhang Ran continued, "This 1,000 yuan is merely a promise for now. How much you ultimately receive will depend on your own efforts." The crowd looked puzzled. What did Zhang Ran mean by that? He elaborated, "In the coming month, if performance remains consistent with today's results, each of you will receive a bonus equivalent to 1 month's salary. However, should there be a noticeable decline without effective measures to rectify it, then you will only receive the 1,000 yuan bonus." Zhang Ran's words were starkly realistic and straightforward. To earn more, he urged them to work diligently. He has already made his stance clear. As long as you possess the capability and talent, he will not be stingy with money. However, should you lack the necessary skills, then, regrettably, the company does not accommodate idlers. Zhang Ran's words instilled a sense of pressure in these individuals, serving as motivation when insufficient. They are all recent additions to the company, and since it is still in its nascent stages, any claims of emotional ties are utterly nonsensical. Therefore, only the tangible benefits before them can spur their diligence. As for those who assert that one should work hard and enrich oneself even without monetary rewards, looking towards future competition, such sentiments are of no interest to Zhang Ran. In his view, these statements are merely nonsensical. Furthermore, even if someone were to adopt such an approach, Zhang Ran could confidently assert that their abilities would indeed be honed, yet the likelihood of their departure would increase significantly. Zhang Ran is not inclined to discuss emotions with them, at least not at this stage. He desires to expand the company while his employees aim to earn more. For now, he needs to maintain this singular focus, and the next step is to motivate the staff. What is the most effective motivator? Naturally, it is money. What could possibly motivate employees more than financial incentives? Subsequently, a celebration is in order. Zhang Ran has never been a miser. Given the achievements thus far, a celebration is warranted. When the other employees learned of a reward of 500 yuan, their excitement surpassed that of the leaders. Moreover, knowing that maintaining sales could lead to an additional month's salary as a bonus made them even more exhilarated. Mr. Zhang, we will certainly strive to do our best, exclaimed one employee on the spot. Zhang ran, smiling, exchanged a few words with them to further encourage their spirit. Zhang Gu, why did you come alone? Where are Chao Gu and his wife? Zhang Ran inquired upon seeing Zhang Hai by himself. Zhang Hai scratched his head and replied, the greenhouse requires someone to oversee it. I can represent them well enough. Zhang Hai is exceedingly satisfied with their current work situation. Although it can be tiring, it is still a marked improvement over the past. The key factor remains the high salary, not only his own but also his wife's. Together, they earn over 10,000 a month, with meals and accommodation provided. Where else could one find such a job? Hence, Zhang Hai and his team work diligently, fearful of making even the slightest mistake. Today, having heard that they might receive a 500 yuan bonus, their motivation has surged, and they are determined to avoid any errors. What more could Zhang Ran say about such employees? Zhang Gu, you and Chao Gu should familiarize yourselves with the planting methods thoroughly. We plan to expand further, Zhang Ran advised. Zhang Hai, although earnest, is not foolish. He quickly grasped Zhang Ran's implications. With excitement he responded, Mr. Zhang, rest assured, we will give our utmost effort. This feels like a promotion is on the horizon. After engaging in conversation with Zhang Hai for a while, Zhang Ran took his leave. He holds a very favorable impression of Zhang Hai and his colleagues. This job does not demand exceptional skills. It simply requires honesty, diligence, and a willingness to endure hardships. Furthermore, this role is one that Zhang Ran oversees personally. He merely needs someone to manage the greenhouses without incident. Zhang Hai and Chao Gao are excellent candidates for this responsibility. Of course, should the company grow even more, and if Zhang Hai and Chao Gao's capabilities fail to keep pace, they may find themselves reaching a limit. Although Zhang Ran appreciates them, he will not jeopardize the company's interests. At this moment, Zhang Ran is conversing with Lu Ying and Sun Mei. Sun Mei remarked, Mr. Zhang, I have drafted some regulations regarding the management of store staff. Would you take a look? Sun Mei has been diligently studying and consulting, and she has developed her own understanding of many matters. For instance, although she initially took on the role of manager, she still rose early each day to assist with inventory. Now, while she still rises early, she has shifted her focus to management tasks, gaining a clearer understanding of her role. Zhang Ran appreciates this development. He initially appointed Sun Mei as manager due to a lack of alternatives. However, since her thinking has evolved in line with her promotion, it is certainly a positive development. Zhang Ran nodded, that sounds good. Please bring it to my office tomorrow. After finishing his conversation with Sun Mei, Lu Ying spoke up, Mr. Zhang, after today's events at the Lishui store, I have an idea. What idea? Do share. Zhang Ran inquired with curiosity. Lu Ying continued, since the elderly women can claim to have healing properties, why can't we go along with that notion? Of course, we cannot directly assert that our vegetables can cure ailments, but we can subtly imply it. This way, we wouldn't be violating any laws, and it would help to deepen the public's understanding of our unique vegetables. Similar to health supplements, we can promote our produce as beneficial for wellness. I believe this approach could work. Chapter 83. The app is complete. Contemplating Lu Ying's suggestion, Zhang Ran fell into deep thought. Wellness? That could indeed be feasible. But there are still numerous issues that need addressing. Present-day China is not what it used to be, and legal frameworks in this area are quite robust. Previously, one could make claims without consequence, but that is no longer the case. Zhang Ran replied, please compile a plan and present it to me. I would like to review it. It would be best to consult relevant experts in advance to ensure there are no complications. Lu Ying nodded, understood. Once matters were settled, Zhang Ran engaged in casual conversation with everyone, and the atmosphere was filled with joy and laughter. How could one not be happy on the first day at work? With a feast and bonuses to boot, the evening passed in delightful merriment. Zhang Ran no longer needs to rise early each day. The company's operations have stabilized, requiring him only to maintain the right direction and plan for the future. On the following day, Zhang Ran arrived at the office and began addressing his tasks. Shortly after sitting down, someone knocked at the door. Li Chang, what brings you here? Zhang Ran asked, surprised. Surely, if Li Chang needed to see him, he could have simply called. Li Chang replied, I am here to discuss business. Doesn't this seem more formal? With that, Zhang Ran understood and asked, is the app ready? Li Chang nodded, it was completed long ago. However, since you haven't launched yet, I took the opportunity to enrich its content. Zhang Ran said, let me take a look. The app created by Li Chong did not possess many standout features. Yet it was not lacking either. After all, shopping apps tend to be quite similar, and finding unique elements can be quite challenging. Zhang Ran called Lu Ying and Sun Mei over to review the app for any missing components. Li Chong introduced, "I have already completed the framework. When the time comes, you merely need to take photographs of the required products and insert them accordingly." Zhang Ran inquired, "Does this app necessitate server rentals?" He was somewhat perplexed regarding these matters, as he had heard that some apps do not require server rentals. Li Chong replied, "It does, but given the current scale of your company, you won't need a large server, and it is quite affordable. Additionally, applying for the payment portal for the app is now quite straightforward. You can proceed with that." Although Li Chong was merely a programmer, he possessed a considerable understanding of these issues, as it was his side project and did not involve company resources. These tasks required Zhang Ran to oversee. However, Zhang Ran now had a substantial team to delegate responsibilities, ensuring that the tasks would be managed efficiently. After finalizing the details, Zhang Ran playfully asked, "Do you provide after-sales service?" "Of course, otherwise, I fear you might come to my house to cause a ruckus." Li Chong jested. "Haha, if you didn't provide it, I might actually consider causing a scene," Zhang Ran replied. After resolving the matters at hand, Zhang Ran engaged in casual conversation with Li Chong before instructing him to settle the accounts with the finance department. "Manager Lu, when do you think we should launch this app?" Zhang Ran queried. Lu Ying pondered briefly and responded, "I believe it is not yet necessary. Firstly, our customer base is not particularly stable. Most people have yet to form a strong impression of our vegetables. Prematurely promoting the app would yield minimal results. We must first ensure that the public has a certain level of recognition and attachment to our vegetables. Only then will it be the optimal time for app promotion. Secondly, we currently do not have any delivery personnel, although the company is gradually getting on track. Utilizing the app will require a significant number of delivery staff to avoid providing a poor shopping experience for customers, which would negatively impact our company's image. If we wish to ensure a positive customer experience, we will need to recruit many more individuals, consequently increasing our operational costs. These expenses will not recoup in the short term, so my suggestion is to hold off on promotion for now, but we can focus on refining the app. After some time, we can offer appointment services, which will allow us to implement the app early on and familiarize everyone with its features." Lu Ying expressed her thoughts on the app's usage. Zhang Ran neither nodded nor shook his head, turning to Sun Mei and asking, "What about you?" Sun Mei replied, "I am not too familiar with the app yet, but we could consider a soft launch. If necessary, we could initially provide services only in the nearby area instead of promoting it citywide all at once." Upon hearing Sun Mei's opinion, Zhang Ran's expression changed subtly. While he was aware of her gradual growth, he was surprised by the rapidity of her development. Previously, she seemed to have little understanding of what an app was, and in such a short time she was already articulating her thoughts clearly. Sensing Zhang Ran's gaze, Sun Mei shyly admitted, "I actually came up with this idea after consulting Zhou Guanxin, who is a university student and understands these matters well." Zhang Ran chuckled. "Being inquisitive and thoughtful is a commendable trait. All right, you two may head back now. I need to contemplate some more." After Lu Ying and Sun Mei exited, Zhang Ran remained seated, deep in thought. As Lu Ying pointed out, launching the app would indeed require some delivery personnel, and to ensure a satisfactory user experience, it was imperative to recruit additional sales staff. Based on their current customer base, they were essentially operating at a loss, and it was likely not a trivial amount. However, this approach also had its merits, as it would facilitate a quicker penetration into the Jinling market, garnering greater awareness for organic vegetables. Sun Mei's suggestion was somewhat conservative, advocating for a limited initial rollout to conserve labor costs. Yet, this strategy offered little benefit for growth, as it would not enhance their visibility. Both perspectives had their advantages and disadvantages, requiring Zhang Ran to deliberate carefully. By noon, a notion began to crystallize in Zhang Ran's mind. He resolved to wait a month before making a decision. If organic vegetable sales remained stable, yielding consistent profits, he would have the capital to invest in promotion. Conversely, if the anticipated results were not achieved, a more cautious approach would be necessary. After contemplating these matters, Zhang Ran initiated some planning, outlining a general direction while delegating specific content to his employees. The app's development would also be refined over the coming days, with Lu Ying and Sun Mei collaborating on its completion. Thus, more than a week passed, and Zhang Ran's spirits improved significantly. During this week, the sales of organic vegetables had not only stabilized but had actually increased, a development he had not anticipated. With 11 stores now operational, the total daily sales approached 500,000. Chapter 84, Industrial Planning. as the sales figures continued to flourish. Zhang Ran found himself with sufficient capital to embark on some strategic planning and layout. In fact, he had harbored these ideas for some time but had previously been constrained by a lack of funds. The first order of business was naturally to expand the scale of cultivation, as this was foundational. After a week, upon reviewing the financial reports, Zhang Ran began to strategize. This time, he aimed to make a significant move. He could no longer afford to operate on a small scale. It was essential to establish a systematic approach to cultivation rather than the current scattered method. Zhang Ran also had his own vision for the cultivation of greenhouse vegetables. By enlarging the planting area and significantly expanding operations, he would not merely be selling vegetables. Modern consumers are increasingly knowledgeable about industry practices, and even those not involved in business understand the concept of the supply chain. Zhang Ran was well aware of this term and recognized the critical importance of the supply chain for a company. His vegetables could be sold not just as fresh produce, but could also be processed into vegetable-based food products. This strategy would not only elevate the selling price of the vegetables but also provide effective utilization for any surplus produce. Most importantly, this would yield substantial benefits for his future industrial layout. However, these considerations were not his immediate priority. He merely placed them on the agenda for future reference. Present, Zhang Ran's first action was to expand the planting area, and he had already begun preparations. The second task was establishing a seed factory, a venture he had long contemplated but had been delayed due to financial constraints. He had already initiated investigations into potential seed factories, seeking a relatively mature facility to save considerable time. Tied to the seed factory endeavor was the recruitment of talent, a task facilitated by Zheng Qingfeng, who had already contacted several candidates, though Zhang Ran had yet to find the time to finalize arrangements. While Zhang Ran was still pondering these matters, a knock was heard at the door. "Come in. Mr. Zhang, here is the information regarding the 3 seed factories. Please take a look." Lu Ying entered the room. Now, Lu Ying is no longer solely responsible for marketing. She is also involved in these operations, as Zhang Ran has no one else under him. Zhang Ran took the documents and smiled, saying, "I appreciate your help, Lu Jie." Such tasks should not typically fall on Lu Ying's shoulders. Despite Zhang Ran being the boss, one must not be remiss in expressing gratitude when it is due. Lu Ying replied, "Mr. Zhang, why not consider hiring a secretary? I am not trying to shirk responsibilities, but I am not particularly familiar with these matters, and with so much going on in the company, my available time is quite limited." Zhang Ran responded, "I understand, and I will give it some thought. However, for the time being, I must trouble you a bit longer, given that you are an invaluable asset to our company. Mr. Zhang, please do not use such phrases to placate me. I am speaking earnestly. It's high time to address the matter of a secretary," Lu Ying insisted. Zhang Ran conceded. "Very well, please have the HR department keep an eye out for me." "Certainly," she replied. After their conversation, Zhang Ran began to review the materials. The 3 seed factories are as follows: Jinling Jinshang Seed Company, Jinling K Seed Company, and Jinling Hengyuan Seed Industry Company, Limited. Mr. Zhang, the current situation at Jinsheng is rather dire. Their market has been severely squeezed, and they are presently operating at a loss. Furthermore, they lack flagship products, and the quality of their offerings is subpar with little price advantage. A few years ago, they experienced a brief period of good growth, but that was short-lived, and they have since been gradually phased out. There is significant interest in selling, but their pricing is rigid, with offers hovering around 18 million without budging. K Company is currently in a middle ground position. They possess some capital, and although their products are not widely known, they are selling reasonably well, maintaining a break-even status. They do have intentions to sell, but not as strongly as Jinsheng. As for Hengyuan, their willingness to sell is limited. Internal discord has led some shareholders to consider divesting their shares. Yet it is not impossible for you, Mr. Zhang, to pursue an acquisition. It would merely be a lengthy process. However, their products are commendable and they enjoy considerable recognition with relatively new equipment, a factor that the other 2 companies cannot compete with. Lu Ying provided an overview of the 3 companies, which she had meticulously researched over the past few days, consulting industry insiders for specific insights. Listening to her presentation, Zhang Ran pondered for a moment before setting aside Hengyuan's materials, stating, "Since Hengyuan's willingness to sell is minimal, we shall not consider them. We currently lack the luxury of time to engage in protracted negotiations with them. Moreover, we do not require a high profile. Our primary aim in acquiring a seed factory is to ensure self-sufficiency rather than market outreach. Should we decide to pursue that avenue in the future, we can revisit the discussion. As for Jinsheng and K, I am inclined towards Jinsheng, primarily due to their stronger willingness to sell. If a deal can be reached, it would likely be the least time-consuming. However, K is also worth considering. Their factory is larger, and their equipment is relatively new. Upon reviewing Jinxing's equipment, I noted that much of it is nearing obsolescence. Purchasing such equipment would likely necessitate replacement in the near future. Additionally, we need to establish a research base within the factory premises. Currently, we lack the funds to acquire land for this purpose, so we must utilize the factory's existing space. This approach will save us a significant amount of capital, and when our financial situation improves, we can relocate the research facility. After ruling out Heng Yuan, Zhang Ran's intentions became clearer. He briefly analyzed the situation with Lu Ying and concluded, "Please reach out to the heads of those companies for a discussion regarding their specific intentions. We will then conduct a thorough assessment of their facilities, employee conditions, and equipment before proceeding to negotiate concrete terms." Having clarified his thoughts, Zhang Ran addressed Lu Ying. She nodded in agreement. "I will get in touch with them. However, I have a feeling that Jinxing may be quite promising. Although K has not provided a quote, I suspect their pricing may be significantly higher than Jinxing's, which would impose considerable pressure on our finances." Zhang Ran chuckled. "You need not worry about the financial aspect. Our profitability is currently robust enough to support our expansion. Besides, we have the bank at our disposal, and I am confident they would be eager to extend us a loan." Chapter 85 Lu Mao's Schemes. In the following days, Zhang Ran focused on securing the land he wished to lease. Given the expansive area required for large-scale cultivation, the chosen location must be contiguous. Thus, negotiations could not be conducted one by one, but rather through discussions with village committees. However, the details to be deliberated were numerous, leading to a prolonged timeline. Fortunately, the owners of the two contacted companies had begun to respond, with Jinxing being the first to do so, as Zhang Ran had anticipated. One day, Zhang Ran arranged a banquet at an upscale restaurant to host Lu Mao, the CEO of Jinxing. "Hello, Mr. Lu, I am Zhang Ran," he greeted, rising with a smile and extending his hand. Lu Mao, a cleanly groomed man in his 40s, sporting gold-framed glasses and an air of refinement, attended with a young man who appeared to be his secretary. Lu Mao shook Zhang Ran's hand warmly, saying, "Mr. Zhang, I've heard much about your youth. I did not expect you to be so young." "You are too kind," Zhang Ran replied. They exchanged pleasantries, though Lu Mao likely only learned of Zhang Ran's identity recently. After they settled into their seats, Zhang Ran gestured for Lu Ying to instruct the waiter to serve the dishes. Once the food arrived, Lu Mao's eyes twinkled as he remarked, "Mr. Zhang, it seems you have truly made an effort, knowing exactly what dishes I enjoy." Zhang Ran laughed heartily. "This banquet is intended to honor you, Mr. Lu. How could I not take your preferences into account? If there is anything lacking, I hope you will forgive me." Lu Mao replied, "Not at all." As the four engaged in light conversation and the wine flowed, Zhang Ran sensed the atmosphere was ripe for a more direct approach. He stated, "Mr. Lu, the purpose of this gathering is to inquire about your thoughts on the potential sale of Jinxing." Lu Mao maintained his composure, replying with a smile, "Mr. Zhang, are you interested?" This was obviously a rhetorical question. Had Zhang Ran not been interested, he would not have invited Lu Mao to dinner. Yet, neither party was eager to rush the conversation. The principle of the one who rushes loses was understood by both Lu Mao and Zhang Ran. Zhang Ran smiled. "I have some interest, as our company is looking to expand its operations in this direction. However, I wonder if you would be willing to part with it." Lu Mao sighed. I founded Jinxing myself. I must admit that I am somewhat reluctant to let it go." Zhang Ran smiled but remained silent. If Lu Mao were truly reluctant, he would not be contemplating a sale. Indeed, Lu Mao then remarked, "However, I lack much confidence in managing Jinxing. Although the company is still profitable, the exertion required is substantial while the profits are minimal. I am rather reluctant to invest further effort here." Zhang Ran chose not to expose the reality, understanding that it was not so much about profit. Rather, it was sufficient that Jinxing was not incurring losses. Zhang Ran, unfazed, inquired curiously, "Mr. Lu, is the seed market truly that bleak?" Lu Mao sighed and replied, "In this regard, our country does not possess significant advantages, and there is no large-scale cultivation. Most sales depend on scattered distribution, necessitating a considerable labor force, thus inflating costs. Moreover, despite the seemingly promising nature of this industry, the competition appears less daunting. However, for companies like ours, even the slightest disturbance could result in substantial financial losses. Additionally, considering our national context, the government invests heavily in seed research annually, leaving us as mere small players without any noteworthy products, as research funding is scarce." Lu Mao was not being stingy. Rather, he shared his thoughts with Zhang Ran, seemingly unconcerned about Zhang Ran's potential hesitation. Zhang Ran noticed a flicker of tension in the young man's eyes, who managed to suppress his words. Zhang Ran smiled and said, I truly appreciate your insights, Mr. Lu. Allow me to toast to you. You're too kind, Lu Mao replied. They both downed their drinks in one go. After some leisurely conversation, Zhang Ran commented. So, it appears that your intention to sell ginseng is quite clear, Mr. Lu. Upon hearing this, Lu Mao's eyes sparkled with amusement, though he quickly masked it, sighing as he said, Indeed, I am inclined to sell, but I find myself somewhat conflicted. After dedicating my life to this enterprise, the prospect of selling it leaves me at a loss, feeling somewhat disoriented. Haha, once you receive the money, you could indulge in a carefree life. As a popular saying goes, the world is so vast, I want to see it all, Zhang Ran jested. Haha, that is a youthful sentiment. We, who are older, find ourselves unable to move, yet incapable of resting. If we rest, we feel utterly useless. Lu Mao chuckled in response. Thus, Zhang Ran and Lu Mao continued their idle chatter, parting ways after nearly 2 hours. Although their conversation seemed devoid of true significance, both emerged with valuable insights. Zhang Ran confirmed Lu Mao's intent to sell, while Lu Mao recognized Zhang Ran's genuine desire to purchase, rather than a fleeting whim. Lu Mao sat in the back seat of the car as the young man drove. Dad, why did you say that earlier? Clearly jeopardizes our sale of ginseng. You never spoke like that to potential buyers before. The young man could no longer contain himself. Lu Mao squinted, appearing to doze, but replied. That was in the past. Not the present. What difference does it make? A significant one. I genuinely wish to sell ginseng to those individuals, but not to Zhang Ran. Why? The young man remained perplexed. Lu Mao sighed and asked, Did you look over the materials I provided you yesterday? I glanced at them, the young man stammered. Lu Mao, recognizing the situation, remarked, Once you're home, review them thoroughly, and you will understand my demeanor today. Dad, just tell me, the young man implored. Lu Mao paused momentarily before conceding. Very well, let me explain. Zhang Ran is no ordinary individual. Although his company has just been established, its potential far surpasses that of our ginseng. Our company has reached a bottleneck and cannot continue to grow, whereas his company is brimming with potential. His acquisition of ginseng is part of a strategic development plan for his company, making it imperative. Given the immense potential of his company, why not seize the opportunity? If managed well, the future could very well determine whether the company is under the Zhang or Lu name. At this point, Lu Mao's eyes gleamed with clarity, while the young man felt a mix of uncertainty yet sensed that his father was once again devising a plan that could lead to substantial profits.